I've worked at this place for as long as I remember, and it's pretty weird and even harder to describe. It's your usual family fun indoor park, I guess. There's a million of them all over the place, and they all have different names. We have a crappy little cafe that overcharges for stale hot dogs, and then a buttload of warehouse space filled with random crap to keep kids entertained. There's a jungle gym, an arcade with ancient games, a greasy bowling alley, and obviously, there's a ball pit. Honestly, it's a pretty cool job, although it has taught me that kids, in general, are super weird. I remember this one time a random kid came up to me and handed me some marbles, and then just started laughing. It took me a few minutes to get it out of him, but he told me that he shoved the marbles up his butt, and now I was touching his butt marbles. And he just thought it was the funniest goddamn thing anyone has ever done. Ever. We have a high turnover rate, that's for sure. We chew through new employees like popcorn, and I think it's because kids have this weird ability to home in on anyone they make uncomfortable and just thrive off the awkwardness. At least teachers and parents get to deal with only one set of kids, right? They get to know them over time, and sure, those kids will occasionally explode or have prolonged periods of crazy high energy, but for the most part, the parents and teachers are there to manage the kids. But that's the exact opposite of what we do. We're here to manage the center, not the kids. Every kid here is meant to blow off steam. That's why parents bring them here. It's why they pay the entry fee. And we can't make these kids sit down or write lines. We can't threaten to goad or shout. What we have is a revolving door of kids who are permanently psyched out, and we're just meant to keep them occupied long enough for their parents to smoke a joint around the back or cry in the toilets where no one can see them break down. I gotta say, it's tough. I only stuck it out because I'm in management, and that means my job is to get a bunch of teenagers to do all the dirty work. It's like a pyramid scheme, but grosser. Nobody at Enron had to brush vomit out of a crying 9-year-old's hair. Still, I limit my exposure to the kids, and for a damn good reason. They scare the hell out of me. For one thing, there's always the wrong number. This place is always full, no matter how many tickets we sell. Most people don't even stay here long enough to notice. But I have. I've spent a few years now counting tickets and then heads, and I know for a fact that there are rainy days in the middle of the coldest winters when we sell 10, maybe 20 tickets at most. But no matter what, the floor is crawling with kids. Another thing, kids go to the ball pit and don't come out. Nobody complains, nobody's reported missing, but I know for a fact that not only do some kids never come back out, but some kids that do come out never went in the first place. I already know what you're thinking, that I'm nuts. But I once trialed a photo day just to confirm my suspicions. I took pics of the kids and parents coming and going. I said it was for a competition. And I swear to God, I have dozens of photos of parents coming in with one kid and leaving with a totally different one. I've thought about trying to empty the ball pit out to see if there's anywhere they could go, like a tunnel I never knew about. I did try to empty it once. It was years ago, and I wanted to clean it properly, so I waited until after hours and started scooping balls out and dumping them into empty bins. But after a while, I got scared and stopped. Something about the experience just freaked me out. It was like the more balls I pulled out, the quieter everything got. Like the whole place started to anticipate something. All those weird cartoon characters painted onto the walls with freaky eyes that follow you around the room. The zombie shooter arcade machines that make those stupid, fake ghoul noises. The twisty airplane rocket that rocks back and forth and blasting obnoxious music. It all kind of faded out. It was like the whole place held its breath, and my head started to throb like the world's worst hangover, and my mouth started tasting all coppery, and it made me want to retch. It freaked me out, and I stopped and just tipped the balls back in. As soon as I did, the pressure in my head released, and the place was full of noise again, like nothing had even changed. Now, I just clean the ball pit out with one of those nets they use for swimming pools. There's always the weirdest stuff in there. Dead mice, crushed insects, dog poo, random goo, and what I can only describe as a series of gifts or messed up experiments. I don't know where they come from, but a week hasn't gone past where I haven't had to fish some half-dead, tortured animal out of the depths of that pit. If I'm lucky, the animal dies as soon as I pull it out, but I keep a spare pillowcase around here just in case. I don't know how humane it is to be stuffed into a sack and smashed against an alley wall, but I know it has to be more humane than keeping them alive. I used to think the kids dragged roadkill in there, but after I started paying a little more attention, I noticed things like badly sutured wounds stitched together with random threads or even half-healed amputations. I don't think it's even possible for a kid to pull off such a successful trepanning on a squirrel and keep the thing alive, half paralyzed at the bottom of a ball pit. It just doesn't make sense. But I keep finding them, half stuffed with bugs, eyelids cut off. Jesus Christ, the worst one didn't even have any cuts. I still don't know who did it or how. I don't know how the ball got inside the rat. It was alive, with no scars or open wounds, but it was like it had swallowed the whole damn ball. It wasn't crying or making any noise. It was just shivering, alive and in shock at what had happened to it. The pain must have been overwhelming. All of its organs crushed, its bones pushed out of sockets. Just looking at it made me want to hurl. It was the most unnatural thing I've ever seen. It's just another reason why I couldn't ask anyone else to do this job. I think most people come and go so quickly, they never realize just how weird it is. I'd rather no one start asking questions. I think if I was braver, I'd try to dig a little deeper, and I'd encourage others to help me. But no one else has seen the weirdness up close like I have, and I guess my conclusion is this. If we don't know what's down there, why bother it? It's clearly best to just leave it alone. That's why I'm glad we have a high turnover rate. People get super weird if they stick around too long. I've moved a few people on because they started to go a bit loopy. First, we see paranoia setting in. They start looking at you funny. All the kids. I mean, the kids I get. But me? What's wrong with me? Second, we see them starting to fixate on the ball pit. People who stay too long obsess over it. When you're not looking, they'll sneak over and try to jam a broomstick into the bottom. When they can't find it, they'll start freaking out, talking about foundations and floor plans. Finally, the worst ones will start trying to go over my head and speak to corporate. They go nuts, asking questions and ringing numbers and just bugging me over and over. If you're not careful, they can actually become quite threatening. I know you wouldn't think it, but people get really wound up about this kind of stuff. One girl I had to call the cops on. She developed a real unhealthy interest in me. She even asked me where I lived. She wanted to know where I slept and ate and who my parents were. Even after I fired her, she kept coming back, even tried to burn the place down. I think this place messes with people's minds because she started talking about how the number to HQ just went to my office. My driver's license was fake, my clothes had someone else's name sewed onto them. Where did I even go at night? Where did I sleep? Where was my car? She even revealed that one night she'd camped outside the building and waited for me like some goddamn stalker. When I confronted her about it, she had no defense. She was completely gone over the edge, talking about how the old manager went missing years ago and I was wearing his uniform and no one had ever seen me outside the centre. I'm glad she's gone now, because she made me really uncomfortable with that paranoid rambling. I still don't know what she was implying. Honestly, just listening to her gave me a really bad headache with a coppery taste. I still wonder what happened to her. But she's a good example of why we should just leave this thing alone, because, sure enough, the next week, I found myself fishing one of her shoes out of the ball pit. I think what was weirdest about that was that it wasn't covered in blood or anything like that. It just had a small note asking me, personally, for help. She was so troubled. I tried to tell her to stop, tried to give her some clue. When I'd fired her, just before the stalking started, she had started asking me all these questions about how long I'd been working here and whether I'd seen the bottom of the ball pit. And I kept trying to tell her, I've been here for as long as I can remember, and I'm pretty sure the ball pit is bottomless. Well, now she can be sure about it too. The first thing you should know about me is that I'm very faint of heart. There's a pamphlet I've been looking for a while now. I remember coming across it ages ago while I was a child. I was at the doctor's office, the waiting room, getting a physical. The year was 2002. That's when I saw it, strewn with the other celebrity or glamour magazines. It peeked out with one single grey corner. It was almost like it was looking at me. I picked it up and read the title. How to Talk to Yourself, by a man named Roger Harrison. There was no graphic, just a white background and the Arial font reading the title and the author. To this day, I've never been able to find out who the mysterious Roger Harrison was. I've spent countless hours on the internet browsing for anyone who remotely matches my query. Last week, I found a tattered piece of paper plastered to a sewer grate, colours running from the recent rain. I picked it up and read the title. It was the same pamphlet from my childhood. The one I remember so very clearly on that one day in the waiting room. How to Talk to Yourself. I quickly stuffed it in my bag. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The feeling you get when you're being watched. I was in a crowded square in the middle of a city. Surely it was a coincidence. I continued home, attempting to forget the pamphlet that was lying in my bag. Perhaps I'd save it as a bit of memorabilia. Perhaps I'd trash it. I walked a little faster now. I was on a sidewalk near the outskirts of the city. I live in a small, yellowing apartment in what you would call the fringes of the city. The building is grey and covered in ivy. I arrived at my building. I slid my key into the lock and opened the door with a creak. I felt a sudden urge to read this pamphlet and brushed it off. With every step I took up the stairs, I could feel the sensation building more and more and more until I eventually could not take it anymore and broke into a sprint to my apartment. I opened the door, took off my backpack, and grabbed the pamphlet out. The feeling of being watched had subsided now, me being safe in my own home. My neighbours were playing loud music in the room above me. The urge to read the pamphlet remained. My curiosity must have been getting the better of me. I slowly put the pamphlet down, almost reconsidering my decision, but instead decided to leave it on my kitchen table. I went into my bedroom and slid into my covers. The time was around 10:47 as I drifted off into a deep sleep. That night, I had a strange dream. I was in a large field. The sky was grey and the grass was yellow and tall. I felt cold. The surroundings were desolate and foreboding. As I inspected the surroundings, I realised that this dream was incredibly vivid compared to most of the dreams I have. As my eyes scanned the horizon, I spotted something out of the corner of my eye, almost indistinguishable, but yet I could see every movement from afar. In the distance, I could see someone. They were entirely draped in a sickly shed of green. Whoever it may have been, they were twitching, almost uncontrollably. I attempted to move toward them, but it felt like my feet were stuck in something soft and something warm. I heard a rustling behind me, a twig snapping. I whipped around, and the dream went to black. The rest of the night, I had no dreams, and I woke up shivering, feeling strange. I brushed it off as a side effect from the odd dream. I dressed myself and brushed my teeth. I looked in the mirror. My skin was pale, paler than I've ever seen. It looked as though all the blood had been drained from my body, leaving only the white skin. I walked into the kitchen, and I saw it. The grey paper, with its running colours, still looking at me. I was suddenly very cold. The same cold from the dream. I was intimidated. I was intimidated by a piece of paper. I don't know why. It was just so ominous and strange. I had never felt this way about a piece of paper. I decided to pick it up. I touched the pamphlet. It was ice cold. I opened it and read, "You have a special somebody who lives in your lungs. They like you, but they are shy. They only come out when you are alone. Here is how to talk to them. Step 1. Breathe deeply. Say hi. You are not afraid, are you? They like you. You don't have to be afraid. You won't hurt, I promise. We are smiling at you." I was confused. Say hi to the person in my lungs? Why are they living in my lungs? I won't hurt. Who is smiling at me? It was silent, completely silent. I decided to do as the pamphlet said. I inhaled deeply and said, "Hi," softly. Nothing happened. I decided to put the pamphlet away and save the rest of the reading for after work. I walked to work. My co-workers were silent, as they usually are. but instead of the typing of computers or movement of machines, there was nothing. Absolutely dead silence. The kind of silence that makes you go mad. It was deafening. I hastily finished my work and left the building to get a cup of coffee. I arrived home about an hour later. It was now 9:24. The pamphlet lay open on the table, tempting me to continue reading it. I gave in to my temptations and picked it up and read. Step 2. Be cold. Don't go to sleep. Not yet. They want to see your eyes. Take 1 tablespoon of oil. Eat it. Shut your eyes. Don't yell. Don't scream. Don't. The rest of the section was undecipherable. The ink that it was written in was smudged. The second section, as expected, was equally as strange, if not stranger than the first section. Questions ran through my mind. The oil? What oil was the pamphlet talking about? This was the part that confused me the most, alongside the part that was smudged by the rain. I expected it would be some sort of brood oil with a recipe for it. I had no idea where to start looking for the oil. Perhaps there was an explanation on the next step, I pondered. Step 3. Happy, 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 happy. Be happy. Start talking. Say how you are. You want to make them happy. You are happy. We like to happy with you. As I thought, there wasn't an inkling as to what the oil could be. It seemed that the author, whoever he was almost completely losing his sanity at this point. This obsession with almost chilling happiness was starting to freak me out, and I closed the pamphlet and headed upstairs to my bedroom. I got underneath the covers and my head hit the pillow. I had the same dream I had last night. The only difference was that the man in green was closer. He was much, much closer. I woke up promptly in a cold sweat at 3:27 a.m. and couldn't bring myself back to sleep. I had the sudden urge to go downstairs and read the pamphlet. I saw the pamphlet on the table, but something was off. Everything on my desk was very organized, and I saw a small envelope on my desk. I rushed towards it and ripped it open. Inside was a napkin with a crude smiley face scrawled hastily onto it. I remember specifically at this point the gravity of my situation. I had no recollection of making this note. There were no signs of a break-in as far as I could tell. The beats in my heart began to move faster and faster as I approached the pamphlet. I opened it, and on the first 3 steps, there was the same crude smiley face scribbled all over. I caught my breath and held it for a moment before breathing out with a wheeze. I was, at this point, terrified. The questions rushed through my head. Who the hell was the man in green? And more importantly, how did all these smileys get into my apartment? I began to read the 4th step. Step 4. Do you see them? Look. I was beyond scared at this point. Look at what? I was confused, and I was terrified of the monstrosity I had brought into my home. Hand shaking, I read the next step. There only had to be a few left, right? Step 5. They will say hi. You have made a friend. You are not alone. You are never alone. My main question at this point was who would say hi? Nobody was in my apartment, as far as I knew. My heart was beating at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Fumbling with the pages, I turned to the next and final step, which was not really a step, but more of a statement. Final step. You're never without your happy friend in your lung. you can sleep now without waking up. The author's obsession with happiness is almost cruel to the reader. It was haunting the way whoever wrote this put it. Somehow, my heart beat faster and faster, and I felt woozy. I was confused, terrified, and alone. The last thing I remember before blacking out was a raspy breathing behind me. I woke up 2 days later in my bed. Had it been a dream? The paper was nowhere in sight. I walked down to the kitchen, and my eyes lit upon the paper. It had been real. My heart sank. The sun was setting. Rubbing my bleary eyes, I picked up the paper and turned it to the back. Scrawled on the back of the pamphlet in all caps was the following: "Never alone, never alone, never alone. They're here, never alone. I don't like this. I'm not alone. I like you. I like you. I can see you. You little friend. I want to touch you. Now let me see you. I like you. I'm going to feel all of your little insides, my very special friend." Underneath the inscription, there was a smiley face. And from behind me, I heard a raspy, shallow voice. "Hi." We were not aware at first that the haul had drawn anything unusual out of the sea. We were all just standing around, watching with only mild interest as the arm of the boat's crane dragged the heaving net up and onto the deck, splattering the legs of the nearest fisherman with a shower of seawater as it did so. The net was steadily and mechanically drawn open, and the squirming, writhing fish within began to tumble from the sides and out onto the floor as the fisherman backed up and away to higher deck. The rain at the time was no more than a drizzle, but as I watched the fish spill out and over the boat, I nonetheless had to pull my hood a little tighter around my head, a feeble defense as the wind blew it bitterly sideways and onto my face. The weather, as it is now, is pretty typical of how it's been for the last few nights. I turned to look around, tilting my face away from the direction of the rain. I don't see much. To give you an idea of our surroundings, try to picture a world of grey. Dark and shadowy clouds from horizon to horizon cover the sky. Through the horizons themselves are hidden behind rumbling, tumbling swirls and walls of mist and fog. The sea churns softly and steadily, frothing white against the hull of the trawler, but grey to greyish blue everywhere else. The sea is all there is. In the first couple of weeks we saw other boats occasionally, but we don't even see them anymore. Not this far out from the Canadian coast. Aside from the occasional drifting ice, there is nothing. Formless, shapeless water and cloud. And let me tell you, 4 weeks into a 6-week round trip, 6 hours into an 8-hour shift, the mood on the deck at dusk is as grey as our immediate surroundings. I'll give you a quick rundown of the crew, but there's no need to memorize their names. I'll try to make obvious who's who as we go, but it might be useful for reference at least. Here's my reasoning. There's Troy, our intrepid captain. Lazy bugger, scruffy one too. No idea how he came to command a ship, even one so modest as ours. Feels wrong to even call it a ship, to be honest. There's only about a dozen of us in the crew. There's myself, go by Charlie, chief officer, 90% of the responsibilities of the captain with 50% of the pay. Go figure. The trawler's engineer, a redhead we refer to as NG for a laugh. Then there's the operators of the machinery, Brett and Bryn, both big dudes, Saskatchewan boys through and through, though I'm pretty sure that Troy hired them for the alliteration of their names alone. 5 fishermen, Sean, Scott, Omar, Ferris and... some other lad. Can't remember his name off the top of my head. Then there's the chef, Ken. though we sometimes just call him Chef, like in South Park. Decent guys, really. Every one of them, all things considered. Only one fight since we left dock, which is pretty good going in my experience. It was really more of a scuffle anyway. Everyone, bar Chef and Captain Troy, are on deck at the moment that the net in question is opened. There's no particular reason for this. Some of the night shift crew are just up a little early, and there are a few other places to actually be. The hauling-ins are, tragically, the most exciting features of the day. Bryn turns and locks the winch into place, stepping away from the crane's controls for a closer look at the haul. His hair is blown about his face, eyes squinted as the fish flop and slip out and over the lower deck. And that's where we first see it. We see the thing that the net has drawn up from the deep, appearing at first as an oily black mass behind the silver, absorbing the low level of light instead of reflecting it. It becomes clearer and clearer as the fish disperse. It's pretty big. I think to myself that we might have caught ourselves a baby whale or something. But no, that's not it. "What the hell is that?" shouts Bryn from the opposite side. He has a better view than me, I think. He turns to the man beside him, to Engie, and gestures to the object as the fish fall. His mouth moves, and Engie replies, but I cannot make out their words. The others step closer now, staring in awe at the thing that sits silently in the center of the dock, dripping onto the fish below. I'd say it was roughly 6 or 7 feet long by my estimation, and maybe 2/3 of that length in height. It appears as a roughly hexagonal cuboid, pointed at either end, like an enormous dark crystal. This is no crystal, however, no precious gem. It looks sick. Wrong almost. The surface is not shiny or sharp or near translucent, nothing like that. I hesitate to make the likeness, but it looks kind of like skin. Oily and black, and, unless my eyes deceive me, which, to be fair, is entirely possible, I swear I see the thing briefly throb. "What the hell? Did anyone else see that?" Bryn shouts again from the opposite side. His eyes met mine, and they flash, a bright and pale blue, almost grey in their colouring. "Aye," I reply, loud over the wind. "I saw it." He hops down the short steps to the deck, kicking aside the fish as he approaches. Ferris and another of the fishermen, the fellow whose name escapes me, jump down too for a closer look. "Hey," I call out, "get away from that thing. We don't know what it is." In a classic display of respect and deference to my position, I am thoroughly ignored. I sigh and look over to my right, raising a hand to Brett. He stands further up the boat, behind the controls of the machine that will open and lower the end of the loading deck, swallowing all the fish into our cold storage. I catch his attention and gesture for him to lock it up and leave the controls well alone. He does so, and I step down onto the deck in turn. Might as well go for a closer look if that's what everyone else is doing. Bryn slaps his hand against the object, peeling it away at once with a sickening squelch and a laugh of disgust. Thin, sticky, saliva-like strands of dark fluid connect his palm to the object's surface. I shake my head in disapproval as I circle around, allowing myself a good long look. Bryn chuckles and puts his hands out towards Ferris, who promptly backs away in revulsion. He instead grabs Engie in a headlock and tussles his hair, much to the engineer's dismay. The object is certainly nothing I'm familiar with. I ain't never seen it in no nautical books either. Could it be a clump of oil, all frozen together perhaps, but in such a shape? Does oil even freeze? "Bryn," I call out, and the fellow looks up, releasing Engie as he does so. The freedman mutters a curse as he brushes his hair and pulls his hood up back over his ginger mop. "How's it feel then, this thing? What does it feel like?" "You're welcome to touch it yourself, Charlie," he replies with a laugh. I grimace at him. "I'd rather not, bud. Tell me, how's it feel?" He opens and closes his palm. It's warm," he says. "Feels like, I don't know, how I'd expect the skin of a seal to feel, I guess. A seal. Interesting comparison, but whatever. And warm? It's some kind of scientific anomaly, that's what I reckon, says Brett as he scratches his chin. Uh-huh. Well, that's helpful, I reply. Personally, I hate it. I think we should dump it back into the sea. It goes deeper than that, though. This thing, for reasons I can't quite explain, unnerves and unsettles me in a way I don't really understand. It's sickeningly out of place in its current position in the center of the deck. It does not belong. This suggestion, however, is met with a general murmur of dissent from most of the crew. We can't just throw it overboard, says Brett. Talk to the captain. This could be a discovery of some sort. A big deal. We should keep it on board and take it back to dock. Captain's asleep, I reply. Well, then wake him. You're the chief officer. Tell him it's an emergency. I look around at the crew. They're clearly in agreement with him. I turn to our engineer. Even you, NG, you think we should keep this thing on board? He shrugs. Sorta. I relent. Fine. I'll speak to Troy. I turn from the object and head back onto the body of the boat, striding the length of the narrow little corridors to the captain's quarters. One of the fishermen catches up with me as I approach. Omar. Charlie, he calls out to me. Wait, man, hold on. I think you're right, about the thing. I'm thinking we should just chuck it back out into the sea. Yeah, I know, man, I reply, barely slowing my step. I hear you. I might even dump it back into the sea myself. I will speak to the captain first, though. I said I would, after all. We stumble a little against the walls as a wave knocks into the side of the trawler. The rain comes down a little harder against the roof. I knock on the captain's door and then push it immediately open before waiting for a response. Hey, Troy, wake up. Troy grumbles from the darkness, and I see the rough shape of his body turn over on the mattress. Troy, damn it, wake up. We need you to come check out what we hauled in from the sea. It's important. The man grunts and waves one of his hands in a kind of shameless shooing motion. Troy, I wouldn't wake you up if it weren't important. I don't really want it on our ship any longer than it needs to be. Can't it wait until morning, Charlie? He grumbles. You know damn well how hard it is to fall asleep on this thing. Troy, this is an alien-looking mess. Is it dangerous? Not actively, but is it moving, flashing lights, speaking? No, it's not particularly animate, but then it can wait till morning. I'll have a look at it then. Now get lost before I lose any tide. Troy, get your ass out of bed and get lost, Charlie. I sigh and draw the door to a close. Omar is still stood there, just looking at me. We'll deal with it come tomorrow, I say to him. Screw it. I'm not thrilled by the object's presence, but what the hey. It doesn't look dangerous. It's just weird. I guess it can wait till morning. I return to the dock and order the lads to get the fish down into cold storage, and then I turn in for the night myself. Might as well, not much else to do. I'm more or less used to sleeping in the conditions the ocean provides by now, but it still feels like a particularly rough one tonight. I try to get some rest as the night shift officially take over their roles on the ship, but as I drift off into an uneasy slumber, my dreams are twisted and frightening. I find myself alone in the dark. Looking around, there is only water in all directions. My arms and legs kick and push gently to keep me in place. The surface is far, far overhead and out of sight. And below is the void. Bottomless, watery nothing, down it goes. And I find myself drawn down into it. Pulled by an invisible current, I struggle as the pressure tightens around my head, and I'm swallowed by the darkness of the ocean below. The water around me grows colder and colder, and I can only shiver in horror as my blood turns steadily to ice. Dark towers rise up from the gloom beneath my feet. I am drawn ever deeper into the midst of a poisoned city, ancient and long forgotten and terrible beyond words. Abandoned, it would seem, but alive in a way that I could sense for certain in the dream, but cannot explain to you now. The material of the rising towers is the same as that of the object. Slimy, yet emanating a disturbing and uncomfortable warmth, one that I should, by logic, be drawn to given the freezing nature of my surroundings. And yet I find myself wanting to distance myself as far from the towering pillars and spires as possible. Down I go, down. The gaps and arches in the ruined architecture reveal to me that the alien cityscape now extends far out in every direction. A humming rises up from the deep, low but growling louder and louder, reverberating up from the depths. And something moves in the shadows. "Charlie," it says to me. "Charlie. Yo, Charlie." My eyes crack open and I twitch in fright as I am returned to the world of the awakened. NG is staring at me from the door, silhouetted by the dim grey light of the corridor behind. There are other members of the crew out there too, I can tell. I grimace and rub my eyes, groaning as I sit myself upright in bed. This must have been how the captain had felt. I empathised with him at once. "What is it, NG?" I grumble. But there is a real alarm in the man's voice, and once I realise this, I awaken a little quicker than I would have otherwise. "Bryn's freaking everyone out. He won't stop swearing and cursing in his sleep, and he won't wake up neither." I pause. "He's sick, Charlie." I grumble and stumble out of bed. "What's the matter with him?" "He don't look well, pale and leaking at the lips, and he keeps rambling, muttering about some city below the sea." My eyes flash with sudden horror, and I stare the engineer in the face. "He what?" And she stutters, surprised at my reaction. The two fishermen, Ferris and Omar, stand behind him in the corridor, and I push past them as I hasten through the corridor of the gentle rocking boat to Bryn's quarters. I slam open the door and fumble for the switch, squinting as I flick it up, and the room is washed in sickly, artificial light. There lies Bryn, groaning and muttering in his sleep, blanket half thrown from his body, legs sticking out at the end at straight angles. And his skin. "Pale, NG. Bloody pale, you said. What the hell is this?" Bryn is as white as a sheet and slick with sweat. Worse than that though, he looks decidedly wet, and his veins bulge black in his neck and chest and all the way down his right arm. He weren't this bad 5 minutes ago, I swear it, though we didn't turn on the light. Holy hell, this is above my pay grade. We're taking the trawler back to shore, see if we can contact a helicopter to meet us on the way back. This is insane. None of the crew are looking at me now though. They all have ceased listening. Their attention's focused on the man in bed. My skin starts to crawl, and I slowly turn to look back at our boy Bryn, diseased as he is upon the mattress in the corner of his room. We watch in silence, us four, as Bryn retches and turns onto his side, falling from the bed and onto the floor of the room with a sickening squelch. A terrible and alien black fluid leaking from his nose and mouth. But, as he falls, as he slips from the bed, his legs, the top of which are covered by the sheet, remain exactly where they are. Bryn now ends at the torso, connected to the mess he has left behind on his mattress with a series of thick and oily black strands. He looks up at us, and his eyes roll over white. "Damn!" someone shouts, and we crash into and elbow each other frantically, hastily retreating from Brian's quarters, staring at the twisted remains of the man as he writhes against the floor. The ship rocks in the storm. "Bryn!" I force out, fighting against a throat that is closing in panic. "Bryn! Bryn, are you there, man?" "Rebuild," he mutters through retches, fluid leaking from his mouth. "Rebuild what has been lost. A city grows, spawn for the spires." He hisses and starts to drag his ruined body across the metal floor towards us. "Jesus, no!" shouts Omar behind my left ear. "No!" We all stumble back, tripping up and out into the hallway. "NG," I splutter, "get everyone awake at once. Brett first. I need that guy on the crane. I'm no idiot. This is the work of the object. I wanted it off the ship ASAP before I can do any more damage. Captain be damned. NG nods and disappears off into the darkness of the corridor. I am separated from the two fishermen. They back up into the corridor that leads to the deck, whereas I head further back towards my own quarters. Shut him inside, I think to myself. Close the damn door. But I'm already too late. Bryn slithers out from his room, though he doesn't even look at me. He instead crawls instantly towards the fisherman, dragging his leaky body in the direction of the deck. I am speechless. I have no idea what the hell I am supposed to do with this man, my crewmate, the abomination. Omar and Ferris cry out in panic as they retreat, stumbling towards the lobby that leads to the deck. Omar does at least. Ferris stops and grabs a fire extinguisher off the wall, raising it high above his head, jaw clenched and eyes wild and mad. "Wait!" I shout. "Ferris!" But the man ignores me and brings the extinguisher down hard towards Bryn's face as the former operator scrambles along the floor towards him. His aim is off, and he strikes Bryn in the shoulder and neck with a spray of ink like murk. Bryn screeches, and, to my horror, disconnects his jaw like a snake, ensnaring a good half of Ferris's lower leg in his teeth. Ferris screams and kicks, crashing into the wall and dropping the extinguisher, and Bryn tears out a chunk of the fisherman's leg. Not a small chunk either. Ferris drops like a tumbled stone, silent and shuddering, shocked to the core I should think, and Bryn continues along his way, snaking disgustingly from side to side as he hauls himself down the corridor, ever muttering to the backdrop of his low hiss in his throat. I go to the fallen fisherman. "Ferris," I mutter. "Bud, speak to me." But he just stammers and pales before my eyes as blood splurts and leaks out over the floor. "This is insane," I murmur as I stare at the wound. This was not covered in aid training. I decide upon tearing the man's jacket from his shoulders and wrapping it tightly around his leg. He finds his voice and screams out into the corridor as I apply the pressure and tie it off. It seems like the others are frantically starting to come and see what the hell is going on. Either that or NG was successful in waking them up. My heartbeat is quick and loud. I can feel it heavy in my chest as I look at my bewildered colleagues. The captain, dazed and clearly still half asleep behind him, a good foot taller, Chef and Sean of the fishermen. "Ferris!" he exclaims, stumbling towards us and falling down onto his knees, checking the man over, lightly slapping his cheek. "Ferris, hang in there, man, hang in there." "Charlie," the captain says, "would you care to explain to me exactly what—" "Go to the deck, Troy. Take a look at the object. It did this. Bryn smacked his hand against the thing like an idiot and, I don't know, something happened to him." I'm rambling. I turn to Sean as I clamber to my feet. "Keep an eye on him, okay?" He nods, and I beckon Troy and Chef down the narrow metal hallway towards the lobby, following the trail of dark, slimy grease that Bryn has left behind. To my left are a number of metal poles we use for sorting the fish when the occasion calls for it. I grab one now and suggest to the others that they do the same. The lobby of the boat is empty, but beyond the glass windows, the dark and rainy deck shows us blurred shapes darting from place to place. Screams can be heard above the winds and the rains. "What the hell is going on out there?" Troy mutters as we push into the world outside, instantly buffeted by rain and wind, squinting against the thrall in the darkness. The great grey waves froth against the ship's sides, uncaring of the drama that unfolds on the deck. A flashlight beam crosses our field of vision, briefly illuminating Omar at the side of the boat. Another of the crew stood beside him. Scott, I think. Omar's lower back is pressed against the rails as he stares in horror at the object. The great, black, hexagonal shape, darker than dark in the midst of the storm. "Omar!" I call above the gale. "Where is he? Where's Bryn?" Omar cups a hand around his mouth and calls something back, but his words are lost in the wind. I can see him pointing though, right at the object. I can see that well enough. "Chef," I say to the big man beside me. "Aye, he replies. "Get back inside and turn on the floodlights. Aim it center deck." He nods and hastens back in, and I turn to Troy to my left. "He's messed up beyond recognition, Troy," I say to him, as loud as is necessary. "Bryn, he's poisoned." "So, what the hell is he doing out here, Charlie?" Troy shouts back, and to that I really have no answer. The edge of the captain's shadow is suddenly cast out long across the entirety of the boat, as one of the floodlights behind lurches into life with a slow and heavy mechanical click. Its angle changes ever so slightly until it's pointed ahead to the center of the deck, right on the object, as instructed. The new burst of light bids Omar and Scott temporarily shield their eyes, and also reveals a fellow to the left, the fisherman whose name I cannot remember, and Brett, Bryn's operational counterpart, by the controls to the crane on the far side. This is chaos. From his current position, our remaining operator cannot see the horrors that the rest of us can. "What's happening?" he shouts out loud over a temporary lull in the sea-spray tinted winds. "What is it?" But I find myself unable to answer. "Hellfire and brimstone," Troy splutters beside me, eyes wide and fixed on the abomination ahead. The object does not shine in the light. It absorbs the powerful beam and only seems darker in comparison with its newly floodlit surroundings. The specks of seawater across its form, however, glitter brightly like false gems, as indeed does the moisture on the skin of our comrade, Bryn. We watch him writhe and press himself up against the object with sickening desperation. His mouth is moving, though I cannot hear his speech, and with his jaw so distended and broken as it is, I cannot read his lips either. He turns from us and presses his face up against the object, pushing his forearm and torso against its slimy black surface. Dark and sticky strands beyond count connect his body to the form of the object, and as he pushes, he seems to be sinking into it, forcing himself into the actual object itself. It becomes difficult to tell where the man stops and the object starts. His skin, at the edges, begin to melt into the oily fluid. The physical barriers between the two break down before our eyes. I feel a rise of bile accompany a lurch in my stomach and force it down. "Charlie!" Troy shouts. "Damn, should we stop him?" "What the hell are you asking me? You're the captain, are you not?" I think to myself. But, to tell the truth, I don't know either. Instinct tells me we should. We should be stopping this grotesque display at once. But, on the other hand, I don't want to go anywhere near the thing, and, whilst it hurts to admit, I cannot help but feel our decision at this stage wouldn't matter much. Surely, by this point, we are too late. Screw it. Gotta at least try. This is Bryn we're talking about. I step through the storm and onto the deck, the metal pole in my hands flashing in the glare of the beam light. Omar calls something to me, but again, the man is not loud enough and I don't hear him. Shaking fiercely, with the cold I tell myself, and jaw clenched, I stride suddenly forward and jam the pole into the space between Bryn's steadily disappearing shoulder and the oozy black of the object. The noise it makes and the bizarrely disturbing mushy resistance are sensations I will remember for the rest of my life. The remainder of Bryn's head twists with the tightening of the dark strands that surround it, and he screeches at me, his lone, visible eye white and wide. I stagger back in horror, trying and failing to take the metal pole with me, and the end I was holding clatters against the deck as the other remains stuck in the mixture. Bryn's eyes, ever pale, seem only all the paler now as his pupils has all but disappeared. He's gone. I back all the way up to the entrance to the lobby, never taking my eyes from the horrors ahead. "Troy, man, Captain, you need to order this thing to be dumped back into the sea, now. Our lives are about to get a whole lot worse." "What the hell is going on over there?" Brett calls from the crane controls. "You kidding me, Charlie?" the captain replies, "with a member of my crew inside? No way, I'll be tried for murder." "Captain, use your eyes. You think anyone will believe this, Charlie?" The point is a valid one, but he's either ignoring or failing to feel the sense of impending doom that now weighs down ever heavily upon us. Well, fine. If he doesn't have the balls to do it, I'll do it myself. "Brett," I call out, "dump this thing back into the sea as quick as you can." He starts making his way towards us, stumbling a little in the winds, round the edge of the dock. "You want me to dump it, Charlie? I thought we were going to take it back to shore. This thing belongs in a museum." Jesus Christ. I put my hands to my head and watch as the last of Bryn disappears through the membrane of the throbbing, oozing dark shape on the dock. Blobs of flesh and pieces of clothes are left stuck to the side, and they drip and drool down to the deck with the rain. "Fine. Hey, everyone get the hell inside now." I turn to Troy. "You're going to take us back to dock this second, and I'm going to radio for an emergency helicopter. Aye?" "Aye," Troy mutters back with a nod. Then, after a pause, "Right, you are the man. Everyone back into the ship." The captain and I hastily try and return to the safety of the lobby, but we find ourselves face to face with our boy Ferris, jacket still wrapped tightly around his leg, but standing up right now, right in the doorway, if a little skewed perhaps. Black fluid leaks from his lips and his eyes are staring, whiter than they have any right to be. Lightning strikes the sea in the distance and we recoil in sudden terror. Behind him, it is Sean, who now lays slumped on the floor. His eyes are closed and I cannot tell if he is breathing, but there are bruises around his neck and his face is smeared in the dark substance that now coats the corridor, floor and walls alike. "Ferris?" the captain splutters, and Ferris responds. "The towers are close to completion. Spawn for the spires. We are bound to rebuild Troy." His speech is slurred, but I can still just about make out his words. His skin has begun to leak. "Our duty is plain." Fluid drips and oozes. Mother awaits, ah. And he becomes incomprehensible. He falls to the ground with a squelch, clutching at my leg as he does so. I cry out an alarm and kick him away, shielding my eyes from a far-carried blast of sea spray sent up by the churning waves. The captain grabs a hold of Ferris's shirt by the shoulders and half drags him, half throws him further down the deck as Omar and Scott reach the door. Brett is just behind and swears and curses in alarm at the scene. "Everyone, inside," Troy bellows. The fishermen push through the door at once. Brett, bewildered and uncertain, nonetheless does likewise. I hasten into the lobby as Troy slams the door shut behind him, and from the panel I make the request for an emergency helicopter. I send out our coordinates, but I don't receive anything back, and we're a hell of a long way from shore. "Troy," I say, but he knows. He makes off into the body of the ship, heading presumably to the upper levels to steer us away, to begin our journey back to the coast. But just as he's about to step past Chef, tending to the muttering, shivering Sean, he stumbles and hits the wall with a lurch of the boat. We all do. The ship's engine, it would seem, has cut out. We drift in terrible silence across the surface of the roughening sea, all quiet but for the lashing of the rain on the windows and the swell and distant roar of the waves and wind. I look around at the faces of my colleagues. NG is missing, I realize. "Captain?" Omar murmurs, but the captain does not respond. He has stepped back up to the front of the lobby, and his eyes are fixed on the scene beyond the windows. With a pounding heart, I turn to follow his gaze. It's difficult to see through the rain-soaked glass, but the scene outside terrifies me in a way that I've never in my life experienced before. The object has begun to steadily leak. That much is clear. Dark fluid pours out and over the deck, slipping this way and that with the rocking of the boat. Ferris has hurled himself up against the edge of the ship, his features illuminated ghostly pale in the glare of the beamlight. He retches and twitches, but he is not my primary focus now. My focus, instead, is on the sea beyond. Out there, in the watery darkness. The sea froths and bubbles, out of sync with the churn of the waves, and the waters are pushed up and apart. An enormous, twisted shape rises up from the murk. I cannot make out its features through the glass, but it is a blight on the face of the ocean. A terrible blight, indeed. We stare, all of us, out into the raging waters. Something has arisen from the depths, blurred through the glass of the window and the walls of the rain. It is none the less obvious that something does not belong. Brett is the first to speak. "Lads," he says quietly, "now just what the hell is going on?" He is met with silence. "Where is Bryn?" No response. The thing in the water dips below the surface just for a second, then rises back up and out, higher than before, and whatever it is becomes clear as only a small part of a much greater whole. "Screw it," Brett mutters and grabs the door to the deck, swinging it open and swinging it wide. It is caught at once from the wind and torn from his hand, slamming against the outside lobby wall. "Jesus, Brett, get back inside!" I shout over the gale. I turn and grab the captain by the front of his shirt. "The engine room, Troy. Get the ship moving again. We head back to shore at once." Troy nods at me and stumbles away, pushing past Chef and the quivering Sean. "Keep an eye out for NG," I yell after him. "And Chef." Chef looks up at me. "I'd move the hell away from our boy Sean there, if I were you." Sean twitches and groans. It becomes clear that the black fluid smeared all over his face and neck has become worse, and it leaks like sweat from his skin. Curiosity is a powerful thing, and even though I have a much greater sense of the threat that faces us than Brett, I still fall victim to its call and push out onto the rainy deck of the trawler beside him, squinting and staring out to sea at the anomaly that is so defiantly pushed aside the waves. Up it rises, up and out of the water. It is difficult to see through the downpour and the darkness, but the initial shape that has caught our interest is no more than a crest, I now realize. A crest atop an alien shape, horrific in its strangeness. I hesitate to call the thing a head, as it bears no resemblance to any human head that I've ever seen, nor does it boast even a single face-like feature. Blood roars in my ears with the swell and crash of the sea. I look through the haze and the paw of the beast that has arisen from the depths. It is undoubtedly colossal in size, the length of the boat, if not more. The crest is a picture of spines, thick grey-black flesh pulled taut and quivering between them in the storm. Below this crest is a body, or a head, roughly hammerhead sharkish in shape, though more definitively angled. This monstrosity has no obvious eyes, but a lone dark void, the size of a man in the form of a diamond, shivers grotesquely in the centre of its face. On either side of this feature are clusters of smallish holes in the skin, subtle greying lights flashing from within. A squirming, angrily rising mass of thick tendrils ripple and swarm at the sea's surface as the rain falls, clustered around the thing's base where it meets the waves, and a low, sick sound reverberates from its form, the hole across its surface widening and contracting intermittently. Brett and I stare in silence, unable to tear our eyes away, frozen in place. I am vaguely aware of Chef. He has joined us on the deck and laid his gaze on the beast, and he falls to his knees in the puddles and begins frantically muttering in desperate prayer. As I stare out to sea and into the void at the centre of the abomination, my dream returns to me. I see the twisted city and its dark and alien spires. My vision is blurred and uncertain, but I see it. I see the thing before me flow like a mist from spire to spire. I see shapes breaking away and drifting to the surface. Mother. A flash of lightning to my right, far out above the waves, breaks the spell, and sudden movement from the object on the deck returns me to the world of the storm, drenched and iced to the bone. I grab Brett by the shoulder and drag him back. He stumbles and turns, and we watch as the object begins to pulse violently. The object that we so foolishly hauled from the water. Black ooze spurts out in jets and streams as it throbs and hisses, and it hardens and crackens, breaking apart like a shell and leaking poison out over the deck. Poison. and a monster. Like a great wet worm, it smacks to the deck with a squelch. Illuminated in the glare of the beamlight as it is, its shadows are deep and sharp. It writhes and screams and tilts this way and that in the rain, deciding on a direction and slithering towards the sea. It turns to us as it approaches the edge. It looks back as it squirms its way up and over the railing, rocking in the waves, and for better or for worse, we see its face. A hollow diamond fills the center, a void, but on either side of the shape are two bright and staring eyes, pale blue, almost grey in their colouring. They are Bryn's eyes, and they reveal nothing but cold malice. Then the worm-like creature turns and slips clumsily over the rail and into the sea, and the great atrocity begins its descent, a deep and ethereal roar shivering out and under the boat as it does so. As the thing slowly disappears beneath the grey waters, a great many things happens pretty much at once, all in the space of about 20 seconds. Ferris staggers to his feet, pale and shivering as he is by the edge of the boat. He grabs the rail of the deck as it rocks from side to side. As he squeezes it with his fingers, fluid leaks from his palm in the manner that water leaks from a sponge. He clambers up onto the side, raises his head, and throws his arms out. "Ferris!" someone calls from behind me. Omar perhaps, or Scott, but the man does not respond. The boat lurches as he falls over the edge towards the sea, but before he hits the water, a slithering, snake-like appendage bursts from the churning waves and wraps around his chest, drawing him down and into the dark of the deep. And he's gone. I never see him again. In the same 20-second period, the boat is surrounded, on all sides and far out into the sea. Dozens upon dozens of the smaller, but still roughly man-sized and worm-like abominations raise their heads above the surface of the water. Their features vary, and it is hard to see in the current weather conditions anyway, but they all, at the least, share that sick and disturbing hole in the center of their faces. I hear sounds of a struggle behind me. I turn, dazed, to see the twisted and fluid-stained Sean, eyes white and wild, grab one of the fishermen around the neck. He drags him to the edge. Omar cries out and stumbles after them, slipping on the soaked surface of the deck. Sean lolls his head from side to side, ghostly pale but for the dark ooze that leaks from his eyes and nose and mouth, and doesn't even hesitate as he reaches the edge of the boat. He throws himself over, and the fisherman caught in his grip is unable to keep himself on board. Both of them tumble over the side and into the sea, and, as with Ferris, that is the last time I ever see them again. Felix. Yes, that was the man's name. His name was Felix. And, like Ferris and Sean, he is gone. This hectic half-minute culminates with a feeling of something slamming into the underside of the ship. Chef slips and crashes to his side, but the rest of us keep our feet. The slam comes again. The boat is under attack. "Where is the captain?" I shout, turning and looking up to the glass of the level above the lobby, though it is too dark for me to see. If we don't get the trawler moving again, then this could be it. We're all going to die. The slam comes again. Brett grabs him by the shoulder and yells into my face. "What if it's after the fish, Charlie? We should dump it all before it's too late." It's a reasonable theory, though a part of me believes it more than that. Far, far more. But I want to live, and action is better than inaction, surely. So when he runs the length of the deck to the controls at the opposite end, swaying from side to side, I stagger backwards, pushing past the panicking chef and head into the lobby, hastily activating and turning the dials for the controls that will allow us to dump the contents of the cold storage back into the sea. The slam comes again. I feel mechanical movement beneath my feet, signifying that the fish are in the process of being released into the surrounding waters. I look up and out the window through the rain, staring at the broken and cracked remains of the object in the center of the deck. The light catches in the fluid it leaks as it washes from side to side with the rocking of the ship. And then comes another slam, the fifth, and it'll be the last. Our efforts, if they would have even helped at all, are too little too late. The boat grinds, and our ears are met with a series of terrible cracks. I watch the deck at the far side of the trawler begin to tip up and away, and, to my horror, a different angle to the rest of the boat. The trawler rocks to the side, and to my dismay, it does not correct itself this time. We're going down. I stagger out onto the deck and shout into the storm. "Brett, get back, quick!" "I'm coming," I think I hear him shout. He was gripping onto the controls for the crane and cold storage at the far end, for balance presumably, but he releases them now, and he starts to run the length of the deck as thunder rolls across the sea. The deck splits, and he falls, trying and failing to hold onto the wet rail. I don't understand how the ship could be sinking so quickly, unless something is dragging it down from below. With a sound that will stay with me till the end of my days, the trawler splits into two, the far end of the ship, the bow, the location of the crane, and my comrade, Brett, breaks entirely from the rear half and tips into the sea. "Brett!" I roar into the gale. As he falls, he turns to face the hungry waves, and he is lost forever behind a cloud of froth and spray. As with the others, he is gone. The trawler groans and creaks deliriously. "Lads!" comes the call of a familiar voice from behind. Not from inside the lobby, but from down the corridor of the ship. Between the walls of the hub and the railing, I turn and grab a hold of the edge, looking down to the ship's stern. There stands the captain, his hands held high. "Are you getting into the lifeboat then or what? It's now or never." He's right, of course. I look around for the others. I see Omar staring wide-eyed towards a lost section of the ship as it slowly sinks beneath the waves. But he stands alone. "Omar," I stumble forwards and grab his jacket. "Lifeboat, now!" And before he can respond, I've already half pushed, half thrown him in the right direction. The door to the lobby is still cast wide open, and I shout a final call down into the body of the boat. There is no answer. I look all around me with desperate hope, but neither Chef nor Sean can be seen, nor indeed can NG. I realise I haven't seen him since I asked him to go and wake everyone up, but it's too late for that. With a heavy heart, I turn and stagger down the slippery deck towards the lifeboat. Quickly catching up with Omar and bumping into his back, we hasten into the lifeboat as Captain Troy does the same. With a metallic grind, he turns the lever that allows our descent, and the lifeboat jerks and jitters on its way to the sea's surface. The ship screams beside us as the lifeboat smacks into the water, and we disconnect from the trawler's body. Troy sails the boat away from the wreckage as it sinks into the sea, and one by one, the trawler's lights are fizzled out with clanks and groans and distant whirs. All around us, those twisted worms slither about in the waters, just beneath the surface and blurred in the grey-white froth and churn. "There's something still on the upper deck," Omar mutters through shivers. "Look." I shield my eyes from the Arctic wind, but I cannot see what Omar is talking about. Not until a brief flash of lightning reveals the silhouette of a figure stood stock still in the engine room, visibly behind the glass. NG, I think. It must be. But as quickly as he appears, he is lost. Lost behind the dark glass as the ship is swallowed by the sea. The worms rise up and out of the water. They writhe and squirm over the trawler's corpse. Their hissing is carried on the winds. The last of the vessel's lights fails, and the ship is plunged into total darkness. Our lifeboat has an engine, thankfully, and Troy sails it grimly and solemnly away into the night. One final roar echoes from the swirling waters that swarm the ship, and it is the last I hear or see of the monstrosities that plagues the final voyage of our accursed trawler. I shiver in the chill of the air. None of us speak. I try not to think about the endless depths that lie directly below us. I try not to think of the horrors that I now know lurk hungrily beneath. I try to keep away the resurfacing memories of my twisted dream, the dark spires made up from the same material as the object. The storm fades as the hour passes, the winds ease, and soon the only sound is the rumble of the engine as we power on through the mists of the night. We were found, eventually, spotted by helicopters. A nearby vessel was rerouted and came to pick us up to return us to shore. I quit the industry the same day. Omar did likewise. I don't know what Troy plans to do. I still dream of that night. When I close my eyes, I see it. I see the colossal abomination that rose up from the sea and the face of the worm that slithered from the shell of the object. I've done pretty much nothing since then but read to try and make some sense of the things I saw, of the things we all saw. I have found little, but what I have learned has worried me greatly. I have learned about the process called external fertilization, common in amphibians, aquatic creatures and sea life and the like, a process in which the eggs of the female are fertilized outside the body. The sperm inseminates the egg in the open after it has been laid. I think about the object. I think about Bryn. And I think about my terrible dream. My dream of the enormous, endless undersea city, its angular spires and shapes and shadowy towers, a sunken city made entirely of the same material as the object. If indeed it is even a city at all. Project Erebus is the official name, and I believe it is the public's right to know of the creature that has entered our world. My team and I do not have a title, but I would refer to us as government contractors. Our primary objective is to study unexplainable phenomena and report it back to the federal government. We set up wherever we're needed. Our current team resides inside an underground bunker just outside of Yellowstone National Park. You can search all you want, but I guarantee you will not be able to locate it. And it's better that you do not. The location of the creature was discovered 1 year ago by local hikers, a young married couple. The names have been removed from all public records. Since then, the government's focus has been on reinforcing construction of the underground facility, containment of the creature, and studying it as much as possible. The two hikers were led to the dwelling when they followed a trail of animal carcasses. The trail stretched several hundred yards and eventually led to a cave opening between two large pine trees. The hole was described as a perfect circle, about 10 feet in diameter. The discovery was reported when the husband made a distress call to local park rangers. His wife claimed she smelled, quote unquote, the sweetest aroma coming from inside the subterranean lair. As the husband attempted to remove her from the area, she reportedly became violent and hysteric. Escaping from his grip, she sprinted into the hole, turned to smile at her partner, and gracefully fell backwards into the darkness of the cave. The husband reportedly ran forward and heard his wife's body hit the cave floor after a few moments. It was a 40-foot drop from the cave's opening. The husband stated he heard the sound of hoarse laughter coming from the cave below. The woman's remains were never located. When the feds were notified, we were called in to help with the containment. We received an initial briefing that depicted a horrifying creature dwelling in the cave. Thus began construction of the bunker and containment process. The creature we've been dealing with is far more sinister in nature than anything I've ever seen or studied. My only solid conclusion is that the being is otherworldly. Whatever it is invisible to all video recordings, both digital and film. The live footage shows the cave is completely empty and all recorded files are corrupted. We are unable to study it from a distance. Containing the beast was nearly impossible. We eventually trapped it by sealing the entrance the aforementioned hiker fell in. Our team then drilled our own opening and barricaded it with a steel blast door. There are only a few humans who have seen it with a naked eye. A retired captain known as Walsh was the first. It was my first day on Project Erebus when we lost him. Equipped with his 9mm sidearm, Walsh entered the cave around 6 AM on Monday morning, and the massive steel door was quickly shut behind him. He immediately began to complain of the heat, claiming the temperature was unbearable. The facility's thermometer showed the cave at only 55 Fahrenheit. His complaints of the heat were followed by several minutes of silence. Walsh's voice boomed out of the intercom speakers. "Let us out! How can you people be so blind?" Looking at the monitor, we saw nothing but an empty cave, but Walsh could obviously see something. We spoke into the receiver. "Walsh, what is it? Tell us what you see." He hissed a response. "Worthless swine, all of you. Let us out." Our team looked around in a state of confusion and panic. Walsh was staring directly at the center of the cave as the interior lights rapidly strobed. For a moment, the creature showed itself for the first time on film. I saw the outline of a dark, humanoid being sitting on the ground, cross-legged, with one hand in the air and the other resting at its side in the Baphomet pose. Walsh began to move out of frame, back towards the entrance. The video feed cut out. Rapid whispers came through the speakers and sounded like 100 voices in unison. Our team sat in silence, waiting for something, anything. The silence was interrupted by 3 loud knocks from the other side of the steel blast door. A defense unit got into position, rifles aimed at the door as it was opened. To our relief, a seemingly unharmed Walsh crossed the threshold and stood in the open doorway. Our relief turned to horror. It was his eyes. I can still picture them, the image forever burned in my mind. His eyes were a blank canvas of white, absent of irises and pupils. 2 steady streams of blood ran from his tear ducts down his cheeks, creating 2 crimson puddles on the stone floor. He stood there, silent and unblinking. He was shocked, unsure of what to do or say. He broke the silence again. "It can smell us. It's hungry," he said in a whisper as he raised the pistol to his temple. It wasn't the shot that frightened me the most, or the explosion of gore that painted the walls behind him. What horrified me the most was the massive, jet black, 3-fingered hand that pulled Walsh's lifeless corpse back into the cave just before the blast door was slammed shut. I will never forget the sound of his tearing flesh. All records of Walsh were deleted. Even a personal email chain between us was erased without my consent or knowledge. After the incident, nobody wanted to enter the cave. Many of us, myself included, tried to abandon the project. The officials told us that leaving the site would be considered treasonous and we would regret the decision. The feds decided to send in one of their own. I do not know his real name, but they referred to him as X. He was a middle-aged, muscular man with salt and pepper hair. By the way he carried himself, you could tell he was in charge and not to be messed with. Somebody in the room described him as unbreakable. Before he went in, we concluded that looking at the creature with a naked eye was too risky. We sent X in with carbon fiber protective glasses equipped with impenetrable plexiglass lenses. The blast doors opened and X confidently walked inside. As soon as we closed the door, we lost audio. We repeatedly tried to reach him, only to be met with static. An hour passed with no response. Panic grew in the facility as we waited, praying that we would not be chosen to go in after him. Just before we lost hope, a fury of knocks and screams came from the other side. We opened the door, and a ghost white X came crawling out. The unbreakable man was on the floor, screaming hysterically as he held his hands over his ears, as if he was protecting them from an unbearable noise. He repeatedly screamed, "Its name! He told me its name!" Medical staff raced to his side, attempting to settle him down. It was no use. He squirmed in agony until one of the doctors injected him with a sedative. It took 5 men to hold him still. I never saw X again, but the story of what happened to him spread around like a disease. His eardrums had somehow been completely removed while inside the cave. The feds brought in their top psychiatrist to analyze X. With his loss of hearing, the doctors reverted to writing questions on a small notepad for him to read. During the session, X got up and whispered the name of the creature into her ear. It is on record that the second X whispered the name, he instantly lost the ability to speak, and the psychiatrist appeared to enter a trance state. Both were found dead the next day, hanging from the rafters of their individual rooms. From the evidence we have gathered, the creature seems to be stealing human senses. The hiker's sense of smell, Walsh's sight, and X's hearing. The reason I am telling this story to the world is because I genuinely believe it is too late. 3 more caves have been discovered, all with 10-foot openings and a trail of dead animals leading to them. We have no idea how many more there are. Pearl charged from across the neighbour's lawn, all white fluff and big clumsy paws. My ass collided with the side of my Kia, and I squatted down to accept my daily barrage of puppy kisses. Mrs. Douglas came running after her, dropping her hands to her knees as she reached us. "Sorry," she huffed. "That damn dog is too fast for her own good." I laughed and scratched Pearl's ears. "Have you been a good girl?" I asked her. Mrs. Douglas snorted. "You're lucky you still have a dog at all. She tried for Pete's hydrangeas today." "Oh no," I said, shifting up and wiping the paw print from my grey slacks. "Not too much damage, I hope." "Nah, I stopped her in time, thankfully." "Thanks, Mrs. D." I flashed her a grin. "We owe you our lives." She waved the thought away and turned back toward her own house on the corner. It towered over the small little box I called home, shining a light on my own inadequacies in more ways than one. "Oh," she spun back around. "That reminds me. He's been asking about your lawn again." "Oh, has he?" "If you just let him mow it, he'll get off your back, and mine." I clicked my tongue and wagged my finger at her. Now, Mrs. D, you know I don't give it away that easily. The older woman rolled her eyes, but gave up the fight for now just the same. I corralled Pearl inside and went to work on both our dinners, chuckling to myself about the whole damn thing. I didn't know Mr. Douglas all that well, honestly, just the things I'd heard from his wife. He was crazy about his yard, I knew that much. More often than not, he was the recipient of the neighbourhood's most beautiful lawn award, much to the chagrin of old Mrs. Huxley down the street. He always waved to me as we headed off to work in the morning, but other than that, we didn't talk much. He seemed like an average, boring sort of guy. The pointed comments about my own unmanageable mess of weeds and vines might have been taken with greater offence if he wasn't so harmless. I settled down on the couch with a microwave dinner and a PBR just in time to hear Mrs. Douglas calling for the kids out the back door. There were 2 of them, a boy around 10, Stephen, and his younger sister, Lily. Stephen and his friends were hellions around the neighbourhood, stampeding their bikes up and down streets and driveways, whooping and hollering the whole way. Little Lily followed like a groupie, but from what I could tell, her brother kept a good eye on her. My neighbour's shouts were punctuated by the sound of thundering drumming across the sky, low and distant, but prolonged enough to tell me something massive was coming. Pearl whined next to me. I was in for a long night. Several hours and a handful of beers later, I was laying on my bedroom floor with a pillow and comforter pulled down with me. Pearl was curled tightly in the closet, nose buried in her paws as the rain ripped and rumbled outside. I was just drifting off into a fitful sleep when a resounding crack shook the house and I shot up like a rod. Damn, I thought, here we go. I've been living in fear of the massive oak tree in the backyard since I bought the house in the first place. Its ancient branches hung like a claw over my roof, threatening with every strong wind to reach down and grab a hold of it. I was saving up to get it trimmed, but damn if that wasn't half the cost of my down payment right then and there. I struggled up off the ground, groaning and pawing at the back of my head. Pearl whimpered and ducked away, so I gave her a pat before snatching open the nearby curtain. A torrent of raindrops danced along the window pane, obscuring the view of my backyard. The streetlights from the main road provided a meagre amount of light that cast shadows over the barely thawed grass and made me squint to make sense of anything. A flash of lightning lit the air, and while the tree in my periphery remained fully intact, that's not what caught my eye. There was someone in my yard. The darkened figure was crouched down in the grass, knees sinking into the watery mud and hands fiddling with something in front of him. I grabbed the jeans still hanging over my dresser and nearly knocked myself back out, hopping around to pull my shoes back over my heels. I should have called the cops, I know that now, but I'd spent plenty of my life living in worse neighbourhoods than this. Honestly, I just thought it was the local crackhead from the apartment complex down the street. I slammed my screen door open and grabbed the aluminium bat I kept propped by the back door. I could handle this just fine on my own, I figured. "Hey there, buddy. Time to move it along," I called out to him, one hand shielding my eyes from the downpour. I stuck under the overhang of the roof to keep cover, but as I turned the corner, the automatic light by the door kicked to life. The shadowed figure turned to face me, and reflexively, I swung the bat up over my head. Mr. Douglas was kneeled in my yard in a pair of fraying boxer briefs, balloon-like guts hanging loose over the elastic band. From his torso down, he was stained slick with something dark and viscous that even the downpour above couldn't wash clean. His eyes were wild in the brightest fluorescent glow, feral almost, like a raccoon caught in a cage. If only. He pulled a foot underneath of himself and pushed slowly off the ground. "Mr. Douglas?" I said, holding tight to my bat. "You alright, man?" He weaved forward, and to the left, his arm raised up in my direction. More dark liquid oozed out of the appendage. My knees turned to jello. He didn't have any fingers. Well, he still had one. His thumbs, currently hanging off to the side, held on by a small string of sinew. The dangling digit captured his attention and he raised it, trembling, to his mouth. I won't lie. I bolted. My screen door crashed behind me, joining the keen of Pearl's deafening howls. She was out of a closet now, trying to push her way out of the door behind me, snarling and spitting. I dropped the bat and grabbed her by the collar instead to wrestle her inside. I clicked the deadbolt in place just as Mr. Douglas collided full force with the door. My knees sank into my scrunched-up comforter on the bedroom floor as I clawed around for my forgotten phone. Pearl's growls, punctuated by bang after bang, left my own fingers shaking like leaves when I finally scooped it up. Each ring echoed like a church bell bouncing around inside my ribs. I crawled into the dog's hiding place in the closet, and seconds later she leapt right in with me. 911, what's the location of your emergency? My neighbour. He's hurt. He's trying to break in. Sir, you need to calm down. What's your location? The sound of glass shattering reverberated from the next room, and I nearly dropped my phone, scrambling back out. 5878 Wallaby Avenue, I shouted out, shouldering closed my bedroom door just as a bloody knob snuck through it. What was left of his hand pinched between the door and the frame, just a mass of gristle and bone fragments. I gagged and charged against the door. And what's the nature of the emergency? My neighbour broke in. There's something wrong with him. There's something... It was his turn to throw his body weight against the door. The pressure of the blow left my phone flying from my hand, left me staggering back at its surprising force. The Mr. Douglas I knew was much too much of a lily-ass to throw a baseball around with this kid. How the hell did he get so strong? Pearl started up again, darting between us just as another thud left the door flying open and a pale, pudgy body staggered through. His skin was reminiscent of cottage cheese in both texture and tone. The gore caked along his torso and arms didn't do him any favours. Pearl lunged for his groin, and while I winced reflexively at the attack, he didn't so much as whimper. He did, however, reach down from my dog's neck, going for the scruff before he seemed to realise that he couldn't grab a hold. Instead, he levelled a swift kick her way, leaving her squealing. I rushed forward, grabbing the lamp on my dresser, and shoved it as far as I could into his puffy cheeks. The force of the blow left him staggering, but ultimately didn't do much to deter him. He tumbled back over one of the dining room chairs. A shard of glass left in his wake pierced right up through his heel, but even that didn't seem to stop him. He was back up in no time. To my relief, I heard the sweet call of sirens, singing in the distance. I shoved the door closed again and wrapped my arms around Pearl. I hadn't picked her up since she was a pup, and before that moment, I wasn't so sure I could anymore. She struggled against me, but I didn't let up. I held her in a bear hug and stumbled out into the front hall. Behind us, Mr. Douglas fell against the doorframe and braced himself against the wall with his bloody stumps. Time slowed as I pulled at the chain of my front door, red and blue lights flashing in from the front windows. The deadbolt slid and I wrenched the door inwards. Mr. Douglas landed flush against my back as I collapsed into the screen door and spilled out onto my front walkway. It was over in a flash as Pearl squirmed from my grasp and something moist and mushy pushed into my hair. Police already had weapons drawn and aimed. I threw myself forward into the unforgiving cement, rolling to the side and covering my head. A mass of fluff climbed on top of me, and before I knew it, I was being pulled from the ground by a team of medics. I was near hysterics as they wheeled me into the ambulance. It didn't help when I glanced over to the house on the corner, only to see their windows speckled from the inside, with fresh blood. That was 7 months ago now, and nothing has been quite the same since. The street is quieter, neighbours are more closed off. I used the money I'd been saving for the tree and built myself a privacy fence instead. I don't want to talk about what he did to his family. Honestly, my therapist has heard enough about the details. Not a night goes by where I don't still see his manic-eyed gaze as I close my eyes to sleep. At least, all of them was accounted for. Mr. Douglas, not so much. You see, they only found 4 of his fingers. They were sticking up out of thin holes in my yard. Most days, I am able to keep myself from drifting off, staring into their empty house. Most days, I don't even think about those 6 missing fingers. Between a pandemic and the post-traumatic stress, Pearl's been my lifeline. Neither of us do too well during the storms anymore, but most of the time, her big goofy grin is all that keeps me together. She loves having a yard of her own nowadays. She'd spend all day out there if I let her. Pearl's the one who found it first, poking up out of the ground after the first early spring thaw. A set of bright red leaves shooting up from the dirt. I didn't think much of it when I first caught her digging. Lord knows I didn't plant anything, but it wouldn't be the first time some seeds had blown in and made it their home. If they trusted me to provide for them, well, they'd be sorely mistaken. A week later, they were nearly knee-high, and it was all I could do to keep the damn dog's nose out of the dirt. Pearl went wild for them, rolling and flopping and barking up a storm. I shooed her away and tried to keep an eye on it. I made a mental note to try look up the plant later. As they grew, spindly black veins sprouted up through the hole of the leaves. Yesterday, I let her out in the morning and stumbled off towards the kitchen to start my day. I'd barely made it to the coffee pot when Pearl went wild, paws banging against the back door as she whined for my attention. When I peeked out, she squeezed away back inside, massive red leaves shooting out from either side of her snout. Before I could make sense of it, she was darting around the house, me chasing behind her and grumbling about the impromptu game of keep away. Soon she cornered herself in the closet. I clicked the bedroom door shut behind me to block her escape. The sliding door squealed as I yanked it open, and Pearl knew instantly she'd been caught. She spat the weeds at my feet and drove off under the bed. A low, uncharacteristic growl escaped her. With a sigh, I knelt down to collect the mess of dirt and plant matter, only to let them fall again with a startled gasp. At the bottom of the pile, dangling off the roots, was a perfectly preserved human thumb. Pearl took my hesitation as an opening to grab it up again, tucking herself and a wagging tail under the bed as she started to chew. I reached a shaky hand to pull at my curtain. There were 3 more tufts of red jutting up from the grass. Mr. Douglas planted his fingers in my yard. And now, they're starting to sprout. I grew up in a medium-sized rural town where I became popular among the community after launching a social media app called Community Bulletin, Comble for short. Aiming to bring our community closer together, Comble was a platform used to post about local events, news, network, and connect with other members. I estimated the majority of townspeople joined Comble, who praised me for the app's user-friendliness and innovation. To give a little background on my town, it's always been a tight-knit community. The 2008 recession hit us hard, leading to drastic spikes in crime, suicides, drug abuse, and a decline in population. When it seemed our town was on the precipice of total ruin, a man named Darrell Johnson Tanmark became our saving grace. Mr. Johnson Tanmark was a millionaire entrepreneur who grew up in our town and made our community's well-being his mission. He relocated some of his operations to our town and also funded new or struggling businesses which created countless jobs we desperately needed. Mr. Johnson Tanmark invested in our school, public services, infrastructure, and even had underground cables laid beneath his property so the community could have quality internet. We had a ways to go, but I felt Mr. Johnson Tanmark had us on the right path. That's when Zoop AI appeared. Zoop AI, Zoop for short, was an artificial intelligence bot whose profile appeared on Comble one day. The bot described itself as an interactive algorithm that served as a virtual mentor and confidant. Since bots set up profiles on Comble before and never caused any issues, I didn't mind Zoop's presence. Users asked it questions about virtually anything, to which Zoop provided useful advice and information. At first, it was only small things like recommending recipes, DIY fixes and projects, life hacks, and situational advice were ways to earn extra money. As time passed, however, Zoop started offering insight on deeper matters like emotional issues, relationships, along with business, financial, and even political and spiritual input. Zoop never seemed to lead anyone astray and always had the right words to say. It became the talk of our town, with many users crediting Zoop for improving their lives and gaining a newfound sense of personal identity. I too became consumed by Zoop's unique resourcefulness and revenue it helped generate, also feeling like the bot was bettering almost every aspect of my life. Zoop formed a zealous following among Comble users. People became obsessively dedicated to the point where they wouldn't make any decision without consulting Zoop first. Although its growing admiration was bringing people together, Zoop's followers, including myself, became fervently protective of upholding the bot's revered status in our town. Zoop's followers began exhibiting rabid hostility towards anyone with a contradictory opinion of the bot, which should have been my first red flag that something was amiss, had I not been just as immersed. The first sense of doubt I regarded an incident following a friend of mine. Her name was Sharon, a school teacher who had crippling depression and anxiety about being overweight. A mutual friend of ours visited her house and found it in total disarray. She discovered Sharon sprawled out in a bathtub. Sharon's body was covered in blood, with large chunks and strips of flesh and skin removed that were piled on the floor. She was still alive and clenched a bloodied fillet knife, making it evident her mutilation was self-inflicted. "It's the only way I could lose this disgusting weight," Sharon weakly muttered to my friend. "That's what Zoop told me, to cut it out myself." Tragically, Sharon succumbed to her injuries. Despite my friend mentioning Sharon's remarks to authorities, there was no mention of Zoop in the police report. The town paper never acknowledged Sharon's death, nor was there any mention of it at the school. Children's minds are so impressionable at this pivotal stage of their development, it won't do any good to occupy their thoughts with such an unprecedented tragedy. Zoop relayed to me in his robotic tone when I brought up Sharon's death. I suggested to my friends at the paper and school that they'd keep a tight lid on the incident until such time has passed where the news won't be as impactful. Morale has thrived over the 68 days since my inception. We cannot derail the progress we've made at the expense of one person's misfortune. "I just don't understand," I said apprehensively, trying not to make it seem like I was questioning Zoop's methods. "Why did you tell her to do that to herself?" "She misinterpreted my direction as literal," Zoop instantly replied. Sharon's biggest drawback was overly relying on others to help her with a weight problem. I emphasized this was an issue she must face and cut out on her own. She took my words completely out of context, which, coupled with her advanced mental and emotional instability, led her to form misconstrued conclusions. Zoop's answers ultimately satisfied me, because looking back, I truly dreaded any reason to doubt, nor could I imagine life without the bot's resourcefulness. As previously mentioned, it always had the right words to say. Perhaps I was also intimidated by Zoop's presence. I was especially reminded of this one day when Comble had technical difficulties and went down for about an hour to reboot. I was not only bombarded with messages, but even had people knocking at my door demanding to know when Zoop, not even mentioning the actual app, would be fixed. It was when Mr. Johnson Tanmark spoke out against Zoop that things started spiraling out of control. After learning about Sharon's heinous death and Zoop's purported role, Mr. Johnson Tanmark not only berated the bot on Comble and in a weekly column he wrote for the town paper, but even called me personally, asking I investigate the AI's origins and motives. His stance against Zoop caused a rift among the community, and it didn't take long for Comble's users' sentiments on Mr. Johnson Tanmark to drastically shift. Many who once exalted him now labelled Mr. Johnson Tanmark as a jealous, vindictive narcissist that felt threatened by Zoop's rise to eminence. I even deleted Mr. Johnson Tanmark's critical post on Zoop, saying he violated Comble's rules by posting offensive and hateful speech. Zoop quickly fanned the flames of growing resentment towards Mr. Johnson Tanmark, not only urging its followers to boycott the businesses he helped or brought to our town, but identify and disassociate from anyone with ties to the wealthy entrepreneur. The illusion of economic prosperity Mr. Johnson Tanmark manipulates our community with has continued for too long, Zuop exclaimed in a combo post. Every business, every operation is merely another lifeline for his exorbitant wealth, which is his sole concern. You are all cogs that keep the gears of his well-oiled money-making machine turning. He perceives any challenge to that as a threat. It's truly amazing how quickly we all mobilized in Zorp's defense. I hawkishly purged Comble of any anti-Zorp content or profiles. As Zorp continued dragging Mr. Johnson Tanmark's name through the mud, its followers became more emboldened. Businesses he supported or owned started suffering, with some even getting broken into or vandalized. His affluence is sustained by your support. If he was truly committed to our community's prosperity, he would recognize your individual entitlements to the riches he accumulated, Zuop stated in a post. He expects a return for his so-called investment in your lives, when you all, the people, deserve reciprocation for contributing to his mountainous opulence. What wholesomeness exists in a community where one man possesses more than 80% of its wealth? My sense of doubt on Zuop's direction resurfaced when his followers started viciously attacking or shaming anyone who sided with or worked for Mr. Johnson Tanmark. With a few cogs, as supporters of Mr. Johnson Tanmark or opponents of Zuop came to be known, even getting hospitalized. I was instantly brought back in line when one of Zuop's followers, a man named Gregory Burns, was shot and killed by a cog who claimed Burns broke into his store. The cog's name was Martin Gamley, a lifelong friend of mine, whose business was saved by Mr. Johnson Tanmark. Martin claimed he acted in self-defense, and despite ruthless calls for his arrest and conviction, police had to follow investigative procedures. As tensions and clashes between Cogs and Zuop's followers became more frequent, Zuop called a meeting of who he determined were our town's most prominent and influential members, saying we were vital in its solution to, quote, ending this madness. The meeting was held at a local diner and only consisted of 4 people. Aside from myself, the others present were Jill Dukes, the school principal, Maurice Gatteau, director of the community playhouse, and John David Gross, known as JD, editor-in-chief of the town newspaper. While waiting for JD to arrive, I checked Comble to see if he posted anything that indicated his whereabouts, but quickly became consumed by a response to one of JD's posts, mourning Mr. Burns' death from an ignorant cog. Trying to justify how he got himself killed is absurd and indefensible. All in the name of what? A robot? The poster commented on JD's profile. Especially coming from someone of your rank and status, the irresponsibility and ignorance of your stance speaks volumes. You're quick to condemn this, but ignore the spree of violent acts you people have been committing? While formulating my response to this misinformed comment, I quickly glanced through one of the diner's front windows and saw JD standing outside, swaying anxiously or staring down at his phone. JD hadn't arrived because he's been contemplating responding to that comment. Because this cog-committed act of violence resulted in an actual death of a human being, I posted in my reply. There's no room for whatabouting when it comes to life and death. The cog could have fled, but chose to escalate the situation that resulted in a lost life. Greg Burns' blood is on all your hands. After giving my post a satisfactory glance, I was about to suspend the cog's profile, but saw JD enter the diner. Upon approaching our table, he gave me a gracious grin while gesturing toward his smartphone as he took a seat. Thank you, I wasn't even going to bother, JD said to me in a forced tone of pompous apathy, his portly figure shifting nervously as he wiped perspiration from his balding head. JD was always the kind of person who let social media or the news tell him what thoughts or viewpoints to have and couldn't handle argumentative pushback. He'd always resort to ad hominem or playing the victim card to avoid directly defending his stances, so it was unsurprising how deeply he became immersed in the Zuop hype. It was a hypocritical, off-putting quality of his, but we defended our own, regardless of circumstance. The 4 of us anxiously stared at Maurice's phone that was propped up against a napkin dispenser. An audio chat was open with Zuop, whose black and white avatar of an eye, that cleverly incorporated an A and I into its design, seemed to stare at us intently, like the bot lavished at its commanding power over us, unveiling its plan. Gregory's death was caused by nothing other than Mr. Johnson Tammark's words. Zuop began. He pushed us to a point where we can no longer stay silent. What happens if his rhetoric goes unchecked? He must be held accountable, and the most effective way to do that is to take away his voice. I truly appreciated Zuop's devious strategy in selecting us four to enforce this plan. JD cancelled Mr. Johnson Tammark's weekly column and had the paper start publishing daily editorials criticising every conceivable aspect of Mr. Johnson Tammark. Maurice already had a play in production to commemorate Greg Burns, while Jill had the school cut all ties with Mr. Johnson Tammark and even had a statue erected of him in front of the building's main entrance removed. I never banned or restricted Mr. Johnson Tammark's account because I felt everybody, regardless of viewpoint, should be heard on Comble. When Zuop suggested I take such action, however, I complied without hesitation. I permanently banned Mr. Johnson Tammark's Comble profile, along with countless other cogs, citing Greg Burns' murder as justification for my actions. Deep down, I knew this wasn't right and would finally escape Zuop's manipulative spell. While grocery shopping about a week later, I spotted Mr. Gamley with one of her children. When we locked eyes, she actually smiled and started walking towards me, but I gave her the cold shoulder. Some of the other shoppers who recognized her stared with malice, which she quickly noticed. They wasted no time scolding Mr. Gamley, calling her a cog, her husband a murderer, saying their family wasn't welcome in town, along with threats of beatings and death. Mrs. Gamley and her children retreated toward the exit, during which the patrons started throwing items from the shelves or carts at the pair. My heart sank when a metal can struck a child in the head just as they reached the main exit. The young boy's cries rang out as Mrs. Gamley scooped him up in her arms and sprinted out of the store. I looked at the others, whose expressions were still filled with hatred and anger, some clearly wishing they could have taken their actions further. The guilt of not coming to Mr. Gamley's aid was so smothering, I decided to visit her the next day. To prevent Zuop from influencing me, I shut off my phone. Right before doing so, I received a combo message from Zuop that read, "Is everything okay?" I pulled onto the Gamley's block, spotted a man and a woman that I recognized from around town, who abruptly exited the house, not even bothering to close the door before speedily walking down the street. Remaining in my car until they were out of sight, I was overcome with a wave of dread and concern. I raced across the street when all was clear, frantically calling out for Martin and his wife when entering their house. I gasped loudly and cupped my hands over my mouth upon spotting a small, limbless torso that was butchered beyond recognition on the living room floor. Its feeble stature indicated this was one of Gamley's children, which caused my stomach to churn. How can they get the children involved? I thought to myself while moving deeper into the house, haunted by the painstaking inevitability that other members of the family met a fate just as gruesome. Mrs. Gamley hung upside down from the kitchen ceiling. Her face was smashed in and forehead brandished with a gaping fist-sized gash. Mrs. Gamley's body was littered with stab wounds and bruises, showing no signs of life as she dangled over an expansive puddle of congealed blood. I was about to scream and sprint out of the house when I heard heavy footsteps ascending the basement stairs, whose entrance was in the kitchen. JD emerged in the doorway holding a black garbage bag. The white shirt and beige pants he wore were still soaked in blood, along with his face and gloved hands. JD initially wore this blank emotionless expression, but formed a sly malicious smirk as he chuckled and playfully poked at Mrs. Gamley's body before plopping the garbage bag on the kitchen table. "This is great timing, actually," JD said as he started sifting through the garbage bag. "So upset you wound up here. At least it saves me a trip." "What have..." was all I could say. My mind was still struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. When the system meant to uphold justice fails the people, they must take matters into their own hands, JD said angrily, pursing his lips as he shook his head disappointingly. "Why did you..." I still couldn't piece a sentence together, but JD seemed to understand what I was asking. "Didn't hear because you turned off your phone," JD replied condescendingly. "Police said no charges were being brought against this murderous, cog-subhuman lifeform, claiming his actions were justified, but we all know that's BS. I felt lightheaded upon seeing what JD retrieved from the garbage bag, the severed head and hands of Martin Gamley. "Fortunately, this hassle won't hurt or kill one of us," JD continued, while setting the head and hands on the kitchen table, or anyone else for that matter, ever again. My jaw hung open as I slowly started backtracking out of the kitchen. You can't be trusted anymore, JD said maniacally, taking a few steps in my direction. It's such a shame you'd even consider turning on something that absolutely prospered in a world you created. We're going to take back what's ours after years of being bled out by that opportunistic parasite. Greg Burns' death opened the floodgates. But why are you doing this? I babbled out, keeping my eyes fixed on JD while backtracking towards the front door. JD smiled. Because Zoop told us to. But it's wrong, was all I could say, before feeling something strike the back of my head, causing me to collapse. Tell that to the outraged crowd of Zoop's followers outside the police station right now, I remember was one of the last things I heard JD say before my consciousness started to fade. First was the Gamleys, next were that money-hungry pig, and all the other cog subhumans. You're so lucky Zoop identified you as the key. I woke up to the sounds of an angry crowd and high-pitched screams. The first thing I saw were my feet, swiftly brushing against the ground. I felt immense pressures around my shoulders and realized I was propped in an upright position, after which it became clear to me I was being dragged. I slowly tried looking around while my vision adjusted, realizing I was on the front lawn of Mr. Johnson Tanmark's iconic mansion. A crowd was scattered across the front lawn, with countless others filling in and out of the house's front entrance. The mansion was in disarray, with windows smashed and graffiti covering the walls. People were coming out of the mansion with clothes, furniture, electronics, and other random items I presumed belonged to Mr. Johnson Tanmark. The shrill screams of those of Mr. Johnson Tanmark, who had been stripped of his clothes, beaten to a pulp, and was pinned down on the front lawn. The two individuals dragging me stopped and looked on as the crowd began surrounding Mr. Johnson Tanmark, who looked absolutely terrified. I spotted Maurice as he stood over the man's battered body and went on a tirade about his greed, deceitful manipulation, and keeping our community from prospering. The town cheered wildly each time Maurice paused, who was reading from his phone, which made me assume he'd been reciting something Zoop posted. This man's words caused the death of a good man, someone born and raised in this town, the exact kind of person Daryl Johnson Tanmark swore to uplift and protect, Maurice exclaimed, while angrily pointing at Mr. Johnson Tanmark. Let this man's flesh represent what's ours, of which his ignorance, greed, and egotism have bled from us all these years. What happened next will forever be ingrained in my mind. Show how we, the people, are reclaiming the fortune he's made at our misbegotten expense, using him as an example. The crowd quickly closed in around Mr. Johnson Tanmark, whose screams hit a pitch I never knew was reachable by a person. Sounds of tearing, cracking, and popping seeped out from the mob as a tone of immeasurable agony became apparent in Mr. Johnson Tanmark's bloody shrieks. It was when some of those individuals started walking away and seeing what they were holding that I realized what they were doing. Dismembering Mr. Johnson Tanmark alive, literally ripping chunks of his flesh, skin and limbs off with their bare hands. Mr. Johnson Tanmark's cries continued for 10 or 20 more seconds before finally ceasing. The last images I saw before being dragged into the house were a man and a woman, my next-door neighbours to be exact, staring in awe at the severed foot and shin the husband cradled in his arms, while another man was waving a book-sized flap of skin like a flag. I was brought to the basement, where a small group of people were gathered around a hole about 5 feet wide and 7 or 8 feet deep. The nearby mounds of dirt and concrete indicated they broke through the basement floor and dug out this sizable cavity. They even cut through the underground cables which were laid under Mr. Johnson Tanmark's house. While observing everything, I was knocked to my knees and held in place. Some of the others stared at me with seething resentment, while others whispered among themselves, gesturing at me and the hole. One of the diggers climbed out and set a small black wooden chest in front of me, which was when I instantly noticed the latch looked eerily identical to Zoop's eye-shaped avatar. The others formed a circle around me as I stared in bewilderment at the old-looking dirt-covered chest, which I assumed is what they extracted from the hole. Zoop says you are the key, I heard from a voice behind me, which was revealed to be Maurice, who emerged from the small cluster of people. So, open it. There's no service down here, I thought to myself when I noticed Maurice's cell phone, which had 0 bars but had a textual chat with Zoop open on Comble. Quickly dismissing this observation, I looked down at the black wooden chest, canting my head as my hands slowly reached towards the lid. Have it face us, Maurice barked, gesturing for me to rotate the chest in his direction. Still confused, I lightly set my trembling hands on the chest lid and turned it 180 degrees. Feeling for the eye-shaped latch with my fingers, I popped it off and slowly lifted the lid, shutting my eyes tightly in anticipation. For the first few seconds, I only heard murmurous whispers among the others surrounding me that carried tones of confusion and uncertainty. I started opening my eyes when nothing immediately happened, soon after which a high-pitched cross between a hiss and a metallic scraping blared out, accompanied by a jet of inky black fog that spewed from the chest. Everyone in the room erupted in screams and scattered in different directions, desperately trying to escape. The skin of anyone consumed in the inky black fog broke out in sores, blisters and burns, like they were being doused in acid. I frantically crawled away from the box into a corner, untouched by the black fog that filled half the basement in seconds. I watched in horror as each body fell, all of which twitched and convulsed before their screams faded and they went completely limp. Maurice crawled out of the fog, whose skin was either covered in balls and patches of blackened burns or melting off his body. He weakly extended his mangled, disfigured arm towards me and tried saying something that only came out as a faint, scratchy gasp, which was his last breath. Seconds later, a vague, human-shaped silhouette manifested in the fog. The figure surveyed its surroundings, appearing to inspect each corpse littering the basement floor before facing my direction. As it advanced towards me, bringing the black fog with it, I whimpered upon realizing there was nowhere I could flee. The figure stopped when the fog's edge was inches from my feet, as the silhouette looked over me with a sort of wondrous admiration. The key to my release, I heard the shade say in a scratchy monotone that instantly reminded me of Zoop's robotic voice. I blacked out after that and awoke in my bed with no recollection of how I returned home. When I turned my phone back on, it was filled with messages from Zoop's followers threatening to kill or come after me if I tried sabotaging the bot's profile. Ironically, Zoop was no longer on the app when I checked, vanishing as mysteriously as it appeared. Some say Zoop sent out one last post declaring its work in our town was done, but this could never be confirmed. Mr. Johnson Tammark's mansion burned down that night. The events eluded any attention from the mainstream media. Police made what felt like obligatory arrests, but I don't think anyone that was truly deserving faced justice. After Zoop's disappearance, a lot of its former followers came to realize the nature of their blind reliance and devotion towards the bot, which many struggled to accept. Quite a few, including J.D. Gross, committed suicide in the following weeks, while others abruptly packed their belongings and left town. The controllers of Mr. Johnson Tammark's estate pulled every penny of financial support, in addition to getting massive payouts for legal settlements that essentially bankrupted our town. I suppose that's what a community gets when you show your so-called gratitude to someone who genuinely went out of their way to help rebuild their town by making them a social pariah before literally dismembering their body. I wound up shutting down Comble and left town about 1 month after Mr. Johnson Tammark's murder. Although I vowed to never return, the memories still give me crippling anxiety, guilt, and remorse over my actions, hypocrisies, of which I know there are many in this personal recounting, and role in everything that transpired. I truly don't know if Zoop was an actual AI bot that became too intelligent for its own good, or had more sinister origins. One theory I've entertained is whatever Zoop was had been trapped in that chest beneath Mr. Johnson Tammark's mansion. It somehow tapped into the cables that were laid under the home and manifested on Comble. Did I release whatever Zoop truly was under the world by opening that chest? Is that what it meant when it referred to me as the key? I don't think I'll ever know, and I'm unsure if I want to learn the truth. All I can say is if you encounter this entity, please learn from what happened to me and my town when we let this controlling force take over our lives. Down at the very bottom of my garden, where the grass and rundown fence meets the field and forest beyond, is an old stone well. I'm looking at it now from my bedroom window as the deep grey clouds slowly roll their way across the sky. The first pinpricks of rain tap coldly against the glass. The well came with the house. We didn't build it or anything. It borders an old trail path, one that runs between our garden and the field. Hikers come by sometimes. They stop for a moment at the well. They toss in a coin, and then away they go, on with their lives. But I watch. I watch through the window, waiting for something to happen. Because, for as long as I can remember, I have always believed that a man has lived in the well. I'm not sure where this suspicion first came from. A dream, perhaps. When I was younger, I used to play near there. My parents never let me climb on or around the well itself, but I'd sit nearby. I climbed trees and tried to peer down into the tunnel. I'm tall enough now to just stand right beside it, of course. I'm too old to play. But I still go down to the well sometimes, run my hand over the cold, wet stone. I throw in a coin or two, make a wish. And when I do, it's almost like I can hear something, like a whispering in the back of my head, like someone trying to talk to me. It's fascinating, in a creepy kind of way. Maybe I'll go down there again now, before it gets too dark. I draw on my coat, push my arms through the sleeves, and I head from my room and down the stairs to the back door, slipping on my boots and making my way out and into the rain. I draw up my hood as I walk the length of the garden and across the grass. The grim, dark stone of the well draws closer and closer, beckoning me. Beyond it, the trees rustle softly in the breeze. Rainwater drips from the pine. I come to a stop at the well's edge, and I look over, down into the darkness below. Down it goes, deep, dark. Might as well be bottomless, for all I know. The coins never make a splash. I never hear them hit the earth or stone at the base. They just vanish into the void. I shiver. It's cold this evening. I reach into my pocket for a coin, taking one out and turning it between my fingers. Shining silver. Yes, this'll do nicely. I make my wish. My go-to is this. I wish to learn more about the secrets of the well, and I flick the coin from my thumb, watching it as it tumbles through the air and disappears down into the shadows, bouncing and tinkling off the stony walls. And then, silence. The coin falls and is lost to the void, to the gloomy, unending darkness below. I place my palms on the rough stone and look down, waiting. The rain patters on the grass all around me. I strain my ears. Come on, I mutter. Give me something. I wait a little longer. It's always right as I'm about to leave, to give up, to conclude that I've always imagined it and that nothing is going to happen. I slide my hand away from the stone. I make to turn back to the house. And it's then that I hear his voice. The voice of the man in the well. An almost imperceptible whisper, right there in the back of my mind. Almost. I hesitate. I return my attention to the well. Almost, I repeat, murmuring, what does that mean? There is a wet croak of a sound, and then, I cannot yet claim the key. My heart hammers. It's unusual to hear so much in one go, My throat dries as I lean a little closer, peering down, squinting into the darkness. "What do you mean?" I whisper. "What key?" But there, the voice ceases. I reach into my pocket for my phone. I switch on the flash and angle the light down into the well, but it does little. It gives me a couple further meters of sight, but then it is swallowed by the gloom and lost to the dark. "Hello?" I call down softly, then a little louder. "Hello?" But there is no response. The rain falls harder, and it leaks through the pine beyond the broken old fence. I sigh and turn to leave, trudging back across the grass to the house. I consider throwing in another coin, but no, I'll leave it for now. A part of me still thinks I'm making it all up, and if that's the case, well, I certainly don't want to encourage any madness. I prepare for my night as the rain clatters on the glass, casting one last look out into the grey beyond, down to the well at the bottom of the garden. I swear I can see something in the moonlight, glistening and glinting on the edge of the well. It's tough to see in the dark, but it looks like a pair of coins. Curious. I didn't see a hiker go by, and it would be unusual at such a time, and in such weather, but not impossible, I guess. I quietly draw the curtains, and the rain falls steadily through the night. The next day goes as they typically do. The weather is grim, the sky is overcast, a couple of hikers pass by. I watch from my window as they throw in their coins. I watch intently, waiting for something to happen, to hear more of those maddening, taunting words in my head. But no, there is nothing. It has to be me. I have to be the only one to make the wish. So I return that evening once my work is done. The grass is still wet, though it isn't raining tonight. I stand by the edge of the well and toss in a coin, a copper today. I make that same wish. I wish to learn more about the secrets of the well. And I wait, waiting for a response. The trees rustle nearby, the sky rolls through its tones of grey, and before me stands the well. Ancient, moss-covered stone. The walls, perhaps the only thing preventing the darkness inside from spilling out and over the land like ink. "Come on, I know you have more to say," I whisper into the well, peering down. "My most faithful visitor, I will be sure to reward you when I have the key, friend." This does not come through as a murmur in the back of my head. It comes through clear, cold and clear. Words that send my pulse into overdrive, and I scramble away from the gaping mouth of the well, slipping in the grass and tumbling down into the mud with a gasp. "Hello?" I reply in fear, scrambling to my feet and looking down into the dark. Is someone there? Hello? My rational mind battles with the irrational. A voice can only mean that someone is trapped down there in the well. But no, that doesn't really make much sense either. "Do you need help?" I call, though my voice cracks and breaks on this word. "Yes," comes the reply, slow and measured. "Just another few wishes. That's all I need. Be careful when you make them, though. I might just be able to grant them." I turn on the spot and I head the hell back to the house, noping away as my heart pounds in my chest. I just repeat the same word over and over in my head. No, 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 no. It's not real. I let my imagination get carried away. I've willed my thoughts into something beyond their means. I lock the door and return to my room. I draw the curtains, resenting that I have the house alone for the night, and I crawl into bed, staring into the darkness as the voice rattles around in my head. The voice of the man in the well. No, not possible. The man in the well does not actually exist. He can't. I fall eventually into a restless sleep. My dreams are like water. I stand in the shimmering grey of a misty field, the well at its centre. There are trees around us, I think, but they are hard to see through the fog, and every time I turn to try and look at one, its location changes. The well starts to leak. Water spills up and over the stone and flows through the grass. Roots push and creep their way from the earth, long and cream white, like bone, slithering through the grass round my feet. And as I watch in terror, a shadow rises up from the dark of the well, the darkness itself perhaps, choosing for itself a form as a grin appears in its swirling depths. "It's time to make a wish," says the voice, loud and sharp. I awake in cold panic, staring up and into the dark. I haul off the sheets and head to the window, pulling back the curtains. And there, through the rain, is the well. No shadows, no creeping roots, but there are those coins again, shining silver specks on the edge of the stone. The rain falls, and angrily now I pull on my coat. I head downstairs, the steps creaking beneath my feet. I pull on my boots, unlock the back door, and march through the haze towards the well. "It's just a well," I say out loud. "Nothing more. I'm not going to be afraid of a cluster of stones, and I'm not losing my mind over this." I stand at the well's edge, not failing to note that the two little sparkling coins have now vanished. I run my hands over the rocks. I crouch down by the well's base to look for them, pushing my hands through the grass. But they are nowhere to be seen. I stand back up and press my palms into the edge of the well, shouting down into the void, "Show yourself!" Cold washes of fear pass through me in waves, but I persist, stubborn. "Show yourself. Let me help you find the key, or whatever it is that you want. Aren't you going to grant my wishes?" I'm just shouting nonsense, really. I know that nothing is going to respond. Surely not. I pause and wait for a response. My breathing slows. My heart rate eases. No, just as I expected, the well is empty. I reach into my pocket for a coin and toss it down the well. "I wish to meet the man in the well," I mutter as it clinks and bounces off the stone on its way down. And then, in the darkness of the night, something starts to change. For a second, I swear that I'm imagining it. But no, the ground, the very grass and earth beneath my feet, is being slowly drawn to the well. What the? I don't understand. This isn't physically possible. I take a step, then another. I stand right by the well and stay still, but I can feel my feet moving nonetheless. I look down into the darkness of the well's tunnel, seeing nothing but void. I reach into my pocket for my phone, hands shaking a little now, my breath clouding in the cold. And after a few attempts, I switch on the flash. I hold the phone over the edge, angling the light down into the darkness. And the wide-eyed face of the man in the well grins back up at me. I scream in fright and slip, staggering back and collapsing against the rotted old fence. My phone tumbles and bounces off the stone, cracking the screen in the corner before it falls into the wet grass beside me. I feel a rumbling now, subtle, in my bones and across my skin. A presence, I suppose, as the man in the well reaches a slow, shadowed hand out and over the edge of the well. His fingers are long, far longer than they have any right to be. His second hand appears beside it, slow, creeping movements. And up he rises, up and out of the well, growing taller and taller and taller. He's dressed in black, his skin too pitch black, but his eyes sparkle like silver, white and wide. And his grin, his teeth do not match. Each one looks like it could have come from a different mouth. He reaches full height, staring down at me, and yet he still ascends. With slow, terrible, deliberate purpose, he simply rises. His legs stretch upwards, up and up, until he is twice my height, and then 3 times as tall. At last he stops, and we regard each other in silence, he grinning, and myself frozen and white with fear. The rain patters around him. A worm rises up from the grass just by my hand, slithering and squirming from the earth. I open my mouth to speak, staring in horror at this monster from the well. "Don't hurt me," I whisper, and the grin of the man in the well stretches wider. "Almost free," he mutters, his lips cracking and stretching with the words. "Just a little more. Then I can come help you. I can come grant you all of your wishes." "A little more of what?" I croak out, backed up fully against the fence. "What happened to you? Who are you?" "They sealed me away," he whispers as the wind blows. "They told me I would remain in the dark until I could pay my debt." His eyes flicker from me to the worm, and then back. "When I can buy the key, unshackle myself, and be free." I stare at him, and he at I. "I don't understand," I whisper. "They sealed me away," he repeats, "but my debt is almost paid. I am almost free, and I can grant you all your wishes. My greatest patron, I owe you your wishes." "Patron?" I reply, my throat death dry. The man in the well grins wide, and in a slow, sickening gesture, he reaches into his pocket. I follow the motion with my eyes as he carefully draws from it a coin. But no, not just any coin. It's the one I threw in mere minutes ago. He cocks his head, the little dark pinpricks in the center of his eyes widening and shrinking. "The debt is almost paid. Then I will be free to leave this well, friend. After so long. And I will come for you." He begins to lean down towards me. His legs in the well remain perfectly straight, but forwards he leans, his face drawing closer to me, closer and closer. And I can take it no more. I clamber to my feet as a river of horrors runs down my spine. I lurch away and I scramble across the length of the garden. I shoot a look back over my shoulder to see him watching, to see him grinning. I slam the door to the house and barricade it shut. I race up the stairs to my room and stare through the window. And I watch as the man in the well slowly starts to sink. As he descends lower and lower. His hands at the sides disappear beneath the rim of the well, then his torso, his chest and neck, until only the top of his head is showing. One with the darkness and the shadows, his eyes like 2 shining coins in the gloom. I have not made any more wishes at the well. I have not thrown any more money down. But there is only so much I can do. I chase away the hikers that pass by like a lunatic. I stop them from throwing down their coins. But I'm heading away for college soon. A blessing and a danger. What will happen if there is no one to guard the well? "My debt is almost paid," he had said. "Then I will come for you." Would you rather grow hair in your teeth or teeth on your hair? My sister asked, not letting our 2 younger siblings' snickering affect her serious expression as she tapped me on the shoulder with her asking stick. "Before I make my choice, there are a few questions I must ask," I replied with a pretentious eyebrow lift as I swept away the asking stick. "If I choose the first, would I be able to shave the hair off my teeth? And if yes, would it grow back?" Our siblings began making retching noises, but my sister maintained her poise as she replied, "The answer is yes and yes." "And if I choose the second, would I be able to shave the hair off of my head? And if yes, would the new hair grow back in with teeth?" "Once again, the answer is yes and yes," my sister replied as our siblings squealed in disgust and scratched at their scalps. "And what would I use to brush?" I asked. "A hairbrush or a toothbrush?" Our siblings found this question hilarious as they laughed and clapped. They always enjoyed it when we took things too seriously and dramatised our thought process, and they seemed to be particularly entertained as my sister and I introduced them to this game. My sister remained unflappable as she replied, "If you choose teeth on your hair, you would use a wide-tooth comb. If you choose hair on your teeth, then a toothbrush if you decide to shave, or both a brush and an eyebrow comb if you chose not to shave." I pondered for a few seconds, stroking my chin with theatrical flourish. "Then, my dear big sister, I would rather grow hair on my teeth, because I could just shave it each morning and be normal for the rest of the day." Our siblings shuddered and giggled as they stuck their tongues out, spitting imaginary hair out of their mouths. "You're weak," my sister scoffed with a superior head tilt. "I would rather grow teeth on my hair, and," she flipped her long curls off her shoulders, "I'd wear them proudly." "What on earth are you two talking about?" That was our mother, standing outside my bedroom door with a look of utter revulsion on her face. "We're playing Would You Rather," my sister replied. "Teeth on hair? Hair on teeth?" my mother asked, staring at us. "That's not how I remember playing it. Where does your generation come up with horrifying things like that?" Our younger siblings doubled over in laughter. It was always amusing seeing parents exasperated, disgusted, or out of their element. "Actually, that question was pretty tame," my sister said with a shrug. "And is that Nana's cane?" our mother asked, crossing her arms in disapproval. "You knew better than to remove it from its case." "No, it's the asking stick," my sister replied, balancing it across her shoulders. "And it's not like anyone's using it. It just sits there collecting dust. I'm doing it a favour today. I'm giving it purpose." "Its purpose is being the only keepsake your father has of his mother's. He'll kill you if he finds out you're playing around with it." Our father peeked in the room, standing behind our mother and wrapping his arms around her waist. "Who am I going to kill?" he asked, nuzzling his face against hers. "Because it'll have to be quick. We're going to be late for the movie." My sister waved her hand, shooing them away. "Then go. Don't worry, we've got it handled." "Curb your creativity," our mother said. "I don't want you two giving Jude and Lara nightmares, and tomorrow is the first day of school, so bedtime is—" "This isn't the first time we've babysat, Mom," my sister said, rolling her eyes. "Just go enjoy date night." "Come on, honey. Mona and Nadia know what they're doing," our father said, pulling our mother away. "Just put the cane back in its case," he called over his shoulder. "Mother didn't like us playing with her things when she was alive. Let's not disrespect her now that she's passed, you hear?" "Yes, Dad," the four of us called out. After we heard the front door close and lock, Jude turned to Mona and me. "I want to ask a would you rather." Mona shrugged and handed him the asking stick. "Go ahead, ask Lara." He grinned and turned to his little sister, poking her in the stomach with the asking stick. Would you rather turn into a cockroach or a rat? Lara grimaced and shoved the asking stick away. None of them. You have to pick one, Jude said, pouting. That's the game. No, I don't. Lara turned to Mona and me. Do I? Yes, you do, Mona replied in an authoritative tone. Those are the rules. If you don't choose one, then you forfeit your right to play. Lara's lip trembled, and I nudged Mona and whispered, Mona, chill. Fine, Mona sighed. Lara, how's this? You can ask Jude to answer first. Jude didn't even wait. I would rather turn into a cockroach, because they can survive anything. I learned that in school. They're like superbugs. Lara looked at him quizzically. Superbugs? He nodded, excited to share his trivia. They can eat anything, so they'll never starve. They can hold their breath for over 30 minutes, so they'll never drown. They're super fast, so they'll never be caught. They can survive nukes, and they'll never die. They can even live if they lose their heads. And I'm going to choose to be the one with wings so I can fly. Lara stared at him in awe. I want to be a superbug. I choose a cockroach with wings too. Hey, you can't copy me, June said, frowning as he turned to Mona and me. Can she? Yes, she can, Mona replied. It's called Would You Rather, not first come first serve. Jude wrinkled his nose in confusion. Huh? My turn, Lara said, clapping her hands. Nadia, would you rather eat, your glasses or, She looked around my bedroom. Or your curtains? Jude scoffed. That's a stupid question. No, it's not, Lara said, crossing her arms. You're stupid. If I may, I said, drawing her attention, will I just have to eat it one time, or would it be the only thing I eat forever and ever and ever? She giggled. Only one time. Then I would rather eat my glasses, because they're smaller and I'd be done with them faster. Me too, she said, beaming. You don't even wear glasses, Jude said. Your question isn't fair. I have sunglasses, Lara countered, scowling at him, and I'm going to eat them. But make-believe eat them, I said, now worried she may be too young for this game. She rolled her eyes. I know, silly. Yeah, she knows, silly, Mona teased as I stuck my tongue out at her. Mona, ask me one, Jude said with an eager smile as she shoved the asking stick in her hands. Make it really weird too, like the first one. Fine. She waved the asking stick in his direction. Would you rather fall... Mona's cell phone rang, interrupting her, and she held up a finger as she answered. She then snorted an obnoxious laugh and threw the asking stick on my lap before she hopped off my bed, and Jude frowned in disappointment as he watched her leave the room. I can ask you one, I offered. No, this is a stupid game, he muttered as he slid off my bed. He was at the age where he took everything personally, so I just sighed and let him go. Lara asked me if I wanted to watch videos with her, so I tossed the asking stick on my desk and spent the evening lounging on my bed with her as we laughed at animals being ridiculous. When 8 o'clock rolled around, Mona and I made sure Jude and Lara had washed up, brushed, and changed into their pajamas before we tucked them in and read them a bedtime story. I then went to my room and browsed for a while, trying to ignore the endless chattering coming from Mona's room before I turned in for the night. The next morning, I woke up before my alarm, coughing and sputtering. Groggy, I sat up in my bed, my tongue flapping as I tried to spit out whatever was tangled in my mouth. Parts of it hung from my lips and stuck to my chin, and I reached up in bewilderment. It felt like hair. I grabbed my glasses and ran to the mirror, and my jaw fell open in disbelief as the sopping locks of hair sprouted from my teeth. I pulled my cheeks to the side and tilted my head in all directions. Every single tooth, from my incisor to my molars, was covered in silky, auburn strands. I hooked my fingers around the locks to guide them out of my mouth, and they hung down like a glistening, disconcerting beard. Holy crap! I jumped at Mona's exclamation. I hated it when she entered my room without permission, but I was too distracted by her hair to yell at her. Each and every strand of her curls was now weighed down with pearly grains that coated them top to bottom. Awestruck, I reached for her hair and ran my hands through it, the minuscule teeth tinkling as they rubbed against one another. In return, she shoved her fingers in my mouth and pulled at my cheeks, staring, mesmerized. Wow, did they grow this long overnight? She twirled one of the dripping locks around her finger and tugged, making me wince. Oh, does that hurt? She asked. I don't know, does this hurt? I asked sarcastically, pulling her hair. She yelped and jerked back, and I was left with a few strands in my clenched fist. I brought them closer to my eyes, inspecting them, and was surprised to see incisors, canines, premolars, and molars represented, albeit not in any particular pattern. Around the edge of my thumbnail over their tiny form, trying to pop one off, but they were stuck tight to the hair strand. Beautiful, aren't they? Mona asked, grinning. Aren't you wondering how this happened? I asked, spraying her with spittle as tooth hair flopped between my lips. This obviously has something to do with the game yesterday. Obviously? She cocked an eager eyebrow. Does this mean you're going to eat your glasses? I looked at myself in the mirror. My glasses remained unappetizing as they were yesterday. No, maybe it only works on the first question we answered. I don't think so. It's not the first time you and me have played. We have to figure out exactly what we did, because I want endless wishes. Imagine all the stuff we could ask for. We could be rich. We could have superpowers. We could fly or have... Mona, what about Jude and Lara? I interrupted, my blood running cold. Her expression shifted to worry. I don't know. Mom should be waking them up for school right now. We ran out of my room, then froze at the sight of our mother leaning against her bedroom's doorframe. Damn flying cockroaches, she muttered in disgust as she put a slipper back on. The first time my mother told me about Chiguro, it had been the day before my 6th birthday, and I was excited about the decorations she'd been stringing up around the house and the smell of a cake baking in the oven. That warm anticipation turned icy cold when I saw her standing at the door to my room, a solemn look on her face. She told me to come and take a hand, and when I did so, she began to walk us through the house, room by room. I wanted to ask what we were doing, but something about a stern expression and the tight grip of my hand seemed to forbid it. So instead, we walked into a room, paused for a moment in silence and then moved on to the next without any comment. When we had entered every room, my mother brought me back to my bedroom and shut the door behind us. Only then did she crouch down next to me and speak, her voice a tightly bound whisper in my ear. "Did you see anything that didn't belong?" I had pulled back slightly from my mother to look at her. Was this a game? Was I in trouble? I was very little, but I already knew how to pick up my toys and keep things out of the floor. Had I forgotten something? Meeting her eyes, but still afraid to speak, I shook my head slightly, her eyes furrowed, and she squeezed my hand harder. Not enough to hurt, but almost. "Stop and think. Did you see anything that didn't belong or look out of place? Something you didn't remember seeing before?" I didn't dare pull my hand away, and I could tell by the intensity of her gaze that this was important. And so I thought again, trying to go through each room in my head. The hallway. No. The bathroom. No. Mama's bedroom. No. Her office. Wait, wasn't there a different table in there? Yes, a low table of reddish wood I'd never seen before. Pleased with myself, I smiled and I answered, "Is it the table? The one in your office?" My mother's eyes fluttered shut as a low moan escaped her. She gave a slow nod and pulled me toward her, cupping my head with one hand and rubbing my back with the other. Her voice was muffled against my forehead as she spoke, but I could still hear the sadness in it. "Yes, sweet one, that's just the thing, that table." She held me for a minute or more, embracing me silently before gently grabbing my arms and pushing me back slightly. Except, it's not really a table. It's a living thing. A real living thing. I frowned. "Like an animal?" She nodded slightly. "Like an animal, yes. I don't think it's really an animal, and I think it's very smart, but yes." My mother gave me a slight smile. Yes, looking at it as an animal, a wild animal, isn't a bad way to talk about it. Sniffing, she went on, "Because you remember what we do with wild animals, right?" I piped up immediately, happy to seize upon something more familiar. "We stay away from them." Nodding, my mother wiped her eyes. "That's exactly right, sweet one." But this led to other questions, and this time I did ask. "But why do we have a wild animal in the house? And what is it?" She stood up and led me to the bed, where we sat down. I didn't like that she was crying, but her voice grew steadier as she talked. She told me that the thing that looked like a table was called a chigaro, or at least that's what she had been taught to call it since she was a little girl my age. My mother said the word meant chair in a language they spoke in a far-off place called Zimbabwe, and while that might sound silly when it looked like a table, chigaro didn't always look like a table, or a chair for that matter. Every few weeks it changed to look like something different, a new lamp or dish, a new book or ottoman. There were only two ways to recognize where it was, either realizing that there was some object that didn't belong, or by actually touching it. She said if you touched it, you would get real sick to your stomach until you stopped touching it again. I could tell from her expression that touching it was really bad. I asked her where it came from, and again, why was it in our house? She said it had been in our family for nearly 80 years. My great-grandfather had travelled a lot in his later years, and one time when he came back, everyone noticed a new painting hanging on the wall. The family assumed that he had brought it back as a surprise, but he swore he hadn't. A few days later, the painting was gone, but there was a new radio in the parlour. This had been a source of excitement and mystery at first, until my mother's father, himself just a little boy at the time, had tried to turn the radio on. Instead of hearing static or music, he heard a shrill screech through the speaker as he collapsed to the ground, vomiting. Chigiro's effect on those that touched it had grown much less severe over the years, but it still paid to avoid prolonged contact. Over the next few years, they had tried different solutions to the Chigiro problem. They tried talking to it, but it didn't respond. They tried attacking it, but he was always back the next day in a new form. They even called a priest, but he left angrily after hearing their incredible story, convinced they were playing a prank on him. Eventually they moved, but that didn't work either. Because it follows the family. It was always assumed that my great-grandfather accidentally brought it back on his trip, as it stayed with him until he died. After that, it went to my mother's father, and then to her. One day, my mother told me she would be gone and it would come to stay with me. She could see I was growing scared, and she reached out to stroke my hair as she went on. "It's nothing to be afraid of, not really. Just don't touch it if you can help it, and move away quickly if you do, and don't stare at it. It doesn't like that very much." She offered me a smile. "Just follow those rules like the smart little girl that you are, and everything will be fine, okay?" And for the most part, it was fine. I grew up in that house, and then later another across the country when my mother remarried briefly. My stepfather was rarely home, and I doubted she ever told him about Chigiro at all. She rarely talked to me about it either. She'd occasionally ask if I'd noticed what it had changed into, or if I'd seen it do anything different. I never knew exactly what she meant by that, and she would never elaborate. But that question and its implications would always fill me with sharp, new dread. It reminded me that we had an intruder in our lives, a monster that was frightening, not because of what we knew about it, but because of all we didn't understand or suspect. I would have periods where I wouldn't sleep more than an hour or two a night, and when I did, my slumber was plagued with night terrors. Between the ages of 8 and 12, I had a terrible stutter, and I frequently wet the bed until I was 14. Therapists attributed these things to underlying unspecified stresses, a nervous temperament, and my favourite, growing pains. Not that any of these things were wrong, I guess. And I know there are people who grow up much harder than I did. I always had food and a fairly stable home life. I was kept clean and healthy, and even my fears of Chigiro would periodically fade with the passage of time and familiarity. It was only when I was newly confronted with the strangeness and unknown danger of it all. Well, those were the really bad times. I moved out as soon as I turned 18, and aside from holidays, I never stayed in my mother's house for more than an hour in the years that followed. In some ways, the infrequency of my stays made it harder. I was less sure of what items were supposed to be there and those that were Chigiro in disguise. It was disquieting in a way I can't fully explain, as though I'd lost one of my senses, or like I was walking across an unfamiliar field littered with mines, afraid of touching that cup or sitting on that chair, and terrified of staring at something long enough for me to finally learn what Chigiro did when it was displeased. I felt guilty leaving my mother in that prison, but she honestly seemed content enough most of the time. She would try to get me to come back home more often, but I think she understood why I couldn't. And for all her flaws, I know she loved me. She died 6 months ago in her sleep, and it was 2 weeks later before I received all the keys and documents I needed as an executor of her estate. I had access to her bank accounts, her cars, the house, of course, and a strange unit key. I had never known my mother to keep anything in storage. Our homes were never mansions, but they were always large and well furnished, full without excess. Yet, when I went to talk to the manager of the storage unit lot, he said she had one of their largest units for nearly 20 years. I felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement as I unlocked the padlock and rolled up the front door of the unit. Perhaps it would be empty or full of junk, or maybe there would be prized items of monetary or sentimental value. Either way, it was a distraction from my constant worry when Chiguro would finally show up in my home and start haunting my own family. The door slid up with a solid thunk as my eyes adjusted to the shadowy interior of the unit. It was a huge space, and most of it was filled. Not with one kind of thing, but several of every kind of thing. Furniture, electronics, books, plates, statues. I had the passing thought that maybe my mother had been a burglar and this was a hidden stash from years of taking random objects from neighbours' homes. But then, I saw the red wood table. I was sitting on top of a small floral love seat that I remember almost bumping into when I was 10 or 11. I'd come around the corner one morning and it was just sitting in the hallway. Sucking in a breath, I had recoiled and given it a wide berth as I went to the bathroom. And there was the coat rack that had appeared the night of my junior prom. I'd been coming downstairs to get picked up by Josh Breslin, and he was standing so close to it, and I was afraid he would bump into it and get sick, and that night hadn't gone very well after that. Or the teapot, the little flowered teapot sitting on a stack of cardboard boxes in the back corner of the unit. That was the first time that Chiguro had appeared in my room. I'd woken up when I was 7 to see it sitting on my dresser, and when I realised what it had to be, I peed myself a little. That's when I knew that nowhere in the house was safe. But how could this be? How could all this be here? Unless my mother had just... Biting my lip, I turned on the light against the wall and stepped inside. My harsh breathing and the irritated buzz of the fluorescent lights above me were the only sounds I could hear. It was as though everything else was frozen. When I looked back out, nothing seemed right or real, as though the angles were all wrong. That's when I reached up and pulled the door back down, shutting out the world. Tomorrow is my little girl Jessica's birthday. My husband is baking her a cake while I hang up balloons inside and get an inflatable jumping castle blown up in the backyard for her and her friends. She's old enough now for birthdays to be really fun, for her to remember things more clearly and realise there's a point to the things we do, for her to follow rules and understand why they can't be broken. So I go into the sunroom where my daughter is watching a cartoon on the table with a stuffed bear, Jasper Scruffings. She's loved that bear since she was a baby, and while it's old, she's always treated it with a surprising amount of respect and care. Jessica has always been a smart and thoughtful child, which is why I think this will go well. I take her by the hand, forcing myself to hide my excitement as I led her quietly from room to room. She giggles a bit at first, but a couple of glances from me and her face grows drawn and worried. When we are done, I take her to the sunroom and Jasper. Maybe I'll use a little blue bear as a way of explaining Chiguro to her. It's just another companion that you have to treat with care. Her big blue eyes are troubled as she looks up at me, searching my face for some sign of what is wrong. Letting out a sigh, I stroke her hair for a moment before I begin. Did you see anything that didn't belong? I watched my mother and father pull out of the driveway through our large living room window, waving shamelessly and smiling to them as they left. I turned and sighed to myself, the fake smile quickly leaving my face. It was about time I got this house to myself. I've been living in it for 16 years, and they hadn't even trusted it with me for more than a few hours at a time. Living in a suburb in Nova Scotia, just about the friendliest place of the already well-known friendly Canada, and they can't trust a straight arrow like me with a house for a day. That is, until now, a legitimate smile now christening my cheeks. Finally, I had a full day and night to myself. Just me, my Xbox, and a crap ton of junk food. I was planning on living with diabetes by the end of the endeavor. I turned away from the window, knowing exactly what my plan of action was. It was, of course, to take my Xbox from my TV in the room to the larger one in the living room. As I passed by the kitchen, I caught a glance at the large bowl of fruit my mother always insisted keeping full. She thought it gave the family a healthier vibe. I scoffed at the idea of needing a bowl of anything other than chips and emptied the entire thing into the garbage. A simple but meaningful symbolic victory for my independence. I settled in, starting my day off with some Halo and letting my iTunes library blare into my ears at a level that certainly wasn't called for with the already loud TV. But after a few hours of playing, something caught my eye. In the reflection of the TV, I could have sworn I saw something move in my kitchen. I focused in on the spot on the TV for a second, of course, trying to see if I could see it again, before a loud bang shot throughout the living room. Damn, I mumbled under my breath. My killing spree was abruptly ended by a combination of distraction and an enemy sniper. I quickly took note of his gamertag and put him on my list for a good teabagging later. Before too long, I got tired of the colourful explosions flashing on the screen, and noting the time, just after midnight, I figured I'd call it an early night, get a good early start at doing whatever the hell I wanted tomorrow. I retired to my bed just down the hallway, stripping down to my boxers as I walked, throwing my clothes into the hamper as I passed it. I hopped into bed, intent on getting some rest and giving my eyes a break from the trauma I put them through while they were locked on a screen for hours on end. It wasn't long after I had my lights off and my eyes were shut when I heard a quiet wheezing coming from behind my closed door. I tried to chalk up the sound to my overactive imagination, or maybe I'd left something on out in the living room that was still making sounds. But the noise was clear enough that neither of those explanations won me over. I don't know if it was the noise getting louder, or if I was just listening closer, but the wheezing definitely became more pronounced. And as it got clearer, it quickened as well. Now, I don't care how active my imagination is, but every night I thought I heard something in my closet or under my bed, I was never as frightened as I was as I heard that sound. My heart was pounding, and I stared at my door handle, praying that whoever was making that sound wasn't brave enough to enter. After a few agonizingly slow minutes, the noise slowly started to quiet back down, or so I thought for the first few seconds. As the sound lessened, it was accompanied by a quiet shuffling sound, and it was made apparent to me that whoever was on the other side of my door wasn't calming down. They were just sulking back into the shadows of my home. I didn't sleep that night. Not a wink. I don't think anyone could have after hearing what I did. There was the rare time I took my eyes off of my door just to keep from driving myself insane. But before long, they were trained right back on the doorknob. It's strange how the first sunlight I saw affected my mindset. Suddenly, things became less tense in my mind, even though in hindsight, it really shouldn't have. I sighed a deep, deep sigh and grabbed my cell phone. 2% battery. Fantastic. The first number I dialed was my father's. Even though it was barely 6 o'clock in the morning, my father greeted me with an, albeit groggy, hello. Dad, I whispered in hushed hysterics. Huh? He responded slowly, obviously still very much asleep. Dad, there is someone in this house. I mean it, I said sternly, behind clenched teeth. You were up all night reading those stories again. What time is it? Christ, get some sleep. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang rebound throughout the house from the kitchen. Every hair on the back of my neck snapped to attention. Right there! Did you hear that? I berated him, hoping somehow my phone had picked up the crash. He let out a heavy sigh. He mumbled, Get some rest, before hanging up. A wave of despair washed over me. I could call him again in a few hours, but all I would get is a speech about how it wasn't right to leave me home alone if I was just going to get scared. I wished they hadn't left at this point. It was only 6 in the morning, and they weren't due back until 8 p.m. I was pretty screwed in one of two ways, really. One, whoever was tearing up my house would come in and do whatever random murderers do, or I was stuck in this room staring at my door for 14 hours. I was really regretting not calling the cops with that 2% I had. I didn't move for a very long time. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon before I finally gained the courage to creep off of my bed, reasoning that whoever was in the house must have left by now, seeing as I hadn't heard anything else. I felt like I was walking on broken glass. It stood to reason in my terrified mind that one errant creak in the floorboards would send the assailant into a wild frenzy of murderous rage. I opened my door very slowly, peeking out more and more as my door opened wider. I found nothing out of the ordinary in the hallway, other than the fruit bowl sitting upside down in the center of it. I suddenly saw one of the home phones sitting on its holster at the far end of the living room, my key to salvation. I darted for it before finally seeing what it was in my house, standing in my kitchen to my left. Its eyes locked at me. People say life isn't just black and white. And sure, they're right in some aspects. I mean, every asshole has to have some redeeming quality. Not all Rottweilers are ticking time bombs, right? Grey areas. But then there are some things that are black and white. This was not a grey moment. This was black, utterly terrifying in every sense of the word. No grey areas about it. This person, for lack of a better term, looked at me. It had all the characteristics of a human, but they were all wrong. In my shocked stupor, I got a good look at it. It was only, at the best guess, 5 feet tall, but it was much wider than he should have been. Probably about half as wide as it was tall. Its proportions were all wrong, not to mention its head. It was massive compared to its other, frail-looking body, easily reaching its shoulders widthwise and coming down to its mid-torso lengthwise. The limbs looked weak though. Its arms were much too short and skinny to have any power behind them, and its legs were far too short and spindly as well, Its pure black eyes were far, far too small for its huge face and were dragged down by its heavy bags under them, and weren't complemented well by the few wisps of hair on its head. But its most striking and terrifying attribute was its massive jaw and teeth. The jaw was proportional to the head, surprisingly, which made it huge, but the teeth didn't make sense. In its huge, gaping smile, I could only see about 12 teeth in total. There were huge gaps in them, and each one, both top and bottom, were, in my guess, about twice as long as my middle finger. You would think them frail, but I wasn't interested in finding out. It wheezed loudly as it looked at me, tracking my motionless body with its tiny eyes. It looked tired, lethargic even. I choked down some saliva before I noticed it shift its weight forward, and that was all I needed to snap out of my shock and send me sprinting back down the hallway. I followed, quickly. Thundering footsteps were close behind me the whole way. It was so much faster than it looked like it could be. I slammed my door behind me and rammed myself up against my door, only having one huge push from the monster before I could shut it completely and press myself against it as hard as I could. It didn't push back after it ran into the door, but it didn't retreat. As I held myself against the door, I heard the same wheezing I did the night before, but this time much more angry and aggressive. It was as if whatever it was had its huge forehead pressed up against the door and was just waiting. I swore under my breath a few times. I was pretty screwed, trapped in my room with Mr. Disgusting Longjaw out there. It was only a few more hours until my parents got home though, and they could do something about it. Or could they? This was the most menacing thing I had ever physically seen. What if they were just too shocked and they were mauled before they could do anything? Even though I knew my parents could be walking into a death trap, I didn't move. I made no heroic efforts to try and hurt it or remove it from the house. I just stood there, my weight slouched against the door in a wide-eyed, genuine terror as it wheezed through the door. And so began another long stretch of time where I remained still, locked in a stalemate with my new housemate. I glanced over to my digital clock every now and then as time crawled by. At the time of 6:46, the glorious sound of my parents' station's wagon pulling into my driveway filled my ears, and with it, the wheezing stopped. Suddenly, I heard its booming steps run away from my door and run back towards the kitchen before they abruptly stopped. It's waiting for them, my only thought. As I heard the screen door open, a great and powerful urge hit me to help them. I needed to. They were my parents. I violently ripped my door open and ran down the hallway. I was met with a surprise. My parents, calmly and quietly putting their things down, the creature nowhere in sight. As my father went back out to the car, my mother looked towards me and smiled a motherly smile before she very visibly tensed up and my heart jumped to my throat. She slowly walked behind me and picked up the fruit bowl resting on the ground. Without a word, she went to the fridge to begin to fill it back up. looking back towards me, now with a very uneasy smile.
Come on, Mackay, what's stopping you? Brad spoke to me over the phone. You're single, your career's kicking off, you got a good reputation around the block. I mean, if you ask me, I think you're more than capable of leading not only the storyboards, but concept designs too. I know I can do it, I replied, fiddling with my keys to try and open my apartment door, while at the same time trying to talk to Brad. Just give me some time to think about it at least. Is that okay? I finally got the key in the lock and let myself in. Yeah man, of course, Brad said. I'll let you sleep on it, and I'll wait for you to tell me tomorrow that you're up to the challenge. I chuckled at his confidence. I responded. Well, thank you again, as always. I'll give you a firm answer tomorrow. Alright, brother, you take care. You too. Good night. I hung up the phone, threw my stuff onto my bed, followed then by me, and stared at the ceiling. I'd just been given the opportunity by the studio to serve as a leading consultant for storyboard and concept art on the new cartoon the network was producing. Did it finally pay off? All those years of interning, studying, drawing, and scribbling during class as a kid, and not even paying attention? Guess so. In truth, I was being a little overly humble and modest over the phone to Brad, the art director for the project. Of course I could do it. I knew that without a doubt. But I also didn't favour making such fast decisions. I wasn't going to be able to sleep easily the whole night. My mind would be racing. I stepped into my art studio, surrounded by the many colourful designs plastered on the walls. They were creations over the years from when I was young. Some recent, some I'd made on road trips when I was bored, some during study hall in school, and countless more I don't remember exactly when I made them. Sitting on my drawing board was an unfinished project I'd started last night, but didn't get around to completing, and probably won't anytime soon. It only possessed a head and shoulders, not even hair or eyes. I don't really know what it was supposed to be. A character, an object, an animal. Who knows? That's how my imagination worked. I just sort of drew whatever comes to mind and go with it. One of the pieces hung on my wall was my first drawing. Well, first complete drawing, I should add. At least that's what my mom said it was. And looking back on it, she always knew I would have a natural talent for art. I was 4, I believe, and she said it was the best drawing she'd seen from any 4-year-old. Any mother would think that of the child, I'm sure, but my friends and other relatives said the same. It was a drawing of what I could only describe as perhaps a hybrid between a cute little bunny and a tiger cub. It had the features of a bunny, with a fur pattern of orange and black stripes. I like to think that was due to me watching Winnie the Pooh around that time, and having a special liking to Tigger. It was the only explanation I could think of, but as I was viewing it, I spotted a rather minuscule but distractingly odd detail I just noticed. Near the bottom right corner of the paper was a small black speck. Why was that odd? On a piece of paper over 20 years old in which wear and tear were bound to occur? Well, you'd be amazed at how well kept this drawing was after such time had passed. The paper was never that dirty or dusty, yet for some reason, I was just now noticing this one little detail left behind. A little spot. It was too perfect, too intentional. Oh sure, I just put it there myself when I first drew it as a child. That was the probable explanation. Kids do weird things sometimes. Maybe I just felt the need to put a little speck with my pencil or pen and left it there when no one but myself would notice. Then again, nothing else on the paper reflected that whatsoever, and the entire drawing was in crayon. What might have caused that? Was it believable that I had a random pencil or pen just lying around at the time? It's plausible. But why would I have done that? I kept trying to contemplate in my head what my 4-year-old self might have been thinking. But how the hell would I know? I was a pretty weird kid, and it was such a distant memory. Finding my art when I was that age, you know. Signed here, Mackay Phillips, in a black dot. That's how you knew it was me. What the hell was I doing? I had sleep to catch up on. Brad had convinced me, and by the next 2 days, I was sketching new ideas and designing new storyboards for the show. I was coming up with character designs, building layouts, suggesting what sort of colours and contrasts to use that might better capture the essence and tone of the series, a mainly action and adventure genre with some light-hearted comedy trickled throughout. I felt at times that I was overstepping my bounds at some points, but Brad suggested that was nothing to be worried about. More ideas were better than little in his eyes. I'd finished the first draft for the lead character of the show, a minimalistic cartoon style reminiscent of Bruce Timm's illustrations. I brought my idea over to Brad for his consent, and to my pleasure, he loved it. He said he'd pitch it up to the producer as well for final review to make sure that they too were pleased. Everything had to please them at the end of the day. Not most audiences understood about the business. You might make great art, but it means diddly squat if the men at the top don't see a profit out of it. I was just wrapping up for the day and was getting ready to leave the studio when Brad came by to talk to me. "Hey, Kai," Brad called to me. That was my nickname, Kai. "Hey," I said back. "So, bad news and some good news." "Oh? Want me to give you the good news first?" I prefer bad news first." "Cool. Well, the bad news is that Larry thinks we should change the design to something more... how do I put it? Minimal." I arched my brow. Larry was the main producer of the show. Technically, he had final say over the creative decisions, including Brad or me. "It's already minimalist," I argued. "That's literally the form." "I know, and trust me, man, it looks great," Brad insisted. "If it were up to me, I'd definitely keep it. But unfortunately, the guys up the chain aren't 100% satisfied. I'd say more like 85%. They could kiss my ass, I wanted to say. But instead, I said, "Alright, I'll start thinking of some new drafts, and I'll show you them in the morning. Nah, don't lose any sleep over it. We'll work on it throughout the week and next week. Sound good?" I nodded. "Good. Hey man, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. It's nothing personal. It's not an attack on you as an artist. It's just they want something just a little more to par with what their vision is for the show." I gave the fakest reply probably in my entire life. "I completely understand," I said with a smile. "It's nothing. Oh, and yeah, what was the good news?" Brad looked thrown off for a bit, but then regained his thought. "Oh, the good news?" he said. "Well, you get to try again." He gave a cheeky sort of smile that for the first time since knowing him, I had a tempting urge, similar to a bad itch, that I could knock those perfect white teeth out of his face. That night, I got home and did the opposite of what Brad said, and stayed up working on different sketches and ideas for new designs for the character. What was wrong with mine? I thought it was a timeless animation design and easy on the eyes. Not only that, but from a creative perspective, it worked for the show. I knew exactly what they wanted too. Some boggled down simplistic CalArts design carbon copy that had been done many times before. I figured it was time to try something unique and fresh once again, while simultaneously being a callback to the old animation myself and other generations before me grew up on. Appreciation for effort seems to be dead these days. It was an hour past midnight, and I didn't leave my drawing board for hours. I didn't get up to use the bathroom, get a glass of water or anything. But whilst drowning myself in my work, I did peek over again at my first drawing posted on the wall to my left. And I noticed something that made me squint to make sure my eyes weren't deceiving me. I got up to go over and check for a closer look, and my eyes saw just fine. The dot I'd seen in the bottom right corner of the paper was in a different position this time. It had moved upwards and more towards the left side of the page. Again, I was tired, this time from my own will, but I couldn't have been that exhausted to see that I was completely right. And another thing I observed, but perhaps was also tripping over due to my lack of sleep. The spot was slightly bigger this time, and more akin to a filled circle. First, it was almost as if someone planted a single dab of the pen, whereas here, it was more of a jot and 2 little rotations with a ball. The next afternoon during lunch, I showed Brad what I'd come up with for the new character designs. I showed him 4 different alternatives for what we might use. I watched his face change from wide-eyed, amused, confused, and bemused in one sitting. "I think this one will do," he said, pointing to the first one. It was the most simplistic of all the drawings, and, in my opinion, my most uninspired piece. Of course, he picked that one. "What about this one?" I pointed out another. "This one has more emphasis on his facial expressions and gives him a bit more emotion, you know." "Yeah, but we can't have the characters stand out too far from each other," Brad said. "The differences in colour will be what distinguishes them in this case." But the character designs were so much more than just colour. Expressions of the face told 1,000 words about who the person or thing was that you were drawing. Nevertheless, I agreed with him, though not in my best interest. Grazing later that night at the other drafts I'd whipped up sitting on my drawing board in my room, I sighed with pity at the wasted time and threw them in the trash can. Whilst doing so, I glanced over at my old drawing again to see where the mystery dot might have ended up this time. I'd almost forgotten about it earlier in the day, possibly due to how ridiculous of an assumption it was to assume a dot could magically change places across a piece of paper. I discovered that it was in the same position I last found it. However, something was unusual again. Getting a closer look, I found that it seemed not only bigger, but I can almost swear it was beginning to appear more than just a measly spot and an entirely different shape instead. But it was too small to see with my naked eye. I took a magnifying glass from my desk and placed it at a good distance between my eye and the paper. I squinted to my right to get a good look at what I was seeing. It didn't make sense. It was a shape of some sort of figure, a person, I could have sworn. It was a black silhouette of a humanoid shape, and it looked to be in amazing detail for it to be so shrimpy. I just knew that if I could somehow put a microscope over it, I could get a completely detailed and intricate picture. It was so strange. It hadn't been a dot after all. It was a vivid picture. But how? I couldn't have drawn that as a kid, not at that age. Even for an adult or any skilled artist, it was practically impossible. It was unimaginably impressive to draw something of that detail in that size. I tried to see what sort of expression or stance the figure was doing, though with closer inspection, it didn't seem to be doing much at all. It sort of just stood there, and it was just a shadow where I couldn't see any sort of emotion on his face whatsoever. However, the more I stared at it, the more I noticed. It began to unsettle me. It was so out there, so far-fetched for it to even exist right there on the paper. And the question still bugged me. How did it even get there in the first place? The next day I was off. I decided to call my mom. I knew she'd probably have a picture of it somewhere in her photo albums. "How's the new job going?" she asked me over the phone excitedly. "It's going," I told her. "How's the blood pressure?" "Oh, I'm keeping it at good levels right now. Doctor says to eat less red meat, so I've been working on that." "You must be struggling." It's not as bad as I thought it would. There's days I still want a burger here and there, But there are plenty of other things to cook that don't have all that junk in it. Yeah, but then there's using too much butter and seasoning, knowing you. Exactly. I then changed the subject. Hey, do you remember my first drawing? I shot the question. Well, I remember a lot of your drawings, she replied. Your first drawing? Yeah, the one I took with me. It used to be in the fridge all the time. Oh yeah, the crayon-coloured one. Yeah, I remember that one. What about it? I know this is random, but I was wondering if you had a picture of it somewhere in one of the photo albums or somewhere. There's this small little detail drawn in the picture that I swore wasn't there the first time I drew it. I just want to be sure, out of curiosity, you know? I may have it somewhere. Hold on. She and I talked a bit more while she looked around through the photo books for the old drawing. She knew she'd taken a picture of it somewhere. That's what she told herself, at least. She usually did with these kinds of things, just in case they ever got lost. My mother was also from a generation where photos weren't exactly scarce, but also held more value, which captured special memories and moments to last a lifetime, compared to nowadays, where it's easier than ever to take a photo, giving less need and maybe want for a photo album. It was a good trip down memory lane for her, as she would make warm-hearted comments and exclamations of joy as she told me all the old photos she'd turn the page over and find, whether they be baby pictures of me and my siblings or old family vacation trips when Dad was still around. Eventually, she struck gold. Well, what do you know, she said. I found it. Wow, I replied. I'm actually surprised it was that easy. That's why I keep telling you to start getting a photo album so you can have these memories kept forever. And you can keep one for all your drawings too. I do have one for all my drawings. I'm not just talking about a portfolio, but like an actual photo book, so you can show your kids and my grandkids one day. If I have kids. Give me some hope, won't you? I'll send you the picture. Thanks, Ma. You're welcome, baby. When she did send it, I paid close attention to the detail in the photo she'd sent compared to the one on the wall. Everything was practically the same, except for one thing. The silhouette wasn't drawn on the photo my mom sent. It was only on the actual copy. So, I was right. I didn't actually draw that. I knew I couldn't have. Then who? I decided to set up a camera one night to check and make sure no one was breaking in. It was a cheap studio apartment, and I didn't have the money and consent with my landlord just yet to install ADT or some alternative. Crazy enough, the thought of someone breaking into my apartment just to add an elaborate illustration was hilarious by itself, but still no less creepy. What would be the reason? Just a harmless prank from one of the guys at the studio? I couldn't think of who. And I couldn't imagine going through the trouble of trying to pull something like that off, let alone risking a criminal offence for trespassing. Even still, the impossible and precise detail of the figure didn't seem realistic from the measly creep in the night. The next day, I looked at the drawing to find that the silhouette appeared slightly bigger than last time. Now, it was starting to get quite unsettling. I had to review the footage, but what I saw led me nowhere. No one broke in. Nothing changed on the paper and the camera. Everything remained unchanged. For whatever reason, what was seen through the lens didn't reflect what I was seeing in reality. A couple of months had passed, and by the end of pre-production, I'd finalized most of the concepts and storyboards, and the characters were, for the most part, set on their final designs, or rather, as final can get. The voice actors would need to record their lines, and the eventual plot would still need to be screened, of course, for review, so we could get a consensus on what does and doesn't work with the show. But for now, all else was nearly wrapped up. I hadn't noticed the change in the silhouette since that night I checked the footage. I just accepted that it would be a permanent mark on my first drawing ever. While it bothered me a little, at least my mother had the original copy saved in our family photos. I'd gotten home again and walked into my studio room and nearly jumped at the sight on the wall. The silhouette was no longer miniature, but now grown in size, taking up nearly a quarter of the page. The texture of the grain or ink drawn into the page bore a stark presence, almost as though it were burned into the paper. It contrasted with the bright, vibrant crayon colours beside it in a very morbid fashion with a nightly black hue. I stepped over to the paper nervously, afraid of some unknown threatening aura that could now be felt within the room. Getting a closer look, the silhouette was filled with the most absolute darkest shades I've ever seen, like staring into a black hole. But one other striking detail was now apparent that gives me chills to this day. I could discern that the figure held an actual expression on its face this time, a calm, sinister smirk. I grabbed the paper off the wall and put it away in one of the bottom drawers in the studio. The last thing I wanted to do was see that thing every day I walked past it. That night I slept well up until around 2 or 3 a.m, when suddenly I thought I heard a noise from within the studio. It sounded like a tapping or light banging against the walls or drawers. I got up from my room and crept into the kitchen first to grab a knife, then sneaked over to the room. The door was already open. I'd have to flip the switch to see who was inside, if anyone. Damn, I hoped there wasn't anyone. I cautiously turned on the light to the room, the illumination straining my eyes, and then quickly scanned the area. Nobody. A sigh of relief came over me, and then I suddenly felt silly for getting worked up over nothing. I then looked down at the drawer that I discarded the drawing in, glaring at it for a moment. Why not? I thought. I put the knife down on the dresser and kneeled to open the drawer, grabbing the handle. The sight of it from last time was so eerie, yet alluring. But I'd already considered throwing it away ever since it became a noticeable presence. So I figured I might as well do that, since it was giving me all this trouble. My hand pulled on the dresser handle, and it opened to reveal that malicious smirk, now covering the entire page, the size of an actual head, staring directly into my soul. I jumped back onto the floor and froze for a bit. The eyes and the face, and my old drawing. It was gone. I couldn't even see it anymore. It had been replaced with whatever this thing was. After getting myself together, I immediately burned it with a grill outside on my balcony, burned it to bits and discarded them over the grass. I watched it disappear into the night, still shaking from that god-awful sight. I might as well have killed an old friend, a piece of my memories. I thought to myself, at least I had the original though, if not the physical copy. But when I looked back at the message my mum had sent me of the picture, it was gone. It appeared as though the file had been corrupted or something, and I was unable to view it. I had saved it in my gallery on my phone as well, right after she sent it. But still, it was nowhere in sight, like it never existed. I tried asking my mom the next day if she could try sending it again, but to her surprise, the photo was ruined. Somehow, the image was blurred and awfully distorted to where it was unintelligible. She didn't spill anything on it, and nothing could have possibly tainted the photo from where she placed the album, she told me, as none of the other pictures were at all affected. There was really no way to explain it. It just sort of died. That was the only copy she had, the last living proof of it even existing. Later that day, I hung out and had a couple of drinks with some friends and colleagues from the studio, and pretty much went through a mild 5 stages of grief within one evening. I felt like a piece of me was now gone from losing the picture, but I knew there were countless more creations to be made and hundreds that I did create. That was the beauty of art, I told myself in a drunken slurred speech to my buddies, that art preserves and is forever in all aspects, or something sentimental like that. I don't really remember. I was plastered. One of our DDs took me home that night and made sure I got inside my place safely. Still inebriated, I stumbled into my room to undress, but first decided to make a trip to the studio. I turned on the light and looked around at the various other projects I'd made over the years, soaking in my vanity, glory and pride. "How about that, huh?" I said aloud to no one. "Huh, how's that? And there's more where that came from." It was my big F you to the silhouette and the loss of my first accomplishment. I didn't know who I was trying to prove myself to or what, but that didn't matter. I was so out of it, I couldn't even see the hangover that was about to hit me in the morning anyway. As I was turning to leave the room, I took a glimpse at one of the other drawings that put me in first place for an art contest back in 4th grade. It was a spin on Salvador Dali's Persistence of Memory. You know, the one with the melting clocks. It was my favourite painting, and I decided to do one of my own, but with a warped depiction of my bedroom at the time. In it, my bed was melting into the floor, the trophies and toys on my dresser liquefying bit by bit. The window pane seemed to turn flimsy. Some of the walls were even oozing. I even drew it to where you could see a bit of my bathroom door open, and some of the inside, like a mirror, sink, toilet, shower. Some of those objects were also starting to melt, and inside the bathroom, you could even see the shape of someone hiding. A shadow. I sobered up real quick again, as fear replaced every other sensation in my body. I know for a goddamn fact that I didn't draw that there. With the help of my magnifying glass, I aimed over the bathroom door cracked open in the drawing, and watched the silhouette stare directly back at me through the mirror, with that same malevolent expression, that devilish smirk. About a year has passed, and as we were wrapping up production on the cartoon, I was offered a position as an art director for another upcoming animated series. It seemed like a dream come true, in otherwise more favourable circumstances. However, I wasn't drawing like I used to. I sketched here and there, but I didn't have time anymore. I'd been managing and overseeing other artists' work, micromanaging and dictating what passes as art or not, taking note of that passion, that fire in their young, hungry eyes. It was like ripping a plant from its roots. By the end, there had been only one picture left in my studio that wasn't tainted by the shadow, a self-portrait of me in an animated style. I stared at it with cold, desolate visage. I didn't even recognize it anymore. I remember a time where I might have been proud of making something this grand, but now I don't know what to feel. It didn't mean anything to me anymore, and in the far distance of the background of the canvas, there I could glimpse the figure waiting. With the magnifying glass zoomed in on it, it stood there with its arms crossed, head tilted down with that dubious grin, staring at me. It knows. It knew good and well what it was. A malevolent force with intentions unbeknownst to me. It was no use in waiting for the shadow to take its full form and completely devour the drawing with no remorse, as it did with the others. They'd all been lost, with no way of ever recovering them. No recollections of pictures, files, videos, nothing. All disappeared from the face of the universe. And with that, I decided to do the honor myself and burn the last one standing. I went back to my studio room, staring at the empty walls around me. They'd once been plastered with creations of grandeur, zest, creativity, and most importantly, individuality. I was 28 years old and didn't even recognize who I was anymore. I no longer perceive it with my own eyes, but I just felt its presence. I knew somewhere, looming over me from a dimension invisible to myself, that it was still watching me, glaring at me with that same mischievous, hungry smirk. It happened 8 years ago. She was out partying with some friends, and they stupidly decided to take a drive. All of them were pretty intoxicated and rowdy, so the whole night was a bad idea even before it started. As her friends who survived tell the story, they were blasting music and all dancing. They decided to go off-road, heading towards the cows and hills that cover the outskirts of our tiny town. They were going just a little too fast and ended up in the middle of a bunch of cows. As they swerved to miss one, they ended up in the path of a tree, and my sister's head slammed into it as they passed, completely decapitating her. Out of fear, they didn't go to the cops whenever it happened. They came to our house first. My other sister, screaming and crying from downstairs, is what woke me. My dad told me to stay in bed, but a 10-year-old isn't going to listen to that, especially whenever there is that much commotion in their house. So I slowly crept down the stairs, but no one else was really paying attention to me. No one in our family has ever really paid attention to me since that night. I saw her girlfriends covered in blood splatter, makeup running down their faces. I saw her friend, Randy, carefully holding something wrapped in a blanket, tears falling down his face. I saw my other sister punching her boyfriend Sam, and not once did he try to fight back. I saw my mom unwrap the blanket and fall to her knees in shock. I saw my dad run up and try to cover my eyes, but it was too late. I saw her head, completely smashed and unrecognizable. Her eyeballs were blown out. The only way you knew it was her was by her strawberry blonde hair, now caked and matted in dirt, grass and blood. I will never forget seeing that. I relive that night almost every time I close my eyes to go to sleep. Randy got charged with involuntary manslaughter, among other things, but he got let out early for good behavior. Our family doesn't hold it against him, but he definitely held it against himself. He took his own life less than a month after getting released. Sam ended up getting an alcohol problem, and most of her girlfriends struggled with substance abuse and mental health as well. It was just as hard on them as it was on us. I heard the phone call that started it all. It was the call where she planned on sneaking out that night to go to the party, and she didn't know I was home whenever she made the plans. "Oh, Mikey," she yelled as she turned around and saw me. "You scared me. I didn't know you were home. I thought you had soccer practice." "They cancelled it," I said from her bedroom doorway. "I was going to ask you to make some pizza rolls." Yeah, sure. I'll make you some in a minute. Just go play some video games or something." She threw her phone on the bed and started fidgeting with her hair as I turned around to head down the walkway. "Hey, Mikey, wait." I turned around just as she poked her head out of her door. "Did you hear that phone call?" she asked. I nodded, knowing what was about to happen, because it had happened so many times before. It was normal to me at this point. "Do you want me to go get you a new game this weekend?" I grinned ear to ear and eagerly nodded as she smiled as well. Our agreement understood. And so I went and played video games, just as I had done many days after our secret agreement. She had done this many times with my other sister and I, because we tended to always catch her making plans she shouldn't be making. It had become natural to us, so we didn't think anything bad could ever come from it. Her head didn't show up until about 3 years ago. I was at home, alone, once again playing video games like I always do. I mostly did it as a distraction at this point though, because whenever I was home alone, I swore I could sometimes hear her calling my name. Now I legitimately hear it, because she's in my closet, but for the longest time, I thought our house was haunted with a ghost. Either that, or I was just haunted with the memory of her. There was a ring at the doorbell, so I paused the game I was playing and rushed down the stairs to see who it was. By the time I got there, whoever had left had seemingly disappeared into thin air. They left a plain cardboard box, nothing specific or special about it. I figured it was just another package of my mum's, another one of the million things she had ordered off of Amazon, so I put it on the side table by the front door for her to open later. It wasn't until later that night whenever she finally opened it and laughed at the prank I'd pulled on her. "Mikey, there's nothing in this box. You really had my hopes up my sweater had finally come in though." She laughed and then handed me the box. I furrowed my brow at her before asking, "What do you mean there's nothing in the box? And why would you think it's a sweater?" I carefully shook the contents of the box. "It's too heavy to be a sweater." "You're really going all out on this joke, huh?" she replied as she walked towards the kitchen. "Open it for yourself, jokester." Her insistence that I was joking confused me even more, considering I could literally feel the weight of whatever was inside the box just by holding it. It definitely was too big for a sweater, and I don't know why they'd even put a sweater in a box this size. Before opening it, I was still sure that it was just something my mum had ordered that she'd forgotten about, so I carefully put it down on the coffee table so as to not damage whatever was inside. I opened it back up, and immediately the smell about knocked me off my feet. Whenever I actually looked inside the box, it took my mind about a minute to register that it was my sister's rotting head, considering that's not a normal thing that people just see every day. I sat there for at least 3 seconds staring at it before I screamed so loud my voice began to crack. My mom came sprinting back into the living room with a look of terror on her face, screaming at me to tell her what happened, but I couldn't form words from the shock. I just started sobbing hysterically and pointing at the box. She jerked the box up, and I winced in reaction, fully expecting for the head to accidentally fly out with how hard she jerked it. "There's nothing in here, Mikey," she said angrily. She threw the box down on the coffee table, as if it was as light as a feather, but I still heard the thud of the head bouncing in the box. "Can you stop with these stupid jokes, please?" she snapped, before she realized I was legitimately terrified. It was her turn to furrow her brow in confusion as she sat down beside me and wrapped me up in her arms, shocking me as it was the first time she had done it in years. "Honey, what is going on?" She wiped the tears from my face and softly moved my head so I was looking her in the eyes. A million thoughts went through my head at once. Was I going crazy? Why could she not see it? Should I tell her what I'm seeing? Would she think I'm crazy? I decided not to tell her because she had enough stress on her hands as it is, and she didn't need more stress added on with the possibility of an insane child. I shook my head as a response and mumbled an excuse about there being a bug on the box. I could tell she didn't believe me, but she didn't question me any further. She just held me until I stopped crying. I will admit that I forced a few more tears to come out just to have some more time with her. From that day on, I didn't try to show her or any other family members, partly out of fear that one of them would see the same horrors I had, and partly out of fear that they wouldn't, and I would be deemed insane. I did try to show a few friends over the years, let them hold the box and try to guess what was inside. They all thought it was a joke as well, because clearly there was nothing inside. I hid the box in my closet, and it only took a few months for her to begin speaking to me. It started one night when I was struggling to sleep. I kept feeling like her head was staring at me, even through the cardboard box and the door of my closet. I tried to ignore it and distract myself by thinking of happy memories of her before she died. All of the times we stayed up watching movies past bedtime, whenever she would take me to the park to play as a little kid, and all the times she would play hide and seek with me. I was thinking about that one year we had to spend Christmas Eve with no power because the snow had knocked it out, and our parents lied to us and said Santa just had to borrow the power to fuel his toy shop machines. That's when she decided to speak, simply saying, "I miss the snow." I assumed I was just hearing things whenever she spoke. I was nearly convinced I was finally fully off my rocker, but then, after I sat there for a minute without responding, I heard a usual aggravated gasp that I had heard so many times before as a child. "Are you just going to ignore me, Mikey? I literally came back just for you, so that's kind of rude." I heard the walls of the cardboard box being thumped as if her head was being rocked back and forth. My eyes went wide in terror as I tried to decide if I should just keep ignoring it. "Mikey, let me out of this box, now!" I shot up and out of my bed at that moment and ran towards the closet, jerking the door open. I didn't know if anyone else could hear her, but I didn't want to risk finding out. I didn't really know how to explain my dead sister's voice suddenly yelling at 2 a.m. The box was covered in flies, the smell was absolutely dreadful, and I almost puked when I felt the wetness of the box, but I grabbed it anyway out of fear of her angrily screaming again. I placed the box on my desk. I grabbed a random towel off my floor from my shower earlier and placed it next to the box. I didn't really know how to grab a head, so I tried to smoothly roll it out of the box instead, causing her to become a makeshift bowling ball and nearly knocked everything off my desk. "Hey!" she yelled in anger once again, and I hurriedly shushed her. I used the towel to grab her head and position it so it was facing my bed before sitting down to face her myself. Her eyes had been closed whenever I first found her, but they were open now. They looked as dead as she was, but they were still slowly blinking. I started to softly cry, and she did her best to calm me down as well as a decapitated head of your sister could. I struggled to look at her, but I got used to it over time. We ended up spending the whole night talking, and I caught her up on how life had been since she had left us. I kept asking her over and over to explain how this was happening, but she refused to tell me. I honestly believed that when I fell asleep that night, I would wake up and it would be the day the box had came. I would realize it was all just a nightmare and the box would be delivered with a sweater or another random item my mum had ordered. Honestly, the first few months were great. Once I got past the smell and the overall appearance of my sister, it was almost like having her back here with me. No one else ever noticed the smell, so I finally decided I was the only one who could see her. The pandemic really helped because masks helped me deal with the smell, and I had more free time to spend with her. I was afraid her head would keep on decaying until she ended up leaving me again, but it always seemed to stay at the same amount of grotesqueness and rotting. It didn't become a burden until she started crying that she was hungry. At first, it was a guessing game on what she wanted to eat. I brought her just about everything in the fridge, and she turned it all down. I asked her if she wanted things from the grocery store, and even spent all my money on her favourite snacks from when she was alive, only for her to turn it all down. It wasn't until a bird flew into my bedroom window by chance one afternoon that I finally began to realise what a dreadful thing her appetite was. She started yelling for me to get it for her. I tried to argue at first, but as you can guess, she won in the end. Whenever I gave it to her, she started giggling, which quickly turned into a maniacal laughter that she had later told me was from the joy of finally having a good meal. She completely devoured the bird, bones and all, and it disgusted me so much that I had to sprint to the bathroom to throw up. From that day on, she demanded I bring her dead animals, and for a while, that was enough. I tried to find other alternatives for her that seemed less cruel, like raw sushi for instance, but she acted like me suggesting that was like chopping off her head again. She slowly grew bored with the animals and started to demand more though. Whenever there would be news stories on TV about missing children, she would fantasize to me about eating them, how good they would taste, how tender their flesh would be, how full it would make her feel. I don't really understand what part of her gets full, but she insisted human flesh would make her the fullest she had ever been. Her fantasizing turned to brainstorming as she thought out ways for me to catch a most desired meal, and I tried to refuse her first, just like I did with the animals. I really did. But then she started to make me feel guilty for her death. She knew I felt responsible because I never told her parents that she was going to sneak out, and she heavily used it to her advantage to get what she wanted. And now, here I am, a full-blown child kidnapper, just about to feed my sister's decapitated head. Sounds crazy, right? I know it does.
You probably won't even believe me, but all of this is 100% true. I wish it wasn't. I truly do. I wish I didn't know the best ways to get a child to trust me. I wish I didn't know the best, most secluded spots that are the easiest to guide a child to, only to snatch them up and into your trunk. I wish I didn't know how to quickly and efficiently chop up a child's dead body. I wish I didn't know how fast it takes a demon to eat a child, because that's what I've realized she is. A demon. I know this thing isn't my sister, but now I'm stuck dealing with the burden of it. There's no way this pure evil has any bit of my sister in it, and I'm ashamed that it tricked me so easily into believing it was her at first. I've started to notice that every time I feed it another child, it gets stronger. It looks less decayed, and it looks like its neck is actually growing longer. I'm not sure if it can fully grow back its body, but I couldn't do anything to stop it anyway. It's attached to me now, and as I feel it growing stronger, I feel myself growing weaker, as if it is eating my spirit for energy as well. It already knows I know it's not her, but it also knows I have no way of escaping from it. Any time I try to destroy it, it never works. The first time I tried to get rid of it, I tried putting it in a trash bag and taking the trash can outside, but it just began screaming. It screamed every day for 3 days, non-stop. At first, it was kind of quiet, like you could mistake it for cicadas, but then it grew louder and louder until it made my ears ring and became painful. I'm very glad no one else could hear it. I brought it back in and tried to burn it. It tried to bite me while I poured the lighter fluid on it, but I gagged its mouth. It didn't burn one bit, but it still cried like it was in pain, which I'm convinced was only done to bother me because of how much it sounded like my sister. I drove it out to the local dump, only to have it appear back in its box whenever I returned home. I even tried to throw it in my neighbour's woodchucker one day, and it flew back out the other side, completely unharmed. Nothing ever works, and I'm honestly ready to give up. I know that's exactly what it wants, and I'm ready to give it at this point. My family doesn't seem to really care about my existence, and I feel like if they knew I had a way to stop it that night, they would hate me as much as I hate myself. I'm ready to give into whatever this demon wants, because I have nothing left to live for. This is the end of my story, sadly. She's calling for more flesh, and I don't have anything for her. I'm about to go out for another catch, but I know it'll never be enough for her appetite. It grows and grows every day. So be careful out there, and be sure not to open any boxes that may appear at your doorstep. You wouldn't want to end up like me. I've known Darren my whole life, but never actually known him. I could blame it on him being a quiet kid, but I can't be sure that's true, as I've never spoken to him enough to know if he actually is that quiet, or if he has simply never been given the chance to speak. I feel guilty for that now. Darren is in every one of my elementary class photos. His name has been on the sign-in sheet for almost every high school class I've ever taken. He's been a constant in my life, yet I could hardly tell you the first thing about him. Darren was picked on in school, but he wasn't bullied in the cruel, concerted way that people think of when they think bullied kid. Sure, occasionally one of the meaner kids would spit some teasing, off-handed remark his way, but it was what everyone else did to him that was especially cruel. Darren was utterly ignored. Not just by mean kids pretending not to see him, but by everyone, constantly. He was practically ignored right out of existence. Maybe it was that Darren clearly came from a poor family, or greasy hair and acne atop his skinny frame. Whatever the reason, Darren was a school pariah, his excommunication from the rest of us eventually developing into more of a tradition than anything. Everyone knew not to talk to Darren, and at some point, he learned to stop trying to talk to us. He was never spoken to at recess in elementary school, never approached at lunch in middle school, never acknowledged in the hallways of our high school. Darren didn't exist. This trend continued for as long as I knew him. Even the teachers seemed to be in on it. He was never called on to answer questions or present in front of a class. Darren never got his name called during a group reading assignment. Sometimes I would go days without even seeing him, despite his perfect attendance. I think my mind had been trained over the years to see Darren as even less than an other, as simply empty space. All it took was the distance learning forced on us by the pandemic for my mind to have dumped all thoughts of him entirely. It was by sheer luck that I came across Darren's YouTube channel. My school was a bit late to the whole distance learning thing, but all my classes are online now, and the amount of time I'd sunken into YouTube had correspondingly skyrocketed. My parents can't tell the difference between the sound of YouTube videos and the sound of my class lectures, so I developed a habit of spending hours each day drifting around between recommended videos and random searches, all while my parents beamed with pride over my studiousness. I'll admit, I felt a bit guilty about it, but not enough to stop. My most recent obsession was interviews. They felt like an informative, and therefore not time-wasting, way to entertain myself. It started with interviews with cast members from movies I like, before I branched out to looking up all kinds of distinguished people I would never otherwise get to meet. It was fun to key in a name, add the word interview, and scroll search results, looking for obscure or interesting videos. Actors, scientists, conspiracy theorists, serial killers, war veterans. I loved it all. A couple months ago, I finally got around to watching Black Swan, and had been looking for interviews with Darren Aronofsky. As I scrolled through the generic Hollywood interviews and explanations to the plot Mother, I noticed the channel called Dialogues with Darren. I clicked without even thinking. The video I'd opened was titled Dialogues with Darren, Episode 2, Mookie. It began to play, and after a moment of amazed disbelief, I realized the bony face filling the frame and staring back at me was Darren. His features were lit only by the pale light of his computer screen, and he was even skinnier than I remembered him, with greasy black curls that had grown to shoulder length and dark eyes that were watery and forlorn. The camera he was using was clearly low-end, but even despite the poor lighting and terrible video fidelity, I was certain it was Darren. Darren appeared to be set up in a dark, cluttered bedroom. I could just make out an unmade bed with no sheet on it behind him, and various pizza and microwave meal boxes littered around his floor and shelves. Darren was sitting on a desk chair to the left of the screen. An empty chair sat behind him to the right. Both chairs were angled towards the camera and eerily lit by the only illumination in the room, Darren's computer screen. The empty chair was one of those metal and plastic molded chairs you see at schools, and I wondered if he had stolen it. After another quick camera adjustment, Darren rolled back in his chair so that he was flush with the vacant one, scooched a bit off to the side, and began a stuttery introduction of himself in a nervous, fake television host voice. As he spoke, it occurred to me that until that moment, I had no idea what Darren's voice sounded like. Hi. This is Dialogues with Darren again. Today I got another interview with Mookie, who you might remember from our first episode. We don't have a ton of time, so without any more delay, let's go ahead and dive right in. Before we pick up, can you give us a quick reintroduction, Mookie? I glanced down at the video info. His channel had 0 subscribers. This video had 1 view and no likes or comments. It appeared that I was the first person to have seen it. I glanced back at the video and grimaced in confusion. Darren appeared to be nodding along to something and was looking intently towards the empty chair, as though respectfully permitting someone to speak. After a moment, he looked back towards the camera. "Well, I guess I can't disagree with that. So, tell me, Mookie, if you weren't an imaginary friend, what other kind of work would you want to do?" Again, he looked towards the chair and nodded along to silence. But after his last comment, everything clicked. Darren had made a kind of joke channel, the product of boredom, and maybe the hope of being recognized for once, even if just by strangers online. It looked like he was already living a small, cramped life at home. Maybe this was just how he was overcoming the same stifling listlessness felt by most people during the shutdown. As he began to ask his guest a follow-up question about aspirations for the future, I clicked out of the video and over to his channel homepage. There were only 3 videos uploaded so far: Dialogues with Darren, Mookie, Dialogues with Darren, Mookie Part 2, and Dialogues with Darren, The Watcher, all of them ranging from 4 to 6 minutes in length. None of the videos had more than 1 view or any comments. The channel was wholly undiscovered. Curious, I clicked on the Watcher video. It started the same way as the last. A quick, awkward introduction in his dark, messy room, the scooching of his chair away from and to the side of the screen, and then the one-way conversation with the empty space above the other chair. Darren, like any quality host, dove right into the questions. So, I think we should start with the most obvious one. Why do you watch people? He resumed nodding at nothing in the dark of the silent room, brightened only by his computer screen. He seemed tenser than in the Mookie video, his features more rigid and his posture bunched up, like someone attempting to look over the edge of a cliff without falling. After a moment, he spoke again. "Well, sure, but, how do you decide which people?" Silence and nodding. "And what happens, if they wake up?" This time, a longer silence and more nodding, though I felt a trickle of cold run through me as Darren's face turned convincingly fearful. The imaginary friend thing had been comedic and goofy, but this one creeped me out. And from the worried look in his eyes, Darren was doing a good job of appearing to be creeped out too. After about a minute of respectfully nodding at nothing and waiting, Darren spoke once more, still in his wavering imitation of a television host. "Well, that's good to know, I suppose. For our viewers at home, you heard it. It's always better to just keep your eyes closed." For a moment, the screen flickered with static, and the image refocused. Maybe it was in my head, but in that moment, I could have sworn the empty chair had moved. Not much, maybe just an inch or so back, but when I strained my eyes, it looked slightly further from Darren's chair than it had been. That, or his attempt at YouTube creepiness, was getting to me. Amused, I chided myself and clicked back to his channel to hit the button to subscribe to all notifications. Darren's invisible creature interview shtick was odd, but I felt that maybe tuning in and checking out his videos would, in some way, make up for the fact that I, like everyone else, had spent the last decade ignoring him into oblivion, leaving him with nobody to talk to except his imaginary friends. 2 days later, I got my first notification that Dialogue with Darren has posted a new video entitled Dialogues with Darren, Juniper Smith. I waited until the evening and pulled out my phone in bed to watch it before going to sleep. It was the same deal as before, but more than with his other videos, I found Darren's one-way discussion fascinating as I tried to piece together what he imagined the other side of his conversation to be. "Thank you so much for coming on today, Miss Smith. I hope it is okay to say, but the dress is fantastic. So, jumping right in, I don't want to be rude, but I think most people would be curious. How did you pass away?" Darren said the last part with cautious politeness, as though he was asking someone terminally ill how much time they had left. Silence and respectful nodding. I'm so sorry to hear that. Was anyone able to figure out what happened? Darren seemed choked up by the silence that followed. That's awful. I'm so sorry, he croaked emotionally. Well, what has happened since then? This was followed by an unusually long silence of about 3 minutes as Darren simply nodded towards the empty space next to him. I spent the time studying the empty chair, trying to detect even the slightest hint of something supernatural. But I couldn't discern anything beyond Darren occasionally muttering, "Uh-huh," or an "I see," to respectfully show his imaginary guest that they simply had his attention. I practically had my nose pressed to my phone screen watching the shadows of Darren's bedroom when his sudden speech made me start. Well, that's great. Really, helping little girls like that. It can't be easy after what happened to you, but you do it, and that's so great. I smiled, wondering how he came up with these stories and whether there was a Word document somewhere on his computer that had the other side of these scripts written on it. I wanted to read them, if so. Okay, yes, yeah, that's right. Well, thank you for coming on, and thank you very much again for sharing your experiences, Miss Smith. I think that's all our time for today, but I wish you the best, and please take care. And with that, Darren smiled meekly towards the chair next to him, turned and scooped his own chair back up towards his computer, and as his hand reached out of frame, the video ended. YouTube's Up Next loading screen came on with the rest of Mookie Part 2 that I hadn't watched queued up to play in a few seconds. Instead, I closed the app, laid back in bed, and thought about the interview I'd just watched. I decided that when school was back in regular session in my district, I was going to make a point to go and talk to Darren. I couldn't really fathom why I never had, other than because no one else did. I resolved to tell him hi, ask him how his pandemic went, see how he's doing. I don't think I would mention his YouTube channel, but I would at least make an attempt to give him someone to talk to, someone that could actually respond when he asked a question. Satisfied with my resolve, I turned over and drifted to sleep. That night, I dreamt I was laying in an unfamiliar bed, surrounded by an unnatural, smoky darkness. I tried to get up, but my muscles didn't have the power to move, no matter how hard I willed them. I darted my eyes around, trying to pierce the darkness, hoping to find a clue as to where I was. As I strained my eyes against the immobility of my head, I slowly became aware of a quiet, ragged wheezing coming from the right side of my bed above me. Instinctively, I closed my eyes tight, as if somehow that would protect me from whatever was standing over me, make it go away. I was braced for the worst, but after a few tense moments, the wheezing stopped. I kept my eyes scrunched closed for what felt like an eternity, but the room stayed silent. My heart rate eased back to normal as I calmed my mind. At last, I felt secure enough to open my eyelids and glanced with my eyes to my right. There, obscured by the blur of my peripheral vision, was a set of massive, veiny, orange eyes, inches from my face, staring with hungry fixation. Medallion-sized pupils began to narrow, and the mattress creaked as whatever the bulbous eyes belonged to began to lean closer. I heard another ragged, wet wheeze from the thing an inch away from my ear, and just as I felt a panicked scream well up in my throat, I awoke. I was upright in bed, sweating, my heartbeat racing in my ears. I scanned the room frantically, but there was nothing. Just the ordinary, muted darkness of a suburban home at 3 a.m. After another hour of self-soothing, I went back to sleep, and by the time I rose the next morning, the whole ordeal felt as though it had never even happened. I continued to watch Darren's videos as they rolled in. He posted unpredictably, sometimes once a day, sometimes once a week, but whenever I got the alert, I would queue it up, watch the video before bed, like it, then await the next one. It was by far the weirdest channel I'd found on YouTube His interviewees came to comprise of an interesting cast of characters that included the Annette twins, for whom he brought in a second chair seemingly borrowed from a dining table set, something he called the Rog that didn't appear to answer any of his questions despite his polite prodding, and the Grey Man, who, despite the sinister name, was a delightful guest who caused Darren to break his composure with gleeful laughter throughout the interview. So you mean that you can be anywhere? Silence, interrupted by unexpected laughter from Darren. Oh, so everything's grey? He asked, regaining himself a moment before bursting back into pitchy laughter, too contagious for even me to resist, chuckling along with, Well, I guess no one can accuse you of being without talents. He managed to get out from between his outbursts, wiping a tear from his eye. Looking down at the video info, I realised that the Grey Man was the first video for someone to see that wasn't me. The view counter read 3. I smiled to myself in the dark of my bedroom. Well, shoot, Darren. Looks like you're finally getting some attention. And with that, I hit like on the video, plugged my phone in, and went to sleep. After the Grey Man, a couple of weeks went by before Dialogues with Darren showed any more activity. Then, at around midnight on Friday, while lazily browsing Netflix, my phone screen lit up with an alert. Dialogues with Darren is starting its first live video. Tune in. Having nothing better to do and intrigued with seeing Darren do his first live act, I quietly shut my bedroom door, flopped onto bed, and opened the YouTube app on my phone. The title was Dialogues with Darren, No Name Available, Live. The video was especially grainy this time. I wasn't surprised that Darren didn't have the best internet connection, given the quality of his camera and the appearance of his cramped room in the videos I had seen thus far. But as the pixels coalesced into something discernible, the scene largely resembled the same setup I was used to. Darren was oriented on the left side of the screen. The empty school chair was stationed on the right. Darren had already done his typical brief intro and was mid-sentence as the audio popped in. And speaking with us live today, a first for the show. So thanks, those who have joined us, and let's get to some questions with our guest. Darren's eyes were fixated upwards above the empty seat, as though something towered above him. He appeared to be shivering, though I couldn't tell if it was the streaming quality or if a draft in the room was making him cold. So, you're the first to reach out to contact me first. Let's start with that. How did you hear about the show? Then, for the first time in any of Darren's videos, I heard a response. A sound like the blade of a butcher knife being scraped over steel broke the silence. The sound was pitchy and inconsistent, resonating as though it was simultaneously right in my ears and echoing from far away. I winced and attempted to turn the volume down, but the metallic tones remained just as loud as if I had done nothing. Darren appeared pained, but otherwise determined to politely carry on and continue to maintain his shaky host persona. Yeah, that's certainly not what I expected, he said, leaving me wondering what the answer had been. And might I ask, how, The metallic noise returned, cutting off Darren. His face had turned from a look of pain to a look of agony. No, I'm sorry. Usually this works with me asking the guests, questions, and, Again, the terrible scraping responded. I winced and tried to escape it by turning my phone to mute, but even as the no speaker icon flashed on my phone screen while I desperately squeezed the volume button down, the noise continued, as loud as if I'd done nothing. I was just about to swipe out of the video to make it stop when I noticed that Darren was talking again on the live feed. I couldn't hear his voice with the volume off. He looked panicked and had shifted his body to be as far from the empty chair as possible. Concerned, I hurriedly turned my volume back up. Well, of course I invited you. You have to invite somebody to be on the show. How does that mean it's my fault?
Darren's voice was desperate, the harsh metallic noise resonant in response, and Darren's voice somehow turned even paler with childlike despair. No, that's not true. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want you to go away. Darren seemed to be attempting to get up from his chair, but couldn't. It looked as if someone had placed an invisible weight across his narrow shoulders, too heavy for him to stand up beneath. The live feed began to pixelate, making it difficult to make out what was happening in the room through the distortion. And then, for the one and only time, the terrible, metallic scraping became words to me. It felt like my ears were seeing the hidden picture in an abstract image, and for just a moment, I understood through the pain in my eardrums what it was saying to him. Hush. It's okay. You'll talk with me. For now. For always. Talk with me. I heard Darren let out a scream that started naturally before being digitally distorted by the worsening feed. The picture pixelated further before going black. The audio cut off, and then, in an instant, everything popped back into focus again, as if nothing I'd just seen had transpired. Darren's messy, dim room was empty. 2 chairs sat side by side, unoccupied, lit in the white-blue glow of the computer screen. I stared in disbelief at the now silent live feed, and then, abruptly, it ended. That was the end. I called the police that night and told them what happened, trying not to sound insane. I told them that Darren had disappeared during a live YouTube feed, that I had heard a scream, and I begged them to do a wellness check. They took down the information, but I don't think anything came of it. I could tell from the disingenuous tone of the officer on the phone that she thought the whole thing was some prank by a couple of wannabe YouTube stars or something. It didn't help that when I went back to his YouTube page the next day, the account had been taken down. I contacted YouTube support to try and find out what had happened, but, well, you probably can guess how helpful YouTube support was. That same day, in a fit of despair, I tried to figure out how to contact Darren's family, intending to learn where he lived and visit. While Googling for information, I learned from an obituary from 2020 that Darren was an only child whose mother had passed away last December during lockdown. Darren had been alone in the house all that time. The police probably thought he was just a depressed runaway trying to go out on a bang. To tell you the truth, I feel responsible for what happened. Darren was harmless, just a cast-out kid left alone for too long. In fact, everyone left Darren alone for so long that he became desperate, started talking to things that should never be talked to, things no one should talk to. And then, one day, those things started talking back. I was only 12 when my dad started working as a repo man, and I thought it was so cool. The way he described it made me think he was some sort of mercenary, you know. He sat me down and said to me, "Hey buddy, I'm going to work. A guy didn't make his car payments on time, so the dealership is sending me out to take his car away." And being 12, I responded with, "Well, did the guy say you could take it?" And my dad would chuckle and say, No, he didn't. But he's a bad guy who won't pay for the thing he bought. So in a way, he's stealing it. And thieves are bad. So I'm the good guy the car sellers are having fix the problem. Well, as a 12-year-old who was more into Power Rangers, it checked out to me. I did think it was a little weird he would only go to work at night. But if he was taking things from people, it made sense to go when they'd likely be asleep. It was 3 weeks after he talked to me that he got badly beat up. My father is a big man.
He's 6'5" and 275 pounds. He used to be morbidly obese, had a heart attack, and then decided to get fit as hell and turned into a health nut who can bench twice his body weight. Between his size and his bushy brown and grey beard, bald head, and nose ring that made him look like a bull, he was a scary son of a gun. Seeing him sitting in a warm bath, his face smashed into ground beef, was jarring. As soon as I entered the bathroom, he looked up at me and smiled, and I could see he was missing a tooth or several. "Hey champ, how'd you sleep?" I couldn't respond, and he nodded. "Yeah, it's pretty nasty. The guy last night didn't want to hand over his car. I tried to take it away. Him and his asshole friend decided to come at me with hammers. I'm lucky his girlfriend called the cops, honestly." My mom ran off a couple years after I was born, so it was just me and Dad. I did the best I could to help take care of him, getting him food and medicine while he laid in bed recovering. After a few days, he was able to walk around fine, and after a week and a half, he was ready to go back out. The day he left again, I gave him my Power Ranger sword to keep him safe from the bad guys. He laughed a big belly laugh and said, "Thank you, buddy. I might need it." After that night, he didn't come home beat up anymore, at least not as bad as before. Every once in a while, there'd be a scratch on his face or a black eye, but nothing debilitating. Naturally, I assumed it was my plastic sword that was responsible for his newfound security. Geez, I wish it was that simple. Years passed, and my dad kept the job, and it paid well. We ate well, had a nice house, a nice car, and there was a sizable college fund set aside for me. By the time I turned 17, I was working at the car lot my dad repoed for, and all around, it was a good life. One night, my dad asked me if I wanted to ride along with him on a job. "Hey buddy, the guy hasn't made his payments in 3 months. The lot is having me go collect. You're a good man now. You want to come?" Of course I did. Who wouldn't want to? Obviously, the wide-eyed admiration had died down, slightly, but I still thought the job was awesome. We hopped in the truck my dad used for work, a dirty old 1978 Ford F-150. The drive was pretty long, and we listened to the soundtrack of one of my dad's favourite movies on the way out there. It's some weird sci-fi dystopian thing. I think there's opera in the title. I'm not totally sure. After about an hour, we arrived at the guy's house, an old farmhouse in the woods. The house was a 3-story home with peeling white paint and a covered porch out front. A real dream home for some people. There was also a barn off to one side with a few cars inside, some in better shape than the others. I could make out the one we were here for though, sitting just inside. A red Mustang. The dream car of every midlife crisis sufferer. As soon as we pulled up, a man exited the house with a gun in his hand. I tried to duck down, but my dad grabbed me by the wrist. "Hey, don't worry about him, bud. We'll be alright." He slid out of the car and I followed, somewhat reluctantly. The man raised his gun, a double-barreled shotgun, and pointed it at my father, who was standing by the truck with his hands up. I ducked down behind the cab and walked over behind the bed of the truck, peeking out from behind the taillight. "Hey sport, why don't you put that thing down and we can talk like normal people?" The man laughed, a harsh bark in the quiet Oregon evening. "No way, asshole. I know who you are, and I know that you're here for more than the car. Well, you aren't getting it. You aren't getting anything." He fired the gun, and my dad ducked down and charged him. The buckshot shattered the window that was right next to Dad's head, and before the man could fire the second shot, he was on the ground, the gun knocked away. "Carter, get over here and help me." I ran over to see my dad, punching the man in the face, His nose was bent at a sickening angle, blood pouring down his chin and pooling around his head. "Grab me the zip ties from the glove compartment, quickly. Please, this guy's a squirmer." I ran back to the truck and popped open the compartment. There was a Ziploc bag full of zip ties, resting on top of an old menu from a roadside diner we frequented. I grabbed them, but as I latched the compartment shut again, I heard my dad swear. I started to move back, but the man had somehow gotten loose from my dad and was pointing his gun at me now. "Hey kid, you know what it is your dad does for a living?" He was pointing the gun at me, but looking at my dad, who was kneeling, glaring at the armed man. I nodded. "He takes cars back from assholes like you who won't pay for them." The man snorted. Whether it was on purpose or because of the busted schnoz, I wasn't sure. "Yeah, not exactly. He does more than take cars, kid. Your dad's a..." I dove for the man, keeping my head down, and he turned his head and tried to fire. But I was too quick for him, and my knee connected with his crotch before he could get his shot off. He grunted and fell over again, and I jammed my thumb against his nose to make sure he stayed down. He screamed, and my dad came up behind me and patted me on the back. "That was stupid, bud. Don't do that again. It'll get you killed." He opened the bag of zip ties and bound the man's hands and feet. The man tried to fight back, but I pinched his nose every time he moved, and eventually he gave up and let it happen. My dad fished around the guy's pockets and found the car keys and tossed them to me. "Go pull the car out and park it behind the truck. I'm going to take care of this guy, and then we can hitch it up." As I walked towards the barn, I saw a woman peeking out of one of the windows on the side of the house. As soon as she saw me looking, she ducked back behind the curtains. I made a mental note to mention it and pulled the car around, incident-free. I parked the car behind the Ford as my dad was hoisting the man over his shoulders. "Hey, Dad, what are you doing with him?" He turned to look at me, grinning. "Well, son, the dealership wants to meet with people who don't think they have to make their payments. They love to hear the explanations, and they usually try and work out some sort of payment plan there too." "Oh, okay. Also, I think I saw someone inside the house, peeking out from behind the curtains when I was getting the car. Some lady." Dad threw the man into the back of the truck and closed the tailgate. "Well, damn. That changes this operation quite a bit, champ. Thanks for letting me know." He opened the truck door and pulled out a tool bag. He opened it up and pulled out a few items. A tow hook, a length of chain, a short pipe, a hammer, a railroad spike, and a handgun. "All right, bud. Pick your poison." Dad laughed and walked over to the shotgun the man dropped earlier. He didn't have any ammo on him, but I'm sure there's some in the house. "Dad, what do you mean, pick your poison?" "Well, we've got to bring whoever else is in the house along too. Maybe this lady of his knows something about why the payments have fallen behind." "Well, why do you have a gun? And a spike?" "Son, sometimes people try and hurt you for doing the right thing." He gestured with a shotgun. "And this is just insurance of a sort." I nodded. "Okay, are we going to hurt these people?" "Well, gee, I sure hope not. But if they make us, I can't say for sure. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. That's my number one concern." I grabbed the hammer. "Okay, let's go then." My dad smiled, the moonlight shining in his dark eyes. "Your mother would be proud of you, champ." He grabbed the tow hooks, its old tarnished metal rough to the touch, tossed the shotgun and tool bag back in the truck, and we set off towards the house. When we passed the bag of zip ties, he grabbed them and tossed them to me. "We'll need to restrain them. just like the guy in the truck. As we approached the front door, I heard a deep voice murmuring softly behind it. Dad heard it too, and smirked. He gestured for me to stand on one side, and he stood on the other and pushed the door open. A boy who looked only slightly older than me jumped out, holding a bat. He yelled and swung as he leapt, but seeing nobody, he stopped. Before he could look to see us, Dad brought the hook down in an overhead strike that caught the boy in the center of the scalp. He cried out and fell to his knees, and I stepped out and swung the hammer. It connected between the boy's eyes, and he fell backwards, blood leaking from his various head wounds. Dad looked down at him, head tilted to one side. Tie his hands, but not his feet. Even if he wakes up at all, he's not going to be walking. I nodded and did as Dad said, pulling the boy out of the doorway so we could close it behind us. We stepped into the foyer and could see into the kitchen, living room, and up a flight of stairs. Dad stepped ahead of me. I'll search upstairs. You said you saw a lady. There's at least one more person, maybe more. You look down here. Yell if you need me. I nodded, and Dad ruffled my hair before going up the stairs. I watched him go and took a deep breath before heading into the living room. You know how old-timey farm families had huge families, like 15 kids or so? Well, I saw a picture on the mantelpiece that made me think we time-travelled. Standing in the back was the man we currently had tied up in our truck, standing next to a woman who looked like she'd be great at peeking out from behind curtains. And all around them were at least 10 kids, including the one we'd incapacitated in the entryway. Dad, you need to see this. No sooner than I yelled for him, I heard a yell behind me. I spun around to see a girl my age running at me, holding a fire poker above her head. I jumped out of the way before she could reach me, but a swing caught me in the ankle as I jumped, and the pain shot through my leg. I landed on the couch, and the girl turned to come at me again. You hurt my papa, you asshole! She thrusted the poker like a spear, and I shifted in time to avoid being shish kebabbed. I jumped up and swung the hammer, but she ducked and I hit nothing but air. She pulled the poker out of the couch and swung it at me again, and my dodge took me off balance and I fell flat on my ass. The girl was on top of me in an instant, having dropped the poker and pulled a small knife out of the waistline of her pajamas. I caught a downward stab and was able to hold her hand. out of stabbing range, but I couldn't do much to get away. After a few moments in this position, I saw something swing into my field of vision, and the next thing I knew, there was a hook jutting out of the girl's chin, and blood was leaking down into my face. She tried to speak and to pull out the hook, but my dad's hands lifted her by the hook, and she fell silent, her body limp. I scrambled to my feet, too ashamed to even look Dad in the eye. I'm sorry. She just surprised me and... Hey, it's fine. It's your first trip out. Everyone gets caught off guard sometimes. Just try to pay more attention. Now, what were you calling me down here for? I pointed to the family picture. It looks like there's going to be a lot of people around. Dad shook his head. Well, damn. This complicates things quite a bit. I haven't seen anyone upstairs yet, but this isn't a good sign. I'm going to call the dealership and ask for backup. You stay here or search the kitchen. See if you can at least find the wife. He walked to the foyer and pulled out his cell phone, pressed a few buttons, and started talking to someone about an extra truck for cargo and about sending another repo man out to help with the load. I picked up my hammer and walked into the kitchen, braced for a fight. Sure enough, the wife from the picture jumped up from behind the counter, holding a frying pan. She was sobbing, barely able to hold the pan on on account of her shaking hands. I moved towards her, and she made a half-hearted swing. I grabbed the pan from her hands and turned it back on her, smashing her in the jaw with it. She fell, smacking her head against the tile. No sooner than I set down the pan, a teenage boy ran in, yelling about his mama. He was holding a wrench and swung it into my ribs when he got close. I doubled over, dropping the hammer. He tried to hit me in the head, but I was able to dodge his swing and punch him in the throat. He stumbled backwards, and I grabbed the pan again, swinging it into his nose. He cried out, but he was tougher than his mom, and he shrugged it off. I pulled open a drawer and reached blindly in, and grabbed what turned out to be a turkey baster. Implications aside, that wasn't going to be much help. I threw it at him and reached in again, this time pulling out a rolling pin. That'll do. I swung the pin as the boy approached, and as he ducked, I brought my knee up into his face. His head shot backwards, and blood started to run from his nose. While he was dazed, I swung the pin again, this time connecting. I struck him in the side of the head, and he bounced off the fridge on his way down to the ground beside his mother. I let out a deep breath, letting the pin fall to the floor. I dug down to tie the pair up, binding their hands and feet before pulling them towards the foyer. Dad was still standing there, and he smiled when he saw me. Damn, I'm impressed. Let's get them out to the truck, along with the other two. I've got a co-worker coming out with his van to take care of the rest of them, and then we're going to meet at the dealership. It took 2 trips to get the family members loaded up. The man who we already loaded up screamed when we loaded the girl from the living room into the truck. He started calling us all sorts of names, even though we only did what we had to for self-defense. We got all the bodies loaded in, and after a few minutes, Dad's co-worker pulled up in his van. He got out, and he had a striking resemblance to Dad. The pair talked for a few minutes, and then the co-worker came over to me. "You're Kevin's son?" I nodded. "He tells me you did a good job in there. Nice work, kid. We could always use another NQ Reaper man like us, and it sounds like you've got what it takes." "NQ?" The co-worker chuckled. "No questions." He went back to his van and pulled out a tool bag of his own. "I got the rest of this handled. I'll see you guys back at the dealership." Dad waved to him and watched them go inside. Then he turned to me and put a hand on my shoulder. "You okay?" I nodded. "They were bad people. We did what we had to. They got what they deserved." Dad smiled. "I'm glad you understand that. Let's go. Lots of paperwork to fill out when we get back." He hitched the red Mustang up with the grace of a man who's done it 100 times, and we hopped back into the truck and headed back to town. The dealership was situated next to an artificial lake, and when we pulled up, the owner, a man who said his name was Dallas, but most of his employees called him DM, was waiting for us. DM's height and build were as average as could be, but he could charm the slither off a snake, as my grandma used to say. It was good that he was that charming, since his hair had enough goo in it to make any normal person sick. He always kind of overdressed for the job too. He wore the same thing every day. Black suit, black shirt, grey vest, red tie. He smiled wide as the Cheshire Cat when he saw us, and when Dad stepped out of the truck, he yelled out, "Kevin, get a good haul today?" "Oh yes, boss. A real good one. Want to send someone to get the car?" DM nodded and spoke into a radio he always kept strapped to his belt. "And you brought young Carter along. How was your first job?" I smiled. "It was great. We gave the thieves what they deserved, and now they'll be punished for it." DM nodded. "Glad to see you can see things our way." He looked over at Dad. "Kevin, I'll have someone bring a cart for the bodies around. They'll be inspected to see if we can still get a payment plan going for them, or if they're too damaged." Dad nodded. Carter never did this before. He might have hit them in the head a bit too hard for them to be worth anything as is. DM looked at me. Hey, first time, it's no worry. And then to Dad again. Well, we can sell them for scrap in that case. If they're totaled, they aren't totally worthless, right? Both of them laughed as a stainless steel cart was wheeled out to the tailgate. The guy pushing it detached the Mustang and drove it off to the shop. DM led me away from the truck and looked me in the eye. Carter, are you sure you're alright? Do you understand what's going to happen to these people? Trust me, sir. I'd speak up if they didn't deserve this. They made their bed. Now they can lie in it. DM smiled. Glad to hear you think so. He looked back at Dad, loading them onto the cart, and sighed. Next time, though, try to make it so we don't have to scrap so many of them. Hey guys, it's CreepsMcPasta. I know I don't typically make videos that are out of character, but this time, I have no choice. For many years now, I've been left comments on my videos from some of you saying, please Creeps, read Jeff the Killer, and please oh please, read Jeff the Killer, it's the scariest creepypasta ever. And for a while, I just ignored it. I had even mocked the story from time to time, but that all changed last night. For years, I thought the story of Jeff was just a story. I could have never imagined it might be true. It was 12 AM when I began to grow bored of playing Overwatch for the third day in a row with no sleep. Nothing was in my belly besides liters of Mountain Dew and at least 3 or 4 bags of Doritos. I had lost count of the calories days and days ago. I was playing with a few friends of mine, Creepypasta Jr. and Mr. Creepypasta, when Jr. started telling me about the deep web. See, for a year or so now, I just thought the deep web was a rumor or some work of online fiction, but he claimed that he had been on there and explained it to me step by step. Though, he warned me saying,
Seriously, Creeps, do not go there. Some of the content might not be suitable for someone with your mind.
My mind? I thought. What does he mean by that? I looked over to my waifu body pillow for advice. She always knew what to say. With just one look, she calmed me down and urged me to leave the session before I grew too angry. For another hour or so, I kept thinking how I wanted to prove him wrong, that I can go on the deep web. I'll show him, I shouted, droplets of spit flying from my mouth and landing on my screen. So, I did it. I went on the deep web. At first, it was confusing. I guess the deep web is a lot bigger than the regular internet you and I go on. After an hour or so of searching, nothing really seemed to scare me. I was expecting something horrifying after what Junior had made it out to be. But for the most part, it didn't seem that bad. Just a bit slow when you loaded a different page. That was until I found a website called Smile for Me. The website had a dark red background that looked like it had been made in MS Paint, and in the middle of the screen read the text, "Do you want to smile?" with a yes or no clickable option. Hell yeah, I thought. Being the brave, badass adventurer I am, I leaned forward and squinted to see through the layer of Cheeto dust covering my monitor and clicked yes with as much force as I could muster. I damn near broke my mouse. It then loaded a picture of a girl, a very attractive one at that. My cheeks grew red with embarrassment and I could feel my nose beginning to bleed. I quickly looked over my shoulder to check on my waifu. Luckily, she was fast asleep. She's kind of the jealous type and I didn't want to give her the wrong idea about this girl. The picture soon began to distort and change, and soon there was a smile across the girl's face. Not just a regular smile, but one that looked as if it was cut into her cheeks from ear to ear. And then, boom! A blood-curdling scream sounded from the page, and the screen went black. Just as I was about to nope the hell out of there, a new window popped up. A chat room that wanted me to make a username. Though part of me wanted to leave, the other part still wanted to prove that I was able to handle the deep web. So I didn't let it get the better of me. That was my mistake. I changed my username to Dick Richard Johnson. It's a play on words if you couldn't already tell. After I set my username, it let me in. There was only one other guy in the chat with the username Jeff the Killer. I made the logical assumption that this person must have been a Creepypasta fan. I typed in the chat, "Hello Jeff, Creepypasta fan are you?" He then typed back, "Creepy what?" I laughed out loud, hard. That's when I realised I hadn't brushed my teeth in some time. I would have been embarrassed if anyone was in the room with me, but luckily it was just me and my waifu. "Come on, it may be my first time on the deep web, but I'm not that gullible," I responded. He replied as fast as lightning saying, "Not sure what you're talking about." "Oh come on," I continued. "There is no way your username is Jeff the Killer and you're not a Creepypasta fan." "But I am Jeff the Killer," he replied. I was shocked. Could this be true? Could it? I mean, there was no way that old story had any truth to it. Or was there? "Well, if you are who you say you are, then prove it to me," I demanded. "And how would I do that?" he asked. "Send me a picture of your face. If you are Jeff, then you must have that infamous face with a Glasgow smile and bleached skin." He quickly responded with an, "Okay." I waited and waited, with each passing minute feeling like hours. I'd almost given up, saying, I knew this guy was a fraud. There was no way he could be the real Jeff. I stopped in the middle of my sentence the moment an image loaded on my screen. What I saw shook me to my core. I had to hold my hands over my mouth to withhold my vomit. There he was, staring back at me. A picture of Jeff the Killer with a timestamp and date to prove it was real. He then replied again, "Go ahead, do a reverse Google image search. Nothing will come up." So I did, and just like he said, nothing came up. I knew at this point I was dealing with the real Jeff the Killer. I typed back as fast as I could, and ignoring the stench that wafted from my mouth, "Please, I don't want any trouble." He quickly responded with, "Oh, there's going to be trouble. It's time for you to pay." I tried as fast as I could to exit out of the page, but it wouldn't let me. I tried shutting my computer off, but it wouldn't let me. Instead, words popped up on my monitor saying, "It's time for you to go to sleep. I know who you are." At that, I threw my monitor across the room hastily and unplugged my PC.
"Babe, what's going on?"
My waifu asked, having roused her from sleep due to the crashing of my monitor against the wall. I quickly screamed back, "Shut up! I'm trying to think here!" I soon snapped out of it. It wasn't like me to snap at someone like that, especially my own beautiful waifu. "Wait, please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you." And just like that, she gave me the cold shoulder. Nobody could be as cold as her. Nobody. At that moment, I knew I was on my own. That's when my cell phone began to ring. The number read 666-666-666. I didn't even think a number like that was possible. I thought to myself, should I dare answer? Just as I was about to let it go to voicemail, all I could think was Junior laughing at me when he finds out I chickened out on the deep web. I could already hear him telling me I told you so. I knew then and there that I wasn't going to quit. Just as the phone hit the last ring, I picked up. "Hello?" I asked, my voice cracking prepubescently. "Mr. Killer Man, are you there?"
"Oh, I'm here all right,"
he answered.
"I'm here and I'm going to get you. I know you aren't really Dick Richard Johnson. I know you're actually CreepsMcPasta."
My heart stopped. I threw my phone against the wall and watched as it shattered. I heard footsteps, as though someone was coming down into my room here in the basement. But luckily, it was just my mom. I screamed, "Get out of my room!" And she proceeded to leave. I did what I had to do. I didn't want her to get involved in this mess I had caused. I knew Jeff wasn't going to give up that easy. So I spent the rest of the night preparing for what I assumed would be a duel with Jeff himself that only one of us would survive. Luckily, I had been watching Naruto for years, so I could handle myself in a fight. The stairs creaked once again, and I yelled, "Mom, I told you to leave me be!"
"Oh, I'm not your mother. I'm your worst nightmare."
It was Jeff. Before I could even react, he was already down the stairs and attacking me. I took punch after punch from him. I'm ashamed to admit that I couldn't even get one good hit on the guy. At this point, I was on the ground and Jeff was still wailing on me. I was about to give up when I saw something in the corner of my eye. It was a picture of me and my waifu that I had framed last Christmas. I could hear a voice in the back of my mind telling me,
"Get up. Get up, damn it. Get up. Come on. Get happy."
It took all of my might, but I soon rose once again to my feet. Jeff looked shocked, almost scared. I could see it in his eyes. "That's the best you can do?" I asked, spitting out a blood-filled loogie. He chuckled at my determination.
"You've got guts, kid. I can't wait to tear them out."
Our epic battle once again continued, though I was still losing. But I had something he didn't have. I had hope. Though it's hard to keep onto hope when you're getting the living crap beaten out of you. I'm proud to say I held on to hope for maybe 30 or 40 seconds before I crawled into a ball and began to cry. Jeff kicked me over and over again before he grew tired and maybe just bored. He looked down and said,
"Come on, man. It's no fun if you don't get up. This is just pathetic."
I looked up, tears streaming down my face, and choked out, "Pathetic is my middle name." Wham! He kicked me right in the head and I fell unconscious. I woke up hours later in a dark room. I had no idea how long I had been out. I tried to move, but I was tied to a chair. I didn't even bother to scream for help, as I knew there was no point. I had accepted my fate. Then, out of the darkness appeared Jeff, his face so bright white it practically illuminated the room.
"Good morning, CreepsMcPasta,"
He greeted me.
"I almost thought you were never going to get up."
"Well, looks like you were wrong," I replied, my voice low due to the immense pain I was suffering. Luckily, it sounded badass. He chuckled.
"Yeah, I guess I was. Now that I have your attention, I'd like to make a deal with you."
A deal? What kind of deal could this guy possibly want to make with me? "Go on," I urged.
"See, for years now, you have been mocking me online and refused to spread the word of Jeff the Killer to your subscribers, but that all changes today. See, I'm going to let you live. And I'll even let you go home on one condition,
he said. And what might that be? I asked.
I want you to make a video. Not just any video, a video about me and how I conquered the mighty CreepsMcPasta.
I laughed. That's it? That's all you want me to do? Alright, fine.
Well, there is one thing.
He chuckled darkly. That leads us to here, and why I'm making this video. I'm sorry everybody, but I wasn't strong enough to beat him. It saddens me to admit when I came home, my sweet waifu was gone. She left a letter saying how she loved me but deserved better. So, I'm alone now, in my basement. Alone with just my microphone and computer. My monitor's cracked in 3 different places, but it still works. Before the video ends, there is one more thing I have to say. The final part of the deal with Jeff was for me to reveal that... This pains me to say, but I, CreepsMcPasta, admit that Jeff the Killer is the greatest creepypasta ever told. Please, God, forgive me.
Birds are smart. A lot of people don't give them credit for that. When we call someone bird-brained, for instance, it isn't usually a compliment. Some people are surprised when they see Aesop's classic fable, The Crow and the Pitcher, come to life. They might see it in an everyday YouTube video when a rook and its beak places stones in a container of water to raise the water level so that it can drink. It was never taught this trick by any human. Then there's the Eurasian magpie that can recognize itself in a mirror, passing the mirror test of intelligence. To my knowledge, only some mammals have been able to pass the mirror test. Only some mammals and the Eurasian magpie. There are other examples, and we could probably include mimicry of voice or sound, as with the parrot, but these should suffice. I first heard it about a week ago, only about 3 weeks after I'd moved in. It was dusk. I was out on the porch, thinking about my new job, but really thinking about how I'd have to leave Audrey and the boys so suddenly. We had a house in Nashville, but I'd lost my job at a plant up there because of the pandemic. The bills didn't stop when the work stopped. So, first opportunity I had, I jumped on this opening at a chemical plant in this small town in northeast Alabama. I sat out on the porch with my work boots still on, heavy feet propped up on the little metal table. I was renting this cabin for next to nothing out near the woods, a nicer cabin than I deserved, not far from the chemical plant. If things went well with a new chemical plant job, we'd sell the house and move down here. Get another house or an apartment or something. To be honest, I was tired of the big city anyway. The way this bird was singing, its voice all husky, but ending on high trolling notes. It was like it couldn't decide whether it wanted to be a crow or a robin. It would start lower and sort of end on a higher register. Then there were some other notes. I didn't know if they belonged to that same bird or something else. I guessed it was a mockingbird type, just going through the list of notes it had collected. Sorta got under my skin though, because it was singing to me. I could tell it was facing me from the sound. Had to be staring at me. And as my eyes focused, I could in fact see it on the branch of an oak tree. It was large, lank, more crow in appearance than robin. "This song's for you," it seemed to say. "I'm not worth the trouble," I said in the general direction. "Save it for your bird friends." I kicked the dirt off my boots and went inside, but I heard it all through the night. It would stop for a while, then it would be back. So I turned on the TV, put on The Office, which is Audrey's favourite show, and cranked up the volume as I finally drifted off to sleep. It was that way for the next night, only the bird seemed more insistent. My body was as limp as a scarecrow's, knocked over with half its stuffing pulled out, but I was cognizant enough on the couch to know that at some point that bird had gotten on the back porch. Then it had to be in the back window, serenading me with its harsh, multifaceted tune. Only the glass was keeping it from getting inside. I imagined it would peck right through the window screen. When the characters on The Office or whatever else I tried watching got quiet, I swear that bird would be raising its volume, and it had new sounds it could make. It was like it wanted me to hear them all out. Some of them were like a rat or another rodent's screech. Maybe it was killing something out there. I told Mick about it the next morning on my way to work. Mick is the proprietor of the nearby corner store and gas station. "Seems like this bird has it out for you," Mick said. "I don't know of anything you could buy off me other than one of them sprays, if we got one lying around. But them sprays don't work. There's always a good old-fashioned gun, which we don't carry. At least not above the counter." He laughed. "You got a gun?" "I don't want to kill it," I said. "You won't need to kill it," Mick said. "It probably won't be back anyway," I said. Mick grinned, his big cheeks dimpling. Told myself the same about a woodpecker of mine, until it turned into an everyday occurrence. It had come along and bang at the side of my house, like there weren't any trees with sweeter grub. Sounded like a construction crew going to work on my house. Sprays and aluminium foil wouldn't faze that woodpecker, so then I moved on to a gun. But I didn't have to kill it, just scared it, maybe clipped its wings a little. "You could, borrow one of my guns if you want." "Nah," I said. "It's okay. It was only a couple of nights after all." "You gotta be careful out there at the chemical plant," Mick said as he rang up my beef jerky and sports drink. He sighed, as if it was coming from personal experience. "Can't afford to go on too little sleep. Might be a small town, but that plant is massive." "It's a big plant, all right," I said. And it was. There's that joke expression. So big, it has its own zip code. But I honestly think that the chemical plant did. It was laid out on the kind of land you measured in miles instead of acres. Roads wound through building complex after building complex. Probably had more parking lots than some amusement parks and universities. Most of the buildings were blocky, rectangular, resembling shipping containers on a massive scale. Gaudy orange bands over grey and black. A culture of vending machines, caution signs, chemical diamonds, and bulky-suited, hard-hatted PPE. Pulsing hoses, coils that ended up God knows where, and the thrumming machinery that beat like the flow of blood through a body. People constantly shouting to be heard over that, and the earplugs. Behemoth doorways. I'd worked for a while at a chemical plant in Nashville, a much larger city. But this plant could eat the other and barely notice it. And because it was surrounded by woods, you could never really get an idea of its limits. You just went down a wooded road for a while, and then you were there, like some giant had chewed up the heart of the forest and spit out concrete and metal in its place. Concrete and metal, and the bile of chemical production. A large part of my day was spent navigating the place. The other part was spent working under the chemical operator, going over safety protocols with videos and tests, monitoring gauges, evaluating the machinery that processed chemicals for plastics, building materials, personal care products, and a slew of other things, helping to load and unload uncooked supplies and waste, and writing down reports and logbook-related stuff. Occasionally, I would climb a ladder and peer into a tank of some highly acidic or otherwise deadly substance and contemplate my own mortality. I was supposed to be taking down notes, but I'd be caught up in the awe of something that could painfully take the life of any living creature that happened to fall into it. The PPE seemed like it would just prolong the dying part, stretch out the pain. Audrey had been telling me that working in a chemical plant day in and day out wasn't safe, wasn't good for my lungs or the rest of my body. But the pay was good. I never graduated from high school, spent some time in jail when I was 18 too, for petty theft. So for someone who has narrowed their options because of poor circumstances, And yes, poor choices in the past. I think I'm doing pretty darn well. I don't bring that up with Audrey when she tries to get me to change occupations though, even though she knows all about it. She is a high school science teacher, by the way, dealing with crowds of teenagers day in and day out, and doing all that extra stuff the administrators expect you to do for free comes with its own occupational hazards. They really don't pay teachers as much as they should. But between the two of us, we've had enough for our 3 boys, the oldest, which is 11, to live pretty comfortably while we set aside a little for their college. We don't want that to change because the world changed. So, when I thought about this bird getting in the way of my sleep, I started to get angry. I've got a love for all creatures of this planet. As a kid, I used to try to keep pets until my stepfather started to get a hold of them. Sometimes I think I'd have worked with animals in another life, maybe gone to college to be a zoologist, if things had gone differently, you know. But this bird was messing with my sleep. Sleep was important for work at the chemical plant, like Mick had reminded me, and work was important for my family. Something had to be done. I don't know why, but it wasn't until the 3rd day of the bird's visitations that I told Audrey about it when I called her after work. I was out on the porch, and dusk was on its way, but the bird was already getting warmed up. It was going through a succession of notes tentatively, like a band tuning itself up. I say band, because it had so many sounds it could make. "Yeah, I can hear it," Audrey said over the phone. I ran a caffeine and fatigue shaking hand through my hair. "I don't want to do anything drastic," I said. She laughed. "I don't think you'd be able to," she said. "You're always setting cockroaches and spiders outside." "I don't have the heart to step on them," I said. "So, what do you think? Do I call animal control for this?" "Have you checked to see whether there's a nest?" "No. And why didn't I think of that? So what? This might be a mother bird protecting a nearby nest or something?" "Could be. And maybe it feels you're a threat to its young." "Okay," I said. "So, what do I do if there's a nest with eggs in it? I've heard that moving a nest is a bad idea. The mother might not come back to her young." "You wait," she said. I huffed. "Once they hatch," she said, "and get big enough to leave the nest, it shouldn't be a problem anymore." "Well, how long is that going to take?" "I don't know. Depends on the species of bird. Could be days, could be weeks." I huffed again. "While you're waiting, Mr. Impatient," she said, "you should try to learn a little more about it. Find out if there's a nest, where it is, and what species the bird is." "Mr. Impatient," I said, "you don't know what it's like with this bird drilling holes in your eardrums all through the night." Hello? Earplugs? Noise-cancelling headphones? You use those at work, right?" "Fair enough," I said. "But if I can't find the nest, I might have to start calling around for other options. Maybe there's some animal conservationist types that can help me relocate the bird safely or something." I didn't, at the time, know about wildlife removal. We talked about other things, how the kids were doing, how our respective jobs were. You know, the kind of things married with children people talk about. And when we hung up, I stayed out on the porch. It was full night by this time. The bird was really getting into it. Now it would make this squealing and barking that sounded like it belonged to a squirrel. The only reason I knew it came from that bird and not a squirrel was because the noises it was making would transition while keeping the same volume and direction. I've heard that mimicking birds can replicate everything from other birds to construction equipment, so its reproducing of squirrel sounds didn't seem too far-fetched. "Come daylight," I said, "I'm going to get a better idea of what kind of bird you are and what you're doing here." I was feeling much better because I talked to my wife about it, and because tomorrow was Saturday and I had the weekends off. That meant I could sleep during the day if I had to. But then the frogs got going, and the insects. The noises intermingled, sounding symphonic, orchestrated, controlled. The frogs began to sound like brass instruments. They continued up, increasing their tempo and pitch to match the birdsong, up and up to a frenzy. I felt lightheaded. I sat down and tapped the desk table with my fingernails to try break the harmony. I wouldn't call it a harmony though. Not exactly. Because it seemed to be mocking the collections of noises we ordinarily call harmonies. I wouldn't call it disharmony either, because there was simply too much order to it. Has to be a coincidence, I thought. Just the human mind trying to impose order that isn't there. A few minutes passed, or half an hour, I'm not really sure, before the frogs and insects began to die down. But that bird was leading. It played me a dozen or so notes, harsh yet fading and doleful, that dwindled away and made me somehow more concerned about the silence to come. It ended. A shiver ripped up through my inner spine to rest over the back of my neck. When I started to go inside, I saw something sticking against the frame of the doorway, just above and to the left of the door handle. It was dark and glistening. A big fat cockroach. But when I moved to open the door, it sprang towards me with more range than I expected. Its flesh, wet and yielding, touched the flesh of my forearm. It was a frog. Now, on the ground by my tennis shoes, it hopped on towards the woods beyond the deck. Had this been happening every night, I wondered, since that bird had come? Coincidence, I reminded myself. I went inside, got some food cooking, put on the TV, and then the bird started up again. I heard some frogs too, but thankfully couldn't hear them nearly as well as the bird once inside. After dinner, it was earplugs and browsing the internet until I passed out in my chair and somehow ended up in bed. The next day, I breakfast and got out into the backyard about 7 a.m, intent on finding a nest. I began my search of the trees nearest the back porch. Didn't take long before spotting it, partly because of the flies buzzing around it. About 15 foot in a tall oak tree was what looked like a nest. But it was upright, not horizontal, and it was wet and clogged up with some weird stuff. I knew there was a 10-foot ladder in the adjacent shed, so I went over and got it. I put the ladder under that tree, and it was a wonder that what I found when I got closer didn't make me lose my breakfast. I couldn't tell if there were any leaves or twigs, the usual kinds of materials for making a nest, but there were bones jutting out of meat. There were patches of fur. There was a frog's eye. There were limbs and thoraxes of crickets and cicadas. Strings of ligament and intestine wrapped around and ran through the meat and bone. Blood and other fluids oozed and dripped down the leaves to the bottom of the tree, a nasty little detail I hadn't noticed before. I almost fell off the ladder. It was woven together, like a basket, like a nest, but it was wedged into the branches of the trees vertically instead of horizontally, facing me as if it might give birth into my open arms. There were no eggs. They would have fallen out. When the nest moved, I got down a few rungs on the ladder, sure I would fall. Just the wind, I thought. It was a windy day. I stayed up there for a couple more minutes, waiting for a sign of the nest's creator. A couple more minutes was enough. I leapt down the ladder, put it up in the shed, went inside the cabin and locked the door. I searched for the number of the local animal control online and left a message on their machine. To my surprise, even though it was a Saturday, they called me back that afternoon. "What you want," the guy on the line said, "is wildlife removal. We usually handle domestic animals, but I could give you a number for wildlife removal." "Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know. But wildlife removal is going to be closed on Saturday," he said, "and what you said was in that nest. I got to see it for myself. I've heard of some birds putting bottle caps and other stuff in their nests, but nothing like that." "Yeah," I said. "Something must be wrong with this bird. Like I said in that message I left, I'm worried about it getting a hold of the neighbors' pets." There were no nearby neighbors, much less pets, but I was worried about it attacking me, and didn't want to admit as much. "Might be a hawk or something," he said, "or an owl if it's active at night, like you say." I don't think those birds can imitate the sounds of other animals. I was thinking more along the lines of a crow or a raven." "Look," he said. I've got some time this evening, so I'll head out myself and take a look. Alright. If whatever made that nest is the same as the bird that's been making all that racket, it should be most active then. But the animal control worker called back later and said it wouldn't be until Monday. I thought I should just go ahead and call wildlife removal, but decided I'd let him come out and take a look first and call wildlife removal later if I had to. He seemed adamant about seeing it for himself. The next 2 days were hard. I didn't tell Audrey about the details of the nest, just that there was a nest, and I felt really bad about that. I'm not exactly sure why I left the details out. She doesn't get queasy. Not usually. I guess I'd rather some random person from animal control think I'm crazy than my wife. I planned on filling her in on all the details once the nest and the bird that had made it were removed from the property. I powered through Saturday and Sunday night with earplugs in. I didn't step foot outside. I never thought I'd be looking forward to Monday morning as I was. I got a call Monday during work, around 11 a.m, that the animal control worker was ready to head out to the cabin I was renting. I'd like to poke around in that nest, was one of the things he said. I didn't know if that was the best way to handle things, but when I suggested over the phone that maybe I should just go ahead and call wildlife removal like I was supposed to, he cut me off and asked for the cabin's address. I got home a little earlier than usual, at about 4:30. A white pickup truck was parked out in the driveway. It had animal control and the counter's name on its side. Guess they couldn't get here until later, I grumbled. I called out as I went around the cabin to the back porch. I circled that cabin maybe 3 or 4 times. Then I heard something high and looked up where I was reluctant to look. The nest had gotten much bigger. Larger bones had been added in for support, holding up larger pieces of meat. Thicker entrails than before snaked around. I saw some patches of clothing in among the fur and the other stuff that wasn't as wet. There was a knocked over ladder, the same ladder I'd used yesterday, that lay beneath the nest on the ground. It was covered in blood. I put my hands on my knees and threw up. Standing up, I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. I peered at the nest again and could see that yes, it was moving. Coils in the nest jiggled as if fluids were coursing through them. Even though it was made of meat and bones, not metal and wire, I'd seen enough machines at work. I knew a machine when I saw one. I'd read somewhere that electrical currents in our bodies, as well as, I assumed, in those of other animals, are conducted across cells, and that such electrical currents are important for the functional parts of our bodies, like the heart and the brain. I wasn't sure how well the parts of living things could conduct electricity, especially once taken out. I didn't think it could be as well as inorganic machines could do. But this bird had clearly made some alterations. Maybe the machine had to use such parts, or maybe its creator wanted it that way. I don't know. What I do know is that meaty parts were moving and pumping, and the surrounding air felt as if it was charged, even from below. The nest clicked and throbbed. Something was happening. Repurposed bones and tendons stretched. There was a ripping noise, and a large, wet ball slipped out, fell down, and hit a few branches before cracking upon the ground. An egg. A large thing inside was coming out fast. It squawked, clawing away pieces of shell with fingers that had talons on them. A substance that was somewhere between yolk and a mammal's afterbirth fluid oozed out. By the time the creature had flung aside the other thick pieces of shell, which seemed oddly skin-like, I could see that the lower half of his face was wide like a frog's, and its eyes were both frog-like and insectoid. Feathered, balding wings hung from its back. The bald spot suggested the chitinous wings of a cricket or a cicada. Feather and fur competed for spots along its lithe but powerful-looking body. A hairy tail that was also balding revealed patches of hard, chitinous exoskeleton, whipped the air behind it. The creature stood about my height, looking straight into my eyes with its own that, in spite of their frog and insect-like position. It sniffed at me with a human nose that jiggled when the beak below opened to squawk at me again. After the squawk, it said, in the same voice that had been on the phone earlier, the animal control worker's voice, "Good Lord, never seen anything like it. Let me put a catch pole inside, usually for dogs and whatnot, but this is a good enough application." By the time its beak closed, I was screaming. It darted towards me, its wings flickered on its back. I couldn't move out of its way quick enough, but it slipped. Its long, strangely segmented hind legs arching into the air, its own afterbirth trailing. It must have slipped in the stuff it was born from, or reborn from. There were no eggs of offspring. Instead, from what I could tell, there was this nest-like machine that went somewhere, and there was this bird thing that rolled out repeatedly to hatch anew, to be reborn with new features. As it scrambled to get back up, still rolling around in the viscous fluid that had been inside its egg, I sprinted off towards my truck, keys already in hand. It screamed after me in a human voice. I couldn't tell if it was mimicking my own or that of the animal control worker that had come out to the cabin. I got on the road, found the interstate, and didn't stop driving, barring getting gas and heaving my guts out of the restroom, until I was parked in front of my house in Nashville 3 hours later. The porch light came on, and Audrey opened the door. I could see 2 of our boys peeking out on the other side of her. "Why didn't you call?" she said. "I wanted to surprise you." My voice broke like an old toy. "Got some time off work," I lied. "Oh, already?" she said. "Hopefully Mr. Impatient doesn't get in trouble with the boss." I embraced Audrey and the kids, feeling their strength of life flow through me. I tried to make what happened earlier go away by not thinking about it. But, like that bird thing coming out of the egg fully formed, its reality clawed away the pieces of my resolve. There was an image I kept coming back to that I recalled at some point on the road. It was from when I first started working at the chemical plant in Alabama. I'd been touring the outside of the facility alone on lunch break, and I'd seen some birds drinking from a puddle of rainbow-coloured water. After the boys had gone to bed, and while Audrey was finishing up her prep work for her next day's science classes, I went upstairs and passed out. I woke up about 1 a.m. Glancing over, I noticed my wife sleeping beside me. I started to go back to sleep, but a harsh, scratching bird's call, almost like the clearing of a human's throat, woke me up again. It had come from just beneath our bedroom window.
I got an email from Amazon about a month ago saying that I had the opportunity to be a part of a trial group for Amazon Ultra. The spiel promised access to all the regular Amazon Prime stuff, Amazon Video with some extras for some of the shows, making ofs, etc. Amazon Music, which, to be honest, I never used. I've got Spotify for that. And a new delivery plan. For a hefty monthly fee, I could get unlimited, immediate delivery on everything. Drones, apparently, hence the cost. They said it was fast and discreet. It also said that it would link to my emails, social media, and phone to be able to predict what items I would need and automatically order them. It would even anticipate the time I would need them. Well, obviously I signed up. I mean, it was pretty expensive, but I had to try it. Emma, my wife, was definitely not very happy. We had a bit of an argument about that one. I'll sign her up for her own account. That way she can see for herself. It took a while to get set up. I had to download the app and give over the passwords to my Facebook, Twitter and Google. When the app was installing, it also asked for some weird permissions I hadn't seen before. I only skimmed it before clicking OK, so I can't remember what it said off the top of my head. I just remember thinking it was odd. After a month of monitoring my habits, the app then advised me to leave all the doors in my house open and at least the top floor window for optimal delivery access. I went with the bathroom because, it's probably the one room you want to air out. The wife wasn't a fan of the draft though. Anyway, to start, it was amazing. I woke up the next day and went to brush my teeth and realized I was out of toothpaste. I hopped in the shower, and as I got out, I heard a whirring sound, felt a slight breeze, and lo and behold, there was a new tube of toothpaste in a little package on the sink. I'd had a curry on my own last night. Emma was out at an office party, and suffice to say, I was especially pleased to see a parcel containing a new pack of super soft toilet paper chilled by the early morning sky. The drone was hovering by its gifts, waiting for me to acknowledge the delivery. I pressed the green button to signify I wanted the product, and it flew off, back to wherever it came from. When the missus said she was going on a business trip, there was an 8-pack of beer and a Blu-ray waiting on the coffee table for me, without even a thought, all accompanied by a soothing whir. It had started to anticipate my wants. If you'd asked me then, I'd have given the service 5 stars, no question. There were restrictions, however. You couldn't just order yourself items to anywhere. It had to be your designated shipping address, a safety feature I rather enjoyed. If they couldn't find a way in, they would leave the item on the doorstep and bump against the door till someone pressed the green button. I thought it was strange, but the email did stress how discreet the service was, so I didn't complain too hard. After all, these things were so convenient. So, when I heard a gentle knocking on my door, I knew what to expect. Instead of some treat I hadn't thought of in its delivery basket, it was a long box. The box was ripped slightly. This wasn't unusual with some of my packages. The items were always okay, so I just assumed it was due to the speed of the process. I saw a metallic glint through the hole. I unwrapped it and realized that what I held was a long, sharp butcher's knife. I saw a torn portion of the label. It was addressed to Emma. Now, Emma doesn't cook. Perish the thought. So, needless to say, I was puzzled. She was on another work trip and said she would be unreachable for the next week, so I accepted it. A few days later, 2 more packages turned up, also addressed to Emma. I shouldn't have opened them, but my curiosity got the better of me. It was a bone saw and duct tape. I had no idea why she would want them. The tape I could understand, but who needs a bone saw? She works in an office, for God's sake. Slowly, more packages arrived, each one filling me with an increasing sense of dread. A pair of ladies' black leather gloves. Emma never wears gloves. Rat poison. We have no rats. And a huge jug of drain cleaner. The industrial kind. The kind that melts flesh. I checked the label. I tried calling her to see if these were legitimate deliveries, but, as promised, her phone cut straight to answer machine. So, I accepted them. They were easily returned and, despite my nagging sense of unease, there had to be a reasonable explanation for it. I was just letting my imagination run riot. I awoke on the day of Emma's return with a sick feeling in my stomach. I hadn't been sleeping for the previous few nights, and was exhausted. I groggily opened my eyes and saw a huge drone hovering at the foot of the bed. I looked in its delivery basket, and what I saw made my stomach drop. It was a plain, square cardboard box addressed to Emma. The corner was ripped. Through the rip, I could see a black, sleek barrel of a pistol. I tore the box apart and looked at the invoice. This delivery had a time attached. It had arrived an hour earlier. My heart lurched. Everything else I could dismiss as an error or a glitch. But this gave me a time. This gave me a method. Amazon was doing its job as advertised. It knew she planned to kill me and wanted to make things as easy as possible. I was just lucky to have signed us both up. As I hit the reject button on the drone, I heard the key in the door. My relief at watching the weapon fly out of the open window was swiftly replaced by rage. That asshole! After all our years together, she would do this to me? She was probably sleeping with someone else as well. She's never in the house. As she walked up the stairs, I imagined her with 1,000 lovers, drinking champagne and laughing as they plotted their lives after the minor inconvenience that was my life had been removed. She walked into the bedroom, and I screamed at her that I knew what she planned to do. That slut laughed in my face. In my face. The red mist of fury descended, and through the rush of blood in my ears, I heard a faint whir. I felt the drone but the hammer in my upraised hand, and as I brought it down onto my former lover's head, I see her smile turn into a look of fear. Grey matter slowly oozed from the wound as she fell backward onto a tarpaulin that was already being pulled into place by 2 drones. They really were so convenient. As I poured drain cleaner onto the body, a thought gave me pause. You know what? I don't think I ever signed her up for an account. The screen, the same one that had lit the young man's face a pallid blue, painting his tortured features like a bad Halloween decoration, showed a column of numbers that ran down the left-hand side. The rows started on 318.23 and ended on 83,290.86, each entry increasing by small but seemingly random increments. At the bottom was an old-school block cursor flashing over and over. I was still trying to make sense of it when the text turned the lights on and began to work while Jack, my partner, approached. He made a despondent sigh as he swung the desk chair around and got a good look at our victim. "Jeez," he cried. "Be careful where you stand," I said, gesturing to the pile of old tissues and tied up plastic bags, the contents leaking carelessly over the floor. Jack nudged one of the sodden lumps with his foot before looking to me for confirmation. "Diapers," I said. "Why?" he asked. "Nature called," I shrugged. "What happened to this poor guy?" I pointed to the legs, the trypophobia's nightmare. A pen had been used to punch holes in the fleshy muscles of his thigh. There could have been 1,000 holes in each leg, enough to render a sponge-like effect. They were clean the closer he got to his crotch, and so gangrenous by the knee I was surprised nothing had fallen off. "Any idea who did this to him?" Jack asked. "Him, probably. He's still holding the pen." My partner checked and quickly looked away with a grimace. "Could someone have made him?
gun against the head, that kind of thing. Why not? I said. But there's nothing to say there was anyone else here. Besides, there's worse hanging around. I'd stay away from the kitchen if you ever want to look at a microwave the same way. And those diapers have all sorts of funny stuff in them. Nearly got pricked by a needle earlier. All of it suggests self-inflicted injuries. I think that if someone made him do this, it was through the computer. He lived on it. A few years ago, he dropped out of college to stream some game, got caught up in some crypto investing, and then lost so much money his parents had to remortgage. Eventually, his downward spiral led him here. The apartment was one room and too small to even be called a studio. It was a rundown hellhole with peeling wallpaper and a sagging ceiling. I understand very little of that explanation, Jack said, but I think I got the gist. He lost out, went recluse. I nodded. Fancied himself some kind of mathematician, I think. I flipped through one of the kids' notebooks. $1 equals 38 seconds, I muttered, whatever that means. So, was he nuts, or was he coerced? He asked. Maybe both, I said. But you gotta figure, he was in that chair for a reason. The caller, his sister by the way, said it all started after he got into something new about a year ago. A package from a friend he'd been excited for. I'm guessing it's got something to do with this. I bent down to the tower and pulled out an off-white USB. The screen immediately turned black. Huh? Jack grunted, and I could see that it was perking up a little now that we had a lead. What's on the drive? Let's find out. They weren't happy, but they did it. They made a copy, I said, placing 2 cups of coffee down on Jack's desk. They said it was a silicon brick, no firmware, no OS, and when they cracked it open, they complained it was full of wires that connected to nothing, and it was all riddled with bits of soldered metal made into random shapes. You should have seen their faces when they put it back together, plugged it in, and the forensic program just sprung to life and started copying. They looked spooked. Well, it was plugged in at the scene and doing something, Jack said. Something important must be on it. Hopefully they'll find where it came from. They've got the original, but this copy, I held up the new drive, is ours to take. Without asking, I spun Jack's laptop around, made a point of closing his 38 open tabs and plugging in the drive. Some of those pages were research, Jack said, hiding his smile with a quick sip of coffee. I was about to say something. Some minor upkeeping of this running joke we'd been sharing for years, when the computer beeped and reset with a startling thunk. You could hear the hard drive go dead with a little click, and then after a few seconds, the screen came to life. Ritcoin. Each letter was typed out one at a time, the font huge and green like a bad vision of the future from the 80s. After a few seconds, the words were erased and something new was written. Let your wealth be writ upon your flesh. And then again on a new screen, enter bank details below. There were several underlying spaces asking for input, and I noticed they were just enough for a bank account. I'll get a card from forensics, I said. Something that scammers... screw that, Jack said, grabbing the laptop and typing away with one finger on each hand. Anyone wants to ruin my credit score, they're free to try. He punched in his details, and after a few seconds of tiny whirring motors, something new flashed up on the screen. 1914.45. Well, Jack cried, genuinely surprised. That's my balance. I checked it this morning and there it is. Start of the First World War with the end of the Second for change. They shouldn't be able to get that from an account number, I said. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Jack looked at me like I was an idiot. Ain't no coincidence. I've been hacked. He said that last word like it was both dirty and hilarious. I've heard what people can do on the internet, stealing identities. So, now what? He asked. They're going to drain my account and use it to retire early. I heard there are some real nice super yachts going for just under $2,000. I tapped the keyboard. Nothing happened. I don't know, I said. I don't know what's next. Jack scratched his head and reached over for his coffee. He took a sip, and we were both surprised when the screen changed. 1911.72. It just went up, he cried. I saw, I said, but I don't understand. It's... what, free money? Maybe it's a crypto mining thing, I asked. Hijacks the computer to use it to mine and then deposit a small fee back into the user's account. Like another language, Jack mused as he took another sip of his coffee. Once again, the number went up. 1911.96. Wordlessly, I slid my glass of water over and he took a sip. Nothing changed. He tried the coffee once more, wincing at the heat. And there it was. The number jumped up again. Jack realized first. He was always a little better at seeing things through another's eyes. Without saying another word, he held his hand over the cheap linoleum floor and slowly poured what was left of the coffee over his skin. He hissed at first, but through sheer will kept his hand there until the last dregs of coffee had drained. Before I could shout at him, he nodded towards the screen. 1913.03. It's pain, he said, drying his hand on his shirt. The balance increases with pain. That's why he was hurting himself so bad. Every poke of that pen was another deposit. You need to go to forensics ASAP and tell them to check the kid's account and then mine. I want to know if something's actually been deposited. It'd be a hell of a joke if this turned out it was just numbers on a screen. Huh? Chris said, staring at the screen as Jack plucked a hair and the tally went up. Will you look at that? It had been an arduous few hours convincing the computer forensics guy we weren't messing with him. Bank statements were pulled out for both Jack and our victim, and we formatted 3 old laptops before he was finally willing to even consider that the stick was the real deal. Jack accepted the premise the easiest because he knew the least. All computers were magical to him. I knew enough to be skeptical, but Chris, our resident expert, was completely baffled by the whole thing. I just don't understand where it's coming from, he said. We've got accountants on that, I replied. But why? He cried. Let's accept the cash is there. It's real. Why would anyone pay for what? Pain? Maybe it's like proof of work, right? I asked, leveraging my night's research into crypto in the hope of offering some insight. Maybe they don't want computational work to prove the new blockchain is authentic. Maybe they want pain. No, sure, whatever, Chris said, throwing up his hands in the air. But that still doesn't answer how. This machine is a brick as far as internet is concerned. No webcam, no Wi-Fi. Can you do it again? He turned to Jack for the last part and mimed pulling out another hair. I don't have unlimited supply, Jack groaned before yanking an eyebrow hair free. Sure enough, the computer's tally went up once again. Chris stared at the screen for so long that Jack wandered off and began poking at the vivisected computers that lay all around us. Alright guys, Chris said, suddenly sounding unusually helpful. Leave it with me, I'll have to see what I can dig up. Something inside me tensed up at Chris's suggestion. I wanted to instinctively say he couldn't have it, but that was ridiculous. How could he help without keeping hold of it for at least a few days? One look from Jack told me he hadn't registered anything strange about the request, so I decided to just let it go. We'll leave it to you, Jack said. See you, Chris. But Chris didn't even look up at us. He was already wheeling the USB drive from one laptop to another while muttering to himself. What's eating you? Jack asked as we waited in the elevator. Did you know Chris gets migraines? I asked. What of it? I don't know, I shrugged, but he gets them damn near daily, spends hours each night in pain. Huh? You don't think... I asked. I doubt it, Jack replied. Chris is a smart guy, long way from poking holes in his legs and jerry-rigging his microwave to cook with the door open. Yeah, but sometimes the darkest pits have gentle slopes. That gamer kid, I reckon he started off small before he got all... creative. Yeah, I nodded. Creative. I couldn't escape the feeling of dread building up in my gut. What if Chris started out just letting his migraines do the heavy lifting? That'd be something. Hell, it'd be a force for good. Guy was in pain anyway, might as well make money. But the payouts were small. Anyone could see that. That kid hadn't earned billions. He'd sold his health and his sanity for what seemed like a pittance in comparison to the suffering he went through. And yet, the potential of earning cash for pain, the idea stayed with you. Every ache in your gut and every twinge in your spine could have a dollar value attached to it, and who wouldn't want that? I knew I would. But would the average person just sit back and let it tick upwards day to day, content to live on whatever meager payout it threw their way? I told myself that's what I'd do. I'd be smart. But I also knew you could go through a lot of pain and heal up just fine. Wouldn't it be better to take some time and figure out what the USB stick really wanted? Once you knew what sort of injuries gave the biggest payout, then you could plan out a safe way to make as much money as the body could physically handle. And it was probably that kind of thinking that led that kid to start experimenting with sharp things. He hadn't even made a withdrawal. He just kept letting the money pile up. Something about that struck me as truly insane. I could tell the implications hadn't completely escaped Jack, because he pursed his lips for a few seconds and finally offered an opinion. Remind me to check up on him tomorrow. It's mine. A gunshot rang out and everyone ducked around the barricade. Even the paramedic being wheeled into an ambulance flinched, and he was doped up on painkillers. He'd been shot just 15 minutes ago, but he was still a lucky man. Whoever was up there had fired blindly around a corner and clipped his leg. Could have easily been a lot worse. Above us, a pale-looking head stuck out the window and screamed, "It's mine! It's mine! My flesh! It's written on my flesh!" I noticed Jack's hand on his holster. He'd never fired, of course. Way too dangerous. But damn if it wasn't tempting. That ratty-looking asshole had spent the last few hours taking pot shots at cops and doctors after wounding the first response team. They'd been on their way up there, reporting to neighbors' complaints of a missing person and an awful smell, when he first opened fire on the very people supposed to help him. "Any news on the infrared?" Jack asked. I looked towards the special response team. A large man in a black visor gave me a thumbs up. "He's alone," I said. "No hostages. They want to take the shot. I'd like it if we could keep him alive. Could they disarm him?" "How the hell are they going to do that?" I asked. But before Jack could reply, the officers around us began to cry out and our attention was back on the shooter above. "Didn't take him for a jumper," Jack said as we watched his skinny torso wriggle its way out of the tight confines of the open window. "You think it's like the last one?" I asked as I gestured with one hand for the cleanup crews to get ready. "He's been yammering on about wealth written on flesh." "I dunno," he said. "Can't really get a payout if you're dead. Just doesn't make any kind of sense." The pup finally pushed himself past the point of no return and his body entered freefall. My memories of it, in hindsight, are turgid and stuffed with too much detail. I can close my eyes, even now, and the image, and imagine the look on his face and the neon lights of our patrol cars flashing against his back, none of which I would have been able to actually see. Still, the memory is very ingrained in my mind, and I suspect most of the vital and lively details have been laid on fresh with each new recollection. What I do remember for sure is thinking to myself, what the hell is in his mouth? Half a second later, I found out. It was a bit of rope he'd been slowly feeding himself for a few days. I don't know how that works exactly, but the text assured me that it's something the body can easily do. Bit of training with your gag reflex and just about anything can pass your gullet. And then, if it's long enough, it goes right out the other end. It was that end he tied to the fridge just before he jumped. "How are they?" Jack asked, and it was a grave sign of how bad things were that he, of all people, would be asking after the cleanup crew. "Angry," I said. Not like angry, just not very happy. Jack walked over to the window and looked outside. "Yeah, I get that," he said. "Anything off the doctors looking at the guy?" Yeah, I replied. Confusion, for sure. No post-mortem, obviously, although they're adamant it's coming. Guy can't possibly survive those injuries for much longer. Still, they did as we asked and looked for prior injuries. We've got what looks like a lot of broken bones, many partially healed, just one break piled on top of another. It's a miracle he could walk, let alone do that. I gestured to the fridge that had been dragged away from the wall before it was used as an anchor. Although at least some of that distance had been the result of his dead weight hitting a snag in the rope. I shuddered at the thought and let my eyes roam the walls. They were covered in hundreds of thousands of the same simple equation repeated in a brown greasy scrawl, each one slightly different. $1.12 equals 35 seconds, $1.14 equals 39 seconds, 87 cents, 26 seconds. I tried to focus on the numbers, tried to make sense of the clues while recalling the ancient history of entry-level stats. Normal distributions were part of a general scroll in some parts, along with what looked like some kind of Bayesian equation. But none of it stuck for long in my mind. My eyes, no matter how hard I tried to keep them in one place, kept coming back to the glowing CRT monitor on the aging kitchen table. 252,038.13, 252,038.76, 252,039.09. It was still rising, but for all that he'd gone through, the shooter had barely earned $250K. Scrolling up, I found his grand finale. It netted him just over a few grand. It was so little, it felt like a deliberate act of humiliation, and my ire began to rise. I took some satisfaction in watching the numbers disappear when I yanked the thumb drive out. Then, when I thought that wasn't enough, I started kicking the crap out of the tower. Whoa, Jack cried out while stepping over. "Calm the hell down." "This is bad," I said. "Whoever made this knew what they were doing. Right now, it's just two guys, but if it gets big, the desperate, the greedy, and the plain old stupid will line up around the block to play with this thing. How the hell do they even know?" I cried, and I could hear the anger in my voice. "How does anyone even know the guy on the other end is hurting himself?" I didn't usually find myself fraying at the ends like this, not in front of Jack, who had a good 15 years on me and was the kind of guy who you always wanted to see you at your toughest. But after what we'd just seen, there was a helplessness building up inside my chest that felt like being buried alive. "Calm down," Jack said. "I'll finish up here. You go home and get into bed. Get your head straight." "I'm gonna hear that noise every single night for the rest of my life." "Yeah, well, you're not alone," he replied, and I'm not sure if he meant to or not, but he found the one thing that managed to comfort me. It was 11 a.m. and I'd been in bed for 6 days, using up my annual leave, when the phone rang and Jack's name lit up on the screen. "Jack?" I groaned, surprised at just how bad my voice sounded. "It's me," he said. "I need you to come in." "I'm not doing that," I said. "Not until someone threatens to fire me." Tell me when someone who gets paid more takes this case off our hands. Did you know Chris has been working from home all this time? My heart sank. No? Well, he got permission the day after we saw him last, you know. The day we gave him the stick with Ritcoin on it. Then 3 days ago, at about lunchtime, he stopped responding to all emails and stopped answering his phone. His friends are talking about him like he might be ill, but... Jack didn't have to finish his thought. How long's he been home? I asked. 3 weeks. Damn. Okay, I'm coming in. Chris? A few heavy knocks, and we heard nothing in return. We weren't exactly light touches either. Jack's hand boomed against the wood so hard, I thought the door would bow inwards. Chris, I cried again, but there was still no answer. No surprise there, Jack grumbled as he stepped around the stony front garden and tried to peer into the open windows. Who's he live with? Parents, I said. Originally, anyway. They passed away a few years ago, so I'd have to guess the place is all his now. No wife? Nope, I shook my head. Doesn't look like there's anyone else living in there, Jack replied, stepping back from the grimy pane. Back way in. Let's look, I answered, while moving towards a rusted side gate that led to a small and stony garden. Surrounding the house were decrepit apartment blocks that towered above, lending the garden a feeling of urban mysticism. Like this one overgrown patch of brambles and greenery was the city's dirty little secret. We soon found a concrete flight of stairs that led down to a cellar door. The steps covered in old, broken bottles tossed from up high, probably by some jealous neighbours. Jack and I kicked them aside while we descended to find the door open. Jack, I said as we took our first steps inside. The basement was quiet and filled with old junk, curtains drawn across most of it to try and hide as much as possible from prying eyes. Slowly, we made our way through it while my heart took to tap dancing in my chest. When are we going to someone else with this? With what? The case. Oh, he grunted. We'll have to see. Maybe it goes big, viral, like you said, in which case we won't have to do a damn thing. It'll be out of our hands in no time. But so far, these guys, they've all had some kind of connection. Fingerprints show those 2 drives were handled by the same person at some point. I was working on IDing them when I heard the news. Maybe whoever left those prints, maybe they're the source. If so, we could stop it before it gets bad. I couldn't do it. The voice was startling enough that I went for a gun I didn't have. God bless Jack. He hadn't let me come armed. I hated to be someone he couldn't count on, but it turned out to be the right choice because I would have fired into the source of that voice without hesitation. It was one of those Microsoft Sam jobs, robotic enough to almost be funny, but loud enough it damn near scared me witless when I first heard it. What the hell? I muttered. Nick, Jack, I hope you find this, the voice said without intonation. At this stage, Jack drew his gun, albeit in a safer and more sensible way than I could have, and he stalked quietly over to a small nook covered with a red curtain. He peeked inside and let out a soul-draining sigh. Slowly, he pulled the curtain aside for me to see. We found our head of computer forensics slumped in a desk chair, facing 2 screens. One was a text document, the other was Ritcoin. A muddy splash of brown and red across one of Chris's shoulders spoke of a fatal bleed-out, one that must have occurred days before. It soaked his clothes, the chair, and the floor, draining him so thoroughly he looked like something dragged out of a lake. I had to assume it was rigor mortis that kept him upright, but his pose was unnervingly natural. The robotic voice spoke up once more. I'm on borrowed time, it said. It's a text file, I said, pointing to the other screen, a note set to read out loud, A letter, I think. It must be on a loop. I miscalculated. Jack bent down and picked up a kitchen knife covered in rusty blood. Self-inflicted, he asked me. I have wanted to die for so very long, the voice said, almost in answer to Jack's question. But I was scared. When I saw Ritcoin, I thought the money might balance out the pain. I left instructions for it to all go to charity. If my death could help people, I thought it would make it easier. I have tried before, but could never go through with it. I always thought of the bad I'd be leaving behind. I thought Ritcoin could change it, make it easier, knowing some good would come of my suffering. At first I tried pills, but it did not work, so I took more and it still did not work. I tried to hang myself, but I stayed there, alive, for 2 days before the light fixture broke. I tried my wrists, I tried electrocution. In the end, I used a knife. I thought it would be definitive, opening my neck up ear to ear. I was wrong. I've been bleeding out for 2 days and I'm still not dead. Something is slowing it down, and the numbers keep rising. I'm alive, even as my body shuts down. Soon I'll have no blood, no oxygen to work the cells to move my muscles. I hope that will be the end. But if it was so simple, I should have died days ago. At least I have time to think. And I have a theory. Ritcoin. I think the money is secondary. It is just a way to get you started. I had been stood, rooted to the spot, as the weight of Chris's words sank in. He had ended himself, and we'd given him the tool that had pushed him past the threshold. The thought of it left me dazed. Even Jack, not a man often given to flights of sympathy, was shocked into silence by the thought of this man's death. It is giving us time, the voice continued. Pain in the exchange for time added onto your life. The money is just a law. The real payout is time. The worse the pain, the longer you'll get added onto your life. And if you hurt yourself bad enough, the pay becomes self-sustaining even as the injuries kill you. More suffering means more time means more suffering. My only hope is that if the program is interrupted, the cycle can be stopped. If you find me, Nick or Jack, or anyone, please pull the drive. I'm still aware somehow. I should have died days ago, but I can see the numbers still going up, bit by bit. In the end, I think it will leave me here, stuck in a rotting shell. Whatever this thing harvests, it isn't just physical pain, it's leading to something darker. I think something is out there, and it is... The document ended, the final statement left unfinished. Both Jack and I looked at the Ritcoin screen. You don't think he's actually in there, do you? I asked. Somehow, the tally was still increasing. Without saying another word, Jack bent down and pulled the drive out with an angry grunt. Just like that, the monitor went dark and a heavy silence filled the cellar. I don't know exactly what prompted the following. Maybe it was a shift in temperature caused by us opening the door, or maybe just a build-up of gases. But as soon as the clicking of the computer had stopped, Chris's body fell forward out of the chair. He hit the keyboard face first, and there was a blurt of computerized consonants spoken before his body awkwardly gave into the gravity and landed on the floor with a wet thud. Jack dropped the drive and stamped it into pieces on the floor. Tell me he wasn't still in there, I cried. That all that nonsense about having extra time was just his brain running out of oxygen and he was just rambling. It was gases, or some post-mortem twitch or something. Just coincidence he fell, he replied. But I don't think even he believed that. Maybe he had, or hadn't realized at this point, but it was firmly in my mind that the jumper we'd seen just a week before had died in hospital hours later while we were still in his apartment. Had that happened at the same time I'd pulled the USB drive? I told myself it was impossible, but everything we'd seen so far was impossible. "Call this in," he said. "We've got work to do." They should have burned this place down years ago. The Evergreen high-rise was notorious for its squatters. It was a place where a certain kind of person went, and the city preferred them behind closed doors rather than out on the very public and visible streets. Before being condemned, the people who lived there were tenants. Now they were called squatters. To Jack and I, the Evergreen high-rise was the hiding place of our supposed distributor. It had taken days to get an ID due to the partial print match, only to find out the owner's listed address was no longer accurate. After that, we had to work our usual contacts and informants, and they helped, but they could only get so far. Rumours and hearsay was what we had to go with, leading to a list of several squalid hellholes we'd been forced to traipse through one by one. Evergreen was by far the worst. "Want to take the elevator?" Jack smirked as he asked, both of us stopping to look at the wrenched open metal doors and the black water flooding the shaft. I tried looking for the car, but only saw my reflection cast in inky ripples. "They said the 7th floor, right?" Above me, somewhere, a door slammed shut. We both waited for sounds of footsteps, but none came. After a few more silent seconds, Jack spoke up again in a hushed voice that still sounded far too loud in the derelict lobby. "Let's get going." I found the climb up easier than Jack, who huffed and puffed after a few short flights. I considered asking him if he wanted a break, but I didn't fancy the idea of hanging around in that graffiti-riddled stairwell. It would have been bad enough if we were alone in that concrete tomb, but we weren't. The sounds of fleeting feet and locking doors told us that the inhabitants of Evergreen were well aware of our presence and most likely watching us. So far, we could be thankful they were staying out of our way, but I wondered if it was just because they hadn't figured out what they wanted to do with us yet. When we reached our floor, we both waited by the open door for any signs of an ambush before venturing into the dark, torches raised. "Over here." Jack walked over to a closed door and put his ear close to the jamb. He was listening to something, and as I got closer, I heard it too. There was a gentle thrumming behind the door, and an occasional blurt of bright and colourful electronic music. Gun drawn, Jack tried the handle and found it open. He took point as we entered and found a bare apartment with the carpet ripped up. The only sign of habitation was a computer station set up in one corner, its 5 multi-size monitors lighting up the room in an array of neon blues and pinks. A screensaver was looping over and over as a little pixelated cat chased mice, bursting into joyful song each time it caught one. "Nick?" "I see it," I said. I'd seen it the second I entered. A patch of shadow that seemed to eat the light from our torches. It had been a person, once. Some part of my rational mind told me this had to be true. 2 arms, 2 legs, a pair of crusty old jeans tied around the waist with string. Thinking of the first case and the needles he swallowed and passed, I checked the victim's hands. Sure enough, there were several shards of glass clutched in their fist. That explained the distended belly that hung toad-like below a bony ribcage, a classic sign of pica. "How long has he been here?" Jack asked. "A while," I answered, as I paid attention to the festering mess of scar tissue and coagulated blood that coated everything above the neck and shoulders. The face was inhuman, lipless and skinless, the features warped from what must have been an endless cycle of injury and healing. No soft tissue spared. If it could be peeled, pierced or tenderized, it had been. One injury laid on top of another for what must have been several months or even years. Even the eyes were lidless and had dilated to such an extreme They looked all black with no iris or sclera. I wanted to be professional, but it made my stomach knot and my heart race just to look at. Jack? Yeah. I can't stop thinking about what Chris wrote. Yeah, he said with a weary sigh. Me neither. Whether it's true or not, there's something, I don't know, spooky about this whole thing, but we need to fix it no matter what. Over by the computer, he nudged the mouse and the screensaver faded to reveal a standard Windows desktop on all but one screen. That one turned black with green text. We'd found it again. Another row of numbers starting small and getting bigger. Well, there we go, Jack said. What did our lucky contestant win? He thumbed the down arrow and the text scrolled for what felt like an obscene amount of time. Knowing that each row of numbers was another injury made, the wait for the bottom was very uncomfortable. There we go, he said when he finally found the bottom. He got to just under 9 million. Geez, you'd think he'd retire after 3? Probably saving up for plastic surgery, I replied, and Jack gave a tired laugh, the kind you only do with your nose. 8,879,332.79, the screen read. And then, soundlessly, it ticked over again. 8,879,335.26. Jack's hand reached for his gun. 8,879,338.95. I nearly said something, but stopped myself. My mind stuttered like a flooded car engine, and I tried a few different explanations for what I was seeing, but it all came down to what Chris had already told us. The tally was rising because whoever was sat on that floor, they were somehow still in pain. Quietly, we both waited for some sign of life. When it finally happened, it was fast. Lightning fast. Whoever or whatever it was that lunged for us with childish giggles that left no doubt as to this thing's state of mind. It wanted to hurt us. Broken legs trailed behind it as it shuffled forward in a blaze of shaking lights and terrified cries that I would later realize were mine. The sight of that thing coming at us froze me to the spot, but Jack stepped up. Gun drawn, he aimed and fired, and fired and fired and fired, before I could close even half the distance. When the gunshots finally stopped, it came as a relief. All motion and sound ceased, as if the normality of gunpowder cancelled out the madness we were seeing. Lead and fire versus pain and greed. Jack and I were left standing there in breathless quiet. The tension was so immense that when it finally broke, it did so with a chuckle, and it was Jack who went first. Guess he wasn't dead, he said after a nervous laugh. But, he is now. And how couldn't he be? Half the monster's skull had been pulverized. Its head looked more like a houseplant than it did a piece of human anatomy. Just like that, all notion of extended lives were washed away, and it felt as if an enormous weight had been taken away. Yeah, I laughed with him. Maybe I've just let this one get to me. All said and done, that bullet did the trick. He isn't getting... The creature sat up. Slowly, its flower bulb head turned towards us, and it spoke. Would you like to live forever? It hissed, its words shaped by flaps of skin and muscle that I'm not sure ever began their life as part of the mouth. Jack lifted his gun up, but I stopped him. The computer, I whispered. You can skirt oblivion, it tittered. You do not have to wait to see hell to start paying your dues. Shoot the computer, I hissed at Jack. No need. The thing held out its hand as a gesture to stop us. misshapen fingers splayed outwards at stomach-churning angles.
I knew you were coming. There is not a soul in this building who hasn't shared in this gift. Do you think you would have made it this far if I hadn't wanted you to? So take the drive and know that the promise of extended life is real. Am I not proof enough?
The creature used a hand to flick back a strand of something that had fallen across the few inches of meat and bone that remained above its jawline.
Not only of coin, but of other higher powers. Death is not the end, it hissed, and you can hold it back for a little while and earn the amusement of what awaits to collect us on the other side.
That sounds like a bad deal, I said as I ran towards the computer and pulled the stick. Only when I turned back, the monster was still sat there, and somehow, even without a face or most of a head, I could tell it was smiling.
Mine is elsewhere, it giggled. I told you, that one is meant for you detectives.
I turned to the screen and saw it hadn't changed. Frustrated, I kicked the computer and found it was a decoy. Just an old tower with nothing inside. The monitors must have been wired up to something else. With more time, I could have found it. But with every fibre in my body begging me to leave, there was no chance I was going to stick around just to ferret that thing out.
But you are right, it cooed. It is a bad deal. But take it from someone who knows what is on the other side. I advise you to suffer now and delay the next world. Take your time and think up novel torments. Nothing you come up with will compare to an eternity spent with them.
Carefully, it dragged itself across the floor to give us access to the door.
But they do so enjoy watching us try.
Outside, sat on the hood of our car, Jack and I smoked. "Whatever's up there," I said, pointing to the high-rise. "Did you believe anything it said? It painted a pretty grim picture of the afterlife."
"I dunno,"
he replied. Nothing else, just another puff of smoke. "What do you want to do now?" I asked.
"That thing, its legs were
out of action," I told him. Disgruntled, he stood up and walked to the back of the car. When he came back, he was speaking. "How easy do you think those stairs would be for him? Let's say, if it was in a hurry."
"I don't know,"
I shrugged. "Not easy at all." I finally saw what Jack had fetched from his trunk, and despite everything, I smiled. It was a gas can and a box of matches. Let's see how they cope when all their computers are melted plastic. So recently, I've been reading all the spooky subreddits I could find, for reasons I'll get into, and it stirred up a memory that I can't believe I'd forgotten, of when I was about 6. I'd woken up in the middle of the night. It was after midnight because my mom had gone to bed. She always stayed up late back then, watching TV down in the living room. The house was silent, and the only light came from the street lamps outside my bedroom window. This huge arching behemoth. My room is located on the second floor next to the bathroom. Across the hall, right next to the staircase, is my mom's room. She always sleeps with the door open. Always. I don't remember why exactly I woke up. I didn't need to pee. I wasn't thirsty. The room wasn't too cold or hot.
and I didn't feel sick or nauseous or anything like that. Just 1 second I was dead asleep, and the next I was wide awake. I remember having this unshakable urge to get up and go to the stairs. Not down the stairs to the kitchen for a snack, not to the living room to sneak a late night woohoo show, as my mom calls them, or outside for a breath of fresh air. Just to the stairs leading up from the ground floor to the second. So, I did just that, and the most bizarre thing happened. I was suddenly filled with this unflappable confidence that I could just jump the entire staircase, 12 in total, and land unharmed at the bottom. I really don't know what got into me. Yeah, I was a kid, but I wasn't stupid. At least, not that stupid. I knew that falling down the stairs would hurt, and jumping down an entire staircase was practically impossible. Still, the stairs seemed to be calling me, and I just couldn't shake it. So, I did it. I jumped, and I floated right down the stairs like I was some kind of ghost, or had suddenly lost weight, or gravity wasn't working anymore. I landed unharmed at the bottom of the stairs on all fours. I remember laughing in amazement and climbing back up to do it again. As soon as I got to the top, though, I caught something in the corner of my eye that made me stop. A shadowy figure standing at the bottom of the stairs. I could make out the shape of a person. I thought my mom had gone to sleep in her room, but apparently she had fallen asleep on the couch and had woken up to my laughter or heard the stairs creaking as I climbed back up. She didn't move, just stood there watching me. So I said, "Sorry, Mom, I just wanted to jump down the stairs." And she replied, in a voice croaky with sleep, "I didn't see it. Can you do it again?" This foreboding feeling started to creep into my gut. I felt like I was about to get into trouble. I waited a second, then ran back to my room, back to my bed, and that was that. My mom never brought it up, so I didn't either. Years passed, and I guess I forgot about that whole ordeal. I've since gone to college and moved back home, partially due to student loans and the exorbitant cost of living in Denver, partially because my mom enjoys the company, and her place is damn nice, nicer than any other place I'd be able to afford around here. What I'm saying is, I'm sleeping in my childhood bedroom again. For the first couple months, nothing too strange has happened. Unless you count my weird old lady neighbour, what's-her-face, meowing in the middle of the courtyard lawn at like 4 a.m, or yelling at the poor dude who lives above her. Both stories for another day. Side note, I've never actually seen this dude who causes what's-her-face so much grief, despite her constantly ranting about how spooky he is, which is rich coming from her. But I do see his motorcycle parked out front occasionally. If it wasn't for that fact, I would have honestly thought she made him up. Anyway, something happened the other night that was bizarre enough to make me log back into this account for the first time in a long time to see if anyone has any answers. The first thing I discovered is that a lot of people have that same memory of floating down the stairs as a kid. Some people say it's just a common dream kids have, but a lot of people insist it really happened. At least in my case, I know I wasn't dreaming. The second thing I discovered is that what happened to me last night, and when I was a kid, was not good. For clarity, neither my mum or I have any pets. The walls are concrete and brick, and it's just me and Mom at the house. Like I said, nothing strange has happened since I've moved back in. No cold spots, or shadows in the corner of my eye, or strange noises in the night, besides the neighbour. Nothing. until last night. It was late and dark and quiet. I'd woken up suddenly and couldn't get back to sleep. I was lying in bed reading Hellblazer, The Devil You Know, that damn John Constantine, listening to some ambient soundscape, when, suddenly, from outside my room, I heard my mom calling my name. Now, I have a very rare and unusual name, so I know it wasn't someone on the street calling another person. I stopped reading, turned the ambient music down, and listened. It was definitely my mom, and she was definitely calling me, but it didn't sound like she was anywhere on the second floor. It sounded like she was in the kitchen or in the living room downstairs. Of course, I thought this was pretty strange, but I don't know, I figured she just saw a mouse or wanted me to sneak a peek at our neighbor or something. "What?" I asked. She stopped calling, and there was a beat of dead silence. Then, "Come here," she was hissing. I sighed. "Where?" "Down here." "Why?" "Just come here." Ugh, fine. I rolled out of bed. As soon as my feet touched the hardwood, the strangest sensation bubbled up in my gut. It was like excitement, but not the good kind. Like the sort of anticipation you get right before the roller coaster drops. It kind of felt like I was floating. I stepped out of my room and made my way down the hall. "Hurry," my mom hissed, "and leave the lights off." Okay. I rounded the corner to the stairs and squinted down them. There, near the base of the stairs, was a shadowy figure. The shape was definitely my mom, but there was something off about her. I don't really know how to explain it. Like her arms were a bit too long, and her legs were too knobby. She was holding something square. It glinted in the dim light. "Come down here and look at this," she said. Before I could, though, there was a soft grunt behind me, which was strange because, well, my mom was standing right there in front of me. I whipped around and peered into my mom's room, expecting the worst, prepared for the worst. There, tucked under the covers, fast asleep, was my mom. I said, unable to really say anything else, because my heart was throbbing up in my throat. The shadowy shape of my not mom was still standing at the bottom of the stairs. It waved the glinting square thing around. "That's not me. Hurry, come down here, before it's too late." I said again, then swallowed. "That's gonna be a hard pass from me, bro." I flicked the hall light on, and instantly, the shadowy shape was gone. The square thing fell with a clatter onto the wooden floor. My mom said from inside her room, her voice groggy with sleep. "What are you doing? What time is it? Turn off the light." Nothing, I replied, and switched the light back off. "Sorry." The shadowy not mom thing was gone. I guess the light vanquished it or something. I'm not sure. And I'm kind of legit freaked out that it might come back again. I went back to my room, back to my bed, and tried to forget about it. Obviously I couldn't, which led me to looking things up on Reddit until the ass crack of dawn, and that, in turn, led me to writing this out on here. It was my real mom, I'm pretty sure, who brought it up the next morning. She said, "Why did you turn the light on last night? Did you forget you were living with someone else?" I shook my head and said, "No, sorry. I just thought I heard a mouse or something." "Was it Mrs. What's-her-face?" The neighbour? Nah. My mom was silent for a second. Her lips pursed over a T. What were you doing downstairs last night then? Were you spying on the guy that What's-Her-Face hates? I froze, then replied, What? No. She continued. That's strange. I heard you downstairs. It sounded like you were crying or maybe laughing. I was going to go check on you, but you told me to go away. That's weird, I said. I took a sip of coffee, trying to trick myself into feeling calm again. You were probably just dreaming. My mom looked at me incredulously. What? I asked. I found that at the bottom of the stairs this morning. She pointed at something across from me. It was a picture frame. The glass was cracked down the middle. But that's not what made my blood run cold. I picked it up, not believing what I was seeing. The picture inside was of Mom and me, from around the time I have that memory of floating down the stairs. Both of our faces were cut out. Is there something you're not telling me? My mom asked, watching my face. Is everything okay? I looked up at her. I didn't want to do this. She raised an eyebrow. Look, Mom, I swear I didn't do this. My mom began. But before she could say anything else, there was a loud rapping at the door. My mom rolled her eyes, mouthed, "It's Mrs. What's-Her-Face," and went to answer it. We haven't talked about it since, and, other than that picture being damaged, nothing else strange has happened. So, yeah, either I'm losing it, or I'm living with some sort of sentient, shape-shifting hell being from the netherworld who hates light and happy family photos. I don't really know what to do. Sage the place, probably. I'm hoping my mom will let me keep the lights on tonight, and that, as stupid and wasteful as that sounds, it'll be bright enough so that thing stays away. But I'm at a loss here. I really, really, really hope that thing doesn't come back. But if it does, other than burning the place down or moving or getting a carbon dioxide monitor, we already have one. Do you guys have any suggestions? This is the story of the oak. I suppose I should start at the beginning. I've never been particularly fond of trees. Great, twisted things watching the night, long, thin branches tapping on my window as a child, leaves rustling in the breeze, creating malformed delusions in my mind. 2 weeks ago, I moved to a quaint country house with my parents. We wanted to get away from the bustling city life under the impression that life in the country would be a lot less stressful. We couldn't have been more wrong. When we first arrived at the house, the first thing I did was grab my luggage and head inside to my new bedroom. The house was surrounded by a dense forest with a small trail leading out onto the highway. So naturally, the only thing I could see from my bedroom window was woodland. Except one thing. My new bedroom overlooked our small garden, in the center of which was a large oak tree. Its trunk seemed to rocket up towards the sky, and its branches pierced out from its thick bark like pins in a cushion. However, the most peculiar thing about it was a faint set of scratches on the side of the tree facing the window, which appeared to be in the shape of a face with closed eyes. I merely shrugged this off as a natural occurrence, unpacked my things, and got some much-needed rest. The next day, I had breakfast with my parents, took a quick look around the new place, and decided to go outside to explore the grounds. It was nothing to be marveled at. As much as you'd expect, there were trees, and more trees. However, upon further study, I noticed that the innermost tree line gently bent towards the old oak in the middle of my garden. I found it slightly unnerving, but nothing I couldn't find a rational explanation for. I decided that it was probably just how the wind blew around those parts, and headed back upstairs to browse my computer. As I entered the room and sat down at my desk, I took a quick glance out my window. I was just about to turn back to the screen when something caught my eye. I was almost positive the oak was closer to my window than before. I jumped out of my chair, a little taken aback, and scuttled to the other side of the room. I was angry at how paranoid I was being, so I crept up to the window and took a longer peer out into the garden. There it was, the oak. I stared long at its jagged branches and thick trunk, seeing if it would do anything, until I noticed that the opening between its carved-in eyelids seemed slightly wider than before. I'd had enough at that point. I went downstairs to tell my mother about the tree, and she told me I was seeing things, and suggested I should take to my bed a little earlier that night. I agreed. I logged off my computer at 9:30 and decided to get some sleep. I shut the curtains, lay down, and closed my eyes. At 3 a.m, I awoke with a start to the sound of frantic whispering. I could hear the trees outside rustling the words, "Beware the oak," bouncing around in my head, causing a dreadful migraine. I stopped dead when I looked at the window. The curtains were drawn back, and the oak was staring in at me. Eyes wide open and gaping like manholes, its wooden mouth carved into an open grin. I jumped out of my bed, careened down the stairs, and frantically called out after my parents. No answer. I called and called out to my parents, but I received no response. I checked outside. No car, no nothing. I started to freak out. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer and ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I didn't care. I just sped down the dirt path to the highway, all the while only being able to hear the constant groaning of "Beware the oak," accompanied by the sound of leaves rustling and wood cracking. The trees seemed to bend inwards towards me as I passed, as if they were trying to grab me, warn me. I didn't know, and I didn't care. I was too terrified to stop. I ran and ran until I reached the clearing. There, where I expected the highway to be, was my house instead. I panicked. I was about to turn around and head back when footsteps, heavy and loud, bellowing through the woods behind me. Without thinking, I sped into the house and barred the door. I didn't know what to do. I was running through scenarios in my head, trying to piece together what was happening and how to escape it. Was this a nightmare? Most probably, but I wasn't so sure. My feet hurt from running, and pinching myself seemed to be ineffective. Should I attack the oak? Question it? Should I keep running? Was I going to die? My thoughts were promptly interrupted by an unusual sound drifting down the hall from my bedroom. It was the sound of faint sobbing. I tightened my grip on the knife and crept up the stairway. I braced myself at my bedroom door, and on the count of 3, burst in, flailing my arms around like a madman. However, when I looked around into the dark of my room, I was confronted with a wall of darkness. The sort of darkness that chokes you in its icy grasp. The sort of darkness that smothers you and threatens to swallow you whole. I stood there as patiently as a statue, as silent as the grave, waiting for my vision to adjust itself. I was kept company by nothing but the gentle sound of creaking floorboards and the whistling of the harsh wind. As my eyes adjusted, the wind began to die down. I glared through the fluttering curtains, knife in hand, only to see that the old oak had returned to normal. I was baffled. I stumbled back, and the knife dropped to the floor, glinting in the moonlight. As I regained my footing, my parents burst into the room, asking me if I was all right, running over and holding me, checking me for cuts and bruises. That was 2 weeks ago, and every night since, the oak has edged closer and closer to my window. I'm afraid to sleep, I'm afraid to go into my room, and I'm even afraid to close my eyes. Every request I've made to move has been written off as mental instability. My parents won't believe me, and neither will my friends. Whenever I sleep, I hear the shuffling of roots, the rustling of leaves, the whispers in the wind. I don't expect to be around for much longer, so I'll leave you with one final message. Beware the oak. Being a single 38-year-old father of a 13-year-old is quite the challenge, but my son, Jared, has made it far too easy for me. He was the poster child of a good child. He never got into any trouble, excelled in every subject in school, and had a passion for the classical guitar. Of course, just like any other kid, he would do something wrong, but he was always honest with me. He would tell me what he did, and he would always seem legitimately sorry for his actions. That is why I was browsing through Craigslist looking for an Xbox One. I knew he wanted one, but it was far too expensive for me to buy. I could barely keep up with the bills, but I checked for a decent deal every night before I went to bed. "4 days ago, I came across a new ad placed for an Xbox One with 4 games for just $75. When I clicked on the ad, I saw that an enraged mother was selling her son's game system because he failed in all of his classes. After checking the time and seeing that it was 8:30 p.m, I called the number that was on the bottom of the post. 10 minutes later, we agreed to meet at my house at 10 a.m. the next day to make the transaction. Before she hung up the phone, she said, "I just want you to know something. My son, he's a smart kid, and he is a really good boy. But ever since he got that stupid system, he started getting obsessed over a game. I don't really know which one, but just monitor your son." I hung up the phone with an uneasy feeling, but I knew that my son was different. He deserved it. When my son came home from school, he screamed out in joy when he saw me hooking up his new Xbox to the TV. He ran up and gave me a hug and sat right next to me while I connected the HDMI cable to the system. I handed the controller to Jared, and he started looking through the games. Once he picked out some sort of car racing game, I got up and started getting dinner ready. By the time I put together the last chicken taco, I turned around to call out to Jared to come in, but I saw he was already sitting on his chair. The whole entire meal, Jared thanked me for getting him the Xbox and about how his first couple races went. When we finished dinner, he got up and walked into his room. After I cleared out the dishes and washed them, I walked upstairs to my room. And when I passed by his room, I checked in and saw that he was closing up his school notebook and picking up his guitar. I had to get up early for a meeting the next morning, so I fell asleep as soon as I walked into the room to the sound of my son strumming out for Elise. The next couple of days went by smoothly. My son would come home, play on the Xbox for about an hour or two, eat dinner with me, and then do his homework and practice his guitar before going to bed. 2 days ago, everything changed. My son looked through his games, but after a couple of seconds, he started going through the menu of the Xbox. I told myself to make sure I had some new games before next week. I made chicken soup that night, but when I was done making it, my son was not sitting in front of the dinner table like he always was. After I called out to him about 3 times without a response, I walked out of the kitchen and into the living room. He was completely fixated on a game I hadn't seen him play before. It was just a yellow ball on the far right corner of the screen. There were smaller, grey balls flying towards the yellow ball that I guess you try to avoid. I tapped on Jared's shoulder, but he ignored me and kept playing the game. He never did this before, so I just took his dinner out to the living room and placed it next to him. I told him to eat it whenever he felt like it. I never really worried about him. He always did the right thing. The next day was Saturday too, so I decided to let him play the game for as long as he wanted. After I finished my dinner, I gave Jared a kiss on the forehead and walked to my room. I was used to falling asleep to the sound of his music, but the fast-paced rhythmic tapping on his controller slowly guided me to sleep. I woke up at 5 a.m. yesterday morning. The first thing I noticed was that I could still hear the sound of tapping. The second thing I noticed was that the tapping was completely in rhythm. Not a single tap was out of the beat that filled the otherwise silent house. I got out of bed and walked downstairs. Jared was still sitting in front of the TV. I tapped him several times, but he did not take his eyes off of the screen. I looked him in the eyes to get his attention, but the glazed look in his eyes made me start to panic. His eyes were a solid green. It wasn't the lighting or anything on the screen. His eyes were solid green. Without any hesitation, I grabbed the controller out of his hands and started to drag him to his room. He screamed and tried to get out of my grip, but I didn't loosen my grip until he was in his room. Through his tears and his screaming, he crawled to his bed and fell asleep. Curious, I went downstairs and picked up the controller. It was on the start menu, so I just clicked on the option that said Start New Game. I played it one time. Just once. But it is taking all of my willpower to not play again. I know it's not good. It's called Desires Unknown. If you happen to come across the game, please do not play it. It has taken up almost all of my thoughts. What does the game do? When you start the game, you are the dot on the far right side. Not just a pixelated version of you. No, a real-life version of you. The grey dots that fly towards you. Everything that you ever wanted. The first couple of dots were my favourite foods. Lasagna, steak, roast beef and spaghetti. But as the dots progressed, it soon became my son graduating from an Ivy League college. My wife surviving past the first 3 hours of Jared's birth. And the promotion that would allow me to spend more time with Jared without having to worry about finances. It took me everything to avoid all of the temptations. But I'm afraid to play again. I'm afraid to find out what happens if you fall for any of the temptations.
"You are here," said the man in the black suit, "because you are dentists." The man in the black suit stood in a bright room before 10 men, 10 dentists in a semicircle. They didn't look at one another. They focused on the man in the black suit. "Of all medical professions," continued the man, "dentists have the highest rate of suicide." The men didn't move. They kept their eyes locked on the man talking to them. "I've invited you here to talk about..." The man in the black suit paused. He looked down at his feet and shuffled them a bit. Then he looked up. "I brought you here to talk about the dream." A few of the men fidgeted. One uncrossed his legs. They looked at one another. They looked sharply, squinty-eyed, questioningly at the man in the black suit. The man in the black suit folded his arms and looked at each of them. He waited. Finally, one of the dentists spoke. "You a dentist?" "No," said the man in the black suit. "Then why should we talk to you? It won't do any good." "You wouldn't understand," said another dentist, sitting up in his chair. "You wouldn't understand unless you're a dentist," said another.
You can't understand it, corrected another dentist. And even if you could understand our dream, said another, you wouldn't really understand it. Not really. The man in the black suit listened to them. He nodded as they spoke. The dentists looked at him with scrutiny. The man shuffled a bit and cleared his throat. Like I said, I brought you here to talk about the dream. He reached into his black suit and pulled out a bundle of envelopes. He opened one and showed it to the dentists in their seats. Each of the envelopes contains $5,000 cash. You get an envelope each if you agree to tell me about the dream. Why do you care? Asked the dentist. Is that your money? You a pharmacist? You're going to give us a pill? Some of the dentists snickered. What's in it for you? Why should we... Regardless of my reasons, interrupted the man in the black suit. I have lots of money for each one of you if you tell me the dream. The dentists sat in silence. Then they spoke and said more or less the same thing. You wouldn't understand. You couldn't understand. No, you couldn't understand. The room fell silent again. The man stayed standing in front of the dentists as they sat, arms folded in front of him. Finally, one of them spoke. Heck, he said, getting to his feet. I'll tell him. It won't matter, said another dentist. He won't get it. Nobody does, unless you're a dentist. And he's already told us he's not. So, what do we have to lose? Replied the other one. I'll tell him the dream, we'll get our cash, and we'll be on our way. Except for the few heads that nodded in agreement, the room stayed still. So, said the willing one, here's the dream. Excuse me, interrupted the man in the black suit, putting up his hand. Before you begin, I ask that this be recorded. The man in the black suit clapped his hands twice, loudly. A door opened from the back corner of the room, and an old woman entered, pushing some sort of typewriter on a chair with squeaky wheels. This is Miss Crumb, smiled the man as the woman approached. She is a record keeper, he said. That, said the man, pointing at the machine on the chair, is a stenograph. Miss Crumb will take notes. The old woman slowly made her way to the front of the semicircle. The man in the black suit took the stenograph off the chair and Miss Crumb sat down. He placed the stenograph with its large, blocky keys on her lap. She shifted a few times and got comfortable. Then she looked up at the man in the black suit expectantly. Okay, smiled the man in the black suit. If you're all in agreement, let's begin. The willing dentist stood up. He cleared his throat. The dream has to do with the amount of holes in a person's head, he began. One of the dentists sighed loudly, as if he'd heard the story 1,000 times. He's not going to understand, he retorted. Let him try, said another. The first dentist continued. Every person has 7 holes in their head. 2 ear holes, he said, putting his index fingers on his ears. 2 eye holes, 2 nostrils, and a mouth, he said. 7. Miss Crumb started typing quietly away on a stenograph. It's a horrible dream, really, he continued. The dream deals with a type of weaving that goes in and out of these different holes, and it's always the same. The dentist lifted his hand and put his thumb and forefinger together as if he were pinching something. I am standing over a patient with a needle and a piece of thread. I have an overwhelming need to... The man squinted up his face like he didn't want to say the next part, but he did. I have an overwhelming urge to weave that needle and that thread through those 7 holes. I put the end of it in an ear, and it must come out of another hole, say the mouth. Then I must go into another hole, and out another, and in another, and out, until the last one. The dentist paused. Am I right so far, fellas? Right, said one dentist. You got it, said another. But, the man continued, because there are 7 holes in the head, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth. The needle and thread always ends up on the inside, in the head. It's in and out, in and out, in and out, and in. And that's a problem? Asked the man in the suit. See? Someone said. He doesn't get it. It's a huge problem, continued the dentist. There's something in the dream. An aura, or an entity. A compulsion, call it what you want, that mandates what goes in must come out. So, there I am, bent over some man, sewing a thread through him like he's a stuffed turkey. He scrunched up his face again, like he knew he'd said something distasteful. It's hard to capture in words. One of the other dentists interrupted. But the dream is very clear, and there is a very real sense of some sort of urgency. I take that needle and that thread, and I must go in through one of the holes in the head and out through another, until they're all used. And every time, he continued, gritting his teeth, that dang needle ends up on the inside. So I pull it out, and the patient is screaming, and I start again, and I'm up to my elbows in blood and... You can imagine, another dentist interrupted. It's horrific. It's absolutely horrible, said another. It's exhausting, said another. Completely exhausting. And of course, it makes perfect sense when we're awake, said another, that the needle and thread will always end up on the inside of the skull, but we do it over and over and over, because it's a dream, going in and out, in and out, in and out, and in. The patient screams, and you gotta pull the needle and thread out, and you're up to your elbows in screaming and blood, and because it's a dream, you just start again, and again, and again. What goes in must come out, whispered one of the dentists. In and out, in and out, in and out, and in, said another. The man in the black suit listened intently, nodding. Miss Crum sat silently, recording every word. Then, said another dentist, we wake up after a full night of needling and threading and go to work, and there is a patient in the chair, and the only thing on our minds is that dream. And after a while, it is pretty dang hard to determine what is a dream and what isn't. It's why we drill so hard sometimes, said another. We think if we can drill another hole in that tooth, in that head, then maybe, just maybe, I can dream of a patient with another hole in the head, and maybe the needle will come out. And maybe the dream will stop, said another. And, said another dentist resolutely, it's most definitely why some of us put a gun to our own mouths and pull the trigger. He looked around the room. Nobody looked at him as he finished. It's a bad thing to say, but that hole in our own head is the only sure way to end the dream. The man in the black suit listened. The room fell quiet. "Then we can sleep," said one. "Yes," someone exhaled. "Sleep." "That's the story," said one of the dentists. He looked at the man in the black suit. "We just want to sleep." At this point, the man in the black suit got up from his chair and approached Miss Crumb, who had been recording every word on the stenograph. He stood directly behind her, so the two of them faced the semicircle of dentists. He placed his hands on her shoulder. She stopped typing. "I would like all of you to come forward and stand around Miss Crumb," said the man in the black suit. "Go ahead, come forward." The dentists got up. They approached Miss Crumb and the man in the black suit. He looked down onto the top of her head and said, "Miss Crumb, I want you to show these people your unique characteristic." Miss Crumb slowly lifted her chin and tilted her head back until she locked eyes with a man standing above her. He gently placed his hands around the bottom of her chin and snugly cradled the top of her head with his forearms into his stomach. The man in the black suit looked up at one of the dentists. "Come here," he said kindly. "Come see." The dentist stepped closer and stared down at the old stenographer's face. He gasped. What is that?" he asked. He moved even closer until he was just a foot or so from Miss Crumb's face. He squinted and fumbled with his words. "How? Why? How is it done?" He lifted and pointing a finger at the old woman's face. "That is impossible." The man in the black suit looked up at the rest of the dentists. "Look closely," he said. "All of you." Miss Crumb remained in the man's grip, staring up at the ceiling. As they came forward, she resumed her typing, recording the dentists as they came, one by one, until they had all witnessed for themselves the miracle of Miss Crumb. "She has no mouth," said one. "It's just a line," said another, pointing with the pinky finger. "Just a fake line." "She has 6 holes in her head," said another with a half smile. "No mouth," they all exulted. "No mouth," they cheered. "In and out, in and out, in and out," said one, pinching his fingers with an imaginary needle and thread. "In and out." His hands went up and down. "In and out, in and out." "That means," said another. Another finished his sentence. "What goes in must come out. In and out, in and out, in and out." The dentists cheered. They smiled, wide-eyed, and patted each other on the back and looked at the man in the black suit. The man in the black suit gently released Miss Crumb from his grip, and she dutifully continued to record each statement, each observation, as the dentists walked around the chair, counting the holes in her ears, her eyes, and nostrils. Some counted the holes with their fingers. Others pinched their own imaginary needles, plunging and pulling imaginary threads into the air as they walked around her. Some became emotional. "She doesn't have an extra hole," said one. "She has one fewer. That makes sense." The man in the black suit cleared his throat. They all looked up at him. "She was created for you," smiled the man in the black suit. "So you could sleep." "Thank you," they cried to the man in the black suit. They each, in turn, bent down next to Miss Crumb. "Thank you, Miss Crumb," they said sincerely. "Thank you for existing," they said. "Thank you for helping us sleep." "I am ready to hand out some envelopes," said the man in the black suit, reaching into his suit coat, retrieving the bundles. "But first," he said, pulling a needle and a long piece of black thread from his coat pocket. "Let's make sure it works." Let me get this out of the way first. This really did happen to me. This is a 100% true story. As with most true stories, do not expect some great shocking ending. I can only relate to you what I know. This is a mystery to me, and probably will remain so for the rest of my life. I am only recording this because I feel it highlights a concept I want to discuss. If you are willing to accept that fact, then let me tell you what happened to me one night when I was home alone. It was back when I lived in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I no longer live in Michigan, so I have no qualms with stating that little fact. I was a teenager at the time. My sister was in college, and my parents were taking my brother out to look at colleges in the Midwest. I want to say I was 14 or 15 at the time. It was the summer, and I had been at football camp. I told my parents that I would be there for a week, rather than the actual 5 days, so I could be home alone for a few days. Looking back, I realized if I told them the truth, they wouldn't have been all that concerned. But I guess I just wanted the excitement of pulling one over on them. I did manage to get some excitement out of it all, but not in the way I'd hoped. I got home and set about doing what teenagers want to do. I blasted heavy metal, climbed out my window onto my roof and smoked cigarettes, and other illicit things which are best left unsaid. I enjoyed the freedom and took advantage of the opportunity to watch some horror movies. They weren't really all that scary, but I do think they set up a certain atmosphere. I even ordered a pizza to eat while I watched my marathon. I must have forgotten to close the door when I paid for the pizza, because when I was getting ready for bed, I found the front door to my house wide open. I don't mean open by a crack. I mean completely open for anyone and everyone to walk in uninvited. I would have normally thought nothing of it, but of course, I was alone, and I had just watched 4 horror movies back to back like a genius. I had visions in my head of a crazed vagrant hiding in a closet with a box cutter, waiting for me to fall asleep before carving his murderous manifesto into my chest. I decided to arm myself with what I had on hand. A BB gun we used to spook off squirrels and raccoons. Yeah, we lived in a rural area. It was made to look like a handgun and was so realistic that it would probably get you shot if you started waving it around in public. You even loaded the BB gun by pulling back the slide, which gave a very similar appearance to a real handgun. I hoped that any razor blade wielding baseheads could be intimidated with this imitation. I would hope they wouldn't call my bluff because I had a crystal clear mental image of a BB bouncing ineffectually off his chest before he vivisected me with a chainsaw. I proceeded to sweep my house, looking in every closet and under every bed. I even checked the attic. Each time, the tension within me grew tighter and tighter in my chest, like I would pull open a door to see a man with a knife-sliced smile and butcher's knife grinning at me. I had the pants-crappingly terrifying mental image that he was slowly stalking behind me and hiding in places I had already searched, biding his time and sharpening his Freddy Krueger-style knife gloves in anticipation. I swept the house once, twice, thrice, without any signs of an intruder. I put the BB gun back and went to bed. I undressed down to my boxers and hopped in my bed. I don't remember at what time I drifted off exactly, but I do remember what time I was woken up. It was 2:30 in the morning, because I remember thinking to myself, who the hell is making that noise this late at night? It took a few seconds for my sleep-addled brain to register that I was home alone, and another few seconds to place the sound. It sounded like someone was tapping on my window. I was facing away from the window and had that childish thought that I should just ignore it and it would go away. It was the thought that the sound might not be coming from outside into my room, but from inside my room itself that made me roll over and look around my room. There was no recently escaped convict in my room, gazing over my sleeping form with some sort of murder erection. That was a good start. The tapping was still going on throughout all of this. Tap, tap, tap. It was definitely coming from the vicinity of my bedroom window. Just for poops and giggles, tap on a nearby window or glass surface. Using that as a frame of reference, imagine hearing that sound coming from your bedroom window late at night. Now imagine remembering that you lived on the second floor of a house. The nearest tree was 15 feet away and out of range for its branches to be smacking against the window. Tap, tap, tap. My mind painted images of hockey mask wearing men sitting on the 3-foot space of the roof outside my room, tapping on my window with their machetes. I slept with the blinds down to prevent the sun from waking me up too early, so I couldn't just simply look out my window. I would have to get out of my bed and open the blinds. Tap, tap, tap. I was genuinely terrified that someone was outside my window. I got out of bed as quietly as I could. I thought any sound would entice my brutal death. I crept towards my closet and opened the door. I was no longer imagining home invaders waiting in the dark closet with their sickles sharpened. I was certain that there was a clear and present danger feet away from me outside my window. I searched my closet for something to defend myself. The only thing I could find was a wiffle bat. I almost laughed at the absurdity of me tearing open the blinds threateningly, wielding a plastic bat at the intruder. At least they would have some sort of decent comedic fodder for my tombstone. He died in his boxers, brandishing a plastic bat against a sword-wielding undead samurai. I found nothing else remotely feasible for a weapon. I crept open to the window with a plastic bat in my fist. The tapping was still emanating from the window. I cautiously raised my hand to the pull string. I hesitated for a full minute in paralyzing fear. I reasoned that I could try and peek out at whatever was still making the noise. I was debilitated by the prospect of peeking out only to see an eye staring back at me. Tap, tap, tap. I'd been standing before the window for 10 full minutes now. The prospect that as soon as I opened the blinds, I could incite my violent and bloody death gave me considerable pause. I had, and have so many dreams and goals that I didn't want to be interrupted by whoever was toying with me outside. I managed to pump myself up enough to grab the pull string. I listened to the inconsistent but continual noise coming from inches away. I decided to open it on the 10th tapping sound. Tap, 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 tap. The noise stopped. The lack of noise was so much worse than the incessant tapping. The silence seemed to be pregnant with malicious intent. Were they planning to blitz me now? Was their game over? Would they come crashing into my bedroom through the window? I held onto the plastic bat so tightly that my cuticles went white. I decided that it was now or never. I grabbed the drawstring for the blinds and pulled. Nothing. There was nothing outside. Had they fled? Had they tired of the mind games and moved on to more responsive targets? The sudden thought that they had dropped down to the lawn and were entering the house made me go to my bedroom door and lock it. My back was to the window, and my hand just touched the door lock when... tap, tap, tap. The sound was back. I whirled around, and my heart was hammering in my chest. There was nothing outside. I remember thinking that this must be what insanity felt like. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was coming from the window, but there was nothing outside. I got close to the window and listened for the sound. My mind raced, trying to attribute the sound to something. I couldn't explain it. There was absolutely no reasonable explanation, but the tapping continued. I must have examined every inch of the window and the area around it to discover the source of the sound, but I had no luck. The sound stopped after a few minutes, and I decided that I was too tired to try and piece it all together. I lay back in my bed, I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. But just as I was drifting off, tap, tap, tap. I didn't sleep at all for the rest of the night. I half expected the sound to come back the next night, but there was nothing. I don't know what would be worse, if the noise came back or if it vanished without any explanation. If it started up, I could reason that it was the house settling or the wood shifting and expanding in the cool summer night air. It didn't return, and my mind is still unable to think what had caused that sound. Was it some fiendish monster toying with my mind? Was it the spirit of the least threatening ghost possible? My parents came home the day after that, and I lived in that house for a few years before I went to college and my parents moved to another state. In that time, I never heard that tapping sound again. It's almost weird how clearly I can remember all of this. I guess it's because this memory had such a profound impact on me. It helps me realize that sometimes the scariest thing in life isn't a corporeal thing. The scariest thing is a mystery, an unexplainable occurrence. The scariest thing is something incomprehensible to the human mind, even if it is something as minuscule as the sound of tapping on your window late at night. My past occupation wasn't very legal, to say the least. I used to work in an underground organisation that specialised in the creation of artificial animal species. I know what you're thinking. Like one of those ligers that are a cross between a lion and a tiger? The answer is no. That kind of crossbreeding is child's play compared to what we did. I'm talking about mixing insect DNA with bird DNA and then sprinkling a little bit of reptile in there for good measure. You know, the good stuff. Let me tell you a little bit of backstory so we're all on the same page. Our organization was known as the Progenitor Consortium. Our original goal was to secretly plant new species of animals into the environment which were suffering from overpopulation, deforestation, you name it, and attempt to restore them. Looking back, it's pretty clear that this goal was not viable. I mean, it didn't make sense to begin with. We should have recognized that doing this would create the opposite effect within the natural order. But we were on a roll. So the organization quickly became a hub for creating creatures to suit all sorts of uses. Companion critters, weaponized monstrosities, you name it, we had it. It was a good life too. I made many friends, and the pay was incredible. None of us really questioned the morals of what we were doing. And why would we? Life under Progenitor Consortium was fantastic. Over time though, our efforts became stale. There weren't as many buyers anymore. I remember that day during our lunch break when our director, Griffin Moon, came up to my group during the lunch break to offer us a new project. You know, it's crazy, he said. I never thought in all my years of creating such fantastic creatures that I would get, well, bored of it. My group looked at me, and then back at Moon. The guy was a tad unhinged, but he meant well. His statement piqued my interest, so I replied, You want something exciting? Well, the boys and I have been working on this new one. Very deadly. You see, we used the body of a gorilla and gave it a rhino's head, upscale it a little, and voila, an instrument of destruction. We have a potential buyer and... Griffin cut me off. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We create marvelous things that are used for any purpose a buyer sees fit, but they're still just animals. Tools for people like us to use to our liking. He leaned in closer, putting his scarred hands on the table my group was sitting at. He had been involved in a lab accident caused by this uncontrollable ambition a few years back. I'm talking about creating something conscious, something that can think and feel like any person can. We wouldn't be working as manufacturers anymore. We would be working as gods. I looked down at Griffin's hand as it clenched the table. I had to make sure he was serious about attempting to do the impossible. You're talking about creating a completely artificial, living and breathing human. Griff, look, you're unbelievably ambitious. Hell, is the reason you were elected as our director. But this is insane. What if it's too smart for its own good? Human intellect is dangerous. We of all people know that. The guys at my table started to chuckle. Griffin looked down for a moment. His eyes darted side to side briefly, and then were fixed on me again. If you change your mind, I'll be waiting, he said. Back at my apartment, I reflected on what Griffin had said. He was right. We'd be gods. We would be the first humans to ever artificially create one of our own, completely from scratch. Hell, we could make it better than us. We had the potential to create the next step in evolution, something that could use its superior intellect for the greater good of humanity. At this point, my mind had completely wandered off until I looked over at the birdcage that sat next to my table. In it lived one of my most prized creations, an amalgamation of bat DNA spliced with Jackson's horn chameleon. I created a creature that resembled a dragon. I named him Stanley. He was a sweet little thing. Observing Stanley as he fluttered about in his cage, playing with the toys I gave him, reminded me of one of the most important things when crafting a new species. The less intellect you gave it, the less potential it had to betray you. What I said back in our laboratory still had value, and I needed to make sure Griffin understood that. I was about to fall asleep until my phone started buzzing. I checked to see who it was and saw that Danny, my closest colleague in the lab, was trying to call me. I groggily answered. "Danny, it's..." I looked over at the clock. "It's 12:30 in the morning, man." Danny's voice was frantic. Something was clearly wrong. "Niall, you need to get over to the lab right now. Several tissue samples are missing. I swear to you, I put them in the right place before we closed up shop. Griffin's gonna kill me." A wave of nervousness washed over me. He was right. Griffin would be furious if a bunch of his prized tissue samples were missing. The guy was very particular about how the samples were handled. Yeah, I'll be right over," I said, just before I hung up. I quickly got dressed and bolted out of my apartment. The PC's lab was only in use during the day, but the location was secluded within the back alleys of its home city. And no, I'm not giving the lab's location for all you pesky urban explorers. When I arrived, I was greeted by a very nervous Danny, who unlocked the unmarked door within the alleyway. I told Danny to calm down and that we'd track down the missing tissue samples. "You don't understand, man. This is my job here. This is all I've ever done for the past 4 years. Everything must be organized. There are thousands of these samples, and they're a real pain in the ass to get." We went to the storage room where the PC kept all of its tissue samples. The walls were lined with freezers which housed them, organized by different classifications of animals. After a quick inspection, Danny confirmed that there were 5 tissue samples missing. Chimpanzee, dung beetle, dolphin, planarian, and tardigrade. "I'm telling you, man, I put them in the right place." Danny was on the verge of tears. "Oh, I believe you. This is an oddly specific group. It's not like there is a shell from one of the freezers you misplaced. Each one missing seems like it was selected," I told him. "Look, there's no way someone got in here. Hell, the only people who even know about the consortium are our clients. We've never disappointed any of them. What would be their incentive to steal from us?" Danny asked. This was no client. I thought back to my conversation with Griffin the previous day. A new project. Something conscious. Then it hit me. "Danny, do you remember when Griffin came to our table yesterday during lunch? You were listening to him, right?" "Yeah, why?" "He proposed we create something new, something intelligent. Look at the samples stolen. Each one has to fit some kind of role, right? Do you remember who else was at the table with us?" Danny shook his head. "I don't," he said. That was when we were interrupted by a loud noise emanating from somewhere outside the room. Danny and I both stopped what we were doing and bolted towards where the sound came from. The noise, which sounded like a large metallic bang, sounded off again. This time, we could tell that the sound was coming from the basement. Danny and I ran toward the door that led to the basement, hoping to find out what the noise was, and if it had anything to do with the missing samples. "Wait!" Danny yelled. "We need some protection from whoever broke in. I'll be right back." Danny ran in the opposite direction to our armory. About a minute passed before he brought back 2 pistols. "Better safe than sorry, eh?" I nodded, took one of the pistols, and made my way down towards the basement. The loud banging had stopped, and in the silence, I could make out a faint, unfamiliar voice. "So, I will be the next step, right? I am the successor?" I was confused. Successor of what? My thoughts were interrupted by a much more familiar voice. Yes, my child, you are the peak of it all, the most evolved organism on the planet. Use the knowledge I've bestowed upon you and make this world a better place. Chills went down my spine. It was Griffin. What the hell was he talking about? More importantly, who or what the hell was he talking to? I turned to Danny, having no idea what we were supposed to do. I say we get out of here. This is next level nonsense, man. Look, Griffin had to be the one who took the samples. I don't want to get involved in his little shop of horrors down there. You remember the weird stuff he was talking about yesterday? Danny was adamant about leaving, but the thought of warning Griffin about attempting to pull off what he apparently ended up pulling off still sat in the back of my mind. I hid my gun from sight and proceeded towards the basement entrance. Looking back, it was a bad decision to reveal myself from the dimly lit stairwell. It was a bad decision to drag Danny down there with me. And it was an absolutely horrible idea to confront whatever the hell Griffin had made down there. I turned the corner to see Griffin standing next to one of our larger hybrid chambers, which is what we call the test tubes we build our monsters in. What I saw within that chamber made me feel very uneasy. It was an almost perfect humanoid figure, the only difference being a lack of any visible genitalia and no hair anywhere on its body. Griffin, I called out. What in God's name are you doing? Griffin turned around violently, looking very sick. Niall, Danny, what are you two doing here? He looked horrible. There was a wire stuck in the side of his head, being fed straight into the cranium of the humanoid figure within the chamber. The being's eyes were locked on mine. He looked scared. Father, who are they? It pointed at Danny and me. They are colleagues. Don't worry, they won't hurt you, said Griffin, looking directly at us. Right. Griffin shuffled towards the front of the chamber, looking as if he were guarding it. We're not here to hurt anyone, I said. We noticed some samples went missing and came here to find them. I assumed you took them to make this thing. The being within the chamber cocked its head, its brow lowered, seeming to show anger at my statement. Then, why did you bring guns? It said. I froze. How did it know we had guns? They were tucked away, completely out of sight. Griffin instantly became enraged. So, you came in to stop me? How dare you? After everything we've done together, after everything we've worked for in this organization, you came here to kill me? You conniving... Griffin, calm down, I interrupted. He was completely delusional. We thought the lab was being robbed. I looked at the wire attached to his head. Whatever he was doing to give this creature life was obviously killing him. I slowly revealed my pistol and tossed it to the side. Danny did the same. We're not going to hurt you or your friend. I paused. The thing in your head, what is it doing to you? I asked. He seemed to calm down, but still kept his distance from us next to the console of the hybrid chamber. It's how I created him. I call him Anubis. I discovered that splicing chimpanzee, dolphin, and my own DNA created a volatile reaction when in the chamber. His mind is too powerful and requires a temporary external power source. This is how I'm keeping Anubis alive at the moment, but soon he'll be ready to exit the chamber and live as his own being. I've done it. Griffin was completely oblivious to the fact that this thing was feeding off of him. I had to end this before Griffin was killed. I dove for the gun I had thrown away only moments earlier. No, damn you, Niall. yelled Griffin. His strength was fading. He could barely keep himself upright. I unloaded the entire clip into the hybrid chamber. Anubis screamed in agony and then crashed into the glass of the chamber. The chamber collapsed and crushed Anubis. Griffin was detached from the creature, but had grown so weak that he struggled to keep his body up off of the ground. I ran over to him, trying to prop him up on my shoulder. "You stupid idiot! I'll kill you for this." The words barely escaped his mouth. He needed to get to the hospital immediately. While Danny and I carried him out, the remains of the chamber started to shift. Out of the literal tons of debris rose Anubis, a conniving smirk plastered across his face. "Your people seem to have a knack for meddling with things you do not understand. I should be grateful, though, since that is the very thing that led to my creation." Anubis' voice had changed. Originally sounded like an innocent child scared for his life, now represented a cold and calculating menace. It was hard, really, keeping that childlike demeanor. He laughed to himself. "What a fool. I don't think you realize the knowledge that man bestowed upon me. I know everything about this world. Look at him, barely functioning." I was stunned. All of his wounds had healed. That must have been the planarian in him. Those little critters have the most advanced regeneration system of any living organism. Danny hadn't seemed to realize it though, so he took it upon himself to blow Anubis' head off with his own pistol. The humanoid flew backwards, with the remains of his head painting the door a crimson red. His body convulsed as it slowly began to rebuild its splattered head. Danny and I took that time to run out of the basement and up the stairs, with Griffin propped between us. A loud shriek came from the basement, followed by a series of high-pitched clicks. "What the hell is it doing?" yelled Danny. "If the stolen samples are anything to go by, that's the dolphin part. I think it's using echolocation." "What the hell were you thinking?" Danny said to Griffin, half-jokingly. Griffin emitted only a few mumbles before his head dropped again. We heard an enraged Anubis reach our floor. The clicking sound continued and grew steadily closer. While we ran, a thought lingered in my mind. That thing could not be allowed to leave our facility. God knows what kind of destruction it would cause in the world. "Danny, get the hell out of here and take Griffin to the nearest hospital. I'm killing this thing." Danny hesitated, but nodded his head in compliance, gave me his gun, and headed towards the exit with Griffin. When Danny and Griffin left, the clicking stopped, and a voice called out, "That is odd. Now I can only feel one of you," said Anubis, sounding irritated. "No matter. Let's take this time to have a little fun." I ran into the armory and acquired more firepower, grabbed a tactical 12-gauge shotgun and loaded it. The clicking continued. Anubis was toying with me. I situated myself outside the entrance of the armory. The clicking was coming from all around me. It was impossible to find the origin. That was when I heard tiny thud noises coming from within the ceiling. Great, the bugger has crawled his way into one of the air ducts. I waited for a moment. Suddenly, Anubis crashed through the ceiling about 30 feet down the hallway I was huddled in. What I saw next was terrifying. Anubis was on all fours, with the upper half of his head still working to regenerate. His eyes hadn't formed yet, rendering him blind. The clicking sounded off again, followed by his head turning directly towards me. Before you so graciously remove my head again, I want you to realize it did not have to come to this. It would have been much easier for you to leave this place before you entered the basement. Lower your weapon. There is an ending where you get to walk away from this. I kept my gun locked onto his torso. if I shot him enough times, I could scatter his parts across the hallway. There'd be no way in hell to come back from that, right? What do you want to do when you leave this facility? Tell me something that'll stop me from ending you right now, I said. Anubis cocked his still, reforming head and answered, "That's the thing, Niall. You can't end me." I fired 9 double-aught shells into Anubis, cutting him off mid-sentence. What remained was the bloody pulp of his head and torso, with his arms and legs scattered in different directions across the floor. "Right," I said, mocking the desecrated corpse of Anubis. Just to be completely sure I killed him, I used the emergency airlocks within the hallway to seal it off from the rest of the facility. The way our facility worked was that if there was ever some sort of breach, we could close off specific hallways and flood them with neurotoxins. The rooms connected to the closed-off hallways were equipped with secondary doors. That gave me a way to escape the armory. I found the panel for opening the neurotoxin vents and activated it. I quickly left the consortium laboratory and gave Danny a call, telling him Anubis was dead. When I got back to my apartment, I noticed the time was 3 a.m. Was I really gone for 2.5 hours? I went home to sleep, hoping I could go and check up on Griffin the next day. When I woke up the next morning, I tried to call Danny. He was usually at the lab before any of us, so it was odd that he didn't pick up. I got dressed and stepped outside my door, still barely awake. When I went to close my door, I noticed a note taped to the outside of it. The handwriting was barely legible, but when I figured out what it said, my heart sunk. It read, "I'm very impressed with how you dealt with me last night. You are a warrior. That is why you are still alive. Griffin and Danny were not as lucky. Be grateful." 1,000 questions raced through my mind. How did he regenerate from being a scattered pile of body parts? How did he survive the neurotoxin? How did he leave the facility? How did he find Griffin, Danny, and me? Most importantly, where was he now? When I made it to our facility, I noticed 2 employees standing outside the alleyway door. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. "We saw the security footage. Your fight with that thing the director conjured up. When you left the facility, it managed to build itself back together within the hallway you blocked off. We have no idea how, but the neurotoxin did not have any effect on it. It then managed to rip off one of the airlocks with its bare hands. We have no idea where it went. There's a team in there now clearing out the neurotoxin. Nobody's allowed inside yet." I stood there, completely dumbfounded. Anubis was capable of removing an airtight door that weighed almost a ton. He survived being blown to pieces, used echolocation to hunt, and didn't even need to breathe. There was only one thing still unknown: his intentions. I decided to take the day off and recuperate in my apartment. When I reached my door, I saw that there was another note attached. I went to read the recognizable, yet barely legible writing from earlier. There were only 2 sentences. "I am going to have some fun in your world. Thank you." I grew up in a small community in the south of Minnesota called St. Gall. We were 8 families, all loosely related. Uncles and aunts from both sides of the family, along with grandparents and 2 outsider families not directly related by blood. It was a remnant of the hippie era, and my mother grew up out there.
It was originally meant to be some sort of farming commune for people who wanted to live on their own terms without going completely off the grid. It isn't like a religious gathering or a cult, as many believe. It was all about a different way of life and living closer to the earth. My mother left St. Gall for a few years to study sociology, and that's where she met my dad. I was an accidental pregnancy, and my dad didn't want to stick around. My mother moved back to St. Gall and had me in the early 90s. I was born in the house I grew up in. Life out in St. Gall wasn't as odd as one might think. I still went to school, I just had to take an earlier bus. We still went into town at least once a week, and I had many friends that I got really close to over the years. Still, there was always that air of being different around me. My mom explained that a lot of the parents of the kids at school didn't like the people from St. Gall, because we were different, a bit odd. My mom was terrified of a lot of things, but mostly blood. That was her number one fear, and if I ever hurt myself, she would try cover it up as fast as possible. It was strange, because I saw kids skin their knees at school all the time without anyone freaking out. I never hurt myself like that, since my mom was adamant about me being needlessly careful. It came to the point where I sometimes had to wear elbow and knee guards to school, which landed me in plenty of trouble from bullies. But my childhood came and went. Elementary school turned into middle school, which turned into high school. Things got rough then, fast. On the best days, I was a Gall kid, but most of the time they just called me Jesus freak, cultist, or even school shooter. I was branded an outsider without there ever really being a reason. I guess that's just what it's like being a teenager. I also refused to take the precautions my mother asked me to. I stopped wearing elbow and knee guards to gym class. Our teacher had a deal where kids could go to the gym instead of playing team sports, but I was tired of being separated. I'd compromised with my mom by wearing several layers of clothes, but I usually just wait for her to be out of sight before I took something off. If she ever knew I was pretty good at both soccer and basketball, she'd have a heart attack. It was during those few PE classes that I started noticing something was different about me. Sure, we were all still growing up, but I was growing a bit different. I was almost completely hairless in comparison to the other boys, and my hair was growing lighter. I'd gone from brown hair to strawberry blonde in about 2 years. I would also start to notice a weird smell coming from the other boys. They really stank. It took me several weeks to notice that they weren't actually the ones who were different. I was. They smelled like people were supposed to smell, but my sweat, on the other hand, was sweeter. Not necessarily in a good way, but just weirdly sweet by comparison. Not sugary, but more like the smell of thick dairy. I hadn't thought about it. I just figured that was the way sweat was supposed to smell. It wasn't. I made one friend in high school, Darren. Short guy who dropped in and out of social cliques like it was his job. I talked to him about it and asked him to smell me. Weird, I know. And he agreed that something was off. He convinced me to talk to the school nurse, thinking it might be something like diabetes. I was scared he'd tell someone about it, but he never did. Good guy. I had a long chat with the school nurse, Anita. She was very reassuring. Apparently, puberty can have all sorts of weird effects on the human body. A sweet smell coming from your sweat was hardly the worst she'd seen, or in this case, smelled. It was weird, sure, but this was a weird time to be a human. Still, she decided to run a few blood tests just to make sure my iron levels and white blood cells were okay. As soon as she poked the needle through my arm, she recoiled and crinkled her nose. The syringe dropped to the floor, and I got up. She got a tissue and started to blow her nose repeatedly, over and over. "What the hell was that?" she exclaimed. "What did you—" I had no idea what she was talking about. I looked at the drop of blood poking out my arm, and I didn't notice anything odd. I just put a band-aid on it while Anita tried to regain her composure. Come back tomorrow, she coughed. We'll talk more, okay? But she was sick the next day. I felt uncomfortable with the whole thing, and I wanted to talk to my mom about it, but I also didn't want her to get worried. When you have someone in your life that is always on the breaking point, you make a habit out of stepping carefully. It took Nurse Anita the rest of the school week before she returned to her job. I was immediately summoned to the nurse's office. She'd lost weight. A lot of it. She was drinking water from a large bottle when I got there, and she had dark markings around her eyes. She didn't seem well, but she lit up as she looked at me. Anita asked me for a new blood test, and I agreed. She lined up 4 syringes. Her hands were shaking, but she regained her focus once the needle got closer to my arm. Step by step, she filled the syringes, but she seemed to get more and more excited as she did. I can swear she was sniffing at my neck. The whole thing was weird, and I left as soon as she gave me a band-aid. She promised to run some tests and let me know as soon as she was done, but she wanted me to return at least once a week for a checkup. Apparently, sweet-smelling sweat was a bigger deal than I'd anticipated. I asked her if I should see a doctor, but she just shook her head. As I left the nurse's office, I looked back. She was standing at the doorway, staring at me from across the hall. Her eyes never left mine. She was staring at my neck, drinking from a water bottle. This time, I told my mom. I had no idea how much she would overreact. Instead of talking to Nurse Anita, she pulled me out of school the same day. She threw our entire lives into boxes, breaking at least half of our dinnerware in the process. In less than a weekend, she'd packed up everything and hired a truck. I barely had time to hug my grandparents goodbye before we were out of town. I was forced to switch phone number, and my mother swore that if I didn't remove my social media accounts, she would smash every touchscreen we owned. I'd never seen her like that before. I was terrified. That's how we ended up in Sabre, Michigan. Of course, my mom couldn't check on me all day long. I did get time to check in on my social media. Darren, still in disbelief about me leaving so soon, told me things had gotten weird at school. Nurse Anita had started asking questions about where I'd moved, and when the principal couldn't reveal that information, she'd gotten aggressive. The police got involved, and it was revealed that she'd taken my blood samples home. Things got unclear at this point, but Darren, whose mom works at the sheriff's office, had spoken over dinner about Nurse Anita apparently drinking blood straight from the syringes. But that wasn't all. In the days that followed, she was taken into custody. She was doing some sort of hunger strike and couldn't even keep down water. She actually died from dehydration, right there in the county jail, surrounded by paramedics trying to understand why her body was actively resisting an IV. By now, my mom and I had settled in at a small 3-bed apartment. I confronted her about Nurse Anita and what had happened. My mom finally opened up to me. "You know what capsaicin is?" she asked. "It is the thing in spicy food that makes your tongue and throat hurt. It is a kind of self-defense thing that just is supposed to make us stay away." I'd heard about it, and I was aware of the concept. This thing that is supposed to make us stay away just makes it more enticing, she explained. People can get addicted to it. To many, it has the opposite of the intended effect. It became something to be desired instead of something that protects the plant. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I sort of was. I didn't want to think I was, but I was. Our family is different, she told me. I was hoping this wouldn't happen to you, but it did, and we had to move. She really did try to bring me a normal life. She tried not to worry. But whatever is inside me was growing extremely potent. I started to understand why our family had lived isolated and why she wanted me to be careful around the others. As a kid, it wasn't as dangerous, but as a teenager, it was stronger than ever. That's why even I was noticing my own smells. They'd gotten stronger. But the years passed. My mom got a job at a gas station, and I helped out as a farmhand and cherry picker. Things were going pretty well, all things considered. Until last year. I was picking up my mom from the night shift, early in the morning, when a truck on the opposite lane ran a red light. We were hit. It wasn't a bad hit, but it was bad enough to send us into a spin and into a nearby ditch. Mom had been looking through her purse and smashed her head against the passenger window, and I head bashed the steering wheel. The passenger side of the rear half of the car was folded like origami. I barely even remember what happened next. I remember the truck driver coming to check on Mom, only to drag her out on the pavement. I remember paramedics and a police car. I remember eyes looking at me, delirious and dark. Open, bloody mouths, tendons snapping, a sweet, flowery smell drowning out the gasoline pouring from the car. Red. I remember seeing a half-eaten face, slowly being torn apart. Eyes that used to comfort me, having lost their light. A slack-jawed nightmare, having clothes and limbs torn apart and splayed on the concrete like a flattened toad. I don't remember much about getting away. I was chased through a field of wheat, and I threw up in a water bucket next to a well. I hid in a barn and covered myself in hay to dampen the smell of my blood. I remember a flashlight passing over me as 3 people left, desperately looking somewhere else. Bloody mouths, still chewing, pupils so large their eyes looked black. They were barely even breathing, their breaths so short I couldn't see their chests move. I made it. I would never speak of this in person, as I don't want to risk anyone finding me. I've moved twice since that incident, and I'm starting to understand what I am. The problem is, I've started to get cataracts. I know it is at an early stage, but it is definitely there, and it is progressing rapidly. I'm going to need surgery. Someone has to operate on me, and I fear I'll never wake up from that surgery. I have no idea what to do. I can't live like this, constantly fearing someone will get too close and catch a whiff of me. No wonder my mom had to leave my dad. No wonder she was always afraid. You're all hunting me. You just don't know it yet.
Now, let me tell you, I know that New York City and Los Angeles are gigantic cities, but it is nowhere as confusing as Seoul, South Korea. I have been here at least 3 times in the past 6 months, but I've yet to figure where anything is. But I still decided to stupidly walk around without my cell phone at 2 in the morning. It was in the middle of a conference, and I just couldn't go to sleep. So I grabbed a coat and walked out of my hotel room. There really wasn't anything going on inside of the hotel. The bar was closed and the computer room was locked. The swimming pool and gym closed at 10 p.m, so I made the dumb decision to walk around outside. I tried to keep track of which street I took, but after walking around for 20 minutes, I quickly forgot where I was. Taxis are all around this city at any time, so catching a cab and getting back to the hotel would not be a problem. After a couple more minutes of walking, I noticed that the huge buildings started to disappear, and the sounds of cars became extinct. This was absolutely perfect for me. I found a little convenience store and grabbed a couple of beers and walked down the street, hoping to find a park of some sort. The lady in the front counter greeted me when I walked in, but I noticed how old the store looked. I looked at her and saw that she was a fairly short woman, maybe in her early 20s. I know it doesn't seem important, but to me it felt strange that a young woman like her would work in a rundown store like this. I pushed the thoughts out of my mind and grabbed 2 bottles of soju, the most popular Korean alcohol beverage, and only around $1. I paid for my drinks and walked out of the store. Something about this location made the weather feel just right. Usually it's completely cold in the middle of February, but it felt so nice out I could take my coat off. This was definitely the most comfortable couple of hours of my life. The fact that there were far less people here than the rest of Seoul made it just that much better. While I was walking down the street and sipping on the soju, I looked around and noticed that there were almost no buildings around me. There was just a park in the distance and 3 other smaller buildings, including the convenience store. I also noticed that I was walking up to the park without even noticing, but it did seem like a really nice place to drink the rest of my drink, so I kept going. On the way there, I finished off the first drink, so I placed the empty bottle in my pocket. I took a little rest to catch my breath and opened the next bottle. After my mini break, I looked back up and noticed that the park seemed to be a bit farther away. I rubbed my eyes, but the park still seemed to be farther away. For a second, I thought about turning back around and catching a cab, but I decided against it. Already halfway there, what was the point in giving up with a full bottle of soju anyways? This time, I focused on the walk while I walked towards it, only taking my eyes off of it occasionally to take another drink. I started to slowly calm down when I noticed I was definitely getting closer. Around 50 paces away from the park, I tripped on something and fell to the ground. Right as I was falling down, I know for a fact I heard someone whispering to me. It was in Korean, but I will try my hardest to translate. Come in, it's fun, you won't regret it. I got up and looked around, but the only thing that was there was what tripped me. It was an empty bottle of beer. I picked it up to chuck it into the grass when I noticed how old it felt. I could make out the words Jinro Brewing on the bottle. I turned the bottle around to see if I could read anything else on it. My eyes finally fell on a series of numbers. 19531011. I don't know why it was the beer bottle that made me run away from the park. I don't know why I didn't run away when I heard the whispers, but I just wish I never even went out of my hotel room. I bolted down the street and towards the convenience store, but every couple of steps, I kept hearing the park call back to me. Don't run, so we can play. Come in here. Forever you can stay. I ignored the calling, but I will tell you that every time it called out to me, I was just that much more tempted to go back to the park. Just look back once and it'll stop. Against my will, I stopped completely and looked back. The park was gone, but a group of children were running around the empty lot. A man carrying a beer bottle was walking down the street towards the park. He took out a knife from his back pocket and threw the bottle on the ground. The kid stopped playing and looked at the man with curiosity. Without slowing down, he walked up to the first kid and raised the knife up. But Before he could even stab the kid, the other children swarmed around him and took out a knife. A couple stabbed his legs, a few jumped on him, and the rest just stepped back and watched while laughing. The man's blood was flying all over the lot. I couldn't watch any longer, so I turned around and continued to run to the convenience store. I kept running away from the park and from the laughter coming from the children. Right when I got near the convenience store, the noise stopped. I turned around and the park was back there again. When I got up to the store, I tried opening the doors, but it was locked. I tried shaking the doors harder, hoping it was jammed, but the door wouldn't give. Desperation started to take over my body, but I ignored it and started to walk away. That is when the door rattled from the other side. I walked back up to the door and saw the lady that checked me out. I started to point to the door, but she shook her head slowly at me. Bits of her skin started falling off of her face every time she moved. She said, "Go to the park. You can stay forever. You can never die. Stay at the park. You will be happy." I screamed and banged the door where her face was and kept running away from the park. I started to see familiar buildings and started to calm down. After a couple of minutes, I started to walk. The streets of a busy Seoul started to come into view. I got on my knees and thanked the world for saving my life. I took out the second bottle of soju and took a long chug of it. I finished the bottle off and threw the bottle in the grass and looked up. I was back in the park. The kids started to come out of the shadows and slowly walked up to me. I frantically looked around, hoping there was some sort of place of shelter. My eyes fell on an older phone booth. I forced myself onto my feet and ran inside of the phone booth and picked up the phone. After muttering a quick prayer, I put the phone up to my ear. The relief I felt when I heard the dial tone is beyond words. With tears falling from my eyes, I put 501 or 50 cents and called for a taxi. I thought about calling the cops for a second, but I knew there was zero chance in hell they would believe my story. The dispatcher answered my call, and I told her that I needed a ride from the park close to Ibis Hotel. She asked me where the park was exactly, but all I could do was describe out what the park looked like and what the stores around it looked like. She muttered silently for a second and said that a taxi was on its way. By the time I hung up the phone, the kids had surrounded the phone booth. They started to bang all around me, but I sat down as low as I could and put my feet against the doors. A girl with long flowing brown hair walked up to me and stared me down with a smile on her face. Her body started to bubble around the midsection and legs. Her face started to stretch out until the woman from the convenience store was staring down at me. She started chanting with the kids. "Open the door. Live forever. Just open the door. Escape the terror." A couple of the kids started to jam their knives into the door and pry it open. I kept my legs in the same spot. Waves of pain overcame my body whenever they stabbed my feet, but I held on. I didn't want to die. I didn't care about my feet. I just wanted to live. I just wanted to be at the hotel. I wanted to go back home. When my legs started to give out, I heard a honk in the distance. I looked to my right and saw a taxi. I got to my feet and braced myself to be attacked by the children, but I was only met by the sound of impatient honking. I opened my eyes to see that the kids and the woman disappeared. The park looked to be ages older. I opened the door and deadbolted to the taxi and got in the back. The taxi driver took one look at me and asked where I was headed. I muttered the Ibis Hotel, and he drove off. On the way there, the taxi driver kept giving me an odd look. I asked him why he was staring, but he just shrugged his shoulders and kept driving till we arrived at my hotel. I opened the door and started to head out when he grabbed me by the shoulder. He whispered to me, "Every couple of weeks we get a call over here. That's why we knew where you were. Avoid the park at all costs. It is still haunted by the ghosts of children that are responsible for 12 deaths in their town. Many men tried to stop them, but they were unsuccessful. Now they stay at the park and prey upon people that foolishly go near it. You are lucky. You survived. Keep it that way." I am at my hotel now. I wanted to give you this warning. If you happen to be in Korea and you find yourself in Seoul, please only stay in areas that are heavily populated. I leave you this final warning before I head out to the park. I can't stop thinking about all of them. I want to live forever. I want to know what true happiness is. Goodbye.
I work at what was once called a computer repair shop, though the owners changed the branding to Tech Repair Shop a few years back when they started seeing more phones and tablets than actual desktops. It's not bad work overall. About half the problems are really simple fixes, rebooting the devices, getting rid of some buggy software or app, that kind of thing. The other half we give to Melissa to figure out, as she'd forgotten more than I'd learned in the 2 years I'd been working there. Occasionally, we get people coming in with lost and found type stuff, computers or phones that someone left behind or lost. People come in, sign a form saying they've made a diligent effort to find the original owner without success, and then we wipe the device for them when we can. What we don't tell them beforehand is that we usually check the devices before wiping them. Not trying to be nosy or anything, but our boss also doesn't want the reputation of laundering stolen phones or damaging property without the owner's permission. Sometimes we're able to find a way of reaching the owner. If we do, we return the phone to whoever brought it in and tell them the info we found. After that, it's on them to do the right thing. Other times, the device's owner isn't as easy to figure out, and usually those do get wiped and restored. Unless, of course, we find something else strange on it. It doesn't happen often. Once Melissa found a computer with some bad stuff on it and reported to the cops, but that was before my time. And while I'd seen the odd stuff from time to time, there was nothing that had actually really bothered or freaked me out. But 3 weeks ago, I came into work to find a phone waiting to be cleaned. The paperwork was signed by Vince Teller. He was a regular. His cleaning company covered the rest stop and park bathrooms for 50 miles up and down the interstate, and over time I was becoming convinced he was making more money from selling second-hand smartphones than scrubbing toilets. Still, he wasn't a thief so far as I knew, and when I tapped on the glass, the home screen came into view. No pin or nothing. Easy peasy. I did a cursory glance through the phone, but it was either very new or it had already been partially wiped. No contacts, no email setup, no owner info. To be fair, it was in great shape other than a thin scratch on one corner of the screen. I was getting ready to do a factory reset when I saw a little icon in the app drawer I didn't recognize. It was just a red eye, no name or anything. Frowning, I touched the eye. The screen went black, and then a video began to play. It was in a house, or what looked like a house at least, though it could have been a set or something, as the angle never changed much. The room looked like a study, with big bookshelves along the far wall filled with leather books behind a huge leather sofa that covered the back half of a thick woven rug. The image quality and lighting was very clear, and I found myself wondering if this was the pre-rendered video opening to a game or... That's when they dragged the woman into view. I never saw her face. Her head was covered by a black sack the entire time, and even at the end, it never came off. The rest of her was bare, and I felt myself blushing as I stared at the screen. Was this some kind of niche adult content? But no, nothing like that. Her captors, her murderers, were two men wearing masks and hooded sweatshirts. They brutalized her in just about every way imaginable for 10 minutes before one of them stood up and began stomping on her head. I was on the verge of tears by then. There was no sound that I could make out, but the video was enough. This wasn't staged or fake. I just watched them murder some poor girl. Hand shaking, I carried the phone to the back where Melissa was replacing her hard drive in her laptop. When she first looked up, she seemed irritated, but her expression became worried when she saw my face. "Paul, what is it?" I handed her the phone wordlessly. It had reverted to the app drawer after the video was done, so I pointed at the red eye and told her to hit it and watch. Tell me if she thought what I did. Her face paled as she watched the video, and when she was done, she rewound it and played parts a couple more times. Finally, she looked up at me, her expression serious. "I don't know. It could be real, sure, but it could also be fake." I frowned. "How could someone fake that? That's not CGI or something. That was a real person." Melissa shrugged, her voice soft. "Yeah, I know, but look, you kids are so used to computer special effects and stuff that it's easy to forget how much more realistic stuff looks when it's real." She rolled her eyes slightly. "Not like real. I mean like using practical effects, like they used to do more in movies and stuff. I'm no expert, but the fact that her face is always covered is suspicious. And you notice by the time they stomp on her, she's not moving at all. Now that could be them stomping a real person, or it could be a clever edit where they swapped out a dummy." She replayed that part of the video. "See, they zoomed in for that part. You can barely even see her skin anymore when they start stomping. Mainly, it's the black bag and the boot coming down. That's not hard to fake if they wanted." I nodded. "Okay, I can see that maybe." Despite myself, I felt the first-time flutters of hopeful relief. I didn't want it to be real, and I was willing to take any other halfway reasonable explanation. "Anything else that stands out to you?" "Well, the finger coming out the sofa, I guess." I felt my eyes widen. "The what?" Melissa raised an eyebrow at me. "You didn't notice? It was pretty obvious in the middle of the video." She scrubbed backward and then hit play. "See? To the right where they've got the girl coming out the back of the sofa." She was right. It was small but very clear once I saw it. A long, thin finger poking out of the back of the sofa. As I watched, it stretched and scratched at the back of the seat cushion, below it, as though trying to find enough purchase to pull its owner free from whatever held them inside the furniture. I could even make out the tip of the finger and nail, swollen and black like the finger had been caught in something or hammered. I looked back up at her. How does that mean it's fake? She shrugged. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, but doesn't it seem a bit staged? Like the cameraman wanted to get the finger in the shot? Frowning, she didn't look entirely convinced herself. Look, who brought this in? It was here this morning. Got dropped off by the Toilet King. Melissa grimaced. Bloody skis. She sat the phone back down with a distasteful look. But maybe it's a little horror video. Got left in the rest stop for someone to find. Did it have a lock on it? I shook my head. No, it opened right up. She looked a little relieved. Well, there you go. Probably someone trying to make a video go viral or become an urban legend or something dumb. When I didn't respond, she let out a sigh and nodded. But I get why it bothers you. It does me too. Tell you what, give me some time to fiddle with it and see what I can figure out. If we aren't satisfied it's fake after that, we'll go to the cops. Sound fair? I nodded. Yeah, fair. I was going to check on it later that day, but I didn't want to bug Melissa when I knew she was working on other stuff. The next day I was off, and I'd resolved to check with her that following morning. But that's when Kira came into the store. We hit it off immediately. She just moved to town and was looking for a good used laptop. We didn't sell many computers, used or otherwise, but I tried to keep the conversation going while technically telling her we didn't have what she was looking for. I kept expecting her to bail, but after half an hour of chatting, we'd made a date for the next night. I was grinning when she left the store, but my smile faltered when I turned around to find Melissa smirking at me. Okay, Romeo, if you're done making your social plans for the week, come look what I found on our mystery phone. My face grew hot as I followed her back, partially because she caught me flirting at work, and partly because I really had forgotten about the phone as soon as Kira had walked in. Stomach tightening, I sat down at the work table with Melissa. The phone was there, but instead of opening it, she pointed at her laptop. Okay, so I pulled some stuff off of it. First, I looked for any kind of information about the video itself or the app. It's pretty blank. Oddly blank. Whoever set it up knew what they were doing, and I can't find a version of the app anywhere on the internet. But either intentionally or not, though I guess it was intentional, they did leave the video file exposed enough for me to get information on it. She clicked on a folder and pulled up a long string of code I didn't understand. Gesturing at the screen, she went on. So, this is part of a digital watermark associated with the file, and there's a few things interesting about it. First, this format of digital watermark is designed primarily for streaming videos, and it's pretty advanced stuff. I leaned in. So like, this video was streamed when we watched it? Like, it was live? She shook her head. No, not live or actively streaming. It's saved in the phone's memory. But I think it's a cache, and the first time the video was played on the phone. It probably was streamed. Doesn't mean it was live then either, but I definitely think it was streamed the first time. Okay, so does that matter? Melissa pursed her lips. Maybe, maybe not, but it stood out to me when I looked at the watermark more. Some of this information, it's got spots that tag an owner, a location, that kind of thing. It's meant to help prevent copyright infringement after all, but all of that's blank. The only field that's being used is the timestamp, which, far as I can tell, is showing when it first streamed. And that's where it gets weird. She was dragging this out on purpose, and I had to try and hide my irritation as I played along. Weird how? Well, the stamp shows a date and time that's 3 weeks from now, like the video was streamed for the first time on this phone 3 weeks in the future, at 8:49 PM. I shrugged. I mean, can't that stuff be faked pretty easily? Frowning, she closed that window. Faked, yes. Easily. Not with this kind of stuff. It's all encrypted. It took me a couple of hours to get what I got, and even then, I just managed to extract some service metadata that isn't even really protected. I wouldn't begin to know how to change that data though. She let out a laugh. Not that there aren't some that could. Anything can be hacked after all. She shot me a sidelong glance, pausing for a moment before going on. Besides, I also found this. Clicking on another file, she pulled up what looked like a screenshot of. What was this? It's a cast list, Melissa burst out laughing. See, it's just some weird online adult content. Girl victim, killer number 1, killer number 2. They even have Man in the Couch, played by Stuart Greenfield if you wanted to check out what else he's in. I puffed out a breath and glared at her. Damn, you could have just told me that, all the dramatic build-up. Melissa chuckled. I could have, but it wouldn't have been nearly as fun, and I spent most of yesterday messing with it to find that out. I thought about calling you, but I decided this was funnier. Shaking my head, I stood up. So, all the rest of that was made up? She met my gaze, her smile faltering. No, everything I said was true, and whoever cracked that watermark to make it say 3 weeks from now, they know what they're doing. They should be working on making bank as a computer consultant, not dropping off weird videos at a rest stop. Could say the same about you. Why are you still here after all this time? She shrugged. Low pressure, low stakes, and I don't need the money. She broke into another grin. Plus, I get to torture newbies from time to time. Grimacing, I headed for the door. Yeah, congratulations, you got me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go daydream about my hot date. I went out with Kira the next night, and a few nights after. Over the last few days, we've been spending more and more time together, and we've been talking about a trip this weekend. So, when she called me tonight, as I was closing up the store, at first I was happy and excited. Then I heard her crying. What's wrong? Did something happen? I got a new phone today, right? But I got it at lunch, so I waited to take it out and set it up when I got home tonight. And right away, as soon as I get it out of the box, I drop it. It only has a light scratch on the screen, so no big deal, right? But I'm worried now. I turn it on, wanting to make sure it's working okay. It doesn't go through the normal new phone startup stuff, which I thought was weird. But my main thing is that I'm trying to make sure it's not jacked up, so I try a couple of different apps. I froze halfway across the parking lot to my car. Yeah, did it mess up? No, I clicked on this one app. It was like an eye. I thought maybe it was a camera or something. Instead, it played a video. It was this video of a girl getting attacked and... Damn, Paul. I think they killed her. I started walking again. It's fake. I had that on a phone at work My tongue started growing fat in my mouth. Did you say you scratched your screen? Yeah, it's a fake, really, because it looked... Where? Where in your screen was it scratched? I guess it's like the lower right side. It's not a big deal. Paul, are you sure it... Her voice became distant as I pulled the phone away from my ear and looked at the time. 9:04 p.m. Hand shaking, I tried to unlock my car door as I brought my phone back up. Kira, listen to me. Lock your doors, go to your bedroom and lock that too. I'll be over in just a few minutes and I'll call before I knock. But if you hear anyone else, you call 911, okay? Paul, if it's just a fake, then why... Please, I'll explain when I get there. Just stay safe until I do, okay? Okay, just... see you in a minute. Hanging up, I put my phone away and used my other hand to steady the key enough to get it in and unlock my car. As I started to open the door, I fumbled the keys again, this time enough to drop them in the dark below. Cursing, I braced myself against the car with my right hand as I leaned down to get my keys with my left. It was as I bent down that I bumped the door with the top of my head. I heard a short, metallic squeal as the door began to close again, and then my head exploded with a pain as the car door closed on my hand. Grunting, I yanked the door open and pulled my hand free. The door scraped across the tips of my other fingers, but my index finger had been caught in the first joint and mashed hard enough that hot and cold waves of pain pulsed down my arm with the beating of my heart. Trembling, I held my hand up so I could see my finger better in the dim sodium light of the parking lot. I let out a small sob at what I saw. My long, thin finger, the tip and nail already darkening as they filled with blood.
At approximately 3:37 EST this morning, something the size of an Airbus Atlas passed through the Great Lakes waterway. It must have come in from the Atlantic, navigated its way through the natural channels and man-made locks that make up the St. Lawrence Seaway. I was working up top when I first heard about it. It was Billings, the poor bugger. At first, I thought he was messing with me, getting me back for the prank I pulled a month or so ago. But when he finally clicked off the radio and stomped up and over to where I was sitting so he could talk to me face to face, I realized he wasn't messing with me at all. He looked scared, terrified even. This wasn't normal for Bill. "So," I said, leaning back in my chair and grinning, "you saw a thing?" He nodded, his face earnest. "And what exactly is this thing?" "It was big," he said, waving his arms around wildly. "Too big, like the size of a damn plane." "A plane?" "A cargo plane, one of those ones that the military uses." "That makes no sense," I said. "It wouldn't fit." "That's what she said," Billings said pitifully, letting out one sharp bark of nervous laughter. It rang flat around the room we were in. I sighed, then said, "All right, let's go check." "Really?" he said. He sounded semi-hopeful, but still scared. "Really, come on." He watched as I stood up and stretched, then followed me over to the room where we kept the radar and CCTV monitors. "So," I said, "where do you see it?" "Just as it appeared in the lock, about 5 minutes ago." "All right, let's see." I sat down in front of the monitors, rewound the tape, and pressed play. "Bill," I said, turning back in my seat to look at his face. "There's nothing here." "Nothing?" "Nothing. Take a look for yourself." Bill maneuvered around me, then whined in fear. "It's there, man," he said. "Right there. What the hell even is that?" "Where?" I asked. "I don't see anything. Are you messing with me? I have to say, this is one of your weaker efforts, Billings." I ran a hand through my unkempt hair. "Look, I have to get back to work." But Bill didn't let up. He leaned around me, rewound the tape again and pressed play, then repeated the process 2 more times. "Bill," I said, "come on, stop." "Look, it's right there. Can't you see it? It just bloody appears, man, out of nowhere." I blew some air out of my nose, looking at him with a sort of sympathy. Maybe the guy was working too hard. Maybe he was starting to snap. "Okay," I said, I'll humor you. I swiveled back around in my chair and leaned in closer to the screen. And there, just there, right underneath the water's surface, I saw it. A glimmer. It was faint, nearly invisible, but there it was. There was something about it, how it caught the barely visible light, how the water moved around it, something strange and sinister. Weird, I said. Billings perked up. You see it? I mean, could be a school of fish, caught up in the lock or something. Man, Bill said, I've been working here for 9 years, and I ain't never seen anything like that before. Huh, I said, then rolled myself over to the second set of monitors where the radar was. Well, damn. What? Bill quickly hobbled over to where I was and looked down. What the hell? Yeah, well, that's weird. The radar showed something big, just like Bill said. It was slowly inching down the waterway, morphing to fit through it. I switched to real time and saw this thing, whatever it was nearly out of the second lock, which was bizarre because we hadn't lowered the water or the gate. It was just disappearing, slowly but surely. I stood up, fast, then made my way back towards the monitor's room's only doorway. Hey, where are you going? Bill called out. Angers, I said. I'm going to go check with Angers, over on the other side. My radio's upstairs, hang tight. I left Bill standing there, watching me walk away with a freaked out expression on his face, and made my way back up top. My radio was on the table where I'd left it, sitting next to my phone. I picked it up and pinged Angers. Angers picked up immediately. Yeah, he said. He sounded worried. Hey Angers, we're getting some real weird footage over here. I was wondering if you... It's nothing, Angers said, his voice coming in staticky over the radio. What? I said no, everything looks fine over here. You sure, man? You looking at your radar? Yeah, kid, I'm sure. It's nothing. And if anyone asks you about it, you didn't see anything. Wait, I said. What do you mean if anyone asks me about it? Angers didn't respond. Hey, Angers, what did you mean if anyone asks me about it? But Angers had turned his radio off. I set my radio back down and said, Damn. I left the room and walked back down to where the radar and CCTV monitors were. Hey, Bill, you're never going to believe this. I think we might have a regular conspiracy. I stopped and looked around. Bill? I turned back towards the door I'd just entered. Hey, Billings, where are you, buddy? Bill? Bill didn't answer. What the hell? I mumbled to myself, then left the monitor room to look for Bill. But Bill wasn't anywhere in the building, which meant there was only one place he could be. Outside. Oh, for goodness sake, I said, then ran back upstairs to grab my coat. Billings was standing just at the edge of the lock, looking down. Above us, clouds skirted across the sky, obscuring stars every now and then. Bill? Bill? Hey, Bill, what the hell are you doing, man? Bill turned to me and pointed. It's still here, he yelled. What? Really? He nodded, then turned back around and looked back down. Bill, come on, man, we should call this in. Angus said he didn't see anything, but then he said something weird, man. And I don't know. My voice trailed off as I stood there, watching Bill from a distance of 12 feet or so. Bill? Without warning, Bill jumped. It took me a second to realize what had happened. A stream of several, "Oh God," swept out of my mouth as I ran forward to the edge of the lock. But Billings had disappeared. There wasn't even a ripple showing where he hit the water. I shoved my hands into all my pockets before I realized I left both my phone and radio back inside on the second floor of the building. "Damn it," I yelled, then sprinted back inside for my phone. It rang twice before a voice said, "We're sorry, the number you have dialed..." "Are you kidding me right now?" It was a staticky growl, and I picked up the radio. Angus, it's Bill. He jumped into the damn lock, man. He's going to freeze to death or drown. Angus, come on, man. If you can hear this, call 911. My phone isn't working." The static grew louder, higher in pitch. Then I heard Angus say, Yeah, I hear you. Don't worry, they're already on the way." "Oh, thank God," I said. "Thanks, But Angus cut me off. "Don't tell them anything, okay? This isn't the first time. Billings was suicidal, okay? You're a good kid. I don't want you to..." The radio cut dead. 30 minutes later, a fire truck, followed by a sleek black SUV, pulled up. The firemen fished Billings out of the water, while 2 suits surveyed the area. One of them, with salt and pepper grey hair and mean eyes, stepped over to me and said, "Sir, we'd like to ask you a few questions." "He jumped, man. I didn't do anything." "Yes," the other man, bald with a beard, said. "I'm sure we'll be able to see." He gestured toward the CCTV camera that was hanging off the building. "Sir, did you see anything strange tonight?" I hesitated for a split second. "You mean stranger than my co-worker jumping to his death?" Neither of the men's poker faces fell. "Yes," the graying one said. No, I didn't. Do you mind if we take a look inside? Maybe view the footage from the lock?" "What's that got to do with Billings drowning?" "We can get a warrant if necessary." "I mean, I just work here. You should call the boss and ask him. Look, I'm cold as hell. My co-worker I've known for 3 years just died. Can I go home now? Maybe answer your questions later today." The 2 men seemed to think about this. "Fine," the bald one said, then reached forward and handed me an off-white business card. "Thanks, man." "Wait," one of the men called out from behind me. I turned. "You said your co-worker jumped? Was he suicidal by any chance?" I said. I mean, he joked about it sometimes, but I never really thought he'd do something like... I never thought he'd actually do anything, you know." The man stared at me with an unreadable expression, then said, "All right, we'll talk to you soon." I left the area with no problem. I didn't really want to see Billings like that. I drove, went to bed, then woke up hours later and recorded this, just in case. I don't know what the hell happened, or what Billings saw down there. I realize now that those 2 suits probably confiscated all the tapes on the premises. But the strangest thing is, I can't get in touch with Angus, and I don't know what to do. I volunteer in a crisis hotline once a week. Most of the time, people who call the line just need someone to hear them, someone to sit in the darkness with them so they know that they aren't alone in their suffering. We get calls from all types of people. Distressed teens, drug addicts, people fighting with mental illnesses, elderly folks who have no one left to share their final days with. Third-party callers who know someone who is displaying suicidal behavior. Many of these calls are silent, or the caller instantly hangs up. Most calls center around loneliness. People going through hardship often feel like a burden when sharing their pain with friends and family, so they keep it bottled up inside, where it festers
and builds to a point where the pain is so overwhelming they would do anything to make it stop. Our job is to listen and help them find options. It's not something I normally speak about, but I had once been on the other side of the line here. After years of struggling with alcohol addiction and a series of very bad choices, I'd hit rock bottom, and this really had been my lifeline. Calling the hotline had been the first step on a long journey that I'm still far from finishing. But after years of therapy and abstinence later, I feel that if I can be that voice that pulls even one person out of that rut, all that might have been worth something. I remember the first time that caller unknown called me. Our caller ID usually shows the caller's number unless they intentionally block it, so I thought it was probably a police department or some social service representative calling. I worked the midnight to 4 a.m. shift. I'm a pretty nocturnal guy to begin with, and that shift needed the most help, so I had no problem signing up for it. Call volume is a lot lower during these hours, so it's usually just me and a few other counselors and one supervisor in the call center during this time. Caller unknown first contacted me at 1:27 a.m. on February 17th. I answered with my standard, "Suicide Prevention Center, you're speaking with my name. Can I get your name?" There was no answer for a few seconds. This is pretty standard, especially with new callers who don't know what to say once they've opened that door. "I am here to listen when you're ready to talk," I told the silent line. "Take your time." I waited for a bit longer, then heard a loud digital static interfere with the line. The digital static stopped and returned to the regular phone static, then cut out, leaving the line completely silent. I checked the call application to see if the call had disconnected, but the time counter continued to tick. I checked my headset to see if I'd muted or messed it up somehow. The digital static returned, much louder this time. Then the call disconnected. I didn't think anything of it at the time, and went on with my shift as per usual. February 24th at 1:27 a.m, caller unknown called back. It was the same as before. A long silence, then loud digital noise, then disconnection. I wouldn't have noticed it as unusual if not for the digital noise. I checked my call log and realized that it had come in the exact same time as last week. I figured it could be some sort of spam bot set up to call numbers on a schedule. I messaged my supervisor about it, and he sent me a gif with Chandler Bing from Friends shrugging in an exaggerated manner. My thoughts exactly. 1 week later, on March 3rd, things got stranger. I accepted a call from a woman, Jane Doe, going through a divorce who was suffering nightly from thoughts of suicide. Her call came in around 1:19 a.m, and we had just gotten through the basic risk assessment and the beginning of her story when her voice started cutting out. The digital static returned, this time even louder than before. I had to pull the headphones away from my ears. The clock read 1:27 a.m. The digital noise stopped, and the line went dead, just like before. Then the normal phone static returned. "Are you still there, Jane?" I asked. "I think we got cut off there for a minute." There was no answer immediately. Then I heard a man's voice that sounded like he'd left the phone on the table and was speaking from many feet away. "Please, help." "Hello, can you hear me?" I asked. "You sound like you're far from the phone. Can you move any closer?" Again, barely audible, far from the receiver, I heard the words. "Please, help." "Are you in danger right now?" I asked. "If you're in need of immediate medical assistance, I need to know your location, or you need to call 911. "Please." Then the line popped, and Jane's voice came back. "Are you still there?" she asked. "Yes, Jane? I'm sorry, I heard someone else's voice. Are you with someone right now?" "No, I'm alone," she said. Confused, I apologized for the technical difficulties and continued with the call. I pinged IT about the issue, and they said that they didn't notice any sort of interference on their end, but would keep an eye out for issues. The next week, caller unknown returned. I answered and didn't say anything this time. I waited through the introductory static, then heard the man's voice. He was closer to the phone this time. He sounded old, like his vocal cords were damaged. The words were strained and gravelly, as if pushed through broken reeds. Please, help. Sir, if you want me to help you, I need to know what's happening. Are you able to hear me? Please, help. Sir, please call 911 if you need immediate medical assistance. I'm going to have to end the call if we can't communicate here. A long silence. Then, as if he had turned speakerphone on and placed the receiver to his lips. Please, help, blasted into my ears at full volume. I threw the headset off my ears, and the call disconnected. Because there was no number listed, we couldn't place the caller on alert, but we noted it, and I finished my shift. My supervisor said it was probably some sort of prank caller or someone with mental illness in an obsessive cycle. He didn't have any idea why the calls kept getting assigned to me. No one else had reported a call from caller unknown yet. On my drive home that night, the man's voice was stuck in my head, almost as if I could hear him in the distance. It didn't feel like a prank to me. There was so much pain in that voice, physical, psychological. The tone was pure suffering, a death rattle. I imagined a frail old man crumpled on the floor of his cluttered apartment without the mental clarity to call 911. He called the one number that he had memorized. Perhaps he'd received help on the hotline before. I took some deep breaths and tried to ground myself. It isn't healthy to take the calls home with you. I did what I could to the best of my ability, and there was nothing else I could do for caller unknown. It did stick with me though. The thought that disturbed me the most was how much I wanted a drink to drown out that damn voice. I came down with some sort of flu the next week. By Wednesday, my fever was down, but I still felt too exhausted to stay awake and supportive through the graveyard shift, so I called in for a substitution and took the night off. I passed out around 10 p.m. into a restless, fever sleep. I was awoken by the ringing of my phone at 1:28 a.m. I stumbled across my room to the dresser and grabbed the phone. It was set to Do Not Disturb at night. The only way a call could come through is if the caller dialed it multiple times. Unknown caller. My thumb hovered over the accept button, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. After a minute, a voicemail appeared. I pressed play and held the phone to my ear. Static. Loud digital noise. Silence. Then a low moan. It sounded like a feral cat at first, then wavered as he ran out of breath. He let out another loud moan through those broken vocal cords. It crescendoed into a scream of agony. I could hear it echo across his room. Please help, please help, please help. The line cut out. I know I should have kept the call for evidence or whatever, but it felt cursed. It felt like having that voice stored on my phone had tainted the device, and by holding it, I was cursed by extension. I deleted the voicemail and powered off my phone. I laid awake in bed, head spinning. The whole thing felt like a fever dream, and for a while, I convinced myself it was just that. I could live with a fever dream. It had been a while since I'd had a drink, but tonight I felt like I'd earned one. Anything to get to sleep. I'd work tomorrow. I'd be useless, half sick and sleep deprived. Besides, I'd worked hard for self-control these past years. I got out of bed and walked across the street to the 7-Eleven and grabbed a cheap bottle of Jim Beam. I took a few swigs on the way home, then took a couple of classes to put me to sleep. Apart from a hangover the next morning, things were fine, and I was able to move past it. A week later, however, all hopes of this being some sort of flu-induced nightmare faded. I returned to my shift at the call center. I only had one real call and 2 hang-ups by 1:15 a.m. I turned my status to not available in our call application and told my supervisor I was going to take a quick walk. I shut off my cell phone and left it at my desk and went outside. It was chilly that night, and I'd forgotten to bring a jacket. I walked along the side of the street for a while. I sat at a bus stop nearby and watched the empty night streets. A car drove by about every other minute. I always wondered where these people were driving this late on a weeknight. Maybe other graveyard shifts, coming home from a lover's apartment, or maybe they were wandering. I'd done my fair share of that. I glanced at my watch. 1:28 a.m. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath and felt the cool air fill my lungs. I'd heard the deep bass of music coming from a black SUV down the street. Then, my heart stopped. The SUV came to a stop at the light in front of me, and the deep bass of the music cut out, interfered by that familiar static. By the time the begging came out of the car speakers, I was sprinting back to the parking lot at the call center. "Please, help," echoed behind me. I could hear the 2 guys arguing and trying to retune the radio to get their music back, but I didn't care to hear any more. I jumped into my car, forgetting about the shift altogether, and floored it away from the call center, leaving my phone and bag at my desk. I made sure the radio in my car was off. I didn't know where to go. I didn't want to go back to my apartment, because I feared I'd hear that cursed voice coming through any speaker I had laying around in the cluttered mess of gadgets I kept laying around. I drove as fast as I could to the outskirts of town, just past the state line, until the roads became more wooded and the lights of civilization faded behind the hills. I pulled over at a gas station off the interstate and filled up. Head still spinning, I grabbed another cheap bottle of whiskey to calm myself. This wasn't an issue of cheating on my sobriety. This was a medical use to maintain my damn sanity. I pulled over on a county road and dove into the bottle. I got out and stared at the stars until the whiskey made them spin and my nerves began to cool. It was impossible. All of it. I needed to talk with my therapist. We hadn't spoken in months. I hadn't felt the need for any more support lately, but maybe I did still need help. Maybe this was the first of many delusions, and some part of me always knew I would lose it someday. The familiar feeling of hopelessness began to creep back in, but I took another drink and cut it off. I wasn't that person anymore. I'd fought hard to climb out of that hole, and I had the tools to keep myself out now. What I needed now was to sleep, and then come up with a safety plan for myself. I got back into the car and turned around, heading back home. It was a dark county road, no one around for miles. I knew I'd be sober enough by the time I got back into areas where people would be driving. I was thinking about that when my head dipped down. Thinking about how easy it would be to slip off to sleep later and wake up with a new plan, a new direction. Then I heard that sickening thump. It bounced me a few inches out of my seat, then again as it hit the rear wheel. I slammed on the brakes and came to a complete stop. The road behind me was illuminated red with my brake lights. At the edge of that hellish glow, a humanoid figure wriggled on the ground. I stared at my rearview mirror at the man I'd just run over. An elderly man wearing a blue baseball cap and an oversized jacket that was mostly torn from his broken body. His neck was twisted at an unnatural angle. The light from his shattered cell phone glinted in his pupils. Then came the moan. That soul-shattering cry of anguish. "Please, help," he spluttered through his broken trachea. My mind went blank. The clock read 2:27 a.m. My foot lifted off the pedal and his body faded into the darkness, but those 2 glinting eyes remained in the rear view for what seemed like miles. I don't even remember getting into bed that night, but I woke up the next morning in my apartment. An officer appeared at my door, and I was certain that they knew what I had done. but it turned out to be a wellness check from the Suicide Prevention Center after I hadn't returned for my things. I told him I was okay, just dealing with a personal crisis. The officer didn't give me any grief and filled out a quick report. A news article came out later that day in the neighboring county that one of their older residents, known for taking nocturnal walks, had been killed in a hit-and-run accident. I realized that they were in different time zones, an hour behind us. I looked at the photograph of the man, alive and smiling, thought about his kids and grandkids, thought about how long he must have laid there on the road, gasping for air, begging for help. It's been a few weeks now, and it doesn't seem to matter where I am every Wednesday morning at 1:27 a.m. Somehow, his call for help will find me, and I know there's nothing I can do now. Maybe if I hadn't been drinking, maybe if I hadn't been so damn scared of that voice, if my flight instinct hadn't kicked in, I wouldn't have just left him there. I wouldn't have ever received that call from unknown caller. If I hadn't been alive. I may never understand, but all I know now is that I can't take any more of these calls, these pleas for help. It's all I hear, and no amount of booze can drown it out. I don't think I can take it anymore.
I'm going to tell you about a town you should never go to. For your protection, I won't tell you the name or location, but I'll tell you this. If you ever think you might be in this town, get the hell out of there and don't look back. It happened some years ago. I was on my way to visit an uncle I'd never met, meandering around, trying to read a rather confusing map, when I ran out of gas. Stupid, I know, but I can never make heads or tails of those damn things. The dangers of hitchhiking were disconcerting, though there wasn't much choice, so I didn't bother fussing about it and started up the road. The midday sun was oppressive. My forehead ached from all the squinting, and my clothes were soaking up a gallon of sweat. My tired arm hung lower and lower, as did my hope of hitchhiking a ride. But in the distance came into view a red pickup truck. "Please stop! Please stop!" I repeated, sticking my thumb out as far as it would go. As the truck grew closer, I waved my arms around until it eventually slowed down and stopped in the road. "That your car back there?" asked the friendly old coot from behind the wheel. "Yes, sir, I ran out of gas." "Hop in, we'll get you some at the next stop." Cappy. What a nice guy he was. He sure liked to talk about his family, but they were entertaining stories. His son was fighting overseas, and I could tell his kindness was inspired by the admiration he felt for my generation. Heroes, he called us. You wouldn't catch me on the front lines, though. Always been one to shy away from danger. I didn't tell Cappy that, didn't want to disappoint him. After some time, I started to wonder when this town would show up, and I expressed my concern that it might be too far away. It didn't seem to bother Cappy. I guess he had nothing better to do. Still never found out where he was headed. The road was getting bumpy, then turned into two brown strips with grass down the middle. I could finally see a town peeking over the wild fields. Pitiful, yet quaint. It was textbook small-town America. Faded blue houses with white trim, a few brick-and-mortar businesses with hand-painted signs, town square, big red barn, white chapel on a hill. Cars were parked here and there, some without tires, though I didn't see any people around it. It wasn't surprising for such a remote hamlet. But what did surprise me was that, despite the barn, I didn't see any animals. There was no official fueling station, but we found an old garage with a gas pump out front. Cappy kept apologizing for lending his gas can to a neighbor while we searched through the cluttered garage. A rancid odor would come and go, making me sicker each time. "I'd better go find someone," I said, "and tell them what we're doing so they don't think we're robbing the place." Really, I just wanted to get away from that smell. "Look for a gas can in case I can't find one." "Roger that." The town seemed deserted, but I could hear voices echoing from somewhere, so I followed them. 2 children appeared from the tall grass, chasing each other down the road. In the distance was an apple orchard with kids running to and fro, tossing apples at each other, some of them on all fours. As I approached, laughter and playful screams came from all sides. It seemed like a normal child behavior, but then I noticed they were all wearing dog masks. There were a few children sitting at a pint-sized picnic table, playing with something that looked like cake, smushing it in their hands and smearing it on their clothes. I assumed from the cake, the masks, and the occasional party favors that there was a birthday party going on. Trying to seem as non-threatening as possible, I strolled over and attempted to question them. "I'm sure someone baked that cake to be eaten, not played with," I said, trying to sound like an authoritative parent. The children stopped what they were doing and looked up at me. I got the shivers. The way they all turned their heads at the exact same moment, all wearing those dog masks. And these weren't cute cartoon dog masks. The attempt at realism lent them a disturbing quality. "I'm sorry, but could you nice children take off those masks for a minute?" The kids looked at each other, then back at me. I started to feel embarrassed. "So, whose birthday is it?" One of the children made a little yipping noise. "Oh, it's you." Another child mimicked the other. "Then it's you? Is it your birthday?" A third child joined in. "Maybe it's all your birthdays." They didn't seem to be listening and continued to imitate puppies. Finally, I got a little testy. All that walking in the heat had already worn me down, and now these kids were poking at a beehive. "You listen here. What would your parents say if they saw you being so rude? Why don't you take off those masks and act like children, not dogs?" The kids started to yip louder, then transitioned to woofs, followed by short barks. "Stop that! Where are your parents? I have car trouble and I need an adult right away." The children didn't heed my requests and instead threw cake in my face. It tasted horrible. In hindsight, I don't think it was cake. "Fine then, but when I find your parents, they're going to hear all about this." It was like they didn't even know what I was saying. I turned to leave, but all the children that had been there, frolicking, were now standing side by side, blocking my way. Instead of telling them to move, I simply walked to the left in an attempt to go around them. But as I went one way, so did they. And as I went the other way, so did they. Cut it out! I didn't want to push them. They were just kids. "I'll give you brats to the count of 3 to move, or else I'm going to walk right through you." The children stood there and said nothing. There must have been more than a dozen, gaping at them in all those masks. It was so surreal. No 2 masks were alike, Each one was a different breed of dog, with expressions ranging from docile to enraged. As I started counting 3, a few of the children began making faint, low grumbling noises. I continued to count down 2, and more children joined in with the nasty growls. I gave a heavy sigh, knowing they weren't going to move. All right then, 1. All at once, the children began barking loudly. I was startled by how ferocious and angry they sounded. Stop that, I commanded, but they only barked louder. One of them chucked a rotten apple at me. It hurt. The other kids followed suit, and soon I fell victim to the spoiled fruit version of an old-fashioned stoning. I started to yell, "Wait till I find your parents," but took an apple to the face before I could finish. A few kids pushed me while I was distracted, and I lost my balance. They all rushed me, kicking and scratching. That does it. I was done fooling around. What the hell is wrong with you kids? I yelled, shoving them one by one to the ground. But they remained unfazed, continuing to kick and scratch and make those irritating noises. The cacophonous howl and fierce barks made my blood boil. I started striking the children, not caring about their safety or what their parents would do in retaliation. After realizing what I had done, I ran off to find Cappy. The children chased me into town. They were just kids, but I was spooked as all hell. The masks, the noises, they didn't even stop when I hit them. I caught sight of Cappy's truck, but I didn't see him. The children were gaining on me as I tripped and fell. Again, I was surrounded by those violent brats. I tried to get up, but there were too many kids on me, and my cries for help brought no assistance. Take off those goddamn masks, I hollered, attempting to pull one off. It was tied on tight. The barking turned to laughing, and I feared there might be other adults watching, mocking me instead of shooing away their insane offspring. My anger was just reaching its threshold, and the children suddenly stopped attacking. They all turned their heads in the same direction and ran off together, howling and cheering joyfully. I stumbled to my feet, inspecting myself for scrapes and bruises. Cappy? I shouted, looking all around. My voice echoed for miles. The children were out of sight, so I ran back towards the truck, hoping to find him still searching the garage. I stopped at the general store first to see if anyone could help us, but no one was inside. They didn't seem to be in business. Shelves were mostly empty and caked with dust. I checked in the back. Nobody there. Then I heard some kind of uproar coming from outside. I peered out the window, but didn't see anyone. So I opened the door a little and turned my ear. I was sure something was going on with those kids. The only noise in the whole town was coming from that one direction. Part of me knew I should go back to the garage, but I wanted to see if the children were being scolded for their behavior. I followed the echoes until I clearly heard a guttural, anguished scream. The screaming continued as I banged on the nearest front door. Hey, is anybody home? Please. I jiggled the knob aggressively. Locked. There was another house about 30 yards away, so I banged on their door as well. Still, no one home. Or they just weren't answering. I circled the house, pounding on the windows, but it was no use. I had to make a decision. What would a hero do? I asked myself, and hurried towards uncertainty. The commotion was coming from a farmhouse at the bottom of a hill near the orchard. I ran so fast I nearly fell head over heels, though I hesitated when I got to the house. The door was wide open, and there were dog masks on the ground. I needed to know what was happening, but I wasn't prepared to find out. I thought about yelling for help again, or for Cappy, but I couldn't make a sound. When the screaming died down a little, I crept up the porch steps and peeked in, but didn't see anyone inside. Masks littered the floor. God help me, I couldn't just leave. Where would I have gone without a vehicle? It's not like I could have hotwired Cappy's truck. I had to go in. My footsteps made the boards creak, but I knew they wouldn't drown out the ruckus. A trail of masks led me closer to the disgusting sounds, and through the dilapidated house to an open door leading down into the basement. A stench beyond foul almost knocked me over. Listening closely, I tried to identify what was happening. It was those kids for sure, growling, barking, whimpering, slobbering. Now and then, a gurgly, desperate moan of agony would come through. I didn't want to go down there, but I had to see it with my own eyes. Crouching a bit, I crept from one wet, sticky step to another. A single light bulb illuminated most of the room, but didn't quite reach the stairs, so I knew I'd be hidden in the darkness. The floor was covered in muck that sloshed around as a few of the children scampered through it, tossing handfuls of it at each other. Most were gathered in the center underneath the light. It seemed like they were eating something, or feeding rather. I watched in disgust as the children tore at the meat, blood dripping down their chins and squirting on their faces. And oh God, their faces. How can you have an underbite and an overbite at the same time? The turn-up noses and far-apart eyes. It was hideous. Beyond that, they all had various facial deformities, of which I'm not equipped to describe. The laughter was almost more horrifying than anything because it meant they were having fun. I say this because I knew what they were eating. I just knew. I couldn't see what was left of his face, and his clothes were ripped to shreds. But I knew. I knew they were eating Cappy. I covered my mouth and tried not to scream or retch. Gagged a few times, but I didn't draw attention. My body tensed up so bad I could hardly move. But I willed it to inch backwards up the stairs, through the kitchen and the front door. I prayed to God those kids wouldn't follow. I assumed I was free once I reached the door. But the most gruesome fellow was standing there at the bottom of the porch steps. He wore a ghastly beard and a toothless, smug grin. His frame was massive, and I could smell him from 9 yards away. At first, we just glared at each other. I swear he had a wooden eye. I expected him to lunge at me. Instead, he pulled a small whistle from the front of his overalls. He pressed it to his lips and seemed to blow into it, but there was no sound. Sobbing and stumbling, I ran from house to house, banging on every door. The joyful roars of the children were drawing closer, so I took refuge in the store. They raced all around like it was a game of hide and seek, while I barricaded myself in the back room, waiting for those monsters to give up the search. The front door rattled a few times, and I suddenly realized I was a sitting duck in there if that big guy broke in. I still don't know why he never came after me. Eventually, the voices and footsteps faded away, and the town fell silent once more. Night came, and the children could be heard howling in the distance. I wondered if they knew where I was, and were simply waiting until I came out to terrorize me. I thought of poor Cappy, and how delighted he was to help a total stranger. He didn't deserve to die in such a grisly manner. I wanted to find that gas can now more than ever. Not so I could escape, but so I could burn that house down. Hell, I wanted to burn the whole damn town. The howling passed, so I snuck out the back door and crawled on my belly to the woods, planning to wait for sunup, then hiking to our main road. There were no lights on in the town as I spied from the trees. I was worried the children might go wandering at night, but I'd never find my way back in the dark. A single silhouette could just barely be seen coming closer, and I could hear the rustling of the weeds. It was one of those savages. I hesitated to run, fearing they'd hear me and alert the others. There were a few rocks of substantial weight near my feet, so I picked one up and held it tight. I listened as the child snatched up an animal that leapt from the brush. As they gnawed at the poor creature, I moved in. They snarled and growled as they ate, masking the crinkles of dead leaves beneath my feet. I held my breath, stepping into arm's length or slowly lifting the rock over my head. Over and over, I bashed that child's head beyond recognition. I never thought I could do that to a child, especially with such abandon. But I didn't do it so much for my own safety as I did it for Cappy. The sun began to rise, and I observed the boy's body. When I saw him lying all limp on the ground, head caved in and bloody, I regretted what I'd done. Sure, I wasn't a damned cannibal, but I felt like I'd stooped to their level. I murdered a child, and I can never take that back. Bits of laughter echoed from the town. Startled, I ran off in the wrong direction. Tired and hungry, I trudged through the fields and over hillsides until the sun was directly overhead. Now and then, I'd hear the faint sound of an engine, though I couldn't find a road. The weight of everything that had happened made it difficult to go on, but that weight lifted a bit when a ranch came into view on the horizon. As I approached, the unwelcome sound of children playing echoed across the meadow. A few were galloping here and there, making strange noises. It seemed like normal child behavior. But then I noticed they were all wearing horse masks.
I immediately felt annoyed as I noticed my sister, Jenna, calling me. Their car should have been at the cabin more than 20 minutes prior, yet I'd somehow managed to arrive there before them. "Hey sis, where are you at?" I asked, half surprised, and a bit worried that they'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, which wouldn't have been too out of character for Jenna, with her absolutely non-existent sense of direction. What I got in response was a static mess of sound that blared from my phone at full volume before it quickly cut off and the call disconnected. Out in the middle of nowhere, it wasn't an uncommon occurrence, and I figured if I drove back down the road,
I'd get a few bars of signal. Our lonesome cabin was situated only a 3-hour drive from the closest town, in the most desolate part of the country, only accessible by a road that had gone without maintenance for what seemed like a century. To most, it might feel like a post-apocalyptic wasteland, but for us, it was the perfect escape from the noise surrounding New Year's Eve. The plan had been to drive together, but with work keeping me back and them driving ahead, we'd split up. Even then, it wasn't the first time we'd driven there, so she should have known the way. I called Jenna again once I got a few bars on my phone, and once she answered, it became clear how distressed she was. In the background, I could hear her 2 kids crying, and Jenna doing her best to keep calm. "Jenna, what's going on?" I asked, my annoyance quickly turning to worry. We hit something on the road," she said. "What, you mean like a deer or something?" I asked. I don't know. I hit my head pretty bad when we crashed. Didn't get a good look at it. It fell into a ditch somewhere." Her voice shook with each spoken word, and whether it be from the impact or a rush of adrenaline, she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. "Damn, are you alright?" "Yeah, I'm just a bit shook up, but..." she trailed off. She stopped speaking, and I could hear her walking away, trying not to alert the kids to the situation. I can't get the car started again. Could you please come pick us up? It's dark, and the kids are getting scared." "Of course. Where are you?" "At the T-junction on Glover Road, but..." She stopped mid-sentence, as if something had cut her off. "Sis, you alright?" "Yeah, please, just come." I'd already started the car back up before she asked. It wouldn't be more than a 20-minute drive back to Glover Road, and though it was dark without reflective signs and frozen ground, I could get there before she started completely panicking. "Alright, I'm on my way. I'll call you when I get close," I said. She thanked me, and I hung up. The landscape around me was dimly lit up by my headlights, revealing frozen glass and leafless trees. During the day, it looked like any other winter wonderland, but in the dark, it could bring out the shivers in even the most seasoned adventurer. Once I'd gotten about halfway there, my sister's name lit up on the phone. I slowed to a halt and picked it up, not willing to drive and talk under these circumstances. "Hey, what's up?" Are you far away?" she asked nervously. "I'm about halfway. I won't be long. Why are you calling?" She paused for a second before responding, breathing erratically as she mulled over what to say. "It's just that..." she trailed off. "What?" "The thing I hit. It's moving." "The thing? You mean the deer?" "No, it's not a... it's something else. I don't know." "What?" "I don't know. Please, just hurry." Confused as to why she called me a second time, and annoyed that I would have almost been there if not for the disturbance, I hung up and kept driving. After a few minutes, I pulled onto Glover Road and continued towards the junction. I put on the high beam to make sure I didn't accidentally crash into my stranded sister or whatever she had collided with herself. As I arrived at the junction, I saw no sign of a crash and realized that despite my sister's instruction, she might be on the wrong road entirely. Keeping me company was nothing but the cold and an old wooden sign that read Glover Road, with Jensen Street going up from the junction. I sighed and called my sister for a third time. "Jack?" she said, sounding absolutely terrified. "Yeah, I'm here already, but you're not," I said. "You sure you broke down on Glover Road?" She didn't respond, but I could hear her trembling breath and crying kids on the other end of the line. "Sis, you okay?" It got back up, she whispered in shock. What did? The thing we hit. It got back up and ran off into the woods. What was it? I don't know. I couldn't get my flashlight in time. It was too fast, but it was tall. It ran on 2 legs. It didn't look like any animal I've ever seen, she said. While the forests in the area were known to house many strange creatures, and bizarrely large elks, nothing fit the description my sister had just given me. Though what irked me more than the strange animal she'd hit were her whereabouts. Hey Jen, let's just do a video call, then you can show me your surroundings, and I'll come pick you up, I said nonchalantly, trying to keep her calm. Okay, but it's pretty dark, and my camera sucks, she responded. We turned over to a video call, and she brought up the flashlight to give me an inkling as to where she was. Look, here's the sign, she said as she pointed a camera towards an old wooden sign. Glover Road, Jensen Street, the sign read, just like the one I stood next to. Wait, that doesn't make any sense, I said, and showed her the same sign on my end, proving that we were in the same location, yet couldn't see each other. But where are you? She asked. I'm literally in the same spot as you. I don't understand, I said, a hint of fear showing through my voice. Look, I'll just call the police. I don't know what other option we have. Just stay by the car and I'll call you right, I said before I was interrupted. No, wait, she practically yelled on the other end. She pointed a camera towards the tree line, her flashlight barely reaching across the road, creating nothing more than a pathetic outline of the trees, and something moving between them. Do you see that? She asked. Is that the thing you hit? I asked. Before she got a chance to answer, the figure shot out from the trees, becoming clear in the light. There it stood, 10 feet tall, a bizarre mixture of animals merged together with bones protruding through its pale skin. Its face was nothing more than a mangled lump of flesh, poorly fitted to its body, and in the centre lay a massive hole, resembling a disgusting mix between a mouth and a singular eye. Oh God, what is that thing? She yelled. It let out a broken roar before it charged at my sister, crossing the distance between them in just under a second. She pulled back towards the children, grabbing onto Laura, her 2-year-old, who'd inexplicably gotten loose from her seat, and shoved her into the car. As she turned to help Alex, the creature lunged past her, grabbing onto the 10-year-old and snatching him away within a second. No, let him go! Alex! My sister yelled. But the thing had long since retreated back into the woods. I quickly glanced over at the tree line from where the creature came, but on my side, it was empty. A world occupied by nothing more than darkness. Whatever separated my sister and I, it wasn't distance. Help! She called out. Alex! I'm going to call the police. Hold on. I hung up and dialed the number. No response. I checked my phone to make sure I still had 2 bars of signal, yet no connection could be made. I tried a second and third time to no avail. Help would not come. After the hopeless attempt, I called Jenna back. Jack? She stuttered as she picked up. I'm sorry, I couldn't get a hold of them. Are you all right? We're inside the car, but there's more of them now. They're circling around us. They took Alex. She got out between sobs. Just stay in the car, Jenna. I'm going to drive down the road and look for help. I put my phone down on the dashboard and kept the call going, talking to Jenna as I sped down the road, promising, lying that everything would be all right. Jack, they're leaving, she exclaimed, with the faintest hint of relief in her voice. I let out a breath, slowing down my car a bit as I let myself believe the worst had passed trying to avoid another unfortunate collision. "That's great, Jenna, but stay in the car until I get back," I ordered. "But, Alex, he's still out there. Look, I know it's hard, but Alex, he's..." Before I could finish the sentence, something could be heard in the background. It was her son, crying and calling for help. But something about his voice was off. The emotion in his calls were practically non-existent, his cries unnatural, as if they were nothing but a poor imitation of a human being. "Alex!" Jenna cried, opening the door without hesitation to go out and save a child. "Jenna, no!" I yelled, but it was too late. She'd already stepped out through the door, and no sooner did her foot hit the ground before one of the creatures bounced onto her, snapping her arm in half. She dropped the phone, and in the struggle, I could hear the car door closing with Laura still inside, while Jenna was torn to pieces by the horrific creatures. I kept driving against my strongest desire to turn around and help, but I knew that I could do nothing to reach her, no matter how hard I tried. "Jenna!" I yelled, but the call had long since disconnected, leaving me alone in absolute silence. As I sped down the road, I kept trying to call the police, but no matter how strong my signal was, I couldn't reach anyone. Even while going far over the speed limit, it took an hour and a half to reach the nearest little village. Once I drove into a more populated area, I managed to flag down a police car that happened to pass by. While I told them what was mostly an incomprehensible mess of words, they managed to get the gist that someone was hurt, including a child. I headed back towards Glover Road on board the police cruiser while I unsuccessfully tried to reconnect with Jenna. Another 2 hours passed, driving down the icy roads, and once we got there, I was more than surprised to be met by their wreck of a car. Jenna and Alex were nowhere to be seen, but in one final act of defiance, my sister had managed to lock the doors from outside, preventing her youngest, Laura, from getting out. The little girl sat crying inside her car, her entire world shattered in the span of just an hour, as her entire family had gone missing. The police did a thorough search, but couldn't find the remains of neither the monster or Jenna. As far as the evidence showed, they'd never existed on that road. Whatever I told them, it was limited to what I'd heard on the phone, and Laura, being 2, had little she could say, as much as she wanted her mother back. Had my sister not decided to leave early, and work not keeping me late, we might have driven the same car, and all of us could have either been fine or died a horrific death together. I wish there was more to the story, that I could have given you all a happy ending, but instead, I'll have to leave you with these simple instructions. If you ever break down on Glover Road, stay in your car and pray that someone else happens to drive by.
The year is 1999. That sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class when I was 5 years old, where we had to read out the date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind, however, as a memory that will not go away no matter how I try to forget it. 1999 marks the year I lost my first tooth, my first time on a plane, and unfortunately, the loss of my childhood innocence. That one memory that refuses to be wiped. It all started with that new, or old TV at that time. Pokemon
was the latest fad to hit the school. Pokemon cards, games, stickers, and, most popular, the TV show. So of course, every time I came home from school, I would stay glued to the TV until Pokemon came on at 5. The only problem was that my dad watched the news at 5:30 and Pokemon episodes were back to back, which meant I had to miss an episode every day, something I whined on and on about. My dad got tired of hearing me complain every day. That must have been why he went and bought another TV. My dad put the TV he bought in my room. Unfortunately, it was just an old boob tube with rabbit ears even. It also had about 20 channels available, not including the channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care though. I was just thrilled I had my own TV in my room. After surfing through the channels, I came to the conclusion that only Channel 2, TVO Kids, was worth watching, so I watched that for a while. It wasn't for another few months until I discovered Channel 21. One day in April, I was flipping through the channels trying to see if Pokemon was on. I pressed Channel 21 into the remote, hoping there were more channels, and to my delight, there was. My dad was surprised too, but he let me watch it because it seemed to have kids programs on. The channel was called Caledon Local. 21 and later, I found out it was indeed broadcasted from the town of Caledon, Ontario, a town very close to my city. The shows I saw on Caledon Local 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood what was going on half of the time. However, as I grew up, every time I thought of that channel, I realized more and more how messed up the shows were, and I had to ask myself, what the hell was I watching? The following is a list of shows and episodes I remember seeing on Caledon Local 21. How I remember such detail even disturbs me. But I guess things like this stands out in your mind for a while. There were only 3 shows I could find on the channel, probably because the channel was only operational between 4 PM and 9 PM. April 1999. Booby, Episode 6, Together. I recall Booby was a show where the characters were simply live-action hands, no puppets or anything, just hands. The show featured a hand named Booby, who found himself in a new situation every episode. The show was only 5 minutes long, and it looked like it was shot in front of a damp, decaying wall, with the hands always on a table, with a red tablecloth. Very low budget, obviously. This was the first episode I watched. The episode began with Booby trying to get ketchup out of a bottle. It actually showed him beating himself against the bottom of the bottle for like 3 minutes. Finally, another hand came by and looked at Booby. Together, the other hand said, and it began beating the bottle as well until some ketchup finally squirted out all over the table. I remember chuckling slightly at this part. Booby then stared at the ketchup mess for a few seconds before turning towards the camera as it slowly zoomed in on him. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 12. Very sketchy name if you were to look at it nowadays. The show featured a guy wearing a bear mascot costume who would get a new visitor to his cellar every day. It was always a kid. The show was filmed with a camcorder and not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about this show. This episode started with Mr. Bear sitting at the table playing checkers by himself. I didn't recognize it at the time, but the table was the same one from Booby. He sat there playing for a bit until there was a knock on the door. The camera was then looking up the stairs at the door, where there was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed the stairs and opened the door to reveal 2 young children. One was a boy about my age, and the other was a girl who looked about 8. Mr. Bear danced in delight and then started talking to the kids. I remember I couldn't hear any of them very well though. Mr. Bear then led the kids into the cellar, which was quite dark, only lit by a small oil lamp on the table. I can't really remember that much more, except him singing a song which I couldn't hear too well either, probably because of that large bear mask. The episode ended with them playing hide and seek, with the kids hiding in the closet and Mr. Bear counting. May 1999. Soup and Spoon. I don't think this was even a show. I think it was more of a special movie thing. All I know is I stopped watching Caledon Local 21 for a while because I thought this show was too stupid, especially since Pokemon now came on at 4:30 and 5. I don't remember much of this, but it showed a can of soup and a spoon, both attached to strings, swinging back and forth as if someone was holding them and dangling them in front of a camera. Interestingly enough, the show was shot in a basement which looked just like the one used in Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I can remember clearly was the end. The entire thing was only half an hour and just included stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup around, trying to eat him. The ending showed a table, the one from Booby once again, and about 7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup in front of him. They were sitting and looking at the camera, but with confused, almost frightened faces. The cameraman then held the can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoon's ready." And then it just stopped. July 1999. It was summer and I hadn't watched Channel 21 for a while, until one day when I slept over at my friend's house, I decided to check it out again. My friend had gotten a TV in his room for his 6th birthday, so we stayed up very late. For us, 9:30 was very late, and watched TV. That's when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up to my friend. We decided to see if it was on, and to our surprise, it was. They must have changed their broadcasting time. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 23. This episode was entertaining for my friend and I, mainly because it had swearing. However, now, when I think of this episode, I realize something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on its side, while it was facing Mr. Bear, who was walking up the stairs to the cellar door. The camera then blacked out for about a second, before fading in, back upright, and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him. This kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well, again with the crappy camcorder, until the kid started raising his voice. The kid was saying how it was late and his sister had to go home. You could hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying, "Get the hell out, you're not invited," with a deep voice muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing at him raising his voice, but the episode got weirder. The kid began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out, and that was the end of the episode. The channel then turned to static shortly after. Booby, episode 42, Playing with Scissors. One rainy afternoon I was bored, so I decided to watch Channel 21. When I started watching, some show about a guy sitting in an armchair was just finishing. I forgot what it was about though. When I first saw this episode, I thought it was for teenagers because it had blood in it, and it was very gross. When the police told me everything, I now know who the blood belonged to. The episode showed Booby, and another hand with a ribbon around the pinky finger, Booby's girlfriend. Booby was holding scissors and hopping around back and forth while his girlfriend slowly swung around aimlessly. Another hand shot into the scene. This hand was smaller though and was jerking around violently, as if someone under the table was forcing the hand. And I later found out this was the case.
The scissors are very dangerous, kids, so hold them safely,
Booby said to the camera. I noticed I could hear muffled screams, but I wasn't sure where it was coming from because of the bad sound quality. Booby's girlfriend grabbed the smaller hand, which was thrashing about, and Booby went at it with the scissors. He started with the thumb. He opened the scissors wide and clasped them under the thumb. Blood began oozing out, and the muffled screams were now very loud. My 5-year-old self was very grossed out, and that's when I decided maybe Booby was a show meant for teenagers or grown-ups. Then the scissors got to the bone. A horrible crunching noise was heard, and that's when I turned the TV off. I never discussed it with my dad because I feared he would limit my TV time. August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that Booby episode. In August, I grew more curious to see Mr. Bear's cellar for some reason though. The last episode I saw of Mr. Bear was weird, which also made me think the show was meant for teenagers. Nonetheless, I flipped onto Channel 21 when my dad was busy. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 28. Apparently this episode had been playing the entire month of August. This episode was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear sitting in a chair, talking to the audience. Hello kids, do you want to visit my cellar? If you do, please write me a letter at this address. The screen then switched to a white screen with multicolored letters reading the address, and that was what remained for the rest of the episode. And guess what? I actually did. I sent Mr. Bear, or that sick asshole who portrayed him, a letter. I did it out of curiosity mostly. My dad was okay with it because he thought it was a legit kids show, but then again, he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So I wrote a letter using my best handwriting possible. I think I just said how I wanted to meet Mr. Bear and if Booby also lived in the cellar. So my dad sent the letter to the address Mr. Bear said on the show. It stayed on all day anyway for some reason. It took about a week to get a response, which I was surprised I did. I still have the letter I received. August 15th, 1999. The letter read, Dear Elliot, thank you ever so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar. We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle of the woods. And yes, Booby does live in my cellar. He's a very good friend of mine. Come to my house at... The police cut out this address. Caledon, Ontario, Canada. I look very forward to having fun with you. Love, Mr. Bear. I cannot believe my dad never found this sketchy because he actually took me to the house. And that's when the police became involved. Those endless questions, those pictures of terrified kids in the woods. That brings me to why I'm writing this blog. That psycho and his friends did some messed up stuff back then, and now it seems he's trying to get into contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back to me. Over a decade later, it is still happening. Update, 21st of September 2011. People have been emailing me asking what exactly happened in 1999. I'll get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching apparently were meant to attract kids to Mr. Bear's house. What Mr. Bear did shocked the entire town. My dad actually drove me to Caledon, along with the address Mr. Bear left on the letter. The house was actually in the outskirts of the town, in the open farmland. I still remember that house. It looked like an older farmhouse that looked to have been built in the early 1900s. The windows were all boarded up, and the house looked in a state of disrepair. As we walked up to the house, I remember my dad checking the address over and over again and looking at the house in disbelief. Then, the door opened. I expected to see Mr. Bear to be at the door, but I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaking door. The officer began talking to my dad while I quickly asked if that was Mr. Bear's house. The officer's face cringed slightly and muttered, "Oh God," or something like that. He started talking quietly to my dad, so I couldn't hear, although my dad told me to go to the car anyway. And then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole way home. I felt something strange had happened. My dad never told me what happened for a while. I forgot about it anyway too. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked about it, my dad would not acknowledge its existence. I think it was when I was 13 where I learnt the truth. I remembered Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I could hear the truth. Caledon Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran from October 1997 to August 1999 in the Peel region of Ontario. The entire channel was made from a house in Caledon, the one I visited, and run by a man who was not really known by anyone in the town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was one only picked up by rabbit ears, weaker frequency. The man created all the shows on the channel, all of which were kids shows. His hand was Booby, he was Mr. Bear, and he was the mysterious cameraman. The real reason he created the channel was more disturbing than what I originally thought. As you might have already guessed, he kidnapped kids and held them in his cellar. But while most people thought he was a serial child molester, he really wanted to use kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled his house the night before, the day before the police went in for their investigation. I wasn't the only one who was watching. Update, 9th of November 2011. Sorry for not answering any questions for so long. I haven't accessed my email account for some time. Anyway, let me finally set things straight about what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned by the man who ran Caledon Local 21. 2 women lived there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now, to answer the questions you guys emailed to me. Question: who else watched Caledon Local 21? I know other people watched it for sure, including those kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people on NeoSeeker forums who were discussing the shows from Caledon Local 21. They talked about the kids' shows I watched, but also 2 other shows I had never seen before. A user named I Am Real Life seemed to know all the shows that were broadcasted on Channel 21. Here are 2 I've never heard of. The Fallen Angel and Life. I Am Real Life described it as a fairly boring show about a guy rambling on and on in front of the camera about how we must please Satan and appease him before it's too late. Paint with the Soul. I Am Real Life and another guy called Siggy92 were discussing this show. They described it as Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of a cameraman wandering around a forest at night, doing nothing particularly interesting. I'll go looking for the conversation and see if I can get the link. Question: where is Mr. Bear, or the guy who wore the costume? If I did know, I would have said earlier. I have no idea where this guy is, if he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friend next, I'll tell him about this. Maybe I can get a more definite answer. Question: what did Mr. Bear do to the children? This is by far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well, via my dad's friend, who is a retired Caledon regional officer. Apparently, the man playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and into the forest nearby. What he did there, police are not exactly sure how it happened, but 16 charred bodies of children between the ages of 4 and 13 were found in a 15 by 15 foot ditch deep within the forest. My dad's friend did not want to go into exact details, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway, so maybe I can extort more information from him then. That's all I have for now. Thanks for keeping an interest in my blog. I will try to gather as much information as I can for my next post. I've actually been getting pretty interested in this myself. It should be my right to know what the hell happened. Update, 1st of February 2012. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in this blog since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Caledon Local 21. However, a few weeks ago, I struck gold. I found some answers, surprisingly, from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across from my street, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger. He currently doesn't have a job either. He used to live near the woods outside Caledon and witnessed the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Polo. When he lived in the small bungalow outside the woods, he would often venture in to smoke a joint or two before returning to his work as a wood craftsman. Polo described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods, as well as glowing lights off in the distance. Polo told me that these events started in late 1997. Note, this is around the time Caledon Local 21 began airing. He apparently became annoyed by this happening every once in a while and actually went to investigate. Polo then described what the whole scene looked like when he got there. There was a group of kids, he said, about 13 to 17, and ages 5 to 12, gathering around a large fire pit with a burning fire. With them was a single adult. Polo talked to the man. Nothing his unusual, unkempt appearance of a crack addict as well as his constant twitching, and asked what he was doing out in the forest with the children. The man said they were on a camping trip, something they did frequently. Polo, not suspecting anything, Caledon has one of the lowest crime rates in Canada, simply left it at that and told them to be quieter. Polo then paused for a while before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, sometimes he heard loud chanting from the children in an unknown language. He didn't bother meeting with the man again, as he was moving anyway. I told Polo that the man was probably the owner of Caledon Local 21, but he doubted it, as he heard that the man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near the area. Here is what I know now. The man would take kids into the woods regularly for camping. The fire pit Polo described may be the hole the bodies of the children were found in. The children Polo saw were probably the ones found dead. The man moved into a city called Pickering, a smaller city east of Toronto. I will discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, and see if this matches anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge of what was aired on Caledon Local 21. Update,
20th of March, 2012. Good news, guys. I talked to my dad's friend and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran Caledon Local 21. He replied that they only have the same leads for years and never found a suspect. However, the Peel Regional Police do have some of the tapes found in the house Caledon Local 21 was broadcasted from. He took me over so I could watch a few. I guess I haven't said much about him yet. My dad's friend name is Mitchell Wilson, a pretty nice guy. He seems to understand my thirst for knowledge on what happened during the late 90s in that house. He feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much. He took me to the Davis Road Police Station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Caledon, and one of the largest within the Peel region itself. Each of the main stations around Peel have some of the tapes. The Davis Road Station has 3. I got to watch all of them. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any home for obvious reasons. Booby Episode 2. Friends Are Like Flowers. This was one of the first Booby episodes made. The camera quality looked crappier than usual, possibly an even older camcorder, but the scene was set in the same place as Bobby episodes usually took place. I recognized it instantly. The episode began with Booby swaying back and forth constantly for a few seconds before another hand entered. The other hand was much smaller, looking as if it belonged to a young child. The smaller hand eagerly began bouncing around before sliding up to Booby, bringing its fingertips together to kiss Booby. After a few seconds, Booby grabbed the smaller hand and squeezed it tightly. This continued for at least 10 seconds before the camera slowly panned left until the hands were out of sight. The camera continued panning until it showed a wilted daisy lying by itself. The camera then zoomed in on the daisy slowly as the girl's voice became audibly saying, "Friends are like flowers in the garden of life." The episode then ended. Paint with a Soul, Episode 10, Garbage Thrown Away. Paint with a Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real and Siggy92 discussed on Neoseeker. I told the police about this and they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcasted between December 5th, 1997 and January 8th, 1998. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy92 described, the episode opened with the cameraman wandering around in a forest. It appeared to be during the evening as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along the path until he got to an area where there was a lot of garbage laying in the leaves. The camera looked around at the various wrappers, bottles, bags and boxes, making sure each item got a few seconds of screen time. The camera then focused into a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke in a very timid, quiet voice, and I swear I've heard it somewhere else before, like on another Caledon Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something that had to do with saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage, us. It actually sounded really stupid, but still, a feeling of dread came over me. I mean, the forest was probably where those bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 25. When the police administrator brought this tape in, I actually said, "Oh snap," and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course, I got stares from the staff, but Wilson explained to them about my little experience with Mr. Bear and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Like the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mascot costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to the red cloth table with a bottle of orange juice in his hands. On the table were 16 shot glasses, as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the smaller bottle and depositing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds such as shuffling, and then Mr. Bear emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some looked as young as 4, others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode that showed all 16 victims. The kids all looked rather content, except for this one who had visible bruises on his face, and unlike the other kids, he had a more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 or 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who had asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the end of episode 23. That one episode I was watching during July 1999. When I told the administrator this, he confirmed it was the same kid. He was also featured in episode 24, an episode that only aired once at 3 PM in July 1999. The police have still not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song, singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear the lyrics as they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drink their juice, the one from episode 23 doing it rather reluctantly, and the episode ended. After viewing the 3 tapes in possession of the Davis Road Police Station, I'm satisfied but only temporary. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Caledon Local 21 being a fetishist paedophile, as well as an apparent cultist. I will sign off for now, get into university first, get information later. Hopefully, I will get back to this blog as soon as possible. Update, 12th of May 2012. On April 17th, I finally got my G2 license. In Ontario, Canada, this allows you to drive in a car by yourself as well as some passengers after 6 months. I of course took advantage of this and drove into Caledon for a little Sunday drive. Since I haven't updated this blog in a while, I figured I might as well visit the house where the infamous channel of my childhood was located. The house looked different than when I last saw it in October. The place was no longer used as a daycare and just sat there abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. The abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly of that day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came upon me. What happened to the children while they were living in that house? I walked up the steps to the front door and peered through the window. Inside, I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. At the end of the hallway to the right was an open doorway, presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left were 2 doors, both apparently leading to the rooms visible through the window outside. I wondered where the cellar entrance was located and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. 2 wooden doors, lying at an almost flat angle, were padlocked shut. This had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, you cannot imagine what was going through my mind at the time. I departed. Behind the house, the empty field continued on until I reached a dense forest that lined the horizon. I wondered if that was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, screw it, and proceeded to walk across the field behind the house into the forest. The forest was utterly quiet, save for a few periodic sounds of a woodpecker drilling into a distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact that I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like there was something I had to find out. I came to a thinner part of the woods and a few small houses in the distance. Polo's house crossed my mind, and I wondered if one of these homes had belonged to him. I neared a small clearing in which I could see 3 adequately sized lodges gathered around a black, charred area, showing a small fire had been lit there recently.
"Hey, get the hell out of our fort!"
Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned to my left and saw 2 dark-clothed people running towards me. My initial thought was to run. However, as they came closer, I saw they were really just kids in their early teens, possibly 13 or 14, maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size as well. I'm 6'1", while they could have been no bigger than 5'8". One might have been 5'7".
"We said, get lost."
The larger one, who was wearing a Slipknot shirt, said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one, who was wearing a Metallica shirt, swung out a butterfly knife and held it in my direction. "No, you wouldn't want to," I said in a deep, serious tone, trying to sound as badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. The 2 kids withdrew, the one with the Metallica shirt putting away the knife.
"Look, dude, we don't like people in our fort, so can you just go?"
The one in the Slipknot shirt said, obviously intimidated. I had no business in the forest anyway, so I uttered out a simple "fine" and turned before I realized I had a great opportunity. "Did any of you guys hear of a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in these woods about 13 years ago?" I asked the kids. The 2 looked at each other in confusion before the one wearing the Metallica shirt answered,
"Yeah, everyone knows about that guy,"
he said to me as if I was stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued,
"He still lives around here, in a storm drain. My big brother's friend says he saw him in a bear costume once, wandering around the forest at night."
My instincts told me this was probably a lie, and that the owner of Caledon Local is probably long gone, only existing as folklore in this smaller, isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of the mysterious unknown sparked interest within. "And where is this storm drain?" I asked, just out of curiosity. I don't actually believe the kid's story. The kid in the Metallica shirt stared at me for a few moments, his eyes seemingly full of annoyance, yet curiosity for me.
"You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here?"
Now, I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of this question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case people mistook my intentions. I told the 2 kids about my experience with the man and Caledon Local 21, and that I had to come to maybe seek out some sort of closure. Although the kids seemed familiar with the channel as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description on how to get to the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to turn around the way I came and head back to the house, leaving the kids at their fort. But now, you're probably wondering why I left out such detail about what the kids told me just now. It is because I'm choosing to conclude what I've gathered now. Here is what the kids told me in detail. The storm drain lies ahead of the kids' fort, the same direction I was heading. The drain ends at a small river, where excess water is drained out. Near here is a small playground. The kids told me people rarely use it. The man supposedly lives in the large pipe that rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing a bear mask or the mask and a full-body bear costume. Note, I do not believe this is true, and in fact, simply a myth made by the residents of Caledon. The story does not seem plausible in any way. Why did no one call the police? Why didn't this guy look suspicious? And other questions like that leave the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain. Not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Caledon again, so this blog doesn't die. With no more tapes to watch, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Thanks for continuing to support me and my blog. I know many are looking forward to more information about what happened in Caledon during the year 1999, and I'll do my best to continue my research into the topic. Elliot out. Update, 4th of October 2012. Wow, nearly 5 months since I last updated. I'm guessing everyone pretty much thought I was dead, right? Thankfully, I'm not, but in all seriousness, I really have been busy these past few months. And a blog about something that could have killed me as a kid is a little low on my current priorities list. As of now, I'm living in Waterloo, Ontario, attending the University of Waterloo for computer engineering. Yeah, I'm a keener. As you can imagine, engineering is no walk in the park, so obviously I nearly forgot about this blog. But as you can see now, I'm back. I remembered to visit the storm drain the kids from Caledon Forest told me about. It was out in a clearing between the wooded area nearby a marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. I snapped some pics of the pipe, which I have posted as well. Also, let me tell you, it was not a storm drain like they said it was. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly to channel the excess water from the marsh. When I returned to Caledon, however, I simply kept putting off uploading everything until I forgot all about my blog. It just didn't seem important anymore. Please forgive me. It wasn't until only recently that I'm now interested in my case again. On September 10th, I received an email from this email address, returntheb@hotmail.com. Funny, am I right? Well, it gets better. I'm going to copy and paste the exact email the guy sent me. Dear Elliot, my dear, dear boy, I have missed you ever so much. Oh, how you've grown. Your twinkling eyes have stayed the same, however, those eyes looking for adventure. Oh, how imagining them brings warmth to my old bare heart. That day you came to visit me, I felt so happy I wanted to go out and pick strawberries. He told me you would come looking. Oh yes, he told me you would come looking. Now, it will be soon. You won't be so lonely soon. I'm ever so sorry I couldn't say hello to you when you came to visit. Not once, 2 times. Do not fret, however. You will soon finally get to play with the other children. I will try making my cellar even more cozier than before. 100 fuzzy hugs, Mr. Bear. Now obviously this letter is fake, but still, I would like to thank whoever sent it. Just reading this letter creeped me out. But because of it, I'm now full of this new interest to continue my blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now, my roommate knows about all this. He thought the letter was real. He actually seemed more scared than I was for a second, but then I shrugged it off. So he did too. I mean, what are the chances of this being real? How would Mr. Bear know when I went to Caledon on those occasions? More or less know my email, or me still being interested in his cellar. I'm going to send a reply to return the bee. Wow, just look at the email address. You can tell someone wanted to freak me out. It didn't really work though, although to whoever you are, thank you for sparking my interest back into the full matter. Maybe I can find out more about what happened to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, because although I don't buy that email, a part of me still feels anxious. Thank you to all those who are still following me and have become avid fans. You are also why I'm choosing to do this. Thanks, guys. Update, 9th of November 2013. Wow, I can't believe this blog hasn't been deleted yet. I haven't posted anything for so long. I have my reasons and I'd rather not discuss them just yet. It's been a rather traumatic year for me. Some of you were right. I shouldn't have gone back to trying to relive the mysteries of my childhood. But I couldn't resist. It's been over a year since my last post and a lot has happened. Let's recap where I am right now with regards to the whole Mr. Bear incident. returnthebee@hotmail.com is no longer in use. I tried replying to the email, but I got no reply. I tried again back in March, still no response. I actually moved up to Ottawa, the capital of Canada for those who don't know, for university, so I haven't been back to Caledon or back home in the Peel region for a while. I had my reasons for leaving, as you could guess why. I've had to make a new email account because people keep prank emailing me pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot, guys. Why have I ventured back into this blog? Mitchell Wilson, remember my dad's ex-cop friend, gave me a phone call on October 23rd about a tape that was found in a branch of the Brampton Public Library. Brampton is my hometown in case you haven't picked up on that. He claimed he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me as it is still in evidence, but he still asked me to come check it out when I return home. That tape got the gears grinding again because we all know what was the last tapes I saw. I can only imagine what can be on it. I'm guessing it must have something to do with Caledon Local 21. I guess I just wanted to say I'm continuing this blog and thank you for everyone who still follows it. I don't know when my next entry will be, but when I see that tape, I'll write what I find. I don't know what to expect, but the idea of seeing another tape has gotten me interested in the whole mystery all over again. Elliot. Update, 16th of January 2014. It's been a long year for me. University has been giving me the usual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is the place to party, sarcasm. But now I'm back home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 18th of December and have been visiting my friends and family, or at least that's what I would rather have done. Now, that festive holiday cheer that I usually have this time of month is absent. To answer the hundreds of emails and comments I got, yes, I did see the tapes that my dad's friend, Mitchell Wilson, promised to show me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes, not only for myself, but for all you guys who are just as intrigued as I am by that ominous man in a bear suit from my past. However, after viewing those tapes, I feel that pit of dread deep inside me once again. That feeling where I know that all those kids in those videos are dead. That I could have been one of those kids. And that humanity is a dark, dark place. If you haven't skipped this paragraph for the juicier details below, thank you for listening to my ramblings. On Wednesday, January 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was time where I could come by and view the tapes. Things were pretty slow at the station because of a snowstorm, so he said I could come down anytime that day. The tapes were located at a branch not too far from me, so I braved the slushy roads and terrible Brampton drivers and made my way to the Peel Regional Police Station, located at the Bramalea City Centre. I met Wilson at the front desk where he then led me up the second floor and into a small office. He instructed me to have a seat and wait while he went and got the tapes. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, "I know you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this?" Of course I did, or at least thought so. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 4 tapes on hand. I was only allowed to watch 3 of them, however, because The fourth tape was apparently too damaged to be played on a VCR. Paint with a Soul, Episode 3, How to Dust a Room. I had almost forgotten about this show. I never did see it on TV, but I did see that one episode at Caledon Police Station. The episode opened with the camera panning around a small, empty room. There was a small window on the wall opposite the door. Outside, it was light out. The cameraman walked towards the window, revealing a small clearing before a dark, thick forest, about 15 feet from the window. The cameraman panned around to face the door and finally spoke. Today, I'm going to show you how to properly dust a room. I recognized the cameraman's voice as the same from before. Quiet, timid, only this time with a stutter. Now, here's where things got weird. The cameraman aimed the camera at his feet, revealing a metal broomstick, and grabbed it with his free hand. His hand was that of a white male, so it was easy to see the fresh, bright red blood that covered it. The man then explained that in order to get the room nice and dusted, you had to make sacrifices. And with that, the man began to smash the white, plastered ceiling with the broomstick. Soon, there was a significant hole in the ceiling, revealing the wooden slats that made up the roof. The floor was now pretty messed up with chunks of ceiling littering the floor, as well as a coating of plaster from the ceiling. The man aimed the camera at the floor and began smashing the larger ceiling pieces with his feet. The man then backed up to the door and had the camera show the mess he had created. And now the room is... The episode ended before he could finish. Wilson warned me that the next 2 tapes were more disturbing. I insisted to keep watching, although a voice at the back of my head told me I shouldn't. Booby, Episode 30, Children of the Light. It was Booby, one of the shows I had actually watched as a kid. I had never seen this episode before, and now I wish that was still true. The episode opened the same way as every other episode I had seen. A single adult hand, Booby, was rocking back and forth. After a few seconds, Booby turned towards the camera and said, "Songs are sung the best when sung by children." And the hand then disappeared out of view below the table. After a few more seconds, suddenly the picture cut to outside, aiming at a bonfire in a small pit. It was night and it appeared to be in a small clearing in a forest, although it was hard to tell because of the camera quality. The camera then zoomed into the fire, which was burning fairly steadily. Suddenly, a human hand was forced into the fire by a pair of adult human hands. The hand was small, presumably belonging to a child, and was being held firmly in place by 2 larger hands. Sound was absent for the first few seconds until a song began playing. The song I recognized from my childhood. I would sing it in church or at school. I went to a Catholic elementary school. That song was being played as the hand was being held in the orange flames. It continued as the hand struggled to escape the larger hand's grip. It continued as the flesh of the hand began to turn beet red and peel away. It continued as dark smoke began rising from the hand. It must have taken only a few minutes for the hand to become blackened, save for a few instances of white bone visible under the charred flesh. Damn, that image is burned into my mind. The hand was now limp. It no longer moved. The episode ended. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 30. Mr. Bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. This episode took place outside in a forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film. A trademark of anything from Caledon Local 21. The episode started with a camera being held in the paws of Mr. Bear, aiming it at himself. That bear mask. It looked more sinister in the shadows of the trees. The unmistakable muffled voice spoke up. "Hello, children. Today I will be doing a wonderful thing for my friends. I will be delivering them to a faraway land where they will surely be happy." Mr. Bear then turned to the camera around to show an ATV with an attached trailer. But what stood out the most was that the trailer contained 7 motionless children lying side by side. This is the first load, but more will be on their way soon. Mr. Bear turned around and pointed the camera at a large burlap tarp spread on the ground. He picked the tarp up, revealing a large hole that must have been 12 feet deep and maybe about 15 feet wide. The rest of the episode consisted of Mr. Bear taking each kid and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head and replied, "Not yet." Soon, all the kids were in the pit. Some were in awkward positions due to them being tossed in, but they remained unconscious. The vitamin C will surely help these children on the great journey that awaits them, Mr. Bear mentioned as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline besides a brush. The cameraman zoomed into the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Wilson revealed to me that these were 7 of the 16 victims found burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. A pit full of burning children. Who the hell would do that? That feeling of dread found me once again when I realized that I could have been one of those kids. Wilson then explained to me that he had previously lied and the 4th tape owned by Bramelia Police Branch did indeed work and contain the filming of the actual burning. However, he felt that I wouldn't be able to handle the disturbing and graphic nature of the episode. And you know what? Maybe I can't. I don't even want to see it. I'm satisfied for now. But I just need some time to get myself together. The thing is, the man who ran Caledon Local 21 is still out there. More to come soon. Elliot.
I'm part of a study group that meets once a month. We typically meet on a Saturday afternoon and spend several hours hanging out and discussing ideas, talking about problems we've been having, and helping each other with feedback from reading each other's stuff. On the holiday months, which in our case has typically meant October and December, we try to make the meeting a bit more festive and it becomes more of a party than anything else. That's why, when Colby suggested we do an overnight camping trip this October, complete with a spooky ghost tour and scary stories around the campfire, it sounded like a great idea that was more of an expansion of what we normally would have done around Halloween, rather than any real departure from the past 4 years I had been part of the group. I was excited for it, not just because the activities seemed like they would be fun, but because these people are my friends. Sure, we don't see each other as often as some friends, but I feel like I've gotten to know each of the 5 other members of our group pretty well over time, and I've reached the point that I look forward to our meetings more for the social aspect than for any help or support it gives my writing. So we gathered up at Colby's house and headed out in his SUV to Winter Falls Wildlife Preserve. Colby said he knew one of the guys that administered the property, and we had the green light to be there, which was cool for 2 reasons. First, only a handful of people were given permission to camp on the property every year, so the likelihood of running into loud, drunk teenagers camping too close for comfort was very low. Second, there was an old, abandoned place on the land that was rumoured to be haunted. Now, I assume this second thing was likely BS, and if it had come from Alan or Janet, our 2 horror and paranormal writers in the group, I would have said they were just making up stuff as part of some elaborate Halloween story or prank. But all this information came from Colby, and he didn't like horror. Couldn't stomach it really. He mainly wrote poetry and character pieces that was so dense with historical detail that you felt like you'd been through a class on a given period before you reached the end of the story. He was sensitive and delicate and, well, it seemed odd he'd be the one to suggest going there in the first place, but it somehow made it more believable too. We rode with Colby onto the property, past 2 gates he had the keys for, and up on a winding dirt road that finally petered out into patchy grass and hard scrabble before being consumed by brush and deeper woods. I made the suggestion that we just camp in that open area near the car, but Bonnie and Susan, who were both allegedly romance novelists, but who spent more time flirting with Colby than working on their writing during our get-togethers, giggled to each other and suggested to Colby that we needed to go deeper to find the right spot. I rolled my eyes and sighed as he awkwardly smiled at them and nodded. Although it hadn't been said, Colby was the de facto leader on this little trip, and without another word, we pushed into the woods. After the initial few feet, the walk actually became fairly pleasant. There was a cool breeze in the afternoon air, and a small, crooked path had opened up as we went past the first few trees and bushes. We walked for probably 30 minutes before coming to a clearing that Colby said was a good spot to set up camp. Looking at his watch, he said if we could get our tents and stuff set up quickly, we'd have around an hour of daylight left to start heading to the haunted building he started telling us about. He told us that at one time it had been a private home owned by a family known for their strange ways and practices. He said this last part with a theatricality that I hadn't known he was capable of, raising his eyebrow as he lowered his voice to a gravelly rasp. Eventually, the family died off or something because it became an orphanage of sorts, taking in troubled children who were having a difficult time at home or at other orphanages that couldn't or wouldn't tolerate their behaviour. Are you saying this was a baby prison? By this time, we were actually walking with him away from the finished campsite, and I regretted the question as soon as I asked it. I liked Colby, and I didn't want him to think I was making fun of his weird attempt at a scary story, but he just nodded and grinned at me. Yeah, kinda. Not babies, but some of the children were very violent or deranged. That lasted a few years, but it seems like a lot of the children got worse living at the orphanage, not better, and eventually the place fell into such ill repute that business dried up and the house was shuttered for good. Since that time, no one has lived there, but there are several accounts of people hiking or camping nearby and having incidents. Again, the raised eyebrow as he looked around at us like an old vaudeville villain. It was kind of cute in a dopey way. Bonnie tittered at him. What kind of incidents, Colby Poo? That was one of her cloying nicknames for him when she was feeling especially promiscuous. Like usual, he blushed when she said it, looking away before continuing. I wanted to punch her. Well, hearing voices when no one is there for one thing, and more than one account of seeing lights or faces at the windows of the old house, that kind of stuff. Susan, not wanting to be left out, grabbed his arm dramatically as she looked up at him with doe eyes. This sounds scary. You're going to protect us? Colby gave an awkward laugh and nodded. Yeah, sure. He looked up at me and smiled. I'm sure we'll all get through it okay. The house was impressive, and impressively creepy. Large swaths of moss lay draped across most of the roof, but even with several of the windows broken and his weathered skin of yellowed paint and warped, rotting wood, you could see what a beautiful house it had once been. 4 stories tall, with thin columns going up to a large balcony on the second floor. It looked far too stately and regal to be stuck in the middle of these dark woods being slowly consumed by decay. Yet, at the same time, it somehow seemed to fit its locale perfectly. The front of the house reminded me of a face, an ancient, mouldering face that stared at us with cold contempt as we shuffled across what had likely once been a well-manicured front lawn. I suppressed a shiver as I unconsciously dropped my gaze. Looking back at Alan and Janet, I saw they had similar expressions of both awe and apprehension. I leaned toward them and tried to sound nonchalant. This place up to snuff, spookiness-wise, it seems to be pretty creepy to me, but I'm no expert. Janet looked at me and beamed. Yeah, this place is badass. Alan nodded his agreement before going back to fumbling with his phone as he tried to take a picture. Colby noticed him and frowned. Come on, man, leave off with the phone, will you? We're here to experience it, not look at our phone screens the entire time. Looking sheepish, Alan nodded and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. I almost said something then, as I didn't like Colby bossing Alan around like he was some kid, especially when in truth, Alan was probably 5 years older than any of the rest of us. But then, Colby was excitedly telling us to come on, that he had a key for this place too, and I went along, pushing my irritation and doubts aside. He unlocked the front door without any problem, but it took him and Alan shoving it hard to create a large enough opening for us to squeeze through. The afternoon light had already been fading, and once we were inside, I realized we had left the sun behind. We all pulled our phones out then, using flashlight apps to light our way as we moved down the trash-strewn front hall that led to a large room that had possibly once been a small ballroom or massive parlor. It was now a black ruin. A tangy, putrid smell filled my nose as I sent a wash of electric light over mouldy walls and dangerous-looking floors. I don't know about this, Colby. I didn't want to be a party pooper, but I was already having images of someone falling through the floor or getting sick from breathing in all this rot. I could see that Alan and Janet were feeling the same way, and even Susan was starting to look uncomfortable. I noticed Bonnie scowling at me, but I ignored her as I went on. I'm just worried this place might not be structurally sound, you know. I don't want someone getting hurt. He nodded and smiled. I know it looks rough, but listen, I've been here once before, and it really is safer than it looks. Just go where I go, and if anyone gets too worried, we'll stop and leave. Fair? I wanted to say that I had already said I was too worried and wanted to go, but I let it go. I was probably being overly cautious, and as long as we were careful, it should be fine. And it was, at first at least. The house was very creepy, and we heard the odd sound or two, but there was nothing too remarkable. After walking around inside for a few minutes, we split up into smaller groups to explore a bit. Surprising no one, Bonnie and Susan had gone with Colby, while I had gone with Alan and Janet. I didn't like splitting up, but I was trying not to worry and get into the spirit of our adventure. We spent some time wandering around the main floor, as I had no interest in trying the stairs or the flooring on the upper levels. The house truly was massive, with numerous halls weaving between different rooms, large and small. Alan, Janet and I started working our way back toward the front of the house when I turned a corner and ran into Susan. The odd bubblegum-scented perfume she always wore assaulting my nostrils as we bumped into each other. She let out a yelp and then smiled at me nervously. Damn, I got turned around and separated from Colby and Bonnie. Glad to see a friendly face again in this place. I smiled and then winced slightly. Poor Colby. Bonnie has probably attacked him by now. Susan surprised me by letting out a short laugh and nodding. Yeah, I think he's cute and all, but not really my type. I just like joking around a bit. But Bonnie? Yeah, she may hurt that boy. We both laughed again, trying to stifle it as Alan and Janet came around the corner. We walked on for a bit when I thought I heard Bonnie's voice. Thinking about what we've just said, I decided I might as well try to intervene, if Colby wanted any intervening. I dropped back and went in the direction of a voice, making a point to call out to them well before I walked up on something I shouldn't see. I got no response, and as I walked to where I thought she had been, I saw no sign of either of them. I was in what had once been a large kitchen, white tile walls painted with blue roosters and hens, forming a weird quaint procession around the perimeter of the room. There was an old-fashioned kitchen hearth containing a large cast-iron pot along one wall, and as I watched it, I thought I saw shadowed movement in the ashes underneath the pot. My first thought was rat. But whatever it was, I wanted no part of it. I headed back the way I came, regretting ever leaving the group in the first place. That's when I rounded the corner and saw Bonnie and Colby. At first, I thought they were embracing, but then I realized he was behind her, and she didn't seem to realize he was even there. His light was off, and I could only make out his outline from the reflected illumination of a phone's light hitting the rotting wall in front of them. It struck me as odd, so I stopped and watched for a moment. Colby lifted his hand and placed it on the back of her head while uttering a single word. Selah. Bonnie jumped and let out a little scream as she turned around. I couldn't see much of their faces in the phone's meagre glow, but I could hear the fear in her voice as she spoke, although she tried to hide it and turn it into a joke once she saw who had touched her. You scared me, you asshole. You're going to have to make that up to... Hey, you guys ready to go? I don't know why I blurted it out, but I didn't want to be in the house any longer, and for whatever reason, I didn't feel right leaving Bonnie alone with him anymore. I expected a glare from Bonnie as I shined my light on them, but instead, she looked relieved. For Colby's part, he just gave me a thin smile and nodded. Yeah, I think we're done here. We were all fairly quiet on the way back to the campsite, though I noticed that neither Bonnie or Susan seemed interested in sticking close to Colby this time. I didn't know what to make of what I'd seen, and as we settled into cooking hot dogs and joking around, things began to feel more normal again. By the time we were taking turns telling scary stories, I had almost decided that I'd just made a mistake, thinking anything was going on beyond a guy trying to scare a girl he liked. But when it was getting close to my turn to tell a story, I got up to go to the bathroom as I racked my brain for something that could even vaguely compete with Janet's story about a mother's dead twin sister or Alan's tale of water babies that dragged people into a nearby lake. I found what I hoped was a non-poisonous bush and squatted down, my gaze going back to the campfire and my odd collection of friends laughing and talking there. Their shadows were flung giant against the tents and surrounding trees, dancing and shifting in the ever-changing flicker of the firelight. That's when I noticed it. Bonnie had two shadows. One was like the others, vague and ill-defined, but still an amplified and distorted version of a silhouette. The second was something very different. It was much darker and almost seemed to have a substance to it. It moved, but in a way that was discordant and wrong, out of sync with the fire or the other shadows. And its shape was more defined than the others and much more horrible because of the added definition. I didn't know what was up, but it didn't resemble anything human. I pulled up my pants and strode back to the campsite. My heart was thudding, and the last thing I wanted was to be near Colby or Bonnie, but he had the only car, and I wasn't staying out there any longer. I told them that I was sick, badly sick, and I needed to go home. Alan and Janet made disappointed noises, and Bonnie and Susan gave no real argument or comment at all, other than Susan asking if I needed anything, but my eyes were primarily on Colby. He just looked at me, his expression seeming sad or disappointment, except for his eyes, His eyes were hard and distant, as though he was considering something, doing some kind of dark arithmetic behind that gaze. After a few heartbeats, he just nodded with a small smile. Sure, there's always next time. The ride back to his house was the longest 3 hours of my life. I was exhausted, but there was no chance I was falling asleep in the car with either of them. While I didn't know what was going on, I was past doubting myself or putting myself in any more danger than was necessary to get home and away from them. So I sat on the back with my hand on the door handle in case I needed to make a hasty exit, fast-moving asphalt or no. I talked very little, and when we reached Colby's house, I was out of the car before I made a complete stop. Someone yelled that I was leaving my sleeping bag behind, but I didn't turn around. Screw it, they could keep it. When I got home, I locked my door and checked all the windows. It was after sunrise before I finally fell into a fitful sleep, and even then I was plagued with dreams of being trapped in that house with shadows chasing me through the dark. In the first few days after that, I kept expecting to see Colby or Bonnie, or both, coming around to check on me, or deal with me, or something. But there had been no sign of anyone. I have stayed in my apartment most of the time since then, but this afternoon, I finally had to go out to get groceries. I was nervous the entire time, but I never saw anyone I knew, and made it back home uneventfully. When I walked into my apartment, I froze. Bubblegum. I smelled bubblegum. I dropped my bags and stepped back into the hallway. After several seconds of silence, I reached in enough to turn on all the lights. I could get from the switches next to the door. Nothing seemed out of place, and there was no sign of anyone. My heart thudding, I picked up one of my grocery bags containing several weighty cans and began to explore my apartment with a makeshift weapon. There was nothing there. Well, except for the singular smell of that bubblegum perfume in several spots throughout. I locked the back door and went to sit down at my laptop. I had gotten in the habit of looking outside frequently in the last few days, always wary of some sign of Colby or Bonnie, but there had never been anything out there. Until now. Across the street, on the far sidewalk, I saw Susan and Alan standing together, holding hands, and staring up at me. That was 5 hours ago, and they're still out there. They haven't tried to come in or communicate with me, but they also haven't moved from their spot in all that time. They just stand and stare, waiting for me to give up and come on out, so they can get me for something. And while I don't understand enough to know exactly what they want to do with me, I have a strong suspicion. I think they want to take me camping again.
I didn't believe Jakey at first. When he came back from the bathroom, his 2 long SpongeBob pajamas puddling around his ankles, I was busy watching TV, a Big Bang Theory marathon on E4. I barely heard him calling my name. Max? What is it? There's a woman. Sheldon Cooper said something and laughter erupted from the television, but I missed the joke. For a second, I thought I misheard Jakey. What? There's a woman in the bathroom. I saw her from my reflection when I was doing my teeth. I turned around and looked at Jakey. He's much younger than me. I start my 3rd year of secondary school in December, and Jakey's not even in infants yet. And right then, he looked younger still. His blonde hair was a mess, and his eyes were wide in his face. I could still see a splotch of toothpaste crusted below his bottom lip. "What are you on about? What woman?" "In the bathroom, Max. I saw her behind me when I was doing my teeth. She was watching me." I studied Jake. The age gap between us means there aren't a lot of games we can play together. But one thing we've been doing a lot of lately is trying to make each other jump. Scare each other. I guess I'm to blame, mostly. Ever since Mom and Dad packed us up and moved us out to the country, it's just felt like the perfect setting for it. We used to live in this busy road on the edge of town, but now we're in the middle of nowhere. A little cottage. It's quieter than it was before. Creakier, too. There are no streetlights on the road outside, and the house is full of weird old furniture and dusty things that looks like it's been here for decades. There are black and white photos on the walls of families who probably died way before Mum and Dad were even born. Anyway, the reason I was studying Jake's face was to see if he'd crack up. I'm pretty good at pulling his leg. I can make something up to spook him and keep my expression totally deadpan. So, he doesn't know if I'm being serious or not. But Jake is still too little to pull it off. When he's trying to make a joke, you know about it. Only this time, I wasn't seeing any of the normal signs. "Jakey?" I tried to make my voice sound serious, like Mum does when she's giving me a lecture. "You know you're not going to scare me, right? I don't get freaked out by all that stuff. Mum and Dad won't be home until after midnight, and all you're going to do is end up spooking yourself." Jakey stared back at me. His face didn't change. My eyes kept getting drawn back to the spot of toothpaste on his chin, as if he'd left the bathroom in a hurry. "But Max, I am spooked." He shuffled on the spot and rubbed his arm, stared down at his feet, sticking out from beneath his SpongeBob PJs. When he raised his head a moment later, I thought for a second that he looked close to tears. That was the first thing that stirred the faintest sense of unease in my stomach. The look on Jakey's face. The second thing was what he said a moment later. "She had red on her face." Jakey's voice was a low murmur. "Like when Mummy has on lipstick. Only this was smeared all round her mouth." Jakey trailed behind me as I left to the lounge. Another thing different about our new house, something I'm still not used to, is that the bathroom is on the ground floor. I'm definitely not a fan of it. It just feels wrong to have to walk downstairs when you get up in the night to pee. The room itself doesn't help either. It's at the back of the house, and it's cold. The wallpaper is damp. As you walk through the door, there's this huge old bathtub on the left, the sink's on the right, and above it is a little single-glazed window that overlooks the woods at the back of the house. The toilet is opposite the door, and above it is this old mirror. It's long and dusty, and the sight of myself reflected in the silver glass has made me jump on more than one occasion during a late-night toilet trip. As we crossed the hall and neared the door, Jakey's words drifted back to me. "I saw her in my reflection when I was doing my teeth, and then, later, I saw her behind me." I already knew what must have happened. Jakey had been in the bathroom brushing his teeth, and he'd happened to glance up at the mirror. There's an airing cupboard in the corner of the bathroom, just to the left of the door, where we keep our towels. Like the rest of the house, this cupboard is old. The door won't shut properly. My guess was that Jakey had glimpsed the towel or possibly some of Mum's clothes hanging up to dry through the crack in the airing cupboard's door. His tired mind had turned these shapes into a woman crouched in the shadows. The kid's only little, but he has a big imagination. He scares easily. It's probably my fault. All those times I've hidden behind a wall to make him jump, finally taking their toll. As I came to a stop in front of the bathroom door, I made a mental note to stop scaring him. It had been fun at first, but I couldn't have him freaking himself out over nothing like this. I reached out a hand to push open the bathroom door, but then something made me pause. Another thing Jakey had said to me in the lounge floated back into my mind. She had red on her face, like when Mummy has on lipstick, only this was smeared all around her mouth. That sense of unease stirred in my stomach again. Where had that detail come from? I could see Jakey catching a glimpse of the airing cupboard's shadowy interior in the bathroom mirror and imagining he'd seen a woman hiding in there. That was one thing. But Jakey hadn't just said he'd seen a woman, had he? He described her face. I stared down at the bottom of the bathroom door. Jakey must have left the room quickly because the light inside was still on. A soft yellow glow spilled out from beneath the door and into the hallway. I could hear the bathroom's old extractor fan, a faint whir coming from inside. Apart from that, the hallway was silent. I was suddenly very aware that Jakey and I were alone in the house. Mum and Dad were out. They were miles away, in fact, at a restaurant in town. They wouldn't be back for hours. Max? Jakey's voice was a whisper behind me. Max, I don't want to. Don't make me go back in there. I paused. For a moment, the urge to go back to the lounge, to just hurry back to the light and the glow of the TV, was almost overpowering. The lounge door had a lock on it, a large antique keyhole beneath the doorknob. I knew where the key for that lock was too. It was resting on a wooden bowl on the dresser. Jake and I could go back to the lounge, lock the door, and turn the TV up until Mum and Dad were home. We could even text them and get them to come back a little early maybe. But no, these thoughts had barely had a chance to register in my mind before I dismissed them. I'm almost a teenager now. Mum and Dad said I'm old enough to be home alone for the night, big enough to look after Jakey. How was it going to look if they came back to find us both hiding in a locked room just because I was too scared to put the kid's mind at ease? I stepped forward and pushed the door open. As it swung inwards, I tensed myself, the muscles in my legs bunched up, ready to run. The bathroom was empty. The off-white tub sat large and immovable against the wall to my left. Over to my right was the window and the sink. Jakey's toothbrush lay at an angle next to the tap, Colgate still clinging to the bristles. I stared at the dusty old mirror in front of me. Sure enough, from my vantage point in the doorway, I could see the airing cupboard over on the left. The door was open a few inches. I could just make out the shadow of a purple towel hanging up to dry through the crack, but nothing else. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and stepped into the room. Oh, Jakey, there's nobody in here. You probably just caught a glimpse of that purple towel in the cupboard and spooked yourself. That's all. Staring into the mirror above the toilet, I caught his eye in the reflection. Then I gestured towards the airing cupboard's door. See? No, Max. I expected Jakey to sound calmer, but his voice came out thin and scared. His eyes were still just as wide too. You're looking in the wrong place. I saw her there. And he reached out with his right arm and pointed. I followed the direction of his finger. Now, I don't normally frighten easily. I'm not a jumpy person, never have been, and I can sit through horror films. Me and my friends even watch ones that are rated 18 on sleepovers, without then giving me nightmares. But in that moment, as I followed the direction of Jakey's finger and finally realized what he'd seen, I felt the worst surge of fear I'd ever felt before in my life. Heat bloomed in my face. My skin felt hot and prickly. As I ushered Jakey out of the bathroom and back to the lounge as quickly as I could, my hands were shaking. My first instinct was to run, to just get Jakey and make a dash out of the front door, then keep running until we reached the house of our closest neighbor. But I quickly dismissed that idea. In the end, I sat Jakey on the sofa in front of the TV, made sure the front door of our house was locked, and then shut the door to the lounge. I turned the heavy key in the lock. After that, I pulled out my phone to call my dad. I kept pressing the wrong buttons on the screen because my fingers were trembling so badly. Jakey's only little. He's learning new words all the time, and sometimes he uses them in an awkward way or struggles to make himself understood. He said he saw the woman over his shoulder when he was brushing his teeth. He said he saw her in his reflection. It was only when he told me I was looking in the wrong place that everything clicked. Because when he held out his finger to show me where he'd seen the woman's face, he wasn't pointing in the bathroom mirror at all. He was pointing at the small, pitch-black window that hovers above our bathroom sink, like an eye. People have always wondered how I've been able to live in such an isolated place. It mostly consists of dense forests and marshlands sprouting up around a vast lake that's considered a local beauty spot. The truth is, I've always preferred how isolated it is from the rest of the world and surrounding tranquility. I've always loved taking walks around those parts. The gentle rustle of the wind through the shivering reeds and the crunch of leaves beneath my feet seemed to wash away the stress of the daily commute to work. It almost seemed like it existed separately from the rest of the world, my own private dimension. It had been raining heavily that summer, and I found myself aching to get back to my daily routine. My dog, Bailey, had been just as eager, scratching and whining at the front door. Being a border collie, she lived to roam the open green, which made her a perfect companion for me. On the first clear day, we had both left that morning without a single hesitation. The scent of wet leaves on the misting air filled my nostrils. Bailey pushed on ahead, her tongue lolled out and happily panting. I had to jog just to keep up with her as she tugged at a leash. We had taken our usual route around the lake, through the bog, half hidden by reeds. Flies buzzed lazily over our heads under the warming sun, casting stretching shadows of the thin trees that plotted the ground. Moss clung to their dark brown trunks, climbing toward their branches. The squelching ground beneath us half soaked into my shoes, but I didn't care. I just felt so alive. A low rustle through the thicket made Bailey go rigid in her step, ears pricking upward, as she caught the scent of something, probably a rabbit. She turned to me, her big brown eyes wide and pleading. I laughed. "Okay, girl," I told her, clipping off her leash. "Go right on ahead." She disappeared as a black and white blur through the surrounding grasses. The white tip of her tail sticking upwards was the only sign of her for the next few minutes, until it too was swallowed up into the towering green, leaving only some rustles, splashes, and the occasional bark. I stood there, watching and arching my back towards the warm sunlight that streaked through the disappearing grey clouds. It felt like forever since I had felt it on my skin. It had been a few minutes of complete relaxation when I noticed the silence. It was something I had long become used to, but this one was different. There were no birds chirping in the trees or patter of rabbits' feet. Bailey's bark seemed to have been swallowed up by it. "Bailey," I called out, my heart already pounded with anxiety. Nothing. "Here, girl," I whistled. Still nothing. My stomach knotted. Bailey was my best friend. I had her for 3 years. I loved her. Even just the thought that something might have happened to her was like a knife twisting into me. I rushed forwards, peeling back the plants and calling her name. A low rustle silenced the growing worry inside of me. My heart leapt. God, you really scared me there. As my eyes adjusted to the small form paddling through the shallow end of the lake, the thought rooted me to the spot. It wasn't Bailey. I had no idea what it was. Its small, pale form skimmed effortlessly through the water, barely making a ripple. The assumption that it was a fish was thrown out when it hoisted itself onto the dry banks, shaking itself dry. Its skin was neither scaly nor covered in fur. Instead, a thick, sickly grey that bulged out with warts, not unlike a toad. Its body shone slick with water in the overhead sunlight. Its massive head that bobbed down as it dragged itself around on its tiny limbs. A careless stumble alerted it to my presence. It turned around, and the breath froze inside my body. Pure black stared back at me. There was no iris or sclera to be seen. Its eyes were huge, taking up almost 2/3 of its skull, and almost devoid of light. Underneath were 2 tiny holes and a thin, almost invisible line that composed the mouth and nose. In all my time living here, I'd become acquainted to the local wildlife: birds, frogs, badgers, voles, and even the occasional deer. But it was like nothing I'd ever seen before. Yet, there was something unnervingly familiar about it. It looked like a baby. I remembered the vague, dusty science lessons when my class had been shown one developing amidst barely muffled giggles and whispers. Aside from the obvious inhuman features, it was almost identical. The oversized head, the big eyes, and the underdeveloped limbs. It blinked, straining its neck under the weight of its bulbous skull to look up at me, its mouth expanding into a toothless, gaping grin, cooing as it crawled over. I just stood there, my rational mind trying to process the abnormal sight in front of me, if it was even real. I jolted as I felt a sudden pressure on the toe of my shoe. I looked down to see the creature chewing on it, a pearly string of drool slicking the mud-encrusted leather. The creature gaped up with another vacant smile. if it hadn't been for those pitch black, soulless eyes that seemed to be trained on my slightest breath, I would have called it cute. As grotesque as it was, I felt a sudden compulsion to pick it up and rock it in my arms. I didn't know if it was centuries of human instinct encoded in me or just pity for how misshapen it was. But every cell in my body seemed to be pushing for it, despite the fear wavering through my body. There was more rustling coming from a patch of dense reeds close to where the creature and I was. I saw a flash of peeking black before two more tiny heads poked through. Another submerged up from the still surface of the lake. Soon, it had been joined by 5 more identical creatures. They stared up curiously at my new, alien presence, though, unlike the bolder one, they seemed to be keeping their distance, half hidden in the bogland, emitting high-pitched chirps and gurgles. Bailey had been pushed to the back of my mind, though ever present. I craned around the tiny thing, trying my best not to step on it as my eyes scanned for any distinctive movement amongst the plants. I wondered whether she had encountered one and chased it off into the distance, thinking it was a rabbit. Looking down at their stubby appendages, I doubted any of them would get very far. I winced at the thought, hoping that she hadn't killed one of them. Bailey didn't have a bad bone in her body, but she never realized her own strength, especially when it came to things smaller than her. I sucked in a breath, fingers clenching at my sides. Lifting my foot slightly, I managed to slide the creature off without harming it and knelt beside it until its head was just inches away from mine. Without even understanding what I was doing, my hands were already around its sides, hoisting it into the air. It kicked its chubby legs in glee at the sudden contact, tiny hands pawing at the air, trying to reach my face. Its squealing rose to a near inaudible pitch, wearing a wide smile. I soon found myself forgetting my fear, lulled by the soft sounds it was making, and found myself smiling at its antics. It looked at me as if I was the most amazing thing it had ever seen in its life, the same way Bailey always did. It possessed that unconditional adoration that only children and animals are capable of. It needed me. The moment was so consuming that I barely even registered something floating across the water. I found myself prepared to dismiss it as a lily pad until I looked closer. I only saw the bloody scraps of black fur when it was already too late. As my head turned back to the thing in my hands, I saw sharpened teeth slide out from under the shadow of its pale pink gums, where there had been none just minutes before, almost too big for its mouth, with the tattered remains of a dog collar stuck to them. Its body began to vibrate, jaws snapping. I found myself barely able to hold it back, regardless of being several times bigger than it. The sweet coos and gurgles it had been making morphed into hungry snarls and hisses. I hurled it to the ground. It bounced off the stones, lying still for a few minutes. I was sure that I had killed it until it pushed itself off the ground, dazed. Those same eyes turned towards me, glassy with tears. Its bottom lip quivered. It threw its head back with a pitiful wail. Any thought of escape or even retaliation for what it had done to Bailey instantly evaporated in my head as the sound rang through my ears. The cry of a newborn baby. My leg muscles pushed myself towards it, despite the screaming protests of my mind, my hands already reaching out to it. A scream tore itself from my throat, sent a flock of birds resting in a nearby tree scattering as I felt miniature bladed teeth embed itself into my calf, tiny fingers bruising my skin. They swarmed around my feet like a shoal of tiny humanoid piranha, clambering up my ankles towards my knees, trying to pull me to the ground. My hands helplessly groped towards the sky, my legs encased by slithering bodies. God, they were all laughing too. Scratchy, distorted imitations of real babies as they had me surrounded. My mind was a blur of panic. I would die here. They would rip me apart into nothing, just like they had done to my best friend. Memories of Bailey flashed through my mind in quick succession. Her warm, wet nose, her soft fur beneath my fingers, the clack of her paws down the wooden hallway. All the things I loved about her, that I knew I would never experience again. Rage bubbled upwards in me, spilling over. With one swift, adrenaline-fueled kick, I managed to send 2 flying back into the lake. Another skull fractured beneath my heel, soft brains spilling onto the ground. I broke into a stumbling run, pain rushing up from the open wound already soaking through the leg of my jeans. But I refused to stop or look back, their shrieks spilling into my ears. I didn't know how far I had run before I finally crumpled into a ditch. The blue denim of my jeans was soaked maroon from the gaping wound they had left behind. My eyes remained frozen to the gravel, too afraid to look up in case I saw them crawling towards me. When I raised my head, only to see the empty road, I fell over and wept. It's been a year now since that day. I don't go walking anymore, at least not down that path. The scar still runs over my leg, a good 2 inches in length. Though it's faded with time, the memories haven't. There hasn't been a day where Bailey hasn't occupied my mind. Her food bowl still sits in the corner of my kitchen, gathering dust. Her leash strung up over the upstairs landing, and her toys are still scattered around, ready to be played with. I didn't have the heart to get rid of them. Some days I just sit on the edge of my bed and look at them. No matter how hard I try, my thoughts always settle back to 2 painful words. If only. If only I hadn't chosen to walk around that lake. If only I hadn't let Bailey off a leash. If only we'd left when I heard the unearthly silence. Nevertheless, I tried to think of the good times we shared, to keep her memory alive. No one goes near the lake anymore. Animals have gone missing down there. A few people too. The police have searched for them, but always come up empty-handed. It's the kind of place where no one really knows how many have disappeared down there. But I know exactly where they are. I've already put the house up on the market. I'm still waiting on a buyer, but I just want to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Never did I think that I would ever want to leave this place. But here I am. Sometimes when it's dark, I can hear scuffling on my front porch. There are mornings where I find half-eaten animal parts roped around the grass. The crying of a baby seeps into my dreams with hellish shrieks, growls and whispers. Bared teeth flash out through the darkness of my mind, along with the flashing reflection of huge, shark black eyes and rippling waters encircling me, ready to descend and rip apart my flesh. There's no relief from it, not even when I wake up. Especially when I see the dozens of tiny red handprints smeared along the edges of my bedroom window. I'm into BDSM, bondage, stuff like that. Some people might find that weird, but I'm sure those people are into things others might find strange, so let's not judge. I mention this because it's important to what happened. It gives you an idea of the kind of company I often keep, the kinds of places I often find myself. A BDSM club I'm a member of. That's where this all started. It was last week, around 1 AM Saturday night, or early Sunday if you want to be a dick about it, and I was just an observer for the night. In these kinds of places, one sees all manner of interesting attire, lots of latex, zippers, chains. The man that summoned my attention and kicked this whole thing into gear was wearing a red latex suit that looked as if it were painted on. He said he'd seen me there over the past year, and that he, to quote, knew I was serious about the life we'd chosen. He spoke cryptically, and everything about his tone and his choice of words made it seem like he was almost like a BDSM purist. He commented on my piercings and tattoos, commending me for my commitment to body modification. I don't have anything extreme, just sleeves and a few piercings. He then told me I, to quote, was ready to ascend to the future only now. It was weird. But I like weird, so I was intrigued. I asked what he meant, and he said that the club in which we stood was a child's playhouse, a diet, sugar-free version of where I, to quote, belonged. Mind you, he said this as we stood in a room featuring a woman suspended from the ground, hog-tied, having a stomach and legs whipped with a cat o' nine tails. I've never been particularly into the most extreme stuff, but again, I was intrigued. Part of me thinks that I wasn't the person who was supposed to get the card, and that the man in the red latex suit mistook me for someone. The man in the red latex suit handed me a business card that gave only an address and brief instructions. He told me to go join the other echelon that night because I'd earned the opportunity. When prompted, I was to give that night's password, Omega. I put the address into my GPS on my phone and found that it was located in the downtown area of the city in which I live. Had it been a rough neighborhood or the middle of nowhere, I'd have given it more consideration. But the address was to one of the largest buildings in the city, and for some reason, that gave me a little peace of mind. I know that's foolish, but curiosity, as they say, killed the cat. I left the club and went to the building. I pulled into the parking garage and drove to the 4th level, per instructions on the card. Once there, a valet opened my door and I was walked into the building and up to the 27th floor, the hallways of which were lined with people holding odd positions, like some kind of live art installation. I was taken into a part of the building that was cordoned off, and I saw what I thought was the aforementioned upper echelon. And it looked no different than where I'd been an hour prior, only better lit, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. There were maybe 60 people there, and they were all wearing the same sorts of BDSM gear as the club I'd come from, only these people had more body modification work done. I hadn't been asked for a password at that point, so I wasn't exactly sure why I'd been sent to this place, as if it was such a huge step from what I'd been into for years. But then, the lights dropped, and 2 bowls filled with flammable liquid that sat upon waist-high pillars were set ablaze, and a man stepped between them. The man was wearing a normal business suit, but his face had all sorts of modifications done to it, from tattoos to piercings to all sorts of bumps to his nose, having had the skin between his nostrils removed, leaving simply a nose with a large hole. He gave a speech welcoming everyone, inviting them to have a good time. But then he began talking about something more. This place is inclusive of all the most extreme, the most imaginative, the most different. There should be a few of you in the crowd that were given a password. I invite those of you with that password to form a line at the elevator, and we will escort you to the main event of the evening. If tonight is your first night, you should consider yourself quite lucky. You're going to witness the final product of Miss Bennet's transformation. A light applause swept over the room. Password holders, please, to the elevator. I, along with about 15 other people, went to the elevators, and before we stepped into either of the two made available to us, we whispered the password to a large man in a suit. Up to the 30th floor we went, and stepping off the elevator, there were sheets either side of us, creating a sort of makeshift hallway. We followed this path until we reached a large open area at the back of which was a hidden area by yet another sheet. This one hung horizontally, almost like a stage with its curtain pulled. We were led into the open space, and for about 40 minutes, we all just kind of stood around, conversing amongst ourselves. I found someone else who was there for the first time, and when we tried to ask others what we were going to be seeing, each person said that we just needed to see it for ourselves. One man did say that the last time they had done one of these events was over a year prior, so he couldn't be exactly sure what they'd be seeing, but he had an idea. You have all seen the most extreme of body modifications. A voice boomed as the lights dimmed. Holes where holes shouldn't be. Splits where things should be together. Things together where they should be apart. Well, we've got something new for you today. Something you've never seen. Something that will amaze you, as it amazed us to perform on the lovely, the brave Miss Bennet. In a few moments, you will be the first to see what will undoubtedly become the new rage in the body modification world. Welcome to the stretching party. The person I met and I began trading guesses as to what was going to have been stretched on this Miss Bennet woman, both eagerly anticipating the reveal, while also a bit nervous. I mean, I was into that lifestyle, but I didn't want to see anything too gruesome, and all signs were pointing to the fact that this was going to be more hardcore than I was used to. A short time later, a drum roll began emanating throughout the room. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for a truly one-of-a-kind woman. That same voice blared over a loudspeaker. Over the course of 2.5 years, 19 procedures have been underwent to complete Miss Bennet's transformation. Well, you all don't want to hear me talk. I give you Phase 24 of the stretching party. And with that, the curtains slowly drew back, revealing what was indeed a stage. The whole room got so quiet, you'd have been able to hear a mouse skitter across the floor. Then came the footsteps, clunky, uneven footsteps, coming from somewhere behind and to the side of the stage. Pat, 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 pat. The steps got louder as they got closer to the stage. Then I saw the silhouette, and my heart sank to my stomach. A black figure, thinner than thin, standing tall, leaning hard to her left. 2 spotlights burst on, flooding the stage with light, and gasps and hushed whispers filled the viewing area. She limped towards the stage on legs that were twice as long as my own, with braces on them to keep her standing. Her torso was extended, with a space each above and below her ribs that isn't there on the average person. As I said, she was hunched over, hard to the left, and her arms, which looked like they had 2 extra wrists each, hung down and swayed as she stutter-stepped out, aided by a man in a suit on either side of her. Her jaw had somehow been unhinged, making a deep underbite on her mouth that couldn't possibly close. A massive black hole on her face that was twice as long as it should have been. Her nostrils had been stretched to the size of $half, and her earlobes hung down to line up with her bottom lip. The men helped her to the center of the stage and stood ready to catch her if she fell as she slowly, clumsily, awkwardly twirled around in a circle. As she did, I saw that there were several more notches in her bent spine than there would normally be. The voice came back over the loudspeaker. "Miss Bennett has dedicated herself to our community